Student Bai Fan, are you certain that the content of your submitted thesis constitutes your graduation project? Are you jesting with me? Teacher, I assure you that what I submitted is indeed my graduation design. Here are all the performance data. You may review them. However, at the graduation defense ceremony, the supervising instructor gazed at the imposing Titan mech before him, towering at 3.5 meters and spanning 1.5 meters in width, its entire body cloaked in a black finish, with the engine roaring ferociously, as if it had stepped out of a science fiction narrative to reality, lost in profound contemplation. You were tasked with creating a graduation project, and you opted for a combat mech instead? Chapter 1. The Civilization Advancement System. My goodness, it is unbearably hot. This weather makes working in the warehouse feel like a death sentence. At 9 in the morning in Xianzhou, at Hefei University of Technology. Within a forsaken warehouse near the school, Bai Fan, clad in blue work attire and smeared with engine oil, was drenched in sweat, glaring at the colossal machine before him, his M.O. of spewing curses as he appeared as though he had just emerged from a watery abyss, completely soaked. Before him stood a humanoid mech, approximately 3.5 meters tall, 1.5 meters wide, and weighing 2 tons, its exterior adorned in a matte black finish. The mech's skeletal structure was intertwined with steel frames and circuit boards, all prominently exposed. Its head was designed with a unique forward tilt, featuring smooth and sharp lines, with the black armor conforming to the contours of the head. At the center of the crown rested a pair of transparent visor devices, which, when illuminated, emanated a glowing blue halo. The energy zone on the upper left chest pulsated with a rhythmic luminescence, while the titanium alloy fingers of the outstretched arms were tightly clasped together, exuding a palpable sense of mechanical essence. Before me stood the mecha, the culmination of Bai Fan's impending graduation project. Rushing and dawdling, I finally managed to complete it before June, he mused. After meticulously checking the torque and ensuring everything was in order, Bai Fan affixed the final screw to the mecha's exoskeletal arm. As he gazed at the imposing creation before him, a faint smile graced his lips, imbued with an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. A year prior, during an experimental endeavor in the school laboratory, a misstep led him to short-circuit a circuit board, resulting in a dramatic power failure. He remembered only the shower of sparks and a resounding explosion before succumbing to unconsciousness. However, upon regaining consciousness, he discovered a new entity had manifested within his Minda civilization advancement system. The essence of this system was to elevate a primitive civilization into an advanced one through technological transformation. Within its confines lay knowledge surpassing the current scientific achievements of Earth, accessible only through the exchange of corresponding points. The sole method of acquiring points was by completing tasks assigned by the system. It is undeniable that mechas possess an irresistible allure for any man. Upon binding to the system, the inaugural task presented was to construct a mecha named Titan within a year. The system provided some technical data regarding the Titan mech. However, transforming the information from paper into practical application proved to be a rather intricate endeavor. Despite the assistance from the system and the extensive development of his cerebral domain, Bai Fan still spent an entire year on this task. Only one final procedure remains, he remarked, as he opened his computer and accessed the program editor he had developed. The control program was already written, awaiting to be uploaded into the central control chip of the mech. Would you like to initiate the upload? A message popped up on the computer screen. Yes, uploading, please wait. Upload successful. The progress bar on the computer screen reached 100, illuminating a green notification. Titan mech, activate. A humming sound filled the air as the previously motionless mech gradually came to life, its eyes glowing a deep, vivid blue. Following the predetermined program, the Titan mech advanced towards Bai Fan, extending its left fist while the right fist clenched tightly, producing a resounding impact reminiscent of metal colliding. The Titan mech has been successfully activated. Once everything displayed normal parameters, Bai Fan's gaze returned to the mech, where its system attributes were revealed on the panel. Item, a rather commendable Titan mech. Level. Average through evaluation took me by surprise after initiating the startup procedure. The once seemingly useless iron frame underwent a remarkable transformation into something akin to the Titan mecha, Although it has now successfully powered on, young one, do not allow yourself to bask in complacency. You must realize that it remains merely an average creation. You need to dedicate more time to refine it and restore the glory that belongs to the Titan mecha. Upon reading this, Bai Fan finally nodded in agreement. According to the system, his initial task regarding the Titan mecha should be considered a success. Ding! Host has completed the primary task of the Titan mecha. Would you like to submit the task? Task verification in progress. Evaluation. Good. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the system's cold voice resonated once more. Points earned. 120 good bonus. 20. Commencing main storyline task 1. The glory of the Titan. Task description. The Titan mecha is the most resplendent jewel upon the crown of heavy industry. It embodies the core technology of an ancient civilization. The host is instructed to complete the true Titan mecha within a short time frame, thereby resurrecting its former brilliance. Some materials have been dispatched to your personal storage. Please check. Task progress. 12. Task assessment. Based on time progress. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan's face broke into an excited grin. What does the true Titan mecha resemble? He had seen it within the system. It stands at 4.5 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and weighs 10 tons, entirely enveloped in high-strength aerospace titanium alloy. The Titan mech that he has currently completed pales in comparison to the true masterpiece, resembling merely a simplified version. Bai Fan perused the information on the Titan mech provided by the system, which mentioned several advanced technologies, such as the upgraded solid-state hydrogen battery and the enhanced super artificial intelligence for the main control program. These innovations sparked immense anticipation within him. Bai Fan stroked his chin, contemplating the task description just relayed by the system. It was evident that the shorter the duration, the higher the evaluation received. However, if he were to replicate the system's description in a one-to-one manner, the cost would be astronomical, necessitating the formation of his own team. This was all for the sake of the diminutive Titan mech before him. He had already invested all his part-time earnings and the funds provided by his family, totaling approximately 40 to 50,000, which could be described as financial ruin. Moreover, a significant portion of the steel structural materials had been procured from a scrapyard, costing half of what they would on the market. It seems I need to devise a strategy. Accomplishing this alone will be exceedingly difficult, Bai Fan murmured to himself, pondering his next steps. Just then, his phone began to ring. Hello? Who is this? He answered, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Bai go. The graduation defense is at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Came a hurried voice from the other end of the line. It was his roommate, Chun Wei. Isn't it scheduled for 2 weeks from now? Bai Fan responded in surprise. It's been moved up, we've moved it up. Moreover, it is not just our major, the entire grade has been advanced. I truly do not understand which leader made such a whimsical decision to move everything forward by 2 weeks. Quickly check the group chat, the counselor has just sent a message. How utterly ridiculous. My design code is still crashing, it simply won't run. I feel like I'm going to perish. A few of us will come find you shortly. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan promptly opened his phone and entered the class group titled, A Loving Family of Electronic Information. Counselor, according to the notice from the higher authorities, the graduation defense for the class of 2019 in Electronic Information Engineering has been moved up to June 10th at 1 p.m. Please prepare in advance, especially those working on graduation projects. Remember to bring your designs. Originally scheduled for 2 weeks later, Bai Fan had leisurely planned his mech project. Fortunately, he had completed the inspection of the mech's exterior and hardware the previous day, leaving only the software control programming remaining. Now, if he hurried, he should be able to manage it without significant issues. Bai Fan glanced at the time. It was already 9 a.m. There's still time. Chapter 2. The Stunned Roommates. After a few minutes, once Bai Fan had completed all testing adjustments and recorded the relevant data, his roommates hurried over. Fanzi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you buns from the second cafeteria. Before he even arrived, Bai Fan could hear his roommate Chun Wei shouting from a distance. The one who spoke was Chun Wei, cradling his graduation project robot in one arm while offering a bun to Bai Fan, his face flushed from the stifling heat of the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan glanced at the others and hurriedly took a few bites of the bun. Let's go. Haven't you all been eager to know what I've been busy with this past year? Today, I shall take you to see for yourselves. After consuming a few more bites, Bai Fan stood up decisively. They followed Bai Fan to the rear of the warehouse. They were met with the sight of a Titan mech, cloaked in a matte black finish, standing silently as if a piece of science fiction had materialized into reality. Their earlier nonchalance evaporated in an instant, replaced by expressions of sheer astonishment, as if the fickle July weather had transformed in an instant, leaving them dumbfounded. Dead, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief, they were rendered speechless. Holy cow, Fan, what is this? Chenwei stared incredulously at the Titan mech, his eyes bulging, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He hastily rubbed his eyes, fearful of having misperceived the scene before him. Fan, you can't be suggesting that this massive creation before us is a mech? His roommate, Wu Lin, gazed at the Titan mech, swallowing hard. After a moment of stunned silence, he ventured a tentative question. Indeed, you are correct, it is precisely what you think it is. The moment Bai Fan replied, the shock on their faces intensified. They stood frozen, exchanging glances as if rooted to the spot, unable to utter a single word. For a full 10 minutes, the group struggled to assimilate the information presented by Bai Fan. Neglecting the unfinished state of his own graduation project, one of them hurriedly approached the Titan mech, eagerly touching and examining it from various angles. Some even seized tools from the table to take measurements, eager to observe specific data. Fan, is this what you've been working on for your graduation design and thesis? Despite witnessing the tangible reality before him, Chenwei found it difficult to fully comprehend. Bai Fan nodded, observing Chen Wei's incredulity, and shrugged. Yes, this is indeed my graduation design. As you can see, I rented this warehouse for an entire year to focus on mech design. How's the thesis coming along? Do you have any fundamental data? Show me.lig. Another roommate shifted the conversation to another topic of concern. He was aware that Bai Fan had devoted an entire year to preparing this design, which was certainly not a mere act of copying from the internet. Here it is. Bai Fan had been prepared, handing over a neatly organized document comprising 70 to 80 pages that he had just printed. Li Jie took it and immersed himself in reading. He was the academic star of Dorm 517, indeed, the top scholar of the entire electronic information department at Hefei University of Technology, boasting a GPA of 4.7 and ranking among the top 10 in his field. The development scheme and structural direction for the next generation of individual mechs. Upon reading the title of the thesis, Li Jie's first reaction was that the name seemed rather grand, not to mention, the scope appeared excessively broad. The development plan and construction direction of the individual mech suit are far beyond the grasp of a single individual. It is a systematic development framework, at the very least a national-level project team. However, after perusing the energy system module and specific data in the paper for 2 or 3 minutes, Li Jie's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed, Fan Z, is it true that your energy supply can sustain normal operations for 78 hours, with an output power of 1800 kW and a maximum torque of 2,200 Newton meters? What type of battery is utilized? It seems that there is no commercially available battery capable of such high performance. Li Jie posed this profound inquiry, utterly dumbfounded. It is important to note that at this moment, the high-performance versions of certain new automotive brands feature motors with a maximum power of only 120 kilowatts and a peak torque, UE, of 280 Newton meters, which does not exceed 200. Yet, the mech suit crafted by his roommate surpasses these figures by several multiples. 1800 kW. Surely you must have misread. Perhaps you added an extra zero? At this juncture, Chenwei also directed his gaze towards the paper. After 2 minutes of reading, he adopted an expression mirroring that of Li Jie's earlier astonishment. Fan Z. Li Jie looked at Bai Fan, his eyes conveying an unspoken question, the meaning abundantly clear. He calmly opened the computer to test the program, pointing to the recently tested data with an air of nonchalance. The battery is not something purchased off the market. All the test data is right here if you truly doubt it. Feel free to conduct a Hansen experiment. Bai Fan invited his roommates, gesturing towards the Titan mech. With the assistance of the system, he had dedicated an entire year, tirelessly researching to conquer 2 or 3 critical technologies, ultimately developing a downgraded version of the Titan mech. It was genuinely authentic. No sooner had he spoken than his roommates, without hesitation, hurried to the computer screen, swiftly accessing the back-end test data. My goodness, it's real. Upon the first glance at the test data, Li Jie immediately discerned its authenticity. He was the first to break the silence in the warehouse, panting heavily, his excitement palpable. Chen Wei, wearing an expression of disbelief, turned to Bai Fan. Fanzi, how did you manage this? According to your data, the battery's energy density has reached 2000 Wh/kg, surpassing all energy storage batteries on the market by 7 to 8 times. Even BYD's latest solid-state battery cannot compete. Not only Chen Wei, but Li Jie also felt his understanding being profoundly challenged. They were acutely aware of what this data signified. It entirely eclipsed the current technological level. It is no exaggeration to say that if those emerging forces in the new energy automobile sector were to learn of this battery, they would undoubtedly storm the gates of Hefei Universe. ITY of technology, willing to pay exorbitant sums without hesitation. A novel material, the silicon carbon battery. The newly adopted structural materials fundamentally enhance the energy density of the storage substances. Bai Fan provided an answer to his bewildered roommates. Silicon carbon battery? Li Jie was utterly entranced, lost in a state of stupor. He could assert with utmost certainty that the silicon carbon battery before them, once introduced to the market, would deliver a devastating blow to all existing new energy products in the energy storage industry. Moreover, this mech was revolutionary in its new engine, main control program, and chip architecture design, poised to ignite a new industrial revolution. Chapter 3. On the development scheme of next-generation individual combat mechs. After approximately half an hour, the roommates reluctantly ceased their examination of the Titan mech. Li Jie lifted his gaze to Bai Fan, recalling the afternoon's graduation defense. Having reviewed your design framework, I have gained some new insights for my own design. Oh no, it's 11 o'clock time is of the essence. I must expedite my completion. Before they could finish their exchange, Li Jie seized his graduation project, connected it to the computer via a serial port, and began typing code with fervor. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Chen Wei and the others awoke from their reverie, hastily setting aside the Titan mech to refine their own graduation projects. Bai Fan, however, remained motionless, for just moments ago, a new main storyline task had been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the main quest. The second main quest, the glory of technology. Quest description, whether it be the first, second industrial revolution, or the third information technology revolution, they all unanimously affirm a singular notion, technology is the primary productive force. The advancement of any civilization is inextricably linked to technology, and each instance of information explosion or the dawn of technological innovation often springs from an unremarkable beginning. Host, you're tasked with promoting technological systems to ignite the next industrial revolution and propel the progress OFC. Finalization. Quest evaluation, based on technological advancement metrics, such as the successful development and practical application of specific technologies. Quest progress. 17. Unremarkable your name remains unknown to many. Quest reward, 100 points. The glory of technology. Bai Fan pondered for a moment, reflecting on the system's description of the task. He comprehended the essence of the second main quest. In simpler terms, it involves promoting technology to advance civilization, aligning perfectly with the system's designation as the Civilization Advancement System. He glanced at Li Jie, who was engrossed in his work, tirelessly coding to refine his graduation project. An answer dawned upon him. Li Jie's graduation project is a multifunctional underwater robot capable of surveying and retrieving objects in waters up to 10 meters deep. However, due to the inability to accurately convert the analog signals received from the sensors into correct digital signals, the robot often encounters malfunctions during operations, resulting in either freezing or an inability to execute commands properly. Just moments ago, having reviewed Bai Fan's thesis on the Titan mecha, Li Jie swiftly conceived a new idea, extending upon the original foundation. If his intuition proved correct, this represented yet another avenue of civilizational advancement. It seems that, if I am not mistaken, the second main quest should be directly tied to influence, he mused. The greater the influence, the swifter the progression of the task. Thus, the upcoming graduation defense and the exhibition of our projects present a splendid opportunity. Bai Fan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation regarding his next steps. As time gradually elapsed, his roommates completed their designs. They summoned a trailer, carefully draping the Titan mecha with a waterproof cover before loading it onto the vehicle. The group then hurried to the lecture hall, preparing for the imminent graduation defense. Upon entering, they discovered the room already filled with classmates, a sea of bodies with only the first couple of rows remaining unoccupied. "Hey, look at the entrance," one exclaimed. "What is that?" another wondered. Still covered with a waterproof cloth, shrouded in mystery. Those entering at this moment must be the students about to defend. Perhaps it's someone's graduation project. Goodness, is it really that outrageous? What kind of graduation project is so massive? I've never seen anything of this scale in my entire life, let alone in this cohort. Despite being cloaked in AA, discussion ensued, alternating between inquiries about what lay beneath the rainproof canvas and whispers of speculation regarding the identity of its CR. Eater, upon hearing these remarks, Bai Fan, who led the group, maintained an inscrutable expression, as if the topic of conversation bore no relation to his mech. He found a seat in the second row. Meanwhile, Chunwei, situated behind him, flushed crimson upon overhearing his classmates' chatter, wishing fervently to announce the truth at that very moment. As time passed, fellow students arriving for their graduation defense gradually took their seats, and with all 5 defense instructors present, the formal proceedings commenced for the class of 2023 in the Department of Electronic Information Engineering. "Why are there 5 instructors this time?" a student inquired, glancing at the seated professors. "This defense has been consolidated. The entire department is defending together, with no distinction made for advisors. Hence the temporary addition of 2 instructors," came to Res. "Ponce, doesn't that diminish our chances of passing? I've heard that many students in our department extend their study. Seniors have mentioned that the rate is kept within 2 to 3. The speaker, a slightly plump female student, began to feel a twinge of anxiety as the formal defense commenced. "Do not fear, our advisors are present," reassured a classmate. In contrast to the palpable unease felt by others, the members of dormitory 517, seated in the second row behind the defense instructors, remained composed, betraying a hint of anticipation, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Next, from the Department of Electronic Engineering, Bai Fan, student ID 201918051060, please come to the stage and seize the moment. After a wait of approximately half an hour, Bai Fan's turn to present finally arrived. "Fan, it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Chunwei beside him was even more exhilarated than Bai Fan himself, his face flushed with excitement. Bai Fan stood up and slowly approached the front of the stage. He placed his pre-printed thesis neatly on the teacher's desk and simultaneously opened the PowerPoint presentation on his computer. "Good afternoon, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Bai Fan from Class 1 of the Department of Electronic Engineering, and the title of my graduation project is on the research and development plan and structural direction of next generation exoskeleton." As soon as Bai Fan uttered the title of his thesis, it sent ripples of intrigue throughout the room. Not only did the students in the classroom react, but the 5 supervising teachers also turned their attention towards him in unison. Exoskeleton. Upon hearing Bai Fan's words, a young teacher finally showed interest, flipping open the thesis on the table. The title caught his eye, and he exchanged glances with the other teachers nearby. "Teacher Zhang, I didn't expect we have a student exploring this topic. Quite rare indeed. For a young teacher, supervising graduation projects annually often felt like a daunting task. The previous presentations had been monotonous and devoid of originality, merely rehashing the same few ideas. One wonders just how far this can go. Do not mention it being you. I have been at this institution for over 20 years, and this is my first encounter with such a notion. However, it is highly likely that it is merely a FOD, lacking any substantial technological core," one of the teachers instinctively assessed. A senior student, capable of piloting a mech? He had never heard of such a thing in his lifetime. Not to mention that, based on his current knowledge, the nation's efforts in developing exoskeletal mechs have not been particularly smooth. Bai Fan glanced at the reactions of the teachers, and with a calm demeanor, pointed toward a corner of the classroom. Chunwei, understanding the cue, stepped forward and removed the rain cover draped over the Titan mech. "Esteemed teachers, behold, this is the first-generation individual combat mech that corroborates the findings presented in the thesis, the Titan mech." Chapter 4, Titan Mech, Activate. My goodness, what am I witnessing? He has actually transcended theoretical limits and created a tangible mech. Not to mention, the sheer force of this endeavor reveals him to be a formidable individual, and these materials are clearly beyond my financial reach. No way. This can't be right. This is an undergraduate thesis, not a doctoral dissertation, is it? The strength demonstrated is astonishing. It makes our efforts seem utterly insignificant. Good heavens. He has directly ascended to the realm of mechs. Is this truly the world I once knew? Oh my. Surely there is something amiss with my vision. This world is utterly surreal. As the tarpaulin was lifted, the moment the Titan mech made its grand entrance, there was no doubt that the entire classroom erupted in fervor. A chorus of exclamations filled the air, the commotion nearly shaking the roof off. Other classrooms, where graduation defenses were taking place, inquired about the extraordinary event. Likewise, the guiding instructors were no exception, visibly moved by the spectacle. There it was, a tangible creation. Just moments before, Professor Zhang had been discussing the thesis, but upon seeing the Titan mech, he was taken aback, words escaping him as he hurriedly turned to the paper. Is this for real? The young instructor's eyes sparkled with excitement, murmuring to himself as he delved into the thesis, meticulously reading through it, particularly captivated by the introductory outline. Bai Fan did not merely replicate and read from the PowerPoint presentation like the other students. Instead, he approached the Titan mech with poise and began to articulate. The Titan mech stands at a height of 3.5 meters, spans 1.5 meters in width, and weighs 5 tons. It is a humanoid mech designed for combat within an urban environment, capable of executing over 95 of urban tasks as outlined in its predetermined specifications. The brain of the Titan mech, or its main control unit, utilizes the TITDA-4 Intelligent Driving Chip, a vehicle-grade system-on-chip, SoC, featuring a C7X floating-point vector DSP with a performance capability of up to 1.0 GHz, 80 flops, and 256 GOPS. Furthermore, to facilitate subsequent design developments and peripheral integrations, the Titan mech incorporates a dual SoC architecture, enhancing computational performance by 1.5 times and bestowing it with deep learning capabilities. The energy supply module is constructed with an innovative silicon-carbon battery, which boasts an energy density of 2000 Wh/kg due to its novel architecture, allowing the Titan mech to operate normally for 8 hours and sustain high-load operations for 3.5 hours. The motor drive outputs a power of 1800 kW, with an instantaneous torque reaching 2200 Nm, enabling it to sprint at a maximum speed of 200 km/h and achieve an instantaneous acceleration of 100 ms. The mech can lift a weight of 1.5 tons, although this capacity will be halved under load conditions. Additionally, the design specifies that the entirety of its structure is composed of high-strength titanium alloy, capable of withstanding impacts exceeding 100 tons. Bai Fan gradually expounded upon the data of the Titan mech. As he spoke, he elucidated the knowledge contained within his thesis, covering everything from the main framework to the deconstructed code, from functional modules to implementation scenarios. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped by. Upon glancing at the time, he realized he had long surpassed the allotted presentation duration and finally paused. Directing his gaze towards his advisor, he solemnly declared, "Esteemed professors, the aforementioned constitutes the essence of my graduation project." Goodness, goodness, goodness. Before the advisor could utter a word, a fellow student from the audience could no longer contain his excitement. The mech has stepped into reality. This is simply astounding. By the way, did you all hear the data just now? Did you? Can you believe it? This entirely transcends my understanding. It's an international jest. Silicon-carbon batteries. Aren't they merely theoretical? When on Earth did they become a tangible reality? Yet, this brother had indeed produced a physical prototype, and at this critical juncture of graduation design. The advisors present were no fools. They would instantly discern any deception. The consequences would be a severe academic scandal. I trust this individual would not jeopardize his future frivolously. A student with some knowledge in materials science concluded. Although this was a defense for the electronic information engineering major, other students from different disciplines were also scheduled to present in the lecture hall that afternoon. Thus, could it be? The students whispered softly among themselves, while the supervising teachers seated in the front row suppressed their astonishment, exchanging glances and engaging in brief communication. Professor Zhang, your research is in software. Is there any issue with the software code portion of this paper? The code is extensive, encompassing over 10,000 lines, with only a fragment presented in the thesis. It is difficult to ascertain its integrity at a glance. To truly confirm, one must execute it. However, Based on the logic and system diagrams in the code section of the thesis, there appear to be no significant issues. And you, Professor Wang, an expert in automotive electronics, are there any concerns regarding the application circuit of the TDA-4 chip utilized by this student? I noticed the appendix at the end of the paper includes the schematic and layout. The group leader among the supervising teachers addressed Professor Wang, the youngest instructor present. My capabilities are limited. I can comprehend only a portion of the circuit applications concerning the TDA-4. The segment I understood does not present any issues. Yet beyond that, I cannot provide an effective assessment. As his words fell, all supervising teachers, including the group leader, were taken aback. This young Professor Wang is a distinguished expert in autonomous driving, having earned this esteemed position at the age of 30 through his credentials. Now, it is indeed surprising that this professor claims to struggle with understanding Bai Fan's circuit applications, leaving the assembled educators in a state of disbelief. After a brief exchange lasting 2 to 3 minutes, several teachers decided to pause the discussion. Teacher Zhang directed his inquiry towards Bai Fan on stage, asking, "Bai Fan, may I inquire if this paper and design were completed independently by you?" Bai Fan nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, teacher. Both the software and hardware components of the Titan mech were entirely assembled by me. To put it frankly, I believe there is no one in the world who understands the Titan mech better than I do, as I have meticulously pieced it together, part by part." Bai Fan recognized the intentions of his supervising teacher and felt no offense. After all, this surpassed the teacher's comprehension, and such subconscious reactions were entirely understandable. "Very well." Teacher Zhang continued, "I have just perused your paper, which encompasses knowledge from multiple disciplines. However, due to my limited expertise, I cannot accurately assess the validity of the data presented. Would you be able to initiate the demonstration of your work for us?" "Certainly," Bai Fan replied. And he approached the Titan mech, pressing a button on its abdomen, and after a fingerprint authentication, the cockpit door slowly opened with a soft click, revealing the Titan mech's eyes glowing with a brilliant blue light. Titan mech, activate. Chapter 5, The Stunned Supervising Teachers. Buzz. The muffled sound of the motor reverberated throughout the spacious classroom. Although the noise was faint, it resonated powerfully in the hearts of every supervising teacher and student present. Let their hearts be tumultuous, especially the youngest teacher, Mr. Wang, who, upon witnessing the Titan mech's normal activation, seemed on the verge of popping his eyes out in disbelief. Goodness, the mech can truly be activated. This fellow is genuinely playing with it. A classmate exclaimed, even pulling out their phone to capture videos and photographs. My word. This time, our school is bound to make headlines. Some quickly contemplated the strategic value behind the mech. Goodness, how incredibly cool to operate a mech. I can't shake off this Pacific Rim vibe. As the students beheld this spectacle, their eyes widened in astonishment. They rose to their feet, exclaiming in wonder. Their faces flushed with excitement. Then, in the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Titan mech slowly took a step forward. Its left hand clenched into a fist, and its right hand palm open, producing a resounding bang. Under Bai Fan's control, the mech's legs gradually descended to align with the eye level of the audience. Teacher, is this demonstration satisfactory? Do we need to perform any additional displays? Yes. Quite satisfactory indeed. Mr. Wang replied, his voice trembling with astonishment, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. Meanwhile, the other teachers appeared to have lost their ability to articulate, saying nothing as they fixated on the Titan mech, exchanging silent glances filled with awe. If one were to say that it was merely a mech, then animating it wouldn't be remarkable. Present here are experts in the realm of electronic information engineering. To create a large-scale toy would be an effortless task for them. However, one must not forget that the data accompanying Bai Fan's paper is far more intricate than mere toys. Once validated, it will undoubtedly ignite an industrial revolution across the nation. In an instant, the supervising professors became restless, unable to maintain their composure, akin to being set ablaze. The first to act was the youngest among them, Professor Wang, who swiftly made his way to the classroom door and promptly dialed a phone number. "Hello, Lao Zhang. Are you busy? I have an urgent matter that requires your attention. I will send you a schematic shortly. Please take a look at this circuit design. The sooner, the better." On the other end of the line was Zhang Zhan, the current senior engineer in autonomous driving and head of research and development. Receiving Wang's call while leading a team meeting, Zhang felt somewhat perplexed. As soon as the call connected, he inquired loudly, "Lao Wang, where did you get this circuit diagram? Tell me, which design company is this from?" "I cannot disclose that at the moment," Wang replied. I simply wish to ask, or rather confirm, whether the application circuit depicted can operate normally and what specific functions it serves. I've just examined it, but my understanding is limited. I can only grasp a portion of it. Upon hearing this, Zhang fell silent for a moment before responding, "No, Lao Wang. If you can only understand part of it, why would you assume that I can comprehend it fully? Teacher Wang, I have just reviewed the framework, and I can assure you that the schematic diagram just sent over is fundamentally sound in its design direction. By the way, you are acquainted with the design team, right? Could you inquire about the rationale behind the circuit application in the second photograph concerning the TDA4? Meanwhile, several other supervising teachers also left the room, engaged in phone conversations. The team leader wasted no time and immediately called the principal. "Principal, I have a special situation that requires your attention. It is quite significant, and I need you to inform the higher authorities to prepare accordingly." Here is the situation. The leading supervising teacher succinctly recounted the unfolding events. "Where is that student now?" "In the lecture hall. His graduation project, the mecha we just mentioned, is also there." All right. Ensure the scene is secured. I will promptly notify the security." Upon hearing this news, the principal sprang to his feet, fully aware of the team leader's credibility, a Changjiang scholar, a key member of the faculty, and a strong contender for the next vice dean of the School of Electronic Information. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, students below had already begun to rally their friends in various groups, swiftly disseminating the news of the mecha's presence in the lecture hall. "Brothers, hasten to the lecture hall, for I have something to show you. Time is of the essence. If you miss this opportunity, you shall regret it. I assure you, once you arrive, you will absolutely not lament your decision." What is it? Such tantalizing words. Indeed, what could it be? However, I believe the lecture hall is currently occupied with graduation defenses. Specifically in the field of electronic information engineering. Are you inviting us to witness a graduation project? Graduation project? No. I intend to broaden your horizons with something spectacular. The excited student promptly shared a series of photos taken moments ago in the group chat. In the next instant, a dashing young man lounging in his dormitory, leisurely snacking while perusing messages on his phone, erupted in astonishment. "What the heck? What on earth is this? Who constructed this mech? Is this for real? This is a graduation defense. There can be no deception. I assure you, even the supervising professors are astonished. It appears there are no issues with the thesis, as I just witnessed them rushing out to make phone calls. Goodness. Brothers, I am on my way, wait for me." Conversations of this nature flowed continuously within the group chat of students from Hefei University of Technology. Although the members of the 517 group had been aware of the mech several hours in advance and had witnessed mech activation before, they remained in awe of the Titan mech. In a mere 5 to 6 minutes, clusters of students began to hasten toward the lecture hall. The most remarkable among them were the students from the School of Media, who promptly uploaded photographs to their personal social media accounts. In an instant, the view counts surged dramatically, causing a frenzy online. Chapter 6. The Titan mech is about to be sealed. A mech? What is happening? Am I dreaming after oversleeping my midday nap? Goodness, which university's graduation project is so audacious as to showcase a mech? Moreover, the manner in which this mech operates in the video is far from the mere appearance of a large toy. The most absurd part? Do you realize what I'm talking about? Just look at the various data uploaded by this content creator regarding the mech. It is an international joke that utterly shatters my worldview. Speaking of which, since the content creator is from the School of Media, could it be possible that they misrepresented the data or perhaps added a few extra zeros? I am from the University of Science and Technology, my friends, and I am right here on the scene. Do not doubt it. This data is absolutely authentic, without a hint of error. I assure you. The entire graduation project classroom is now in a state of fervor. Oh my goodness, the brother upstairs is live streaming. Let us take a look. Within just a few minutes, keywords such as University of Science and Technology, Titan mech, and graduation project were highly indexed on that small platform, soaring to the trending list with real-time views reaching into the millions. Simultaneously, the scene outside the lecture hall was no different. Students drawn by the commotion formed a dense crowd, completely blocking the entrance, spilling out onto the first floor in a grand procession. Upon receiving the call, Principal Song Tiansheng, accompanied by security personnel and several teachers from relevant fields, rushed to the scene, only to find that they could scarcely make their way through the crowd. No amount of shouting proved effective. The students, drawn by the allure of witnessing a mech, an extraordinary marvel that exists solely in the dreams of boys, were fervently eager to catch a glimpse. The fascination it held for them was undeniably immense. Ultimately, it was the security staff who managed to carve out a path. Team Leader Ma, what is the current situation? As he entered the classroom, wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Tianxing inquired of the head of the instructional team, seeking confirmation with palpable excitement in his voice. Principal, look here. This is the graduation design thesis of student Bai Fan. Please review it. Both the designer and the prototype are present. I assure you, with my expertise, that there are no issues with any of the data in this thesis. At the very least, I can discern no faults. The principal took the thesis and, after merely 2 or 3 minutes, handed it to Su Jun beside him. Su, having transitioned from a technical background to management over the years, still held to the belief that specialized matters should be entrusted to specialists. However, he would not admit that he could no longer fully comprehend the content before him. Academician Su, you are an authority in the field of electronic information. Please take a look. See if there are any discrepancies and whether it aligns with what Team Leader Ma has stated. Su Jun approached Bai Fan with a serious demeanor, inquiring earnestly without allowing Bai Fan's youth to diminish his respect. After all, the unanimous endorsement from his guiding teacher, which had escalated to the principal's attention, spoke volumes. Bai Fan, I am Su Jun, also engaged in research within the realm of electronics. Subsequently, there will be a segment of technical validation pertaining to your graduation project, and your cooperation will be required. The process may be somewhat cumbersome, yet it will not impede your timely graduation. What do you think? Song Tianxing interjected. Bai Fan nodded, eager to comply with such a request, as it presented an excellent opportunity to expand his influence and fulfill the main task at hand. Certainly, Teacher Su, Principal, I understand. He turned to face his fellow students, his expression grave as he declared, Classmates, please delete all videos, photographs, and relevant information regarding the Titan mech from your phones. This includes any videos you have posted on social media. At the principal's behest, the head of security systematically checked each student's phone, ensuring they witnessed the deletions firsthand. As for concerns over privacy rights, those considerations had long been cast aside. What a farcical situation we find ourselves in. Should the data within the thesis be validated, a monumental transformation would sweep across the pinnacle of technological fields both nationally and globally, particularly concerning the Titan mech, which is intricately linked to military technology. Every detail must be meticulously attended to. Upon hearing these words, the students exchanged glances filled with excitement, showing no signs of discontent at being asked to consult their phones and delete videos and photos. What does this spectacle signify? It is evident. It appears to be true. I never expected to witness it with my own eyes one day. Goodness, this is astonishing. We will certainly have much to boast about in the future. However, boasting may soon be a thing of the past. Once this situation is verified, we might all be subjected to a gag order, with confidentiality agreements implemented. Students began to converse in small groups. The entire process lasted a full 2 hours, during which academician Su had nearly finished reviewing the paper. At his request, Bai Fan once again demonstrated the mech, even opening the energy module to allow academician Su to observe the energy output data firsthand. Based on the current data and materials, it appears that over 90 of Bai Fan's paper and technology are sound, the principal stated. Given the Titan mech's incorporation of multiple new technologies, I recommend that the Titan mech and Bai Fan be immediately secured and reported. Academician Su spoke with remarkable seriousness to Mr. Song. As a leading expert in the field of electronic information technology, he understood the significance of several technologies embedded within the Titan mech. The silicon-carbon battery could potentially ignite a new energy revolution. The mech's operational protocols could be entirely applied in military domains, supplementing the nation's software operating systems. Among all the aspects, the most crucial undoubtedly lies within the mecha itself. Although academician Su may not possess extensive knowledge of military affairs, the advent of mecha will undeniably propel the global military landscape into a new direction. Very well, I shall promptly inform the department. Upon hearing this, Song Tianxing nodded and swiftly retrieved his phone to make a call. Principal, allow me to take charge. Time is of the essence. I will contact the department immediately to ensure they address this matter without delay. We must validate all data concerning the Titan mecha in the shortest possible time frame. It is better to act sooner than later. Su Jun seemed to have a sudden realization as he observed Mr. Song taking out his phone, and he quickly added, As an academician, I possess direct channels for communication with the department and can swiftly relay issues, allowing for a more rapid response than that of Song Tianxing. At this moment, Every second counts. Chapter 7. The Astonishing Ministry of Science and Technology. Hello, this is Su Jun Old Su. Is there something amiss? Please, go ahead. I am currently at Hefei University of Technology, where a highly significant technical document necessitates immediate and effective data validation from the ministry, Su Jun stated with grave seriousness. On the other end, Fang Zheng, upon hearing this, instinctively straightened his posture from a reclined position, his expression growing equally solemn. Old Su understood. Please proceed. I possess a technical document regarding the Titan mech, having witnessed the actual object on site. The substantiating data has been verified in the field. I have sent you the paper along with a video concerning the Titan mech. Please review them, and I will forward the data file to your email shortly. Su Jun methodically recounted the entire situation, emphasizing the crucial technologies employed in the Titan mech. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng promptly opened his email. Discovering the latest message from Su Jun inside, he found a 3-minute video and a PDF document. After spending 2 to 3 minutes reviewing the paper and the video, the phone rang once more. Su Lao, what do you require of me? Fang Zheng's voice trembled slightly. Immediately activate the emergency protocol of the Ministry of Science and Technology and convene an urgent meeting. All departments must be present. Su Jun declared solemnly. Understood. I will attend to it at once. Fang Zheng replied resolutely. After hanging up, he wasted no time and summoned his secretary. Notify everyone to activate the emergency protocol of the Ministry of Science and Technology and convene an urgent meeting. Minister? The secretary, taken aback, wondered if he had misheard. The emergency protocol refers to the relevant personnel in the scientific department who are required to arrive at the designated meeting location within 10 hours, regardless of time or circumstance. Typically, such a protocol is invoked only in the face of significant disasters or extraordinary situations. However, given that all departments are functioning normally, why would the emergency protocol be activated suddenly? The secretary was thoroughly perplexed. Acting upon my instructions, let us commence promptly without delay. Fang Zheng discerned his secretary's confusion and reiterated. Very well. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the message was disseminated, causing a considerable stir. What is happening? Activate the emergency protocol for the technology department. What has transpired? Lao Wang, have you received the news? Indeed, I have. How can we convene an emergency meeting out of the blue? If memory serves, it has been around 20 years since our last one. Indeed, I too never anticipated participating in an emergency meeting in my lifetime. Do you know the reason behind this? Who can say? The notification provided no details, merely instructing us to assemble forthwith. Then let us not delay. 3 hours later, at the technology department, in the Tianji Pavilion Academic Conference Room, the room was already filled to capacity, with a continuous influx of attendees. Hello, Academician Zhang. It's me, Xiaofang. Have you arrived? Yes, yes, yes. I am waiting for you in the conference room. Hello, old Ku. It's me. Yes, yes, yes. There is an urgent matter that requires your immediate presence. All right, no problem. Please hurry. At the entrance of the conference room, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face, Fang Tian, the head of the technology department, was diligently making phone calls to confirm the arrival times of the attendees. In his left hand, he held a document prominently titled on the research and development plan and structural direction of the next-generation exoskeleton. The data verification document from Minister Su has been sent over. A young man, impeccably clad in a blue suit, approached in a brisk jog, leaning in to whisper. I tried calling you but couldn't get through, so I was asked to relay this immediately. Has it been sent? Fang Tian inquired. The young man nodded. It's in your inbox. I've already instructed someone to print it out. It will be ready shortly. Minister Su mentioned that regarding the Titan exoskeleton, he has essentially confirmed the application of several cutting-edge technologies that surpass current market offerings, and these advancements are groundbreaking. He urged us to expedite a proposal. As time is of the essence, Minister Su is one of the pioneers in the field of electronic information, and his name is ubiquitous in nearly every textbook related to electronics. He is undoubtedly an authority in this domain. By the way, notify the city to send a military representative over, he added. The military? The secretary, albeit momentarily taken aback, promptly complied. This is an exoskeleton, and based on the technical data provided, it appears to have already attained preliminary combat capabilities, potentially allowing for the formation of exoskeleton units. At this stage, this is no longer within our realm of control. The military must be summoned. Fang Zheng seemed to perceive the doubts harbored by his secretary and began to elucidate. Meanwhile, in the conference room, As distinguished figures from the realms of electronics and materials began to arrive, conversations ignited, albeit sporadically. As everyone sought to uncover the reasons behind this urgent meeting. It has been many years since the emergency mechanism was activated. The last instance was over 2 decades ago, seemingly prompted by a lesson from M country. But what could have incited such urgency this time? An elderly gentleman, seated at the leftmost end of the conference room with hair as white as snow, was the first to inquire. Zhang Lao. We too are eager to grasp the answer to this question. You have participated in emergency meetings before, whereas we, the younger generation, have yet to experience one. We were taken aback when we received the call and had to make numerous inquiries to ascertain that an emergency procedure had been initiated. Currently a distinguished scholar at Peking University and a Changjiang scholar, he is undoubtedly a luminary in academia, ranking among the foremost tier beneath academicians. Yet, in the presence of this venerable elder, he must observe the decorum befitting a junior. It is noteworthy that when this elder was first appointed as an academician, the young scholar had only just commenced his university studies. The generational gap is indeed substantial, not to mention the disparity in their scholarly accomplishments. Indeed, Zhang Lao, what could have transpired that necessitated our collective assembly? Moreover, I have noted a commonality amongst us. We all specialize in the field of electronic information. A relatively youthful professor, perhaps in his late 30s, stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Could there have been an explosive breakthrough in this field of study recently? He countered his own thought, however. I have not heard of any significant developments in our discipline. If one must pinpoint an occurrence, the incident with the superconductors could be considered, but it has already been debunked as fraudulent, merely a pseudo-superconductor that at best offers a direction, not a groundbreaking advancement. Everyone, please remain calm. We have half an hour until it commences. When the time comes, we shall all understand the situation. For now, let us patiently await. Someone spoke up in this manner. Nevertheless, discussions persisted in 2s and 3s throughout the conference room. 10 minutes later, as the military representatives entered the conference room, the murmurs reached a crescendo. Esteemed academics occupied their seats, exchanging astonished glances, each surprised by the presence of the other. Military personnel? Why are they here? Someone instinctively inquired. Indeed. What business does the military have at an academic conference? What is the situation? Could it be that something significant has occurred? Professors conversed amongst themselves, their expressions unified in astonishment. Only Zhang, seated at the head of the table, regarded the entering military representatives without any visible shock, as if he had anticipated this. This must be the equipment department of the general staff. It seems that indeed, something monumental is about to unfold. At precisely 3:30 in the afternoon, the Minister of Technology, Fang Zheng, entered the conference room and surveyed the surroundings. He nodded subtly to his secretary, who immediately understood the cue and exited the room. Less than a minute later, he returned, bearing a stack of materials, which he distributed meticulously to all the professors present. Simultaneously, the information appeared on the projection screen before the audience. Upon closer inspection, it was a document concerning Bai Fan and his Titan mech, adorned with the title, On the Development, Direction, and Research of the New Generation of Individual Mechs. Esteemed colleagues, Fang Zheng declared, his hands resting firmly on the table. His expression grave. Before you lies a technical document. I require your assistance in evaluating its feasibility and potential applications for the future. At the conclusion of the document, explanations from several professors of the Xianzhou campus of Hefei University of Technology and academicians Su were provided for reference. Time is of the essence, and I urge everyone to reach a prompt confirmation. Chapter 8, Comprehensive Information Lockdown. A New Generation of Mechs? One professor stared at the title of the paper, momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he lowered his voice to converse with a nearby colleague. Old Chang, if my memory serves me correctly, didn't the engineering project from a decade ago pertain to the direction of mechs? Let me recall. After a decade of research, the final conclusion seemed to indicate that the current technology could not meet the design standards, leading to a halt, with all documents sealed away. Now, how has this come up again? Your words have sparked my memory. Indeed, I recall that once the mecha proposal was presented, the departments promptly convened for a joint evaluation. Upon completion, it became evident that the existing technology could not support the initial design standards. Moreover, in comparison to other equipment directions, the cost-effectiveness was exceedingly low, leading to the decision to shelve the project entirely and redirect funding towards the next generation of aircraft carriers and armed helicopters. Could it be that there has been a significant breakthrough? A thought flashed through Professor Cheng's mind. Yes, we must initiate the emergency protocol. I believe this is the most plausible explanation. The professor nodded. The author's name is Bai Fan, from the Hefei University of Technology campus. I have not heard of this name. Which PhD or professor in our field could this be? A professor pointed to the author's name on the front page of the paper, expressing confusion. He initially assumed the author was a professor or an esteemed professional at their level. Bai Fan. I have not heard of him. No, who is this individual? Upon hearing this, the professors searched their memories and subsequently shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Do not dwell on it. Bai Fan is not a professor. Hence you would not be familiar with him. A student? Indeed, he is currently a fourth-year student at Hefei University of Technology. The paper you are holding is his graduation design thesis. At this moment, Fang Zheng stepped forward and announced in a resounding voice. As his words resonated, the conference room descended into a profound silence. The assembled professors and academicians exchanged bewildered glances, struck dumb by the revelation that a mere undergraduate student had authored such a thesis and design. What an absurd international jest. One professor was rendered utterly flabbergasted. After years of dedication to his profession, he had never encountered a situation where an undergraduate's graduation project and thesis warranted the initiation of an emergency protocol. How could such a thing be necessary? Meanwhile, seated to the side, Elder Zhang remained detached from the ensuing discourse. Donning his spectacles and meticulously scrutinizing the paper line by line, he particularly focused on the formulas and code pertaining to the energy and control systems. Delving deeply into his analysis, observing the professor's expressions of confusion, disdain, and incredulity, Fang Zheng reiterated with gravity, "Indeed, you have heard correctly. The thesis and related materials you hold in your hands were all crafted by Bai Fan, a fourth-year student from Hefei University of Technology. This has been unequivocally validated by Elder Su on site. Therefore, I implore you not to squander further time in verifying the authenticity of this news. It is imperative that you expedite your efforts to validate the data." Fang Zheng's demeanor was earnest. "You must understand, this matter is of utmost urgency. It must be completed within a short time frame." As the discussion reached this point, the professors exchanged glances, realizing the significance of the moment. They collectively set aside their previous thoughts and began to immerse themselves in the meticulous examination of the paper. Simultaneously, the large screen in front of them projected the actual operations and specific data presented by Bai Fan in the lecture hall. With over 8 hours of continuous operation and an output power exceeding 1800 kW, the battery's unit capacity within such dimensions was remarkable. Among them, Old Wang, the eldest present, read the paper at an astonishing pace, already delving into the energy supply system of the Titan mech. It must be extraordinarily high. And indeed, it was exceptionally so. The energy supply scheme for this mech was undoubtedly unprecedented. With this thought, Old Wang abruptly stood up, flipping to the next page of the paper. Upon seeing the annotated unit capacity of 2,200, he visibly brightened with excitement. An energy density of 2,000 Wh/kg. Remarkably, it was in the direction of silicon-carbon batteries. This young man had truly succeeded. Old Zhang exclaimed, barely able to contain his exhilaration. As a seasoned expert in the field of electronic information, he understood precisely what energy represented. 2,000 Wh/kg. This figure surpassed the market's current battery parameters by more than 5 times. What? Old Zhang, did you just say that the material unit energy density in this mech's energy scheme has reached 2,000? A professor incredulously inquired upon hearing. 2,000. Immediately, the sound of rustling paper filled the room as all eyes converged upon the unfolding discussion. After a considerable pause, an esteemed academic in the field of new energy materials slowly spoke. "It is indeed true, there is essentially nothing." He continued, "This avenue was explored by my research team 6 months ago. However, it was temporarily shelved due to the absence of ideal abdominal muscle materials. I never anticipated that he would accomplish it. How on earth did he manage this?" The scholar's face was etched with profound perplexity as he stared intently at the data presented, wishing he could instantly travel to Xianzhou to engage in face-to-face dialogue with Bai Fan. The conference lasted for over an hour, culminating in the deliberations regarding the Titan mech. At this juncture, a secretary hastily entered, presenting a video to Fang Zheng. Upon viewing it, Fang Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, and he spoke in a grave tone. "The Control Network Department must immediately seal off all videos and discussions related to the Titan mech. Inform Hefei University of Technology to be prepared. Absolutely no information regarding the Titan mech can be leaked. Tell Song Tiansheng that if even a hint of this information escapes, he may as well resign from his position. Furthermore, we must ensure the protection of Bai Fan and the Titan mech prototype immediately. We are heading there at once. Fang Zheng declared sternly, then turned his gaze toward the military representative beside him. The latter, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly responded, Minister Fang, I have already notified the relevant parties. The nearest military unit to Xianzhou is the 117th Air Force Division, which can arrive at the school within half an hour to implement protective measures. Simultaneously, the comrades from the security department must also rush to the scene. Ensuring the site is well protected, Fang Zheng stated. At 4 in the afternoon, Fang Zheng, accompanied by 13 academicians and military representatives, boarded military aircraft in batches, urgently heading towards Xianzhou. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Troops. At the same time, at Hefei University of Technology, Song Tianxing anxiously awaited news in the lecture hall when suddenly the phone rang. Hello, this is Song Tianxing. All right, I will handle it immediately. Rest assured, the task will be completed. We are confident in our ability to fulfill this mission. Song Tianxing assured loudly over the phone. After hanging up, his face glowing with excitement, he approached several guiding teachers and academicians Su, saying, I just received a call notifying that the deliberation concerning the Titan mecha has essentially concluded. The higher-ups have decided to rush to the scene immediately. Fang's team is already en route to Xianzhou, accompanied by 13 academicians from the Engineering Academy and the Academy of Sciences, all specializing in electronic information. They are expected to arrive in approximately an hour and a half. Really? A delegation of 13 academicians? The guiding teacher inquired, astonished and momentarily rendered speechless. Having been in the profession for decades, he had never encountered such news before. Indeed, Song Tianxing affirmed. 13 academicians. This is no small matter. The other guiding teachers murmured in disbelief, their breaths growing heavier, their eyes alight with excitement. Barely 2 hours after the notification, the department swiftly dispatched a team of 13 esteemed academicians, signifying a certain gravity to the situation. However, prior to this, we must ensure confidentiality, as local military forces are poised to occupy the school. Song Tianxing spoke with solemnity, reiterating his instructions. Academician Su cast a glance at Bai Fan and the imposing Titan mech standing nearby, nodding slightly. Indeed, we must maintain discretion before their arrival, particularly today. As numerous students have witnessed the Titan mech, we need to manage this aspect diligently. Any information must remain tightly under wraps. Subsequently, Academician Su approached Bai Fan, smiling as he gestured towards the paper in Bai Fan's hand. My dear student, it seems your paper cannot be published in its current form. What I mean is, it must be trimmed, as it contains elements of the latest Titan mech technology. Rest assured, this will not hinder your graduation. Furthermore, should you wish to pursue a master's or doctoral degree, I would be more than happy to consider you for my team. It is certainly not an issue. When the news reached Su Jun, he had long coveted the talents of Bai Fan. Who wouldn't desire such an exceptional student? However, to Su Jun's surprise, Bai Fan shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor, but I do not intend to pursue further studies. Upon hearing this, not only Su Jun and Song Tianxing were taken aback, but the other students present were left speechless, their disbelief palpable. After all, this was an academician. Although it is true that several academicians are affiliated with Hefei University of Technology, this does not imply that one can simply study or pursue a doctorate under their tutelage. The only recent instance was a noteworthy individual who, 2 years prior, was taken under the wing of a venerable elder. I cannot fathom why Bai Fan would decline such an opportunity, especially after the clear invitation from academician Su. It was unmistakably stated that with a mere nod of agreement, he could have directly pursued a master's degree or even further his studies towards a doctorate under the academician's guidance. His refusal is truly astonishing. Bai Fan is indeed remarkable. I doubt academician Su anticipated his invitation would be turned down. The classmates were left in utter disbelief. What a spectacle. Bai Gu has indeed made a bold statement by rejecting Su Lao's invitation. Qin Wei, too, wore a look of astonishment. To me, this reaction seems quite reasonable. Consider the monumental technological advancements encapsulated within the Titan mecha. Each individual innovation stands at the pinnacle of global excellence. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any of these breakthroughs could easily merit a Nobel Prize. I have even heard that parts of the graduation design thesis are to be pruned. Li Jie, with a deeper insight, remarked meaningfully, "Just wait and see. I sense that further developments lie ahead. Tonight, I wonder how many will find themselves sleepless." Su Jun, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Bai Fan with a subtle smile. "Indeed, Bai Fan, your achievements in research, solely based on the Titan mecha, far surpass anything I have accomplished in my lifetime. I truly lack the merit to guide you in your graduate studies or doctoral pursuits, and I cannot hinder your progress." Listening to the murmurs of Elder Su, whose words were somewhat misunderstood, Bai Fan promptly interjected, "Elder Su, that is not my intention. In regards to scientific research, I shall not waver, though it will not be confined to the school environment." And Bai Fan's perspective, solely adhering to a research trajectory within the confines of the institution would inevitably diminish the impact he sought to achieve. This was not the outcome Bai Fan desired. Upon hearing this, Elder Su raised his head, as if he had come to a realization, nodding slightly. All right, I am reassured. I am not an antiquated figure, insistent on thrusting you into the system for research purposes. As long as your capabilities in research are not squandered, any direction you choose is acceptable. All contributions serve the nation." As they conversed, a convoy of military green Hummers approached, forming a line as they arrived at the gates of Hefei University of Technology. The Huwu Station troops, in conjunction with local national security, were the first to arrive. Reporting to the command center, "This is the Wolfang Action Team. We have reached the designated location and request permission to proceed." "I repeat, we request permission to proceed," Colonel Qin Yuan, the leader of the Lone Wolf Action Team, spoke sternly into his earpiece. Beside him sat a cadre of prominent figures from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Wolfang Action Team acknowledged. "With that," Qin Yuan communicated on the internal channel, "given that we are on school grounds, let us act swiftly to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Additionally, the focus is on the equipment and analytical manuscripts, which will be managed by local officials. Our responsibility is solely to escort. I repeat, there must be no information leakage. Is that understood?" "Understood. Listen carefully. Group A proceed to the warehouse, while Group B head to the lecture hall. Action." As the command was issued, the doors of the formidable convoy of Hummers swung open simultaneously, capturing the attention of students entering and exiting the nearby town, their eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is this a military unit? Why have they come to our school? What has transpired? Some students expressed their shock, uncertain of the situation. This must be the airborne troops stationed in Wuhu, but it remains unclear why they have arrived at the school. Could it be that someone here has committed an offense? Yet, even so, it seems rather excessive for the military to apprehend someone. They parked the vehicles aside, gazing in disbelief at the convoy at the entrance. It was not just the two of them. A considerable number of students had gathered at the school gate, blocking the entrance to watch, prompting local security personnel to step forward to disperse the crowd. Chapter 10. Ladies and gentlemen, please sign the confidentiality agreement. Just as this was said, the operational teams entered in an orderly manner, their roles clearly defined. One team directed towards the school's interior, while another headed to the warehouse rented by Bai Fan. Meanwhile, local security personnel re-established contact with the school. In the lecture hall, Old Master Su was still engaged in a discussion with Bai Fan regarding technical insights. At this moment, it seemed our school had finally produced a talent. Suddenly, Song Tianqian's phone rang, and he answered, inquiring, "Hello, who is this?" "This is Zhou Ming, head of the National Security Agency in Xianzhou," came a rather indifferent voice from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Song Tianqian immediately responded, "Hello, Director Zhou. I am Song Tianqian. Principal Song, I trust you are already aware of the situation, so I shall refrain from reiterating it and wasting time. Our department is about to enter the school to carry out our mission, and I hope you will cooperate. Certainly, I will provide unconditional cooperation. Following the relevant regulations, they are required to sign confidentiality agreements. The agreements are currently en route. All mobile phones are to be sealed and replaced. Any information regarding the Titan mech must not be disclosed in the slightest." As Zhou Ming spoke sternly on the phone while leading his team, Song Tianqian nodded in understanding. Fully aware of the gravity of the matter, preparations had been made well in advance, with the involvement of local national security, regional military forces, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. It was evident that the technology contained within the Titan mech was far more complex than initially suggested. "Classmate Bai Fan, the personnel from national security have arrived. Would you like to meet them?" Song Tianqian inquired as he approached Bai Fan. "National security?" Bai Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right." Just as they were conversing, The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the air, and a team clad in military gear from the Wolf Fong Action Group A, along with security personnel in black uniforms led by Zhou Ming, entered the lecture hall. The fully armed soldiers and specially attired national security officers caused the students present to gaze in astonishment. Oh my, what is happening? The military has arrived? Moreover, this uniform, if I am not mistaken, should belong to a high-level confidential unit, right? My roommate Shinwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. It's the Department A of our nation. Li Jie replied slowly, clearly indicating that this was the only unit currently in action. It seems that Brother Bai has indeed taken off. The involvement of a department of this caliber is remarkable. Shinwei gazed at him with a hint of envy. Indeed, however, no matter the circumstances, we are still his seniors, Li Jie suddenly remarked, causing the others in the dormitory to pause for a moment, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter. Greetings. I am Zhou Ming, the head of the A region in Xinzhou. I have received orders from above to escort you in the Titan mecha. Zhou Ming, having located Bai Fan based on the photograph etched in his memory, spoke with a resonant clarity. Although he was aware that this individual was still a university student, he was nonetheless taken aback by his youth upon meeting him in person. During the brief journey in the vehicle, Zhou Ming had skimmed through the details of the Titan mecha and its related technological specifications. Having a background in engineering himself, he considered himself somewhat of an insider and understood the significance of these technologies. It is no exaggeration to say that should this technology leak, it could easily instigate a war. Away, you were absolutely correct. It is indeed from the National Security Bureau, and he is a local head. Judging by the current situation, it appears that even higher authorities are on their way. How lively it is. Chen Wei listened intently to the conversation between Zhou Ming and Bai Fan, remarking, at this rate, our school will undoubtedly make the news. At the moment Zhou Ming's voice fell, the system notification sounded, the glory of technology. Relevant rewards have been distributed. Please check. A smile graced Bai Fan's lips, for his guesses had indeed been accurate. The core of the main quest, the glory of technology, primarily revolves around expanding influence. His direction was not mistaken. Where to? Bai Fan inquired. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that at present. You will know once you arrive, Zhou Ming replied earnestly, his expression devoid of emotion. All right. Bai Fan nodded. As he spoke, several soldiers from the action teams approached, returning to the Titan mech, recovering it with a rain tarp, and following Bai Fan's instructions to transport it piece by piece onto the truck downstairs, securing it with triple locks. After completing this task, Zhou Ming retrieved a stack of documents from the officer and handed them to Song Tianxing. Principal Song, please have the students sign these. A perfectly identical one will be compensated in due course. Zhou Ming then produced a stack of sealed red-headed documents and passed them to Song Tianxing, indicating he should distribute them among the students present. Teacher Wang, this is for you. Song Tianxing handed a confidentiality agreement to the standing Teacher Wang. Oh, do I also need to sign this? Teacher Wang asked, glancing at the confidentiality clause. Indeed, according to the stipulations, everyone must sign, including both you and me. Song Tianxing stated with a stern expression, articulating each word carefully. The confidentiality agreements were distributed one by one, reaching each student's hands. Oh my! This is the famed red-headed document, the legendary confidentiality agreement. I never imagined that in this lifetime I would encounter such a phenomenon. Among my classmates, there are those with remarkable social skills who not only remain unperturbed but also busily examine the confidentiality agreement with meticulous attention. However, we are soon to surrender our mobile phones. What? Surrender our phones? I can hardly believe it. Is this truly the age we live in? Isn't this an infringement upon my personal property? Upon hearing this, a classmate gasped, as if the loss of a phone equated to financial ruin. Another classmate interjected, clarifying, no, my intention was to express our firm support for the requests of the local national security officers. It's not that I have an affinity for new gadgets. It's merely a phone. Who among us is truly lacking in funds? My stance as Li Erlong is one of eager cooperation. He confirmed once more, ensuring there were no further oversights. If all is in order, I shall report to the command center, remarked the leader of Wolf Fong Operation Team B, addressing Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming surveyed the surroundings and solemnly declared, we are ready to report. Chapter 11. Could it be that our dormitory is destined to produce an academician? Reporting to the command center, this is Wolf Fong Operation Team 1. We have arrived beside the target. The Titan mecha is functioning normally, and all systems have been checked successfully. We are proceeding with the transport as per the established plan. I repeat, we are proceeding with the transport as per the established plan. Please advise. At that moment, the internal communication channel crackled to life. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Science and various academicians were less than half an hour away from Xianzhou, preparing for their imminent arrival. This is the command center. Authorization for action is granted. Please execute the plan as scheduled. I repeat, authorization for action is granted. Please execute the plan as scheduled. Above all, it is imperative to ensure the safety of the target and the Titan mech. We are en route. Upon hearing the inquiry, Minister Fong spoke in a deep tone. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming waved his hand. The soldiers behind him moved forward, surrounding Bai Fan and escorting him downstairs. Principal Song. Please ensure that the information is contained. Establish a lockdown within a 30-meter radius of the lecture hall. Further instructions will follow. Before departing, Zhou Ming repeatedly reminded Song Tiansheng, anxious about any potential oversight. Understood. You can rest assured, Director Zhou. Song Tiansheng, a veteran of the old system, required little prompting. He knew precisely what to do. I will instruct the security personnel to secure the scene immediately. No relevant information will leak from the school. Zhou Ming nodded. Very well. Bai Fan was ushered into a Hummer, surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Is this really necessary? Bai Fan looked around, realizing he was completely immobilized, solidly encircled. Report to the command center. The target has safely entered the vehicle and is preparing to depart. I repeat, preparing to depart. Estimated time, 25 minutes. The team leader shouted into his earpiece upon seeing Bai Fan enter. Calling Team 2, calling Team 2, report on your unit's real-time status. The voice of Team 2's captain resonated within the internal communication channel. Due to being inside a vehicle, Bai Fan was taken aback as he overheard the conversation on the phone with crystal clarity. He was acutely aware of the volume of his experimental manuscripts, which were densely packed into 2 small rooms. The disarray was such that tidying it all would consume a significant amount of his time, let alone anyone else's. In such a brief span, the warehouse had been meticulously cleared, a feat achievable only by the might of the state apparatus. Either it remained idle or, once engaged, acted with remarkable speed. Director Zhou, please contact the local authorities to implement temporary traffic control according to the regulations as we progress along our planned route. We are preparing to depart, Chen Yuan stated, glancing towards Zhou Ming, who nodded in response. Zhou Ming promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message, please hold on. Meanwhile, at the city center, within the Traffic Police Dispatch Center, Captain Li Xiang had been intently monitoring the surveillance screens for over 2 hours when his phone chimed. He swiftly picked it up, and upon reading the message, his expression shifted dramatically as he commanded. We have a situation. Everyone, stay alert. Immediately inform our team to impose traffic control on Shuiyang River North Avenue and Jiangdong Avenue within 5 minutes. This is the license plate. Ensure all traffic lights along its route are green. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Captain Li Xiang unleashed a barrage of orders whipped beside him. Xiao Lu was still in a daze, not yet comprehending the situation. Upon catching sight of the azure military green Humvees emerging in perfect formation from the campus of Hefei University of Technology on the surveillance screen, he instantly regained his focus. It turned out that their captain had been vigilantly monitoring the screen all afternoon. There was indeed a reason for his unwavering attention. No wonder he had stayed up all night and had not taken a moment to rest. As Xiaolu pondered this, his hands swiftly moved to execute the necessary operations. The route ahead had already been subjected to temporary traffic control. Commence! With a commanding shout from the action team leader, Chen Yuan, the entire convoy began to move forward slowly. As they observed the departing convoy, all members of room 517 exchanged glances, standing in a state of confusion. Initially, they thought their imaginations were already far-fetched, yet it became evident that their perspective was still limited. The treatment that Brother Bai received was simply extraordinary. The military's direct involvement and the personal escort by local national security personnel were beyond comprehension. Goodness, one could only wonder if they would ever attain such heights in their lifetime. Chun Wei sighed in place, realizing that from now on, there would be another illustrious senior at Xianzhou Hefei University of Technology, destined to become a legend. What was he thinking? The dreams of the night would encompass everything. To say nothing of it, once Fanzi departed, everything would change. The next time they saw him, it would likely be on the news. Li Jia was the most perceptive one in the dormitory, fully aware of the significance of the few technologies behind the Titan mech. Moreover, and of utmost significance, Bai Fan is presently in the prime of youth, possessing at least 2 to 3 decades of invaluable research potential. At this juncture, it remains uncertain what innovations may emerge within that span, and the extent of possible achievements is a matter of speculation. However, there is no denying that a Titan mech unequivocally attests to Bai Fan's capabilities. Ajay, could it be that one of us in the dormitory might become an academician? Shinwei mused, his gaze fixated on the departing convoy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Be a bit more confident. Remove the could it be, Li Jie replied calmly. In the future, Fancy's accomplishments will render the title of academician merely a starting point. Where are you headed? Shinwei inquired. To the library, came the response. Shinwei was taken aback. What? We're graduated. Why go to the library? We should be gaming. With Fancy gone, we'd be one player short if you leave too. You need to catch up quickly. I don't want to fall too far behind him, even if catching up in this lifetime feels improbable. Shinwei, damn, you're right. I'll go too. I can't afford to lag behind. As they spoke, a convoy of 9 Hummers sped along the road. Chapter 12, Helicopter Squadron, What's happening ahead? Just 10 minutes into their swift journey, as they were about to exit Xianzhou and enter Wuhu, the convoy came to a halt in the midst of the Shuiyang River Grand Bridge. Captain Chun Yuan surveyed the lengthy queue of vehicles ahead and inquired, Please hold on a moment. Let me check. However, based on past experiences, it is highly probable that an accident has occurred. I shall promptly instruct the local team to clear the area. Zhou Ming frowned, pulling out his phone to contact the relevant department head, pondering the untimely nature of this incident. A minute later, the latest news arrived, confirming Zhou Ming's suspicions. Indeed, there had been a car crash, a chain collision ahead, and the traffic department was currently engaged in cleanup efforts. How long will it take? Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan fell silent for a moment, pressing his earpiece to relay the situation verbatim. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice erupted on the other end. Clearly, everyone was awaiting the convoy. We cannot afford to waste any time. Personnel from the department have already arrived, a scientific expedition team composed of 13 academicians, along with members from the Kyoto General Assembly and the Logistics Department, are all present, awaiting your arrival. The speaker was Yu Shui, the head of the Wuhu base, who immediately rejected any notion of delay. Can we utilize the emergency lane? Not at the moment. It is entirely blocked. After a moment's consideration, Yu Shui continued, seemingly struck by a thought. A drone will soon be deployed to follow you, providing guidance and necessary support. Receiving the command, Colonel Chun Yuan signaled for all personnel to board the vehicles, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right and directly entering the emergency lane, followed closely by a procession of military green Hummers, drawing the curious gazes of the drivers ensnared in the adjacent traffic. Goodness, they can use the emergency lane too? The traffic department personnel are right beside us. Is this truly so outrageous? A driver, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, Shouldn't we follow suit? To which another, more knowledgeable driver replied, Brother, wipe your eyes and observe their license plates. They are all military Raptors. These vehicles are most likely intended for the army. Can you compare yourself to them? Another driver, possessing a modicum of understanding, chimed in, No, even if they are military vehicles, this is excessive. Just look at the congestion ahead. Do they really intend to push through? Typically, they wouldn't, but it seems there is an urgent matter at hand. Did you notice the pickup truck in the middle? It appears to be transporting something. Captain, there are damaged vehicles obstructing the road ahead. 2 minutes later, the leading vehicle of the convoy arrived at the accident scene, only to discover the road completely choked with wreckage from the colliding vehicles, rendered temporarily impassable. Even disregarding the impact, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate through. In the earpiece, a team member's voice broke the silence. With that, the captain exited the vehicle, climbed atop it, and gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a considerable time before pressing the earpiece. Copy that, came the response from the other end, followed by a brief pause. Then, a scattered discussion ensued. The command center has acknowledged the situation and dispatched a helicopter. I repeat, a helicopter has been dispatched. Please clear a space for landing. I reiterate, ensure a landing area is available for the helicopter. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the target and the cargo. Upon receiving the message, the head of the Wuhu base and several senior officials engaged in a brief discussion, after which they decisively issued orders to notify the helicopter squadron for a welcoming. Just moments ago, the Minister of Science and Technology, accompanied by 13 academicians, had landed. Prior to their arrival, a call was made, emphasizing the significance of this visit. Mechas endowed with combat capabilities, if they indeed exist, within 3 years. A new paradigm will emerge. Yushui leaned back in his chair, intently gazing at the map before him, murmuring softly in an inexplicable state of excitement. As a military commander and a senior officer responsible for a major military district, he had participated in numerous equipment symposiums at headquarters. The term mecha was not foreign to him. In fact, he understood it even more clearly than some of the academicians. Hence, he recognized that if such mechas could truly materialize, the devastation they would wreak on the battlefield would be unparalleled. Thus, the current emphasis on this development was indeed warranted. At the very least, the talent of Bai Fan alone would justify the effort. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Everyone, clear the area for a standard helicopter landing zone. As his words echoed, soldiers poured out of the vehicles, rallying around the convoy. They began negotiating with vehicle owners, urging them to retreat and clear a designated landing pad. Goodness, so many soldiers from the troops. They have arrived, they have come. What are they planning to do? If I am not mistaken, this should be the Air Force of the Wuhu Military District. I must say, this is truly impressive. As the anxious drivers, stuck in traffic, observed the unfolding scene before them, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Some even took out their phones to record videos, eagerly calling their friends in the group chat. Hey guys, take a look. Something big has happened at the Suiyang River Bridge. What is going on? Oh my goodness, in this video, is that the military? They've all arrived. What on earth is happening? Why such a commotion? It seems there was an accident reported, but surely the military wouldn't be deployed for just any accident. Could it be an unusual incident? A single video sent the group into a frenzy, with everyone chiming in with their thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan approached Zhou Ming, observing the soldiers diligently working to clear the area. He spoke, Director Zhou, I must ask you to notify the local authorities to assist in clearing some space to prevent any procedural complications. 5 minutes later, the helicopter arrived. The target and cargo must reach their destination on time. Zhou Ming nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure the successful completion of this mission. I've already informed the transportation department, and they will be here shortly. As the conversation unfolded, the traffic department personnel stationed ahead began to systematically negotiate arrangements with the various drivers, demonstrating an impressive level of coordination. The swordsmanship troops were indeed serious in their endeavors, and the drivers collectively and harmoniously maneuvered their vehicles backwards, gradually clearing a designated area resembling a helipad. What could possibly necessitate such a grand spectacle? Not only you, but I too am filled with curiosity. The congestion on the bridge was so intense. Yet they continued with such aplomb. Patience, patience, the results will soon be revealed. Let us await with bated breath. The anticipation among the gathered spectators grew increasingly palpable as they craned their necks, fixating their gazes intently. A low hum reverberated overhead after approximately 5 or 6 minutes. Everyone looked up to witness a swarm of tiny black dots, rapidly approaching from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a formation of helicopters adorned in Dutch military green and white. Goodness, helicopters. It appears I have indeed underestimated the situation. They are employing helicopters for transportation. This is utterly astonishing. Who would have imagined that clearing a space would be intended for aircraft? I would never have dared to conceive such a notion. Chapter 13. An online sensation. Wang Pengfei is a media content creator renowned for his filming prowess. On platforms such as Moin and Tushio, he boasts an impressive following of over 900,000 fans. Engaging in the creation of visually captivating and audacious videos to attract traffic had become a regular endeavor. One afternoon, he received a request in Xianzhou, which involved taking welfare photos for a fan at a commendable price. Initially, Wang Pengfei was reluctant to accept, having worked relentlessly for an entire week and yearning for a moment of respite. Yet, upon hearing that it was for a fan's welfare, his spirits soared, and thoughts of rest were swiftly cast aside. His passion for assisting others surged forth, embodying the diligent spirit that is a cherished virtue among the people of Huagua. However, just as he exited the community and ascended the bridge, he found himself ensnared in a relentless traffic jam. Time was slipping away, and the welfare photos he was meant to capture were slipping through his fingers. As he leaned back in his seat, lamenting that he should have departed a few minutes earlier, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 individuals clad in distinct uniforms approaching his vehicle. They rapped on his window, requesting that he reverse his car slightly. Excuse me, comrades, given the current state of the traffic, how is it possible to move backwards? Wang Pengfei queried. perplexed by the situation. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, we kindly ask for your cooperation. In a moment, several drivers will reverse together, replied the stern-faced officer in a black uniform from the local security bureau. All right, I understand. Although Wang Pengfei remained somewhat bewildered by the rationale behind the request, he complied, acknowledging the authority represented by their uniforms. As he resumed his seat and revved the engine, he prepared to navigate the unfolding circumstances. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the air, followed by the unmistakable hum of engines overhead. Before him appeared a line of small, dark figures, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a trio of armed helicopters, gliding towards him with precision. Goodness! Helicopters! Wang Pengfei's eyes widened in astonishment, transforming into perfect circles. Surely, they could not be clearing the space behind them merely to accommodate the landing of helicopters. How outrageous! What level of authority could this signify? A daring thought flickered through Wang Pengfei's mind, and almost instinctively, he raised his camera to capture the moment on video. This was bound to be at least a top 3 trending story. Gaining 100,000 followers was no longer a distant dream. He could shatter the million-follower milestone in one fell swoop. The mere thought made his eyes glisten with excitement. However, his subtle maneuver had already caught the attention of local national security personnel. They approached him with purpose. Comrade, due to special circumstances, we may need to confiscate your camera. What? Confiscate my camera? Wang Pengfei stood frozen, then erupted in protest. Comrade, is it still permissible to seize personal property? This is my personal belonging, sacred and inviolable. The national security officer nodded solemnly. Under special circumstances, we must apply special measures. Please provide your contact information, and we will reach out to you to return your belongings intact. Here is my contact information. To his astonishment, even his filming equipment was subject to confiscation. The atmosphere was undeniably intense. Observing the staff's demeanor, Wang Pengfei became increasingly convinced of his own judgments. He approached the vehicle and opened a storage compartment, revealing a brand new compact camera within. Even the cunning rabbit has its layers. How could there not be a backup for something as essential as this? A self-satisfied smile crept across Wang Pengfei's face as he grasped the camera and began to capture moments from within the vehicle. Meanwhile, on the cleared ground, accompanied by a hum of activity, the first helicopter landed with precision. Reporting to command, we have reached the target area and are escorting the subject along with the cargo. I repeat, we are escorting the subject and the cargo, the helicopter pilot shouted into the microphone. Move, move, move. Get Class Bai Fan aboard first, followed by the mech. Split into 2 batches. Hurry, quicken your pace. Captain Chun Yuan commanded loudly as the soldiers swiftly ushered Bai Fan out of the helicopter, ensuring tight security around him. Goodness, they've brought a helicopter directly here. No wonder the mission progress surged so dramatically. It all makes sense now, Bai Fan murmured to himself, gazing at the fleet of helicopters before him. Just a minute ago, while checking his personal attribute panel, he noticed the previously stagnant main quest, the glory of technology, had surged forward by 5. Now, as he stepped out, everything clicked into place. This wave of events would undoubtedly spark considerable discussion. Class Bai Fan, please board the helicopter. The personnel from the department are already waiting at the military district. Be cautious, the captain advised Bai Fan as he approached, accompanied by a couple of soldiers to prevent any unforeseen incidents during boarding. Is that the G-20? Bai Fan scrutinized the aircraft before him. Its nose protruded prominently, adorned in a striking military green finish that exuded an air of dominance. Beneath the helicopter, 8 missiles were mounted, and if his intuition served him right, they were likely the Red Arrow series. Bai Fan, do you possess any knowledge regarding armed helicopters? The captain's eyes sparkled upon hearing Bai Fan's musings. Previously, while working on mechs, Bai Fan had familiarized himself with certain technologies. After all, many aspects of advanced weaponry were inextricably linked. Bai Fan smiled and replied, Indeed, that is the case. The captain, recalling the colossal machine currently being transported, nodded in understanding. The G-20, our nation's latest armed helicopter. However, to be precise, the G-20 is not exclusively a combat helicopter. It is a modification of a utility helicopter. Its full designation is the G-20 Tactical Utility Helicopter, classified as a medium helicopter in the 10-ton range. It is also the first in our country capable of carrying 8 missiles. The captain explained with a hint of pride. A remarkable piece of equipment, Bai Fan acknowledged, nodding. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he added, Yet, it is insufficient. We require enhancements. Our needs extend beyond what is presently available. We must strive for a more formidable helicopter. With that, Bai Fan stepped into the helicopter, while the Titan mech aircraft awaited its transport beneath the next helicopter. On the other side, Wang Pingfei gazed at the crowd encircling a young man, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Astonishing. Traffic on the bridge is so congested, yet a helicopter is departing. Why is everyone fixated on this one man? An unexpected spectacle. An armed helicopter descends upon the cross-river bridge, and it appears to be solely for him. Numerous captivating headlines raced through Wang Pingfei's mind, each one begging to be shared at once. Finally, he thought, I have seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he could hardly contain himself. Chapter 14. I truly cannot fathom how he accomplished this. Old Wang has just updated his video, just as I was crouching down. Coincidentally, like the brother upstairs. I too have just settled down, feeling quite pleased. It is a rarity to witness. Old Wang has returned with new content. I pondered when his last update was. It has been so long that I almost presumed he had encountered some trouble with the authorities. Indeed, I thought he might have been summoned for a chat by local officials. Let me see what Old Wang, a month after graduation, has produced for us. Astonishing. A report on missing persons on the internet. Watching as the video was released, the view count skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Wang Pingfei, waiting in his car, couldn't suppress his laughter, brimming with excitement. Dear friends and family, this time I bring you a live recording, allowing you to experience what true grandeur looks like. Keep your eyes peeled, and whatever you do, do not blink. The excitement lies ahead. Wang Pingfei continued to edit his textual narrative on his account, murmuring to himself, this time, seizing this opportunity, I shall make a leap beyond 1 million followers. Old Wang is at it again, and his words ignite a sense of anticipation within me. Can anyone guess what this time will entail? I surmise it might be yet another private photo of a young model, accompanied by an amusing emoticon. The elder brother on the road possesses a remarkable memory. The last selection was indeed commendable. Goodness gracious, what on earth is happening? A series of rear-end collisions has occurred on the Yangtze River Bridge, causing an immense traffic jam. They are resorting to helicopters now. It's not an exaggeration to say that even provincial officials travel this way. I am particularly curious about the young man ensnared in the midst of it all. Which affluent family does he belong to? The absurdity of it all. It seems that while others enjoy tranquil lives, I alone bear the weight of progress. It is indeed ridiculous. The disparity between individuals is even greater than that between species. The deployment of the Z-20 helicopter is noteworthy. If I am not mistaken, it must be from the nearest Wuhu base, indicating the presence of a significant matter at hand. Otherwise, such a display of force would be unfathomable. If you observe closely, the Z-20 is fully armed, equipped with munitions. I implore you, dear brothers, to engage your minds. Which second-generation air ventures out with armaments? Consider the information circulating online critically and refrain from mere imitation of others' opinions. Of course, there are also discerning fans who recognize the underlying nuances and have pointed out the same in the comments. On this side, 5 minutes elapsed, and the helicopter squadron began to materialize within the collective gaze of all present. A call had just come through from above, urging us to ensure the authenticity of this information. This time, we are poised to seize the opportunity presented by the Titan mech to decisively breach the Western blockade, establishing a new framework and standards that would significantly elevate our international discourse. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you grasp the gravity of this occasion. The Minister of Science, his expression devoid of emotion and exceptionally grave, stated, I implore you, everyone. In unison, the 13 academicians nodded. As experts in the realm of electronic information, they understood the weight of the minister's words, devoid of any exaggeration. Should the data regarding the Titan mech prove genuine, it would undoubtedly herald a new transformation and a novel set of global standards. Minister, they have arrived, the secretary announced, gesturing toward the faint silhouettes of several small black dots in the sky, his tone imbued with excitement, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Finally, they are here. The Minister of Science glanced up, nodding in acknowledgement. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the helicopter squadron landed steadily at the Wuhu Military District Airport. Bai Fan peered through the window, observing the 13 academicians along with the minister from the Kyoto Science Department, who had long awaited their arrival. As soon as the helicopter came to a halt, the assault team surged forward, unbinding the Titan mech and placing it onto a small cart, ready to transport it inside. Bai Fan, we have arrived. You may disembark now. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your presence. The captain turned around with a smile, pointing at a group of people outside. Thank you. Bai Fan emerged from the door, suddenly seeming to recall something. He lowered his voice, murmuring to himself, the G20 is merely a starting point, not an end point. In the future, we shall possess our own Apache, or even surpass it. Upon hearing this, the captain was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Bai Fan and broke into a joyful laugh. Very well, very well. I believe in you, Bai Fan, and I trust that this day is not far off. Go ahead, I await your good news. Bai Fan vigorously waved his hand and disembarked from the aircraft. Seeing Bai Fan emerge, the waiting academicians surged forward eagerly. The Minister of Science approached, scrutinizing Bai Fan closely, and extended his hand. Hello, Bai Fan. I am the head of the Kyoto Ministry of Science. It is a pleasure to meet you. This is Commander Wang Yu, head of the Wuhu military region. The minister, Fang Zheng, introduced Bai Fan to everyone in turn. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Bai Fan replied with a smile, displaying no signs of awkwardness despite the disparity in their statuses. The moment he acquired the system, he understood that his future life would be utterly transformed. Let us converse as we walk. You must be aware of the purpose of your visit, which is primarily to test the Titan mecha, to measure the real data and performance at close range. If it aligns perfectly with the thesis, then I believe you have indeed created something extraordinary. The technology encompassed within has, according to the expert panel, reached a level of global advancement that can be described without hesitation as being at the forefront of the world. Fang Zheng openly expressed his admiration. The accompanying academicians, all in unison, arrived early at the designated location of the Titan mech. Indeed, it resembled the descriptions found in the paper. It is a composite material, with part composed of carbon fiber, while the other component remains indiscernible for the moment. In the warehouse, as the Titan mech was just unloaded, an academician from the materials department, donned in gloves, directly engaged with the outer shell of the mech. Unable to suppress his astonishment, the production of carbon fiber is comprehensible, given its long-standing existence. However, the novel composite material, how did Bai Fan manage to develop it? I recall he is not a materials scientist, remarked another esteemed academician. Old Tao, you seem to overlook the essence of genius. This is precisely it. Do not focus solely on the exterior materials. Take a closer look at the power supply system's battery, which equally does not fall within his field of expertise. Yet he has achieved it. It is noteworthy that while we are still theorizing about such batteries, he has already conducted empirical tests and possesses data. I am truly baffled by how he accomplished this, expressed another academician in the field of new energy, his eyes brimming with astonishment and excitement. Chapter 15. What? This is merely a semi-finished product. As several academicians conversed, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The principal figure has arrived. Let us refrain from our idle chatter and debates, and instead observe how Bai Fan approaches the situation. This will spare us, the elders, from squandering our time, pondering for ages without arriving at a conclusion. One elderly gentleman glanced up just in time to see Bai Fan, Fang Zheng, and the military district leader, Yu Shuai, approaching together. He chuckled and spoke, causing all eyes to shift in unison towards the trio. As they drew closer, Fang Zheng introduced Bai Fan to several esteemed gentlemen, while Bai Fan took the opportunity to assess these venerable figures. The moment he did, he was taken aback. Before him stood distinguished scholars, giants in academia who had reached the pinnacle of their respective fields: renewable energy, advanced materials technology, circuit applications, in the realm of semiconductors. Notably, several among them frequently graced the screens of CCTV news, truly deserving of their authoritative status. 13 academicians, what an impressive assembly. As Bai Fan counted the venerable gentlemen before him, he felt a surge of astonishment. Although he had anticipated a significant turnout, given that this gathering was organized by the highest echelons of the Ministry of Science and Technology, witnessing the reality before him made him realize he had underestimated his own standing within the ministry and the importance placed on the Titan mecha program. However, this suited him perfectly. The larger the gathering, the better it would facilitate the advancement of the main task at hand. Meanwhile, as Bai Fan scrutinized the esteemed gentleman, the 13 academicians were likewise appraising him. This young man is quite impressive, having achieved such remarkable accomplishments at such a tender age. In the past, I was utterly oblivious at this moment. Indeed, back then, we were likely still grappling with advanced calculus and physics, having just graduated. barely managing to get the flow light to function. Conditions were arduous. Not to mention, at this juncture, I had yet to gain admission to university and was still tending to cattle in the countryside. The elders exchanged glances, each lost in thought. After a while, the esteemed Zhang, taking the lead, extended his hand first. Although Bai Fan was still youthful, the academicians no longer regarded him merely as an ordinary graduate and junior. Should the data test prove successful, Bai Fan would rise to prominence, becoming a pivotal figure of this era. Greetings, Bai Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Bai Fan. The academicians greeted one another. Bai Fan smiled and nodded, seeking to establish rapport. After all, the plans he envisioned could not materialize solely through his efforts. A team was essential, and the 13 academicians before him were indeed formidable figures. What could hold more weight than the recognition of distinguished scholars by the state? Bai Fan, we should not delay. The authorities are awaiting us. Please, introduce us to the Titan mecha. Let us swiftly delve into the matter at hand, commence testing, and obtain the latest data. What do you think? The leading elder, Zhang, continued to propose. Certainly, Bai Fan nodded in agreement. As his words fell, the atmosphere grew serious, and military personnel clad in uniforms approached, representing the Wuhu military district, specifically there to observe and learn. According to the directives of the military district commander, once confirmed, the future trajectory of the entire military district's equipment upgrades will unequivocally lean towards the Titan mech. As the saying goes, proximity to water allows one to access the moon first. Thus, we must learn thoroughly. Who knows, we might even secure a spot as the first pilot project. Regardless of the outcome, it is a surefire investment. After all, the Titan mech has already been brought into the military district, and with the joint efforts of 13 academicians, the groundwork is essentially laid. What remains are merely the specific data and performance metrics. We must study diligently and observe closely. Later, we shall compile our findings to share with everyone. Yu Shui patted the representative engineer on the shoulder, imparting his earnest instructions. The engineer, though momentarily perplexed by the specifics, nodded vigorously in acknowledgement, despite the Titan mech still being cloaked in a protective tarp. As the tarp was lifted, a humanoid mech, towering at 3.5 meters and spanning 1.5 meters in width, emerged, entirely enshrouded in black. Although the academicians were somewhat prepared, they could not help but feel astonished by the imposing figure before them. The newly arrived engineers from the military district were left agape, their mouths agape in disbelief, as if one could fit an egg in the space between them. "This is truly a mech," exclaimed one engineer in astonishment. "I thought the commander was jesting. I cannot believe it's real. This is quite an exaggeration, and judging by its stature, it is no small feat." It was no wonder the commander had emphasized the importance of close observation. The engineers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and incredulity. At this moment, Bai Fan's voice resonated. The Titan mech, standing at a height of 3.5 meters, a width of 1.5 meters, and weighing 2 tons, is a humanoid mech designed for combat in urban environments. In its intended design, it can accomplish over 95 of urban tasks. The exterior is encased in high-performance composite fiber materials and titanium alloys, capable of withstanding gunfire from submachine guns and the explosions of rockets within a 50-meter radius, while offering protection against standard machine gun fire within 100 meters. However, due to the lightweight nature of the composite materials, the Titan mech's agility remains unaffected. The brain of the Titan mech, or its main control unit, employs the TITDA-4 intelligent driving chip, which is of automotive-grade quality, as its primary SoC. To facilitate subsequent design development and peripheral integration, the Titan mech incorporates a dual SoC architecture, enhancing computational performance by 1.5 times compared to the original setup, and endowing it with deep learning capabilities. The energy supply module utilizes a novel silicon-carbon battery, with a groundbreaking architecture that elevates the battery's energy density to 2000 Wh/kg, enabling the Titan mech to operate normally for 8 hours and under high-load conditions for 3.5 hours. The motor delivers an output power of 1800 kW, with an instantaneous torque reaching 2200 Nm, allowing it to sprint at a maximum speed of 200 km/h, achieving an instantaneous acceleration of 100 ms. It can lift a single heavy object weighing up to 1.5 tons. However, under load conditions, this capacity will be halved. Certainly, due to my personal financial circumstances, the current Titan mech is merely a prototype. As Bai Fan delved into the intricacies of the Titan mech, he became fully immersed, exuding an intense focus and a serious demeanor, gesturing towards various system components. 13 esteemed academicians sat attentively in their seats, quietly listening to Bai Fan's explanation, occasionally sketching notes and recording relevant data, embodying the essence of diligent students. Wait a moment, Bai Fan. Did you just mention that the current Titan mech is still just a prototype? Inquired Elder Zhang, his voice breaking the silence. Indeed, Bai Fan affirmed. The complete form of the Titan mech, in its design, stands at 5 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and weighs a staggering 10 tons. 85% of the exoskeleton will be enveloped in an advanced alloy, resulting in a twofold enhancement in individual strength compared to the current model, alongside further improvements in the energy supply system. Chapter 16, the Intelligent Integrated Combat Sensing System. Furthermore, in the finalized Titan mech, the performance capabilities will be fully realized, with the main program's intelligence further advanced, incorporating an intelligent integrated combat sensing system. This so-called system, in layman's terms, utilizes external sensors to achieve modeling effects akin to actual combat scenarios. To put it even more plainly, it is comparable to the domain controller found in contemporary automotive platforms. The Titan mecha's intelligent integrated sensing system is equipped with 8 radars, including 2 laser radars at the front and rear, 6 microwave radars, and 12 high-definition cameras for close-range observation. Coupled with a dual SoC core processor, it is capable of processing data in less than 0.1 nanoseconds, transforming it into a combat data model. Additionally, it features an X-ray system that enables the modeling of urban structures, addressing the long-standing challenges of urban warfare, thus allowing our soldiers to avoid ambushes in city street battles and resolving visibility issues. Bai Fan stood at the podium, gesturing towards the screen while gradually elaborating on the functions of the Titan mecha as conceived within the system. Upon hearing this, the engineers from the military district exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. Being industry professionals, they fully understood the immense difficulty of realizing what Bai Fan had just described. To call it mere fantasy would be an understatement. Could it really be so? If I am not mistaken, this is tantamount to a standard mecha combat system, right? Is it possible for the software and hardware in the industry to be integrated to such an extent? One engineer silently pondered, engaging in conversation with a colleague beside him. Indeed, it is truly baffling how this could be achieved. Were it not for the presence of 13 academicians here, I would suspect he was merely boasting and would have him expelled immediately, remarked an engineer with a somewhat irritable temperament. Without further ado, allow me to express a singular thought. The algorithms governing both software and hardware pose a considerable challenge. We have dedicated over a decade to developing a unified operating system for aircraft and tanks, managing to achieve only a semblance of success, barely reaching the pinnacle of global standards. It is crucial to remember that this endeavor represents the collective technological prowess of an entire nation. Yet, can a solitary individual truly accomplish such a feat? An engineer finds himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his current emotional state. If what has been described indeed holds true, it would fundamentally alter the nature of urban warfare, or more precisely, it would redefine the very standards of combat. Not only in urban settings, but this innovation is equally applicable in the wilderness, where visibility is enhanced, leading to greater lethality. The engineer's expression is grave as he gazes at Bai Fan on stage. Of course, the military engineers seated in the audience are acutely aware of these implications, and the 13 academicians comprehend even more profoundly what has just been articulated. Bai Fan, are you serious? Are you certain you are not jesting? Can you truly realize the requirements you have just outlined? Inquired Academician Wang, the most senior and accomplished among those present, rising to pose his question. If the earlier mention of the Titan mech had left him astonished, the recent reference to the prototype Titan mech has ignited his excitement. Indeed, esteemed colleagues, given sufficient time and resources, I am confident I can bring the prototype Titan mech to fruition. In this realm, he harbors no apprehensions. Over the past 2 years, he has thoroughly absorbed all relevant information regarding the Titan mech and has extensively explored various related fields. To speak without exaggeration, his current reservoir of knowledge has surpassed that of 99 of individuals. Given a little more time, he shall undoubtedly emerge as the foremost authority, for he is engaging with scientific technologies that transcend the present world. Very well, time shall be granted to you. Resources as well, simply voice your needs. Old Master Zhang decisively made his decision on the spot, even before conducting any measurements on the current mecha data. One can only imagine the depth of his faith in Bai Fan. Similarly, Fang Zhang, upon hearing Old Master Zhang's declaration, stepped forward and respectfully presented his business card. Bai Fan, this is my contact information. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. Bai Fan, this is the contact information of the head of our military logistics department. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to approach us. The lead engineer, being astute, promptly produced his business card as well and handed it to Bai Fan. At this juncture, he is indeed a treasure that must not be misplaced. After the relevant information was thoroughly introduced, they formally commenced the performance data measurement of the Titan mecha. Bai Fan, shall we begin? Fang Zheng inquired. Certainly. Bai Fan nodded in affirmation. According to your thesis, we have established 3 testing parameters. The first is speed, to assess the mech's maneuverability and response capabilities. The second pertains to the energy system, to accurately measure how long it can operate under load conditions. The third is a defensive test. Old Master Zhang arrived as expected, and after speaking, he expressed some sentiments. In fact, there is a 4th test, the firepower test. However, the Titan mech, as you mentioned, is merely a simplified version at present, lacking various peripherals, making performance assessment impossible. Upon mentioning this, Fang Zheng appeared somewhat regretful, particularly due to the military representatives from Kyoto who were most eager to witness this specific test. After all, it is the most direct manifestation of a mech's combat capability. Old Master, esteemed leaders, the Titan mech has preset interfaces, and the fundamental weapon configurations are already programmed. If we wish to verify this aspect, we merely need to connect the weapons and allow the program to recognize the ports. Of course, due to the constraints, I could only locate some publicly available weapons online. Bai Fan interjected, his expression remarkably calm. Since we are conducting tests, let us do it thoroughly. This will further amplify our impact, he asserted. Really? The military representatives from Kyoto and the engineers present inquired in unison. Indeed. After completing the first 3 tests, we can proceed with the installation of peripherals. It would only require approximately an hour for calibration, Bai Fan estimated. 1 hour? That's no issue. We can wait. Fang Zheng replied cheerfully, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that waiting an hour was no trouble at all. What a jest. Even if it takes a day and a night. Being able to validate a complete firepower test would be worthwhile. So shall we proceed to the testing location now? All testing instruments and equipment have been meticulously prepared and are ready for action. The chief engineer from the Wuhu military region approached, affirming, good. In response, the crowd nodded in unison, their eyes reflecting anticipation. Chapter 17. Come with us for a moment. Simultaneously, the head of the confidential units department, en route to the testing area, was abruptly interrupted by a phone call, prompting him to halt his steps. Hello, Director, what is it? On the other end of the line, the head of the bureau, seated in his office and fixated on a viral video on his computer screen, spoke with a notably sharp tone, launching directly into a reprimand. The personnel on this side remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation, yet could glean some understanding from the director's words. Handle it promptly. Ensure no information leaks. Furthermore, the testing data for the Titan mech must be reported as soon as it is obtained. I need to relay it upwards. The director's remarks conveyed a wealth of information. Undoubtedly, there were higher authorities keeping a close watch on the Titan mech. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. He replied, then opened his mobile phone, coincidentally receiving a notification for that very video. After viewing it, his expression turned grave, and he promptly summoned the relevant local department staff member, Zhou Ming. What is the matter? Zhou Ming inquired. Take a look at this, he replied. Zhou Ming clicked on the video, and upon seeing it, his face darkened instantly. Before he could utter a word, the directive followed. Immediately investigate this individual. Notify the network department to take down all relevant videos and any information pertaining to the Titan mech. Everything associated with the Titan mech must be thoroughly blocked. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Pengfei, whose video views have been steadily increasing and who has officially surpassed 1 million followers just half an hour ago, is basking in the glory of his success. He has summoned 2 technicians for an on-site service to celebrate this milestone. However, just as he is indulging in the pleasures of the moment, a loud bang echoes as the security door is flung open, and armed personnel from the local security department storm in. Startled by the noise, Wang Pengfei quickly rolls off the bed in fright. Born in 1985, Wang Pengfei is registered in the Longxi County of Xianzhou, hailing from a family of 5. He graduated from the School of Journalism and Communication at Beichuan University in 2005, where he developed a passion for photography and joined the photography club. After founding a photography company that unfortunately went bankrupt 3 years later, he entered the self-media industry in 2015 and became a Douyin content creator. Is this information yours? The leader inquires, reciting Wang Pengfei's details with remarkable accuracy. This is me. Wang Pengfei stammers. Comrades, I must clarify that this is a legitimate massage service with no additional services involved. I assure you. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Having never encountered such a situation, Wang Pengfei is utterly terrified, especially as the details recited about him are not only entirely accurate, but also include information he himself has forgotten. Officer, we are legitimate, truly legitimate. There are no additional items, the technician hastily explained. Upon hearing this, the leader of the operation team remained silent, dismissing their claims as nonsense. I shall ask you once more. Are you Wang Pengfei, the individual in this photograph? The team leader handed over a picture. Yes, I am Wang Pengfei, he replied, nodding fervently. That is correct. I kindly request that you accompany me, the team leader directed. With a wave of his hand, 2 soldiers approached and promptly apprehended Wang Pengfei. Meanwhile, the rest of the team conducted a thorough search of the premises, seizing all electronic devices. The team leader issued the command, and soon after, they departed the community with Wang Pengfei, leaving behind the 2 technicians, bewildered and exchanging glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Captain, we have apprehended the suspect. Excellent. Ensure that he purges all stored data completely. There must be no remnants. Additionally, we need to issue a clarification online. We cannot allow this situation to escalate any further. A somber voice resonated from the other end of the line. Wang Pengfei was swiftly escorted to the interrogation room of the relevant department. As he listened to the conversation, the initially perplexed Wang Pengfei began to grasp a few key terms, slowly realizing the gravity of the situation. Do you understand now? The team leader inquired, observing Wang Pengfei's expression. Yes, I understand. It is about that video, isn't it? Wang Pengfei asked cautiously. In that moment, he finally comprehended the implications of his actions. The relevant authorities were unexpectedly mobilized, leaving Wang Pengfei utterly astonished. Confess, divulge everything without reservation. Hurry, and you may still retain some semblance of leniency. Otherwise, the situation will escalate beyond simple consequences. If you are truly prosecuted, serving 5 to 6 years will be a mere trifle. The captain's words held no power to intimidate Wang Pengfei. Currently, the Wuhu military district is diligently conducting tests. Should the subsequent test data align perfectly, Wang Pengfei's actions would be classified as a breach of national military secrets. 5 to 6 years would be the least of his concerns. Being executed would not be an exaggeration. I'll tell you everything, I will. At this moment, Wang Pengfei was rendered speechless with fear. He had just released a video in which armed personnel from the relevant authorities forcibly entered his home. He had never envisioned encountering such an ordeal in his lifetime. You see, today I drove out to engage in some side work, merely taking photographs of models, and then. Wang Pengfei candidly confessed, at that moment, I had no ulterior motives. I was simply aiming to attract attention with fresh talent, hoping to gain a surge of followers into the millions. It was that simple. I had no intention of leaking national secrets whatsoever. I will promptly erase all videos and clear all data. Nothing will be retained. Wang Pengfei spoke hastily, fearing that a moment's hesitation might lead to his apprehension, resulting in years behind bars or worse. Although the thought of losing an account painstakingly built over his lifetime pained him deeply, he remained resolute. He understood that failure to cooperate and rectify the situation would not merely result in a simple reprimand. Rather, it would lead to being sent directly to a detention center, awaiting prosecution by the relevant national authorities. Meanwhile, at the military district testing ground, the upper echelons of the entire military district had gathered. Numerous military engineers, alongside 13 academicians and the Minister of Science and Technology, collectively participated in this performance assessment of the Titan mech, amassing over 100 individuals. Naturally, all those present had signed confidentiality agreements, and given the military context, their loyalty was beyond question. The likelihood of any leaks was virtually non-existent, which was precisely why this venue was chosen for the performance evaluation. Minister, I believe it is best if I personally pilot it, Bai Fan stated. The proceedings had been stalled, primarily due to disagreements over the selection of the pilot for the mech tests. According to Bai Fan's perspective as the designer, it was only fitting for him to take the controls, for no one else present possessed a deeper understanding of the Titan mech than he did, and they would be able to maximize its data potential. However, none of those in attendance dared to let Bai Fan take the helm. To put it bluntly, should anything go awry, they would be risking the loss of a significant talent. One could even say a national treasure without hesitation. What an international farce that would be. Absolutely not. It was far too perilous. A change of pilot was imperative. No sooner had Bai Fan spoken than Elder Zhang promptly dismissed his suggestion, leaving no room for rebuttal. Commander Yu, I trust that within your ranks, there exists a more suitable candidate to pilot the Titan mech. Old Master Zhang turned to inquire of the highest authority at the Wuhu base. Indeed, Zhang, came the reply. I can assure you that there are over 50 elite pilots within the base. I firmly believe they are capable. They will undoubtedly accomplish the testing mission of the Titan mech successfully. On one hand, he shared the old man's concerns regarding Bai Fan, fearing that this national treasure of a talent might encounter unforeseen issues during the testing process. Should anything arise, it would not merely be a personal loss. It would represent a significant national setback. On the other hand, he sought to enhance the interaction between his base and the Titan mech, positioning himself favorably when it came time to apply for priority, arguing that personnel at the Wuhu base had already engaged with and piloted the Titan mech, if not us. Then who should be chosen for the trial? Xiaofeng, go summon the brothers. Let us evaluate. With a sweeping gesture, Yu Shui called forth the entire flight squadron. Old Zhang, I have something to convey, he continued. As the sole designer and builder of the Titan mech, I possess an intimate understanding of its capabilities. While it is indeed feasible for the troops to operate it, this would necessitate some preparatory training, as it is not as simple as driving a car or flying a plane. Even with continuous practice, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to become adequately familiar. At this point, Bai Fan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Before the few could retort, he continued to elaborate. If safety is a concern, I can abstain from participating in the subsequent 4th weaponry test. It can be conducted remotely with intelligent control or by the soldiers themselves. However, for the preliminary data, if we seek the utmost accuracy in a short span, it must be me. Bai Fan gazed intently at everyone present, his tone slow yet resolutely firm. The old gentleman was momentarily at a loss for words. As a veteran in the design industry for decades, he understood that Bai Fan's assertion was indeed correct. No one comprehends a product better than its designer, and the Titan mech is no exception. Very well, we shall proceed according to Bai Fan's proposal. The earlier tests carry relatively low risks, so there should be no significant issues. For the subsequent 3rd and 4th tests, to ensure Bai Fan's safety, we will conduct them only after our soldiers have completed their training. Our primary objective is to obtain a portion of genuine preliminary data. This is of utmost importance and must be resolved swiftly. A profound silence enveloped the room for a while until Feng Zheng spoke, breaking the tranquility with this proposition. Upon hearing his words, the others could only nod in reluctant agreement. Feng Zheng was indeed correct. The paramount task at hand was to confirm the data as swiftly as possible. The higher-ups were awaiting results, for once confirmation was achieved, a series of plans would follow. All right, for the 1st and 2nd tests, let Bai Fan take the controls personally. Commander Yu, please ensure that all necessary precautions are in place during the data performance testing. Any unforeseen incidents must be strictly avoided, Feng Zheng stated solemnly. Rest assured, Minister Feng, all support resources from the entire base, aside from those on combat readiness, have been mobilized, Yu Shui affirmed. To ensure the success of this data validation, all aircraft projects have been grounded today, with doctors, firefighters, and staff on standby, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Should any issues arise, we will address them within a minute, minimizing the impact of any problems. Then, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Bai Fan slowly approached the Titan mech. Although he had designed and crafted this magnificent machine himself, it was his first demonstration before such a distinguished audience, which inevitably filled him with excitement. My dear giant, it's all up to you now. Make a splendid appearance. Bai Fan mused with a smile. This presentation was crucial for his overarching plans, and there could be no room for error. With a series of mechanical clicks, the cockpit of the Titan mech gradually extended to either side, creating a 1-meter-high entry space. Bai Fan stepped inside and settled into the seat. Pressing a button on his right, the cockpit slowly sealed shut. At that very moment, the internal lights illuminated, and the blue light of the eyes flickered to life. From this elevated vantage point, with a field of vision exceeding 180 degrees, He could clearly observe everything before him. Simultaneously, 3 screens appeared in front of Bai Fan, one on either side and another on his forehead, each corresponding to the respective sides and the rear. Despite the budget constraints and the utilization of a standard high-definition camera, the sophisticated algorithms compensated for these shortcomings. Within the confines of the mech, one could distinctly perceive any object within a 300-meter radius in a full 360-degree view. Titan mech, activate, Bai Fan declared. Voice print verification in progress. Verification complete. Titan acknowledges, greetings, master. The frigid mechanical voice resonated within the cockpit as the motors commenced their preheating operations. Initiate communication module. Adjust to channel 89. 12 Hz. Bai Fan continued to issue commands. The Titan mech was equipped with an integrated intelligence system, capable of responding promptly to summons. This was still a result of the chip's functionality not being fully unleashed. This is Titan mech, calling the military command center. Once again, this is Titan mech. Calling the military command center. Bai Fan initiated contact while verifying the communication functions. Psst. Command center acknowledges. Please confirm once more. Command center acknowledges. The Titan mech completed its self-diagnostic. All modules are functioning normally. Please provide instructions, Bai Fan stated solemnly. This is the command center. We are about to commence the first performance validation test for the Titan mech, focusing on 0 to 100 acceleration time. Titan mech acknowledges, about to begin. One must recognize that the high-speed 3-phase brushless motors within the Titan mech produced such decibel levels of noise. One can only imagine the rotational speed achieved, 60,000 revolutions per minute. The energy system is functioning normally, delivering maximum load output. The power is steadily increasing. A prompt sound continues to resonate. Bai Fan speaks. Counting down, the test is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. At the instant his words conclude, the Titan mecha, which had been poised in anticipation, launches forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring over 7 meters. It strides forward with its left foot, swiftly followed by the right. Each leap accompanied by a resounding thud upon landing. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters. 7 seconds. Acceleration from 0 to 105. 7 seconds. A humanoid leap. How is this even possible? An engineer from the Woohoo base exclaimed in astonishment. What lay before him had transcended his understanding. Chapter 19. Charge forth, Titan mecha. An acceleration of 100 kilometers in 7 seconds may initially seem unimpressive, even inferior, as some domestic new energy automotive forces have already brought the 100-kilometer acceleration down to under 3 seconds. When compared to the 3-second mark, 7 seconds pales in comparison, akin to a minor sorcerer standing before a grand one. However, one must not overlook the fact that what stands before them is a humanoid mecha, towering at 5 meters and weighing 5 tons, moving not by rolling wheels but by leaps, achieving a speed of 100 kilometers per hour within 7 seconds has utterly surpassed the cutting-edge standards of the current world, placing it far ahead and shattering the preconceived notions of all the academicians present. Once more, let us conduct the test again, to eliminate any chance occurrences. Upon witnessing the data, the venerable Mr. Zhang could no longer contain his excitement. He stroked his beard and murmured to himself, 7 seconds. Did you hear that? It is 7 seconds. As he spoke, he turned around, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. As the pioneer of the mecha project over a decade ago, he had conducted similar tests. Yet the results had scarcely reached half of Bai Fan's current achievement. To be precise, they had been incapable of executing any substantial humanoid jumps. The most recent assessment had taken place 10 years prior, during the final meeting that led to the cessation of the mecha project, where a comprehensive performance review was conducted. At that time, their speed had barely reached a mere 10 of Bai Fan's present capability. It is evident that Bai Fan's results are nothing short of remarkable. Not only do they far surpass previous benchmarks, but they also fill a significant technological void within the nation. While wheel-based locomotion is indeed swifter in the current tests, the operational environment for mechas is intricate and ever-changing, rendering smooth pathways an impossibility. Hence, the Titan mecha is designed for humanoid leaps, enabling it to adapt to such complex combat scenarios. Of course, it would not pose a problem to modify it for tracked or wheeled movement. It is merely a matter of altering the chassis drive. The Titan mecha is ready. The second test is imminent. Inside the cockpit, Bai Fan steered the mecha to the left, his expression stoic as he regarded the straight runway before him. Once again, he began the countdown aloud. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the last word fell, in an almost instantaneous moment, the Titan mech, standing motionless like before, surged forth with the swiftness of the wind. It leapt high into the air and descended rapidly, its movements as fluid as flowing water. The unique shock absorption design ensured that each landing was silent, devoid of any thunderous impact. 5, 6 seconds. Moments later, the latest data emerged fresh and anew. Not only did it not fall below 5, 7 seconds, but it also improved by an additional 0.1 seconds. Excellent, splendid. The old gentleman, Mr. Zhang, articulated these words with a quiver of excitement. If a singular data point could be attributed to chance, then 2 or more would be practically impossible. The Titan mech completed its first test, meeting all expected requirements. For the next hour, the Titan mech was subjected to tests of instantaneous acceleration, abrupt halting, and high-speed cornering, essentially evaluating its series of maneuverability responses. The data obtained was entirely consistent with the findings in the research paper, with a significant portion exceeding the descriptions within. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the old gentleman decisively concluded the first test of the Titan mech, officially declaring it complete and satisfactory. Next, we shall proceed to the second test. Classmate Bai Fan. We will now simulate various scenarios to ascertain how long the Titan mech can operate under full load in a realistic testing environment. To ensure the accuracy of the data, each test will be conducted 3 times simultaneously, with meticulous records kept and video footage and photographs available as corroborative evidence. Upon conclusion of these proceedings, the information will be promptly reported to the highest authority. The Titan mech acknowledges this. Bai Fan calmly spoke, pressing the red switch to his right. Report. Full load mode has been activated. I repeat, full load mode has been activated. Please note that in full load mode, the integrated stability system of the mech will be elevated to 150, the energy BMS control will be maintained at 70, and the maximum temperature threshold will increase by 20. Currently, the mech can sustain full load mode for 8 hours. Within the cockpit, the mech system provided notifications, full load status. As the term suggests, this entails the complete release of all energy supply systems, disregarding the limitations of circuit endurance in a bid to maximize performance. Upon activating the full load mode, Bai Fan's initial sensation was one of heat. The internal and external air conditioning systems were entirely shut down, causing a rapid rise in circuit temperature. 3, 2, 1. The full load status test commences. With the official initiation of the mode, Bai Fan called out over the channel, "Begin the test." At the command of the esteemed Elder Zhang, the Titan mech commenced its operations at full capacity. Subsequently, time passed imperceptibly. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. At Wuhu Airport, all aircraft were emptied, entering a state of heightened combat readiness. The expansive runway lay barren, save for a solitary black silhouette advancing steadily. Surrounding the airport, over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on this lone figure. As the load mode was activated, the Titan mech's acceleration over 100 meters improved by 1 second, reaching an impressive 4.5 seconds. This astonishing figure left all industry professionals present utterly astounded, particularly the elder, who was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain his delight. Reporting to the command center, this is the Titan mech. The current remaining power of the energy system is at 45. The estimated continuous operation time is 4 hours and 5 minutes. Inside the cockpit, Bai Fan glanced at the latest energy data displayed on the screen, relaying the information over the public channel. Command center acknowledges. Repeating, command center acknowledges. With that, silence once again enveloped the public channel. Elder Zhang, the testing is still ongoing, yet Bai Fan has not taken a meal, having been engaged in testing continuously. Is he all right? At this moment, a staff member from the military district approached and inquired softly. In my excitement, I completely overlooked that matter. I will address it immediately. Elder Zhang promptly announced over the public channel, "This is the command center. Bai Fan, you need to pause and take a break to eat. Resume testing afterwards. This is the Titan mech, Elder Zhang, and esteemed leaders. I do not require a break. I believe it is better to complete the testing in one go, as this will yield the most substantial and authentic data. I can persevere. After all, opportunities to expand influence do not arise often. I must seize this chance." Chapter 20. The top secret project of those years. Under Bai Fan's persistent insistence, the academicians outside were left with no option but to acquiesce to the normal continuation of the Titan mecha's testing, even though they wished to pause for a brief respite. As night fell, The expansive runway was enveloped in solitude, resonating only with the relentless sounds of the Titan mechas galloping. Concern not at me regarding Bai Fan's endurance. The testing had already persisted for 6 hours. Since arriving from the school, he had consumed nothing and remained in a state of heightened tension. I instructed the medical personnel to remain on standby for 24 hours. Commander Yushui observed the dark silhouette on the field, shifting incessantly, and pursed his lips, imparting a serious directive to his subordinate. Understood, Commander. I shall relay the orders immediately. The aide nodded in acknowledgement and promptly distanced himself to contact the logistics department. Yushui remained rooted in place, gazing into the distance at the Titan mecha, energetically operating at full capacity on the airstrip. A subtle nod of approval escaping his lips as a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Should the data prove favorable, the future landscape of warfare would undoubtedly be redefined by the Titan mecha, rendering current weapons and combat methodologies obsolete. A new standard of combat would be established upon this foundation. Yushui mused internally, reflecting on the profound judgment of a competent military leader regarding the unfolding future. Indeed, we had reached a critical juncture. All present have long ceased to question the authenticity of the data presented in the paper. Continuing the testing of the Titan mech serves solely to validate its peak performance and obtain the most precise data. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident just how crucial Bai Fan is to this endeavor. Since he is here, I must devise a plan to secure this invaluable asset. At the very least, I must consider alternative strategies to ensure that our base can benefit from this opportunity. It would be a travesty to enter a treasure trove and emerge empty-handed. Yushui meticulously calculated in his mind, his eyes gleaming with ambition. At that moment, the assistant returned and was promptly whisked aside by Yushui. The two engaged in a hushed exchange for several minutes before the assistant hurriedly departed, leaving Yushui standing with a smile on his face. Simultaneously, at the logistics department of the Wuhu Military District Base, the assistant Chen Xing, having left the observation site, made his way directly to the head of the logistics department. After a brief phone call, he brought the head of the equipment department into the fold. The three convened in the conference room for a quick discussion. Old Chen, what's the rush? Why did you call me over so urgently? Is there a problem with the testing? The head of the equipment department inquired, curiosity evident in his tone as he observed Chen Xing's flustered demeanor. Given the timing, it was expected that all personnel in the military district would be focused on the Titan mech testing. Thus, the sudden summons seemed perplexing. Indeed, Chen replied. I can understand why you would call Old Lei, as it certainly pertains to their equipment. But what am I doing here? My role is solely in procurement. The mech is hardly within my purview. The logistics department director, roused from slumber, wore an expression of utter bewilderment, observing the countenances of the two individuals. The deputy chuckled softly, then leaned closer to convey the recent thoughts regarding Yushui. What? You wish to retain Bai Fan? Exclaimed the equipment department director, taken aback. Indeed, we want to keep Bai Fan here, Chen Xing affirmed with a nod. I comprehend the commander's intentions, but old Chen, you must recognize the current situation. Higher authorities are already involved. Can we truly outmaneuver them? The logistics department director gestured towards the sky, his meaning unmistakable. Right, old Chen. The military representatives from the Beijing military district have been dispatched directly. If you were in their position, would you allow such talent to be cast aside? The equipment department director gradually articulated, aligning with the logistics director's viewpoint. That cannot be taken for granted. Is there not a possibility that we must first make an attempt to ascertain the outcome? Furthermore, even if we cannot retain Bai Fan, we may still benefit from connections in other areas, such as. Chen Xing continued, elaborating. In truth, the commander's intention is that retaining Bai Fan would be the most advantageous. This would undoubtedly position our military district at the forefront of the nation. However, should we find ourselves unable to compete with Beijing, we could propose an alternative request. With the initial request as a foundation, presenting a second would be somewhat more straightforward. Moreover, how could the Titan mecha not have been tested at our base? Regardless of the higher-ups' decisions, they ought to allow us to share in some of the glory. Old Chen, what do the higher-ups currently signify? Upon hearing this, the equipment department head, who had previously displayed a semblance of skepticism, finally exhibited a glimmer of enthusiasm. The logistics department head, who had been drowsy until now, also brightened with newfound vigor. If this were truly feasible, it would elevate the entire military district to a new echelon based on its existing foundation. Old Chen shook his head. Casting a glance out the window, The higher-ups' intentions remain somewhat ambiguous. They are merely observing the final outcome. However, based on the current tests, the results seem assured. There is an overwhelming likelihood that at the forthcoming Military Equipment Reform Conference, the Titan mecha will take center stage. Furthermore, according to the Commander's assessment, it is highly probable that the previously shelved project will be reactivated. The previous project? The equipment department head stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, could it be the earlier 863 initiative? He directed his gaze toward Old Chun, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed, according to academician Zhang's insights, it is likely to be reinstated, particularly since it pertains to the realm of mechas. Alternatively, it may involve the formulation of a new engineering blueprint based on the Titan mecha. Old Chin slowly began to unveil the secrets of yesteryear, the classified 863 plan. This initiative, conceived over 2 decades ago during the conflict that awakened the world, refers to the renowned Gulf War. In that conflict, the United States, across the Pacific, demonstrated to the world what modern information warfare of the new century entailed. Under the overwhelming dominance of air supremacy, Colonel K.S. Iron Flood rendered adversaries mere playthings, transforming numerous military installations into living targets. At that time, the nation was still steeped in the belief that the caliber of artillery equated to justice, and that cannons represented truth, fervently striving to develop a torrent of armored tanks. Upon realizing this, the country underwent a profound awakening, swiftly formulating the 863 program, which was oriented towards advanced technology and spanned across numerous high-tech fields, including high-energy physics, microelectronics, chip technology, fire control systems, and supercomputing. Among its engineering applications, the 863 program significantly involved aerospace, aviation rockets, medium to long-range missiles, and advanced military technologies, all aimed at achieving a rapid advancement in information technology. Various response strategies and directions were proposed, with the concepts of battle mechs and mech units being introduced for the first time domestically. Subsequently, a decade-long period of certification research ensued, led by the esteemed academician Zhang. However, due to technological constraints and economic hardships, this decade-long top-secret project ultimately culminated in failure, resulting in all documents and materials related to battle mechs and mech units being sealed and resources redirected elsewhere. Should the 863 program be revived, it would undoubtedly warrant a concerted effort, as it transcends a mere handful of projects. The director of the equipment department, with a serious demeanor, remarked that this would necessitate a complete reconstruction of the entire system, re-establishing a supply chain encompassing both upstream and downstream components. Our base must not miss this opportunity. We must strive to be at the forefront of the new era of the 863 program. His words ignited a fervor in the hearts of the 3 individuals present. You gaze into my eyes, and I into yours, both filled with profound excitement and yearning, as if we stand on the very precipice of an era. Thus, the command issued by the Divine Will must be pursued with unwavering determination. Above all, we must strive to retain classmate Bai Fan. If he remains, the Titan mech shall undoubtedly stay as well. Old Chin spoke with resolute conviction. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Once the testing concludes, I shall act without delay. Chapter 21. At all costs, retain Bai Fan. As time gracefully slipped by, the second test of the Titan mech extended beyond the scheduled duration, continuing on the track even as the clock struck 11. At this moment, some of the more seasoned academicians, standing in the observation area, found themselves struggling against drowsiness, their eyelids growing heavy. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the academicians summoned their remaining energy, their eyes wide open, fixated on the track before them, determined not to miss a single detail regarding the Titan mech or this historic progression. Among them was the venerable Elder Zhang, who, as the most esteemed and senior member present, had already consumed 3 or 4 cups of tea. Xiaowang, I must trouble you to fetch me another pot of strong tea, Elder Zhang said, rubbing his weary eyes and addressing a nearby staff member as he stood to stretch his limbs. Certainly, Elder Zhang, it shall be ready shortly, Xiaowang replied, taking up the teacup and hastening away. We will inform you immediately of any developments. Do take care not to exhaust your health. Should anything happen to you, it would be a significant loss for us. Before I could finish my words, the elder chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I am not so fragile. I recall the days during the war when I would crouch in the snow, calculating blueprints. What is this in comparison? However, Zhang Lao. Before Yu Shui could speak further, He was interrupted by the elder's words. Moreover, at my age, I am hardly of great value. The testing of the Titan mecha is nearing completion. We cannot falter at this critical juncture. I wish to witness the conclusion of the Titan mecha's tests with my own eyes. Traveling such a great distance solely for the Titan mecha at my age. I never imagined I would have the chance to witness such a groundbreaking technology. It is indeed a stroke of luck for me. As Zhang Lao spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. This year, he is 85, and those who have merely crossed the age of 70 seem like mere children in his presence. The elder has traversed 2 centuries, witnessing the transformation of our nation from weakness to strength, from non-existence to the gradual accumulation of technological infrastructure. He understands better than anyone present the immense value and significance that cutting-edge technology holds for a nation and its people. To call it a stabilizing force would not be an exaggeration. The Titan mecha will soon elicit a response from above. You must prepare yourselves mentally. After a brief moment, the elder took a sip of strong tea and meaningfully reminded us. Upon hearing this, Yu Shui's eyes lit up, solidifying his resolve. Keep Bai Fan here. It is imperative that he remains. The words uttered by the old gentleman were undeniably indicative, suggesting that there will be significant developments concerning the Titan mecha, extending across the nation and throughout the entire military. At any cost, we must ensure that Bai Fan stays. We will extend the most generous conditions possible. If they do not suffice, we shall draft a formal request to higher authorities. The only urgency is in our speed. Yu Shui quietly stepped aside to send a message to his secretary. At 1 o'clock in the morning, amidst the energy alerts of the mecha system, Bai Fan concluded the energy test. The results revealed that under full load, the Titan mecha operated for an impressive 9.3 hours, exceeding the anticipated duration by 1.3 hours. Compared to the data in the research paper, this was nothing short of a resounding triumph, surpassing expectations significantly. Esteemed leaders and respected professors. The second test of the Titan mecha is now complete. The predicted duration was 8 hours, yet the actual duration reached 9.3 hours. I am pleased to report that I have not failed in my duty. Please review the findings. Applause erupted like thunder throughout the venue. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The elder Zhang gazed at Bai Fan, his eyes brimming with joy and excitement, and the weariness he had felt moments before vanished entirely. The expressions of the other academicians and military engineers mirrored his, with some so overwhelmed by emotion that they could scarcely speak, merely shouting in exuberance. Their eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was a moment of triumph, as both the first and second tests had been flawlessly executed. This signifies that the Titan mech has begun to exhibit preliminary combat capabilities, which is fundamentally different from what preceded it. Bai Fan, you have worked diligently tonight. I see it is getting late. I will promptly arrange for your rest. The remaining test will continue tomorrow. Yu Shui, as the highest commander and responsible party of the base, approached Bai Fan, conversing with him while also seeking the opinions of the esteemed academicians present. Following the successful completion of the 2 tests, as per the usual protocol, the relevant testing results will be reported to the upper echelons overnight for immediate review. The subsequent tests will adopt a different format. At the very least, Bai Fan will not need to personally participate. Indeed, it is quite late, and after such prolonged exertion, we should ensure Bai Fan receives adequate rest. By the way, before resting, let us arrange for a meal. He arrived at noon and has yet to eat. Minister Fang Zheng of the Ministry of Science and Technology nodded in agreement, urging Bai Fan to rest immediately, and he conveyed a note of apology as he spoke. It's nothing, really. Bai Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. On the contrary, he felt remarkably invigorated. What could bring him greater joy than this? Subsequently, under the arrangement of Yu Shui's secretary, Bai Fan settled into a luxurious suite at the Wuhu base. A 30-square-meter one-bedroom apartment, furnished with a bed and a sofa, exuding a strikingly minimalist aesthetic. Classmate Bai Fan, what would you like to eat? We have a variety of local delicacies from Xianzhou, including spicy vermicelli, ningua cakes, and red bean wine. Of course, if you prefer stir-fried dishes, those are available as well. You may order at will, and it will arrive in 10 minutes, the secretary inquired thoughtfully. To enhance the service, she listed the renowned local snacks, and had specifically informed the logistics team. Snacks? Bai Fan was taken aback. Is the food in the military this sophisticated now? Local delicacies? He felt quite surprised. However, after such an extended period of testing, he indeed felt hungry and ordered a serving of rice noodles and a cup of red bean wine. Very well, classmate Bai Fan. Please hold on for a moment. It will be delivered shortly, the secretary replied with a smile. By the way, if I may be so bold, what direction do you envision for your future career? She suddenly asked. What direction? Bai Fan lifted his head in curiosity. Indeed. The secretary promptly continued. What do you think about our military district? Quite impressive, Bai Fan responded. If I recall correctly, the Wuhu base should have J-20 training flights. A base of such caliber is rare even domestically. Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded enthusiastically, internally exclaiming that there was potential. She quickly added, classmate Bai Fan. I would like to give you an early heads up. If you are willing to work at the Wuhu base after graduation, the base can approve a chief engineer position specifically for the construction of Titan mechs with the rank of colonel, and the benefits and allowances equivalent to that of a division-level officer. As long as you nod, everything will be prepared by tomorrow morning. The files will be transferred to military status, and you will be enrolled immediately. What do you think? During the wait for snacks, the secretary finally revealed his thoughts. Beginning to undermine the foundations as per commander use instructions. A chief engineer of a project, with a rank equivalent to that of a division head, and a colonel's military title. This level of treatment, even in the present day, would seem quite commendable to an ordinary person, if not exceptionally favorable. However, he shook his head, for it did not align with his future plans, nor did it adhere to the optimal trajectory of the main storyline tasks. Thank you for your generous offer, but I do not intend to pursue a career in the military. Is it a matter of inadequate compensation? If Bai Fan is willing to join, the benefits can certainly be elevated further. These aspects are open for negotiation. The secretary assumed it was due to the low offer and hurriedly made his case. Bai Fan shook his head. Sir, it is not about the compensation. Rather, it is a conflict with my personal aspirations and my work within the base. Upon hearing this, the secretary looked up and caught sight of the Titan mech standing silently on the runway, glinting with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and understood the reason. Perhaps the conditions just mentioned would seem like an extraordinary offer to an average individual, a lifetime achievement even. Yet, before Bai Fan, the creator of the Titan mech, they appeared rather trivial. Just moments ago, the first and second tests of the mech had successfully passed. It is foreseeable that the domestic equipment and military sectors will undergo a transformative advancement due to the Titan mecha, akin to the series of high-tech 5-year plans from years past, thus becoming a focal point of national development. It seems that leaving a lasting impression is no easy feat. The secretary mused inwardly. Upon exiting, he hurried to the command center to meticulously report the situation to Yu Shui. If the issue pertains to compensation, it can be easily resolved by simply increasing it. At worst, if he makes a mistake, he may be reprimanded. However, the primary concern is to retain personnel. Currently, there exists a misalignment between individual aspirations and military duties, which complicates matters. It is evident that Bai Fan possesses a clear understanding of his future personal ambitions, and altering his perspective will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, if not entirely unfeasible. Consequently, we shall divide our approach into 2 parts. On one hand, we shall enhance compensation, ensuring it is elevated to the equivalent of a deputy military rank. On the other hand, we can engage Bai Fan as a consultant, Yu Shui articulated. His reluctance to join the military stems from a singular reason: the numerous constraints imposed by military life. Thus, by alleviating these restrictions and appointing him as a consultant, the process will become significantly more manageable. Commander, regarding the consultant's compensation, what shall we propose? The secretary inquired with some uncertainty. The compensation will remain as we initially discussed. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Fan's position within our ranks is assured, whether here with us or directly at the headquarters. This is unequivocal. It is merely a matter of some alterations in form, Yu Shui remarked with a smile. After all, the pivotal technology of the Titan mech is destined not to be monopolized by any single individual. To maximize benefits or to promote the technology, it is inevitable that one must establish a relationship with the state. This is an unavoidable reality. Naturally, Bai Fan shares this perspective. Collaborating with the government is indeed the optimal strategy, albeit with a different approach. Therefore, I urge you to exert yourself this evening to prepare the necessary materials, particularly the procedures and documents concerning the consultants, ensuring they're all uniformly produced. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally meet with Bai Fan, regardless of the circumstances. Our base cannot afford to miss this opportunity. We must strive to secure the primary priority for the Titan mech. Yu Shui resolutely issued the command. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed, replied the secretary, standing at attention and executing a standard military salute before exiting the office. Meanwhile, the Minister of Science and Technology, Fang Jing, along with 13 academicians, remained hard at work. Upon receiving the specific data from the first and second tests, they swiftly established contact with the central authorities. Following a brief report by Minister Fang Jing, it was decided at the highest level to convene an emergency meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning to discuss the further testing of the Titan mech, its future applications, and even structural matters. Chapter 22, Emergency High-Level Meeting. At 2:30, in the command office area of the Wuhu base, in stark contrast to the past, the entire office area remained brilliantly illuminated. Half an hour ago, 13 esteemed academicians, alongside Minister of Science and Technology Fang Zhang, delivered a brief report to the highest authorities. Following a succinct deliberation, an urgent meeting of the ministries was convened promptly at 6 o'clock. Seizing the few remaining hours of respite, the academicians hurriedly retired to replenish their energy. Meanwhile, the commanders of various military districts, roused from their slumber in the dead of night upon receiving the news, began to awaken. What is the situation? Does anyone know what the urgent meeting at 6 o'clock pertains to? A military district leader inquired within the confidential group chat. This inquiry stemmed from a senior official within the ranks of Rong Fei, whose notable contributions include the development of the formidable J-20 aircraft. Old Yang, wait a minute. How come you are unaware? Aren't you usually the most well-informed among us? If you don't know, how can we? Su Yunlong, the head of the Shuzhou sub-base, teased playfully in the chat. Old Su, you say that as if this year's research funding is only marginally greater than yours, which you have incessantly lamented about from the beginning of the year to the end, came the retort. I genuinely have no knowledge of this matter. I was just roused by my secretary, Old Yang replied. Does anyone have any insights to share? This situation leaves me quite unsettled. He promptly arrived at his office to prepare the relevant documents for the meeting while simultaneously seeking information within the group. Old Yang, Old Su, you both arrived quite early. I am still unaware of the situation, having just risen from slumber. Why the urgency, and more importantly, why was no agenda circulated? Let me express my concern. Based on past experiences, this is rather irregular. Rin Tian, the head of the Jinling base, interjected into the discussion. If even old Rin is in the dark, it seems that no one from above has been informed. Are there any brother units that might possess information? This is illogical. It has been years since such an occurrence. Another remarked. Could it be that they are preparing for a confrontation? A senior officer from the military district suddenly queried. That seems improbable. The likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. Although the current international climate is indeed precarious, it has not escalated to such alarming levels. Moreover, such matters are not trifled with. Notifications are typically issued in advance. Even in the absence of formal communication, there would usually be some forewarning. Rarely is there a last-minute summons in the dead of night. This deviates from established norms and procedures, Rin Tian countered after a moment's contemplation. Among the various military district department heads, he is quite seasoned. After decades of service, he has witnessed second-level combat responses. Yet he has never encountered a situation necessitating an emergency meeting of this nature at such an hour. One must wait and see. Notably, this is a ministerial meeting, involving not only military district representatives, but also members from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology. It is likely that matters are far more complex than they appear. The speaker was the head of the Sichuan military district. Intuition whispered to him that this meeting would not be as straightforward as those in the past. Meanwhile, sitting in the office, Yu Shui gazed at the incessant stream of messages flashing across the internal screen, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement and joy. He murmured to himself. The impact of the Titan mecha is imminent. It was nearly identical to what he had envisioned. However, he was taken aback by the swiftness of it all. The testing data had just been freshly released, and a comprehensive ministerial meeting was promptly convened to discuss it. The actions taken by the higher-ups this time indicated a significant resolve. Yu Shui contemplated how he would initiate the upcoming 6 o'clock meeting. His gaze fell upon a document in his left hand, which was none other than the urgent fax notification regarding the ministerial meeting that had just been signed and issued. He was strategizing how to conduct the meeting at 6. This time, he found himself in a fortunate position, having received the news several hours ahead of the brother departments. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to secure a spot in the first batch of Titan mecha pilot projects. Bai Fan. Yu Shui picked up a resume from the table and mused to himself. Truly remarkable. Achieving so much even before graduation, he thought, what an impressive young talent. The contents of the resume were none other than Bai Fan's life story, chronicling every event from birth to school, some of which Bai Fan himself had long forgotten. Yet now, every detail was laid bare before him. Simultaneously, in Kyoto, at the Ministry of Science and Technology, due to the department head, Fang Zheng, currently accompanying the Titan mech testing at the Wuhu Military District, the pertinent preparations have been delegated to Deputy Minister Zhang Zhun, who will liaise directly with the upper echelons to ready for the upcoming meeting at 6 o'clock. Xiao Wu, take 2 individuals and retrieve all the archives pertaining to the 863 program from the records room. It is likely we will need them for the meeting shortly. Additionally, notify all local archives to preserve all relevant documents. Here are the permits and keys. Zhang Zhun extracted a recently signed permit from the table and handed it to his secretary with a directive. Understood, Minister. I shall proceed at once. Xiao Wu glanced at the permit, refraining from further comment, and promptly nodded before rushing out. Within the entire Science and Technology Department, following Fang Zheng's call at 1:30, the notification has been disseminated. Minister, as per your instructions, we are currently retrieving all archives related to the 863 program. Once this task was completed, Zhang Zhun dialed Fang Zheng to report on the department's status. All right, I acknowledge. Please expedite the process. We may very well require this information for the meeting. Furthermore, contact the researchers involved in the mech classification plans from that era, particularly the group leaders and essential personnel, as well as all participating units, to ensure they are informed for the preparations of subsequent plans. Fang Zheng had been awaiting news. As soon as the phone rang, it was immediately answered, leading to a series of directives being issued over the line. Understood, Minister. Minister, I perceive that you suggest during the forthcoming 6 o'clock meeting, the higher authorities may indeed decide to reinstate the 863 program. At that moment, the phone rang and was promptly answered. Fang Zheng affirmed it is highly probable, as indications from above have already surfaced. Based on my assessment, it is likely that the 863 program will be revived, or a similar national initiative will be initiated anew. The present circumstances differ significantly from those of the past. The first and second testing data of the Titan mechs have impeccably demonstrated that our current technology has reached a level of maturity. We must advance and innovate upon this existing foundation. After all, stagnation invites peril. We are progressing, and so are our competitors. We must seize every opportunity for advancement. As he spoke, Fang Zheng's demeanor turned particularly grave, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation. Nonetheless, it is imperative that the archival materials from that era are utilized. You must ensure that they are thoroughly reviewed and expedited. Understood, Minister. I shall ensure the documents are prepared prior to the meeting. Zhang Zhun nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Chapter 23, The Reinstatement of the Mech Project? At precisely 4 o'clock in the morning, in accordance with Fang Zheng's directives, over 100 calls were made from the Ministry of Science and Technology within a mere half hour, reaching individuals scattered across the vast expanse of the nation. Some were educators in universities, serving as professors within the established system, while others held executive positions in major corporations or worked as technical engineers. There were even those enjoying retirement, tending to their grandchildren and relishing the pleasures of their golden years. However, they all share a commonality: their participation in the mecha engineering project of the 863 program 2 decades ago. Buzzing. In Huaibei City, Xiangshan District. At the Huai University Staff Dormitory, room 3002, the shrill ring of the telephone incessantly reverberates through the living room. Who could it be, calling at such an ungodly hour? Dad, how many times must I remind you to take the phone into your room and not leave it in the living room? Just as he spoke, a young man clad in pajamas, his eyes still heavy with sleep, emerged from his room. Glancing at the phone on the table, its screen aglow, he muttered irritably before answering. Hello, who is this? Greetings, this is the Ministry of Science and Technology. May I speak with Mr. Zhang Liwei? What? The Ministry of Science and Technology? Where did this call come from? Wait, the Ministry of Science and Technology. Due to his drowsiness, the young man instinctively failed to grasp the content of the conversation, contemplating hanging up to return to his slumber. However, upon hearing the phrase Ministry of Science and Technology, he suddenly became alert, as if a light had been switched on. The Ministry of Science and Technology? He inquired again, seeking confirmation. In this day and age, with the prevalence of scams, it was not uncommon for individuals to impersonate even governmental security agencies. Yes, sir, this is indeed the Ministry of Science and Technology. My employee ID is 08874. If you have any doubts, you may verify this information on the official ministry website. The caller reiterated, "May I confirm that you are Mr. Zhang Wei?" Yet, he remained somewhat hesitant. In this era of technological advancement, the forgery of identity information by fraudsters had become alarmingly prevalent. However, to prevent the possibility that it was indeed a call from the Ministry of Science and Technology, he chose to awaken his father. "Dad, someone is looking for you." The young man brought the phone into the room, rousing his slumbering father. "Who is it? It's late. Don't people need to sleep?" "They say it's the Ministry of Science and Technology." The young man reiterated the words from the earlier call. "What? The Ministry of Science and Technology? Which one?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liwei sprang from his bed, seeking further confirmation. "Which Ministry of Science and Technology do we have in our country? Hurry, hand me the phone." The young man promptly handed over the phone. "Hello, I am Zhang Liwei. May I ask who is calling? What is the matter?" "Hello, Engineer Zhang. This is the Ministry of Science and Technology. I need to confirm a few details with you. Were you in the year 2000? The staff member from the ministry inquired, articulating each word carefully. "Yes, that was me. Please go ahead." Thus, Zhang Liwei engaged in a serious conversation over the phone. The young man stood by, somewhat dazed, observing his father's fluent dialogue, which had somehow turned to discussions of the 863 program and archival documents. Could it be that his father had indeed worked in a classified unit in his youth? The young man gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, murmuring in disbelief. This matter had never been mentioned at home. He had heard whispers of it during his childhood, but had never taken them seriously. To his surprise, today he was witnessing it firsthand. After a mere 10 minutes, the young man waiting in the living room finally saw Zhang Liwei conclude his phone call. However, what greeted him was not the anticipated explanation from his father, but rather Zhang Liwei, impeccably dressed in formal attire. "Dad, what is this?" the young man inquired, pointing in astonishment at Zhang Liwei's attire. "Dressed up like this, are you heading out? So early, where could you possibly be going?" "Just a minor matter, going to Kyoto for a bit. No need to concern yourself with me. Focus on your work at home," Zhang Liwei replied. Just moments ago, he had received news that was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Something he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his lifetime. The 863 project was about to be reactivated. The Ministry of Science and Technology had ordered him to promptly head to the site in Kyoto to complete the categorization and organization of relevant materials. The news brought tears of joy to Zhang Liwei's eyes, as the delight arrived so swiftly that he found himself confirming the authenticity of the information multiple times during the call. 20 years prior, shortly after graduating from Hucking University, he had earned the title of an outstanding scholar in the field of microelectronics and was on the cusp of being selected for the 1,000 Talents Plan, garnering much attention as a rising star in the industry. Colleagues at the time speculated on how long it would take for him to achieve the prestigious Yangtze River Scholar Award, with guesses ranging from 3 to 5 years. However, he ultimately chose a path that no one could have foreseen. In his 5th year post-graduation, Zhang Liwei was selected for the Ministry of Science and Technology's 863 program. After careful consideration, he opted for anonymity, withdrawing from the research sector to take full responsibility for the drive module of mecha engineering, leading a research team of over 100 individuals, working tirelessly for 2 full years. Yet, despite their diligent efforts, the final outcome of the evaluation was a failure to pass. Informed that the mecha project was fundamentally unfeasible, the entire scheme and its associated research team were entirely dismissed. Thus, he has gradually arrived at this point. Over the past 2 decades, his life has been relatively tranquil. To outsiders, being a university professor connotes a high social standing, respectability, and commendable salary and benefits, indeed, a most enviable profession. However, only Zhang Liwei is acutely aware that this is not the life he yearns for. Presently, he has embarked once more on the path he aspires to pursue. Kyoto? Zhang Wei scratched his head in confusion, pondering why there would be a sudden need to travel there. Moreover, it was barely past 5 o'clock, making it impossible to procure a flight ticket. Could it be related to the recent phone call? Just as Zhang Wei was lost in speculation, he heard a loud bang as the door swung open and quickly shut again. He hastily looked up only to find no trace of his father in the living room. Where on earth is he? At this very moment, a situation akin to that of Zhang Wei's family was unfolding across various locales in the country. Military airfields were receiving a succession of classified red phone calls, urgently requesting the transport of research personnel to ensure their attendance at the 6 a.m. meeting. The Mecha Engineering Initiative of the 863 program had over 30 teams, comprising a staggering 500 individuals, with nearly 150 serving as core members. Chapter 24. Small Titan Aerospace Drone. What is the status? At 5:50 a.m. Fang Zheng from the Wuhu base, who had scarcely slept throughout the night, dialed Vice Minister Zhang Zhun to inquire about the latest developments regarding personnel readiness. Among them, nearly 70 individuals are the research backbone from that year. Currently, the documents pertaining to the 863 program's mecha engineering have been unsealed from various locations and are being expedited to the ministry at the utmost speed. Upon hearing the inquiry from his minister, Zhang Zhun meticulously reported the detailed situation, leaving no stone unturned. As for the military district, what is the status of their preparedness? Concerning the Titan mecha, military application is the primary focus, with other aspects being secondary. Fang Zheng inquired once more. Minister, the total equipment department of the military district, along with the relevant heads from the 5 major war zones, have all arrived. Those stationed nearby have already reached the ministry, while the more distant ones will participate in an online meeting synchronized with the local military district. Listening to the words on the phone, Fang Zheng nodded. That is reassuring. Given the astonishing data from the first and second tests of the Titan mecha, coupled with the current international climate, the attention from higher authorities will undoubtedly escalate beyond previous levels, surpassing that of the past. I suspect that a certain individual may attend the meeting in person. That individual? On the other end of the line, Zhang Zhun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, at least that is the information I have received so far. Regardless of whether that individual attends or not, we must be thoroughly prepared. This includes the forthcoming firepower test of the Titan mecha, as well as the specific organization and application. These are of paramount importance. Fang Zheng was extraordinarily serious, to the extent that each utterance required extensive contemplation. At this critical juncture, any misstep was unacceptable. Time was of the essence. With just half an hour remaining, it was time to prepare for the commencement of the meeting. Upon concluding the call, Fang Zheng settled into his chair, exhaling a deep sigh, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the airplane runway outside, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, the initial task was to accumulate 100 points, with a current total of 210 points. Bai Fan reflected on how his previous 120 points had been awarded for the successful production of a reduced-spec Titan mech. Although the significance of 210 points might seem trivial, it was worth noting that the complete set of Titan mech technology amounted to merely 500 points. This implied that with further effort, Bai Fan could obtain yet another set of Titan mech level technical data. System, open personal interface, Bai Fan silently commanded. After completing a portion of the main quest, the system granted access to his personal interface, allowing him to monitor his current task progress and attributes in real time. As the words left his lips, a futuristic blue holographic screen materialized before him, displaying Host, Bai Fan, Level, LV1, 800-1000, Age, 23 points, 210, Main Quest 1, The Glory of Technology. Task Progress, Rising Fame, 27. Your name has gained a measure of recognition within the industry. Some are aware of your existence, yet further diligence is required. This will serve as the finest foundation for your ascent to industry prominence. Task Reward, Main Task 2, The Glory of Titans. Task Description. The Titan mech is the most resplendent jewel in the crown of heavy industry, representing the core technology of an ancient civilization. The host is required to construct the true Titan mech within a limited time frame, resurrecting the grandeur of the Titan mech. Task Progress, 1-2. Task Reward, to be determined based on specific progress. Bai Fan gazed thoughtfully at one of the main tasks, reflecting to himself, this time it offers 500 points, a 5-fold increase compared to before. He pondered this, realizing that most of the materials needed for the complete Titan mech are restricted items, nearly unattainable in the ordinary private market. Moreover, it is evident that collaborating with the national machinery would be the most advantageous choice for such advanced technology, aligning perfectly with his ambition to amplify his influence. Once the testing of the Titan mech concludes and the subsequent meetings grant approval, it should be nearly accomplished. Bai Fan recalled the words of the staff from the Wuhu military district just a few hours prior. Their intentions were unmistakable. They wished for him to remain. Acknowledging that various parties had taken note of the Titan mech and understood the inherent value it holds. This was merely the beginning of early recruitment. Patience is key. Good things take time. With that thought, Bai Fan shifted his attention to the next task reward. Name, Small Titan Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. Description, a representative of the Titan series in aerial and spatial domains. This small unmanned aerial vehicle shares the same lineage as the Titan mech, concealing formidable power beneath its diminutive exterior. Aircraft specifications: length 4.5 meters, width 2 meters. Payload capacity of 2 tons, maximum cruising speed of 6 Mach, maximum cruising altitude of 20,000 meters. Equipped with airborne phased array radar with a detection range of 5,000 kilometers and a combat radius of 4,000 kilometers. Relevant technologies: next-generation large active phased array radar, utilizing a novel composite array, airborne detection distance of 8,000 kilometers, simultaneously employing low-frequency waves capable of detecting stealth targets. With a coverage rate of 90 HT ultra-high titanium alloy, an industrial crown jewel produced under liquid nitrogen at an ultra-low temperature of -273 degrees, where the molecular state of titanium and steel further fuses, significantly enhancing strength, making it the quintessential material for manufacturing stamped engines and high-pressure engines. Having briefly perused the technical documentation, Bai Fan was struck with astonishment, particularly by the 3 core technologies detailed at the conclusion of the document. Each one, if presented individually, would incite fierce competition, representing a void in the domestic landscape. Take the active phased array radar, for instance. Currently, domestic phased array radar arrays face limitations in large-scale deployment in airborne configurations due to issues with heat dissipation and size, thus restricting their detection range. However, the Titan unmanned aerial vehicle employs a groundbreaking multi-point deployment scheme that impeccably resolves the heat dissipation challenge, extending the detection range to an astonishing 8,000 kilometers. Remarkably, it began with Titan mechs, and now we have the Titan aerospace drone. Will there be another Titan series military technology on the horizon? Bai Fan gazed at the technical document on the screen and, lost in thought, suddenly remarked with a chuckle, "Is this a call for me to engage in scientific research? It is evident that they wish for me to become an arms dealer." Chapter 25. The Official Commencement. As for the subsequent item concerning the HT ultra-hard titanium alloy material, upon reviewing the pertinent data, Bai Fan found himself quite astonished. Its hardness is 5 times that of the titanium alloys currently prevalent in the industry. However, its toughness has not diminished with the increase in strength. On the contrary, it has remained consistent, if not improved slightly, while its resistance to high temperatures and corrosion has more than doubled. To put it plainly, this data indicates that it is superb material for engine manufacturing. Whether for stamping engines or pulse jet turbines, the performance metrics are entirely compatible. Not to mention, incorporating this material would, at the very least, extend the lifespan by several thousand hours, thereby saving billions in costs. If the folks at AVIC were to see this, they would surely be elated. After perusing the data, Bai Fan reclined on his bed, murmuring to himself, "It appears that the age-old adage rings true. At the pinnacle of technology, it ultimately converges upon materials." Bai Fan reflected on this notion. There has always been a prevailing belief within the scientific community that the current limitations to technological advancement stem from materials. Often, it is not the technology that falters, but rather the constraints imposed by material performance. Take aerospace engines, for instance. Withstanding temperatures in the thousands while maintaining high rotational speeds is technically quite feasible. However, materials capable of enduring such high speeds and temperatures without deformation are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of major nations possessing the capability for independent research and development. For instance, in the energy sector, the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology can be attributed to the invention of magnetic confinement. This innovation arose from the absence of materials capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding millions of degrees. Consequently, alternative methods were employed. However, material science is often regarded as one of the 4 great pitfalls for a reason. The quest for superior materials demands not only expertise but also a considerable measure of fortuity. Otherwise, one may never encounter the moment when a new material is successfully developed. In many instances, the birth of a novel material is accompanied by a series of fortuitous coincidences. At precisely 5:50 in the morning, in Kyoto, within the Ministry of Science and Technology's conference room, a gathering took place. Representatives from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the General Assembly Department, and the equipment heads from the 5 military districts who had rushed in overnight. Totaling 152 individuals, many of whom were the research backbone behind the Titan mech, were all present. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally grave, with mutual glances exchanged in silent anticipation for the commencement of this urgent ministerial meeting. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the entrance of an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, instantly drawing the collective gaze of all attendees. The reason was simple. This man was none other than the highest-ranking official. Everyone was present. "Stay seated. Stay seated," the elderly gentleman remarked as he noticed the attendees rising in unison upon his arrival. He quickly gestured with his hands to calm them, smiling as he said, "Please sit down. There is no need to stand. It's quite early, and I appreciate your efforts to gather here from various locations. There is indeed a reason for calling you all together. Only by summoning you all together can we discuss this matter." Under the guidance of Vice Minister Zhang Jun from the Ministry of Science and Technology, the elder statesman sat firmly in the foremost position and began to speak slowly. Upon hearing this, all present, particularly the military district leaders, grew increasingly curious. Even the top leader was attending the meeting at 6 a.m. One can only imagine the level and significance of this assembly. "Minister Zhang, how is the situation over in Wuhu?" the leader inquired. "Report, sir. We have already established a connection and can project the meeting at any moment," came the response. Furthermore, local military district heads from various regions are also online and synchronized. Zhang Jun nodded and replied, "Good." Hearing this, the leader acknowledged with a nod. Meanwhile, the military district leaders, listening to their exchange, began to ponder. They exchanged knowing glances and quickly realized, "Wuhu base. Is this urgent meeting related to what is happening over there?" One military district leader whispered, "Is it that old fellow you? No wonder I haven't seen him chime in the chat earlier. He is usually the most gossipy, eager to make a fuss over every little thing. I was puzzled by his silence this time. Turns out he was waiting here." Another military district leader tapped his head, also coming to the realization. "However, I am still curious. What could possibly be the matter concerning him? After all, that place is merely a base for the J-20. Regardless of the specifications, they cannot be excessively low, as the J-20 is our flagship fighter jet and currently represents the pinnacle of advanced aircraft. However, it is rather perplexing to convene an emergency meeting of the ministries in the dead of night, accompanied by such a grandiose display." A military district leader stroked his chin in contemplation, expressing his bewilderment as he pondered the situation, yet he remained unable to grasp the underlying circumstances. "Minister Zhang, please distribute the materials from this session to everyone. Let them take a look. Additionally, notify all departments to commence at precisely 6 o'clock, under the directive of the commander." The emergency meeting of the ministries commenced punctually. "Understood, Commander." Zhang Jun nodded, swiftly instructing the staff to distribute the meticulously prepared documentation regarding the Titan mech to each participant. "We are currently establishing a connection with the Wuhu base. Connection successful. Now connecting with various military districts. Connection successful." Mere seconds later, personnel from all relevant departments were online. "Good morning, everyone. What you have before you is a document concerning the Titan mech, which includes the freshly released first and second test data. Please take a few moments to peruse it briefly. This emergency meeting of the ministries will be centered around this document." Before the meeting officially commenced, the commander set a clear tone, emphasizing the elevation of the Titan mech's classification. His words reverberated, creating significant waves of anticipation in the gathering. Apart from a select few individuals privy to the information, everyone displayed an expression of sheer astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, embodying disbelief. The news regarding the Titan mech had scarcely fermented for a day, known only to a handful within the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Upon learning of this revelation, the 13 academicians promptly signed a confidentiality agreement, forbidding any unauthorized disclosures among themselves. The senior leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were aware that these academicians had been dispatched by the ministry to undertake a mission. Yet the specifics of that mission remained unclear to them, as they lacked the requisite authority. Consequently, they, much like the military district heads present, appeared somewhat dazed, particularly as they leafed through the documents, absorbing the contents within. They felt a mix of astonishment and a burgeoning excitement. The Titan mech. It was indeed a mech. Furthermore, it already possessed empirical data. What could this signify? The military district heads, astute individuals, recognized that the significant investment made to convene this emergency meeting implied that the Titan mech mentioned in the documents likely already had combat capability, akin to the moment when the first J-20 prototype was unveiled, bearing identical significance. At this juncture, the voice of the commanding officer resonated. "Next, the detailed presentation will be led by Minister Fang Zhengfang, who is present at the scene." Chapter 26. The Application and Structuring of the Titan Mech. Greetings, everyone. I am Fong Zheng. As you can see, I am currently engaged in the testing of the Titan Mech at the Wuhu Military District. Given the urgency of the situation, I shall be succinct in my description. Yesterday at noon, we received a call from the esteemed Su Jun from Hefei University of Technology, accompanied by a technical document titled Titan Mech. During the call, Su emphasized the necessity for me to immediately initiate the emergency protocol of the Ministry of Science and Technology to expedite the review of the document. The Titan Mech is an advanced powered armor system based on a novel architecture, equipped with a state-of-the-art combat operating system and energy solutions, designed to adapt to a wide range of urban and wilderness combat scenarios. In its intended design, it is capable of accomplishing over 95 of urban tasks. Within the document you possess, you will find the final section, approximately on page 201,240, which outlines the latest experimental data for the Titan Mech. These include tests on the acceleration power system and the full-load energy system, both of which have met our expected design criteria, with the latter test exceeding projections by an hour and a half. I have just begun to elaborate. Yet upon hearing the specific functionality data and the identity of the designer, the eyes of all attending military district officials nearly bulged in disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost. What? The designer of the Titan Mech is merely a university student? Moreover, a fresh graduate this year? When did domestic undergraduates become so remarkably proficient? This was the immediate reaction of all the commanding officers present at the military district. What a joke. This is a mech, not a mere toy. Moreover, according to the recent data description, once this weapon is deployed on the battlefield, it will effortlessly annihilate the enemy, decisively altering the outcome of a localized conflict. It could serve as a stabilizing force. Yet, such a formidable weapon was conceived as a graduation project by a student who has yet to graduate. They could never have imagined this, nor would they dare to believe it. To speak frankly, had it not been for the meeting at the ministry, I would have found it hard to accept that this was the creation of a recent graduate. One of the commanding officers stroked his beard, reclining in his chair, reflecting to himself, this individual surpasses the hundreds of research teams I oversee. The key point is that he is still young, just graduated from university, or rather, not even graduated yet. He has another 2 or 3 decades of prime research ahead of him. Another officer added, who knows what further achievements he might accomplish. Indeed. Nevertheless, despite all the discussions, having such talent is a blessing for our nation. However, that old you has gone too far. He was aware of this matter yesterday, yet chose to keep it under wraps instead of sharing it promptly. I had even dispatched numerous engineers to assist with the maintenance of the J-20, resolving any issues as swiftly as possible. And now, he has kept such significant news completely to himself. The commander of the Rongqing Military District Base could not help but grumble. He was undoubtedly aware of the reason why Yushui did not greet him. The Wuhu Military District, Hefei University of Technology. It seems that after the meeting, I must seek out old you to gain further insight into the specifics. I cannot allow him to take advantage of the situation without consequence. The other military district commanders were pondering this in their minds. It appears that the higher-ups are preparing to open a batch of pilot programs. In any case, we must strive for this opportunity. After Fong Zheng concluded his remarks, he paused for a minute or two, allowing everyone to digest the information and take a breather. The commander then resumed speaking, his expression grave as he announced the main agenda. I trust that after Minister Fong's explanations, everyone present has gained a clearer understanding of the Titan Mecha. The purpose of today's emergency meeting is singular, to discuss how to advance the application and establishment of the Titan Mecha and whether to revive the 863 Mecha engineering program. Comrades, it is essential to recognize that the current international situation is exceedingly severe. A certain superpower has been casting a covetous eye upon our nation. Militarily, they aim to encircle us within the third island chain, while economically, they seek to suppress our transformation. Politically, they endeavor to marginalize us. The commander spoke with conviction, and as he did, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn among the listeners. As articulated by our esteemed leader, the current international landscape is undeniably grave, with localized conflicts erupting into frequent armed confrontations, under the weight of a tripartite blockade. It is no simple task for our nation to break free and establish a distinct new order and standards. Firstly, regarding the advancement of the Titan Mech. One thing is beyond dispute. The overarching aim is to conduct mass validation in the shortest possible time frame, swiftly equipping our military to enhance combat readiness. The commanding officer of the Jinling military district is forthright in his assertions. Old Wu speaks wisely. The testing of the Titan mech, based on data, appears exceptionally promising. It can be determined with 99% certainty that it possesses battlefield combat capabilities. Our immediate task is to thoroughly comprehend this technology, rapidly scale up production, and equip the entire military, thereby achieving a swift enhancement in combat effectiveness. The head of the Rongqing military district concurs, expressing his alignment with this vision. Indeed, every individual present shares unanimous agreement on advancing the Titan mech. As for the reactivation of the 863 mech engineering project, I propose that a complete revival is unnecessary. Regardless of how advanced the original mech data may have been, it is now a decade old, and at that time, we were not at the forefront of innovation. Consequently, in terms of timeliness and applicability, it has significantly diminished, not to mention its comparative inferiority to the Titan mech. At this moment, after clarifying the current status of the Titan mech, Du Qing, the head of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, expressed his opinion on the second viewpoint. What does Director Du mean? Fang Zheng inquired. Du Qing smiled at everyone and said, I believe we can selectively utilize the archived materials to re-establish a mech project or research initiative in conjunction with the Titan mech Chapter 27, fully armed, rockets, and missiles. The ministerial meeting concerning the application and advancement of the Titan mech lasted longer than anticipated. Naturally, the senior official, after enduring the preceding 2 hours, temporarily departed to attend to other pressing matters, given the multitude of responsibilities he bore. His presence for those 2 hours exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the commanding officer of the military district, though somewhat perplexed by the discussions, remained in attendance, silently absorbing the conference proceedings. Nevertheless, they were not idle. They began to discreetly exchange information, particularly regarding Yushui, whose phone had been inundated with calls, compelling him to switch it off for a moment of respite. Goodness. Finally, a moment of peace. My phone is nearly out of battery. After enduring countless calls throughout the day, Yushui powered down his phone and set it aside, leaving only an online conference awaiting the final outcomes. The number you have dialed is currently powered off. Please try again later. Listening to the incessant ringing of the phone, the commanding officer of the Rongqing military district felt an indignant frustration brewing within him. He gathered the other military district commanders and vented his displeasure, exclaiming, That old Yu is truly unscrupulous. He has seized such a significant opportunity. It would be one thing if he said nothing. But look what he has done. He has even turned off his phone. Upon hearing this, the other commanders erupted into laughter. This particular officer from Rongqing had been a longtime partner of Yushui, their camaraderie traceable back to the years of the War of Resistance. They had engaged in a rivalry of affection and animosity for decades, often bickering whenever they were together, unable to tolerate each other's presence. Yushui, who had just settled down after a brief period of yawning, suddenly found himself sneezing incessantly. Without a doubt, he mused, it must be that old Feng incessantly berating me. I can only imagine the uproar he has caused at the department by now. Yushui reveled in this thought. Based on the discussions held during the day's meeting, the application and advancement of the Titan mecha had been confirmed, and the first batch of pilot quotas was about to be announced. Undoubtedly, the Wuhu military district would be the first to receive them. How could he not feel elated? Old Feng, I truly apologize this time. Yushui reflected. There was no choice. Opportunities like this are rare, and perhaps next time he would concede to Feng. With that, Yushui's feelings of guilt diminished considerably, and he resumed his attention to the meeting. Meanwhile, as the meeting remains in progress, the subsequent 2 tests concerning the Titan mech have been temporarily suspended. However, Bai Fan has not been idle. After a rejuvenating slumber until noon, he brought a computer to the office and engaged in brief discussions with several academicians. Through the Wuhu base, he acquired the latest data on the equipment and commenced the matching of fire control ports for the Titan mech. According to the design, the Titan mech is set to be equipped with an airborne lightweight heavy machine gun, carrying 3,000 rounds of ammunition, alongside an automatic rifle with a capacity of 2,000 rounds. Moreover, the most critical aspect of the Titan mech's payload, totaling 2 tons, will be allocated to 4 close-range, single-soldier surface-to-air missiles, as well as over 80 small rockets. Each rocket is roughly the size of a palm, yet is packed with high-energy explosives and glass shards. This configuration not only ensures effective lethality against nearby control units, but also forms a barrage network capable of providing temporary fire suppression and coverage. The 4 surface-to-air missiles can employ laser guidance for beyond visual range strikes, as well as utilize the mech's integrated sensory system for visual targeting. Once the system locks onto a target, it generates a cannon map centered around the Titan mech in less than 1 microsecond, enabling precise and swift strikes. Bai Fan, what you are describing is incredibly advanced. Not in the office, the equipment engineers at the Woohoo base listened intently to Bai Fan's enlightening discourse on the weaponry deployment of the Titan mech. Unsurprisingly, they were once again struck by a wave of astonishment. With eager anticipation, they gazed up at Bai Fan, who stood beneath the whiteboard, pen in hand. Their faces flushed with excitement as they posed their questions. The fact that Bai Fan was merely a fourth-year university student had long since been cast aside. Perhaps during their initial meeting yesterday, they felt somewhat hesitant, embarrassed to seek guidance from someone so much younger. However, at this moment, such concerns were irrelevant. Every morsel of knowledge was invaluable. What worth does pride hold? Can it procure advanced technology? Certainly not. Moreover, if they did not seize this opportunity now, it would not be long before they found themselves unqualified to listen. Indeed, it echoed the age-old adage, the indifference of today may lead to unattainable heights tomorrow. Wonderful. By noon today, I have configured the relevant fire control ports for the Titan mech and integrated them into the main control system. We are merely a step away from installing the peripherals, and we can proceed with the subsequent 2 tests at any moment. Those interested can witness the proceedings in person. Bai Fan joyfully extended his invitation. Upon hearing this, the military equipment engineers present were elated, exchanging glances and nodding enthusiastically as if they were pounding garlic. Outside the office, through the window, Elder Zhang observed Bai Fan engaging with everyone, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. For someone over 80, this was indeed a moment of pride. There is nothing more gratifying than witnessing the emergence of a research prodigy capable of advancing the entire industry. Observing this scene, even Chen Xing, who had hurried over to report on the transportation status of the fire control weapons, paused in his steps, lowering his voice for fear of disturbing the elder's delight. However, the elder had already heard the commotion and turned to inquire, have the weapons been maintained? Chen Xing nodded. The Blue Sword, 7 and the AR-3 rockets are fully prepared. The engineering team is also ready for immediate installation. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang nodded. Proceed with the installation. Once the meeting concludes, we will promptly follow the directives from above for the next phase. Understood. Chen Xing saluted. Chapter 28. Collaborating with the upper echelons. At Yushui's command, the freshly serviced Blue Sword, 7 missiles, and AR-3 rockets were drawn from the warehouse and positioned before the Titan mech on the runway. Let us commence, Yushui said, simultaneously listening to the ongoing meeting while overseeing the proceedings on site. Gazing at the imposing Titan mech before him ignited a fervor within him. Meanwhile, Bai Fan, having received the notification, arrived with military district engineers who were attending a lecture, ready to provide guidance to avert any potential issues during the installation process. 3 equipment engineers gently opened a metallic sealed box, revealing a somewhat bulky missile within. The front end was an emerald oval, housing high explosives, while the rear featured a black rocket propulsion system designed for missile launch. The missile measured a mere 52 centimeters in length, with a diameter of 40 millimeters, and weighed only 1.2 kilograms, making it a compact device specifically crafted for individual combat operations. The installation process was notably straightforward. From the outset of the design, Bai Fan had reserved grooves throughout the Titan mech for this purpose. The engineers, akin to assembling building blocks, systematically placed each projectile into the corresponding symmetrical grooves. Approximately 10 minutes later, all weaponry on the Titan mech was fully installed. Bai Fan, it's your turn. Let us see if it functions, Yushui remarked, stepping aside. In response, Bai Fan confidently approached, activated the computer, and established communication with the Titan mech. He meticulously opened each firepower configuration port to review the installation's compatibility and activation status. Commander Yu, everything is in order. All launch ports are activated and ready for deployment. Bai Fan confirmed 3 minutes later. Upon hearing this, Yushui finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor. Excellent. Now we await the directives from above, Yushui replied with a hint of apology. Bai Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. As time passed, the clock struck 9 o'clock, and the multi-departmental ministerial meeting was finally declared concluded. During the meeting, it was emphasized that the 863 program and the research personnel from the former mecha project would be reactivated, involving over 200 individuals alongside previous documentation. However, It is noteworthy that this initiative does not merely inherit the prior framework, but instead represents a new project entitled the Titan Program, named after the Titan mechas. The Titan program marks the first large-scale, nationally significant military engineering endeavor since the advent of the new century. In accordance with the meeting's directives, all resources will be consolidated and advanced at the highest levels of priority. In simpler terms, it can be likened to this century's mission. Secondly, the meeting unveiled the first batch of pilot allocations for the Titan mechas, encompassing 3 military district bases. The Wuhu base in Ushuaia ranks first, followed by the Kyoto Military District in the Central Theater and the Jinling Military District in the Southern Theater. In this pilot phase, numerous other military districts will play a supporting role. These 3 pilot military districts will be responsible for the initial deployment and functionality of the Titan mechas. Upon successful advancement and establishment of standardized operations that meet the anticipated outcomes, a comprehensive rollout across the military will ensue. Lastly, the issue of Bai Fan's placement was addressed. Regarding Bai Fan's future, insights were gathered from various military districts as well as the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology, providing several options for Bai Fan's consideration. The first is an expedited enlistment into the military, particularly into Division D, which is undoubtedly a priority. Furthermore, the conferral of the honorary rank of senior colonel is suggested. From this moment onward, Bai Fan's personal information will be classified as top secret, accessible only to a select few high-ranking officials nationwide who may review and retrieve his files. Should Bai Fan choose to enter the national system, he would undoubtedly assume the role of the chief research officer for the Titan Mecha project, with benefits equivalent to a ministerial-level position. The initial funding allocation for the Titan project amounts to 100 billion yuan, ultimately directed towards the General Equipment Department of the Military Region, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The final decision rests with the highest authority, who will grant Bai Fan his desired unit of employment. Furthermore, regarding the technology of the Titan mecha, a special allocation of 10 billion yuan from the military budget will be directly transferred to Bai Fan's account to secure exclusive rights to this technology, ensuring its confidentiality. While this sum may seem modest in relation to the Titan mecha technology, it carries significant symbolic weight, signaling the government's acknowledgement of Bai Fan's contributions. The fourth point pertains to the subsequent 2 tests for the Titan mecha, which must be completed expeditiously to obtain the latest data. Consequently, immediately following the meeting, Fang Zheng rushed to find Bai Fan, his face alight with excitement as he conveyed the relevant information. Bai Fan, or rather, at this moment, I should refer to you as Comrade Bai Fan, he began, smiling before swiftly correcting himself. The meeting regarding the Titan mecha has just concluded, and I am here to discuss your placement and the technology related to the Titan mecha. First and foremost, your appointment will be finalized shortly, with a military rank of colonel, and your records will be classified and transferred to military archives at the highest level of confidentiality. This measure serves as a precaution to ensure your personal safety. Calculating the time, it should be just a moment. I estimate that, Commander, you will begin preparations upon receiving the news. Fang Zheng gazed at Bai Fan, then patted his shoulder, expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "You, my boy, are the youngest colonel I have ever encountered. Although it is based on technical metrics, it remains an astonishing achievement. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is the technology of the Titan mech, for which a staggering sum of 10 billion will be allocated to acquire your technology. However, this does not imply a complete takeover of your innovations. Rather, it is a matter of confidentiality designated solely for state use. Subsequently, various departments and military districts will collaboratively initiate a new century project named after your Titan mech. The first phase will receive a funding of 100 billion, with no upper limit on subsequent allocations. You are undoubtedly the rightful chief overseer of the Titan project, despite your youth. Everyone has collectively chosen to place their trust in you. There is no need for concern about your ability to manage, as dedicated personnel will handle other matters, allowing you to concentrate solely on research and development. Additionally, having graduated now, have you considered where you would like to work or if you wish to pursue further studies? The state has provided you with several options: the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the General Logistics Department. Chapter 29. The major military districts compete eagerly. To be candid, the conditions and benefits just proposed by Fang Zheng are extraordinarily generous. It would be disingenuous for Bai Fan to claim he is not moved. However, after a moment of hesitation and careful contemplation, He shook his head and declined Fang Zheng's proposal. To fully integrate into the military district would undoubtedly impose numerous constraints, limiting the dissemination of influence, which would be detrimental to the advancement of the main mission and the system's objectives. In his perspective, he preferred to engage with the upper echelons of the nation through a collaborative approach, as this would enable the fullest realization of technological potential. Minister Fang, I am grateful for your esteemed consideration and the support from above. However, I do not wish to be bound by excessive constraints. This is not a rejection of your offer. Rather, I aspire to establish my own consortium to create a magnificent enterprise that will transform the world. Bai Fan's tone was deliberate, yet his gaze was resolutely unwavering, especially in the final sentence, which resonated with unyielding determination. As for the Titan mech blueprints and associated technologies, please rest assured that I am willing to submit them entirely to the nation. There will be no issues in that regard. Upon hearing Bai Fan's refusal, Fang Zheng, who had previously been filled with excitement, was momentarily taken aback, his expression freezing instantly, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water in the depths of winter. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, but never anticipated that someone would turn down such an offer. The overall director of the National Confidentiality Project, an initial funding of over 100 billion. If such a proposal were presented in the market, scientists worldwide would be clamoring to participate. Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself, recognizing that this was a young individual who had created the Titan mech, a marvel of technology that transcended the boundaries of contemporary science, before even graduating. Who could deny that he is a genius? Indeed, he possesses that level of capability. However, it is improbable that one could fully acquire the blueprints and related technologies of the Titan mechs without repercussions. Adequate compensation is certainly warranted. Comrade Bai Fan, in truth, regarding matters of work, there is no need for haste. After all, this is a significant decision in life. Take your time to ponder it. And once you have reached a conclusion, please respond. I will be at the Wuhu military district for the next few days. There is no urgency. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng hastily urged Bai Fan to leave with him, eager to report the situation to higher authorities. What? Bai Fan refused? Is that true? What did he say? Almost simultaneously, within 2 or 3 minutes of Fang Zheng's departure, Yu Shui received the news while reviewing documents in his office, and he was utterly astonished. Initially, he had indeed hoped to persuade Bai Fan to remain at the Wuhu military district. However, the practicalities of the situation proved exceedingly challenging. He had offered all that he could, yet Bai Fan remained unmoved. There was simply no way to persuade him. Moreover, there were central authorities and other allied units watching closely, especially now that they had secured the first batch of Titan mech pilot quotas. They were already quite satisfied. Should they attempt to seize additional benefits, the allied units would certainly disregard any sense of camaraderie and come knocking at their door. What he had not anticipated was that Bai Fan would decline even the invitation from above. He refused to go to the Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, or the General Equipment Department. What could he possibly be planning? To continue his studies? To pursue further education? Yu Shui, somewhat puzzled, inquired of his secretary, scratching his head in confusion and disbelief. That seems unlikely. With his level of expertise, who could possibly teach him? Even old Zhang falls short in this regard. The secretary shook her head and recounted what she had just witnessed, elaborating, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. But it was evident that Minister Fang did not receive a positive response. He left looking rather displeased and in a hurry. Nodding thoughtfully, Yu Shui suddenly had a realization. He quickly retrieved his phone and sent a message through the internal channels of various military districts. Gentlemen, do not blame me, old you, for not giving you a heads up. An opportunity has arisen, and I shall share a piece of information without competing with you. Just now, Bai Fan declined the invitation from the Ministry of Science and Technology. To be precise, he only accepted part of it, and his future work direction remains unconfirmed. Less than 2 minutes after the message was dispatched, the previously quiet internal group erupted with activity. Is this for real? Bai Fan is not going, so what are his intentions? A military district commander promptly inquired. The discussions during the meeting were quite clear. There are numerous potential paths for Comrade Bai Fan, yet he has chosen none? Indeed, at this point, no decision has been made. Consider this information as a tip-off. Whether or not you can seize the opportunity is beyond my concern. Just ensure you do not accuse me of being untrustworthy later. Yu Shui chuckled as he continued to engage with the group. From the Roaching military district, a response came forth. Oh, old you, is this a rare occurrence of sunlight emerging from the west? Such news is now being disclosed without reservation? Do you truly hold no sentiments towards Bai Fan? This individual is the pioneer of the Titan mech and the future principal leader of the Titan project. Indeed, wherever there is surplus water, there must be the Rongqing military district. Before long, the conversation has already turned into a playful exchange. Yes, old you. You surely aren't concocting any mischief, are you? The commander of the Jinling military district has also interjected into the discourse. Me? What other thoughts could I possibly harbor? I perceive each of them as well-meaning, yet they seem oblivious to the urgency at hand. With this procrastination, they should hasten their actions. Should the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the Ministry of Science and Technology intervene, you shall be left regretting it. Yu Shui continues to express himself in the group with unrestrained enthusiasm. Simultaneously, as he predicted, the commanders of various military districts, upon receiving the news, may still be bantering in the chat, but their actions are resolute. With a single command, calls flood into Bai Fan as if they were of no cost, each laden with a plethora of conditions, increasingly generous than the last. Were it permissible, some commanders might even consider relinquishing their positions. Their fervor stems from a clear vision of the expansive applications of the Titan mech and the establishment of new combat standards. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, at present, China could potentially break free from the stringent confines imposed by the United States through the Titan mech, thereby forging a new order on the international stage. The ramifications of this are immeasurable. Hello, is this Comrade Bai Fan? I am the commander of the Rongqing military district. Comrade Bai Fan, should you arrive at the Rongqing military district, I can assure you that you will have unfettered access to the entire spectrum of research resources within the district. To speak frankly, as soon as you set foot here, the research funding will be promptly allocated to you. This funding is entirely at your discretion, requiring no reports or applications whatsoever. Bai Fan, I am the military supervisor of the Jinling military district. If you're willing to join us, I assure you that all benefits will be doubled from your previous arrangements. The initial tranche of research funding, amounting to 20 billion, will be made available immediately. And I can guarantee that all pertinent resources within the province will be unconditionally mobilized to support you. Should you have any additional requests, feel free to voice them. As long as they do not contravene any principles, I can authorize them on the spot. These were the exact words spoken by the commanding officer of the Jinling military district to Bai Fan over the phone. In no time, all the military commanders were engaged in a fierce competition, vying to secure Bai Fan for their own districts. Chapter 30. Arms, or rather, mecha suppliers? Subsequently, Bai Fan answered calls from the military commanders of various military districts across the nation. For 2 hours, his phone rang incessantly, and it was only when his device finally succumbed to a depleted battery that the deluge of calls subsided. Good heavens, the calls were relentless. The rapid dissemination of this news was astonishing. Bai Fan leaned back in his chair, glancing at his recently powered-off phone, somewhat taken aback by the speed of events that had unfolded since Fang Zheng left the office merely 2 minutes prior. Instantly, the phone had erupted with an avalanche of calls. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Fan decided to recline in his chair for a brief respite to rejuvenate his spirit. Suddenly, the system emitted a notification sound, startling him awake. Upon opening his personal task attribute panel, he discovered that the progress of the main quest, the glory of technology, was escalating at a visibly rapid pace, incrementing with each passing moment. Within a minute or two, he observed that only a minuscule portion remained. At this revelation, Bai Fan sat up, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the 2 hours of incessant phone calls had not been in vain. At the very least, the task progress was steadily advancing, rendering the effort worthwhile. With the conclusion of the recent ministerial meeting, the news of the Titan mecha should have spread across various military districts, and its influence was amplifying as anticipated. Bai Fan stroked his chin, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the commanders of the military districts, having faced rejection over the phone, remained undeterred. The significance of the Titan mecha was beyond question, and they, as district commanders, were acutely aware of its implications. Thus, they were still eager to vie for a chance, hoping for some glimmer of possibility. Securing such an opportunity could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, yielding substantial resource allocation from above. Consequently, the major military districts nearly overnight dispatched their research personnel directly to the Wuhu military district, intent on meeting Bai Fan in person for a discussion. Upon returning to his office, Fang Zheng wasted no time and urgently dialed a number, establishing contact with higher authorities. Sir, regarding the whereabouts of Comrade Bai Fan, the situation is as follows. Currently, Comrade Bai Fan is unwilling to proceed according to our proposed intentions. May I inquire about our next steps? Fang Zheng hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. As the conversation concluded, Minister Fang remarked, "It is merely the establishment of a company. No problem. In that case, you should directly acquiesce to Comrade Bai Fan's request. However, there are other considerations. Moreover, the Titan Mech project is highly classified. Might this not pose a risk of information leakage? We have never proceeded in this manner before." Minister Fang expressed his concerns. "There is no need for apprehension in this regard. I have faith in Comrade Bai Fan. His willingness to voluntarily submit his technology is a testament to his integrity." The superior replied over the phone. "Furthermore, the establishment of a company does not preclude our involvement. Do you truly believe that the company Bai Fan intends to create is merely a private enterprise? Reform. Reform entails innovation and the continual adaptation to align with new systems. Engage in discussions with Comrade Bai Fan and grant him whatever he desires. Nevertheless, the Titan Mech project must progress smoothly. As long as this condition is satisfied, what harm is there in allowing him to take the lead on the Titan project?" The superior spoke with resolute authority. Upon hearing this, Minister Fang felt a surge of astonishment. This was indeed a significant undertaking. "Understood, sir. I shall proceed immediately," he affirmed. "Go forth. Time is of the essence." With that, the two concluded their call. Simultaneously, in Kyoto at Zhongbihai, after hanging up, the superior took a seat and resumed perusing the documents at hand, while an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit sat across from him. "What is it? Is that young fellow not considering entering the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, or the military district? Do you have your own thoughts?" The elderly man stood up, poured himself a cup of tea, and inquired with a smile. Indeed, the leader nodded. "I have just received word from Fang Zheng, expressing his desire to establish his own company." "A company of his own? What do you think?" the elder continued to ask, his tone calm. "Let him do it. It is rare to encounter such a talent. We must not let it go to waste. Rather than forcibly pulling him in, it is better to allow him to pursue his own aspirations, as this may yield even greater rewards. Moreover, even if it is a private enterprise, it does not preclude the possibility of developing the Titan Mecha project. As long as conditions permit, what harm is there in granting him approval?" With that, the leader waved his hand with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit nodded in agreement. After receiving this affirmation from above, Fang Zheng wasted no time and promptly returned to the office to find Minister Bai. "Minister Bai, what has transpired?" Bai Fan inquired, noticing Fang Zheng's hurried demeanor. "Comrade Bai Fan, the requests and suggestions you recently proposed have been relayed to the higher-ups, and they have granted your requests. Now, please share your ideas with us. We will offer our full support." Fang Zheng succinctly reiterated the content of the earlier phone call. Upon hearing this, it was Bai Fan's turn to be astonished. The allowance to establish a company and lead the Titan Mecha project, along with dedicated funding and the establishment of special military district orders, was indeed a remarkable development. The researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the General Armament Department of the military provide their support. Individually, any one of these aspects seems unproblematic to Bai Fan. However, when combined, they present an unprecedented scenario, one that has never been attempted before. Initially, he merely envisioned collaborating with the state to promote a diluted version of the Titan Mech technology in the market, thereby generating funds to further develop system data, advanced technology, and ultimately fulfill the main mission. The authentic Titan Mech technology he intended to submit to the state. To his astonishment, the authorities displayed remarkable decisiveness, exceeding his expectations, and entrusted him entirely with the Titan Mech project. "Minister Fang, did they truly say that?" Bai Fan inquired for confirmation. "In simpler terms, isn't this akin to being the officially designated arms mech manufacturer?" "Indeed," Fang responded. "However, upon the establishment of your company, the state shall hold a portion of the shares. Of course, the authorities do not seek decision-making power. All matters of research will rest solely in your hands. The shares here are merely for profit distribution, more accurately described as a symbolic gesture." Fang, anxious that Bai Fan might misunderstand or be unclear, hastily added a clarification. "All right. As long as it is understood," Fang affirmed. "Then proceed with your thoughts. Present all your requirements. We shall expedite the Titan Mech project, completing its technological development and promotion. Should you need any resources, feel free to voice them at any time. The Ministry of Science and Technology will respond promptly." Fang nodded, reiterating the demands from above. He continued, by the way, the Ministry of Science and Technology will be your primary point of contact from now on. For any matters, please call me first. Understood. Bai Fan nodded once more. Chapter 31. Good day, Colonel Bai Fan. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to our nation's high-tech industry, which have filled numerous domestic technological gaps, and in accordance with the directives of the military district and the organization, today you shall be awarded the rank of Colonel. Good day, Colonel Bai Fan. The following morning, the entire Wuhu military district gathered in the auditorium, where, under the watchful eyes of all present, Yu Shui, clad in military attire, personally bestowed the rank upon Bai Fan. In the hall, he recited the oath with resounding clarity, meticulously affixing the insignia from the ceremonial tray onto Bai Fan's uniform. As his words echoed through the air, Yu Shui stepped back, his gaze solemn and respectful, saluting Bai Fan. 2 bars and 4 stars shimmered brilliantly in the light. At that moment, in such a setting, even Bai Fan felt a surge of emotions, his face slightly flushed with excitement. After all, every young man harbors a dream of serving in the military. Moreover, who could possibly decline an honor bestowed by the organization, especially when a district commander personally salutes you? Simultaneously, the award ceremony was broadcast to various military districts, theaters, and the headquarters in Kyoto, with relevant officials and staff closely monitoring the event. At the age of 22, attaining the rank of colonel is indeed an extraordinary achievement. To say his future is bright would be an understatement. Having served in the military district for the better part of his life, this is the first time I have encountered such a young colonel, and a senior one at that. It is my belief that there is no doubt he is destined for the rank of general in the future, although he may not wield actual power. His position is indeed remarkable. Indeed, according to the data on the Titan mecha, appointing Bai Fan as a colonel seems somewhat of an underestimation of his capabilities. Were it not for the higher-ups' concerns regarding influence, he might have been elevated directly. This is understandable, as he is the pioneer of the Titan mecha, and its significance is almost identical to that of Miss Chiu from years past. As various commanders in the military district observed Bai Fan's promotion ceremony, they engaged in discussions via internal channels. By the way, it is said that Bai Fan has already acquiesced to the demands from above. He is to take full responsibility for the Titan mecha project, with us merely coordinating resources and following the arrangements throughout the process. Moreover, this endeavor will take the form of a company. At that moment, a message was circulated in the group. Well, we must meet him, after all. There may be opportunities for collaboration in the future, remarked one of the military district commanders. This is indeed a valid point, however. I never imagined that the operational structure would be as a company. The higher-ups have demonstrated remarkable resolve to ensure the advancement of the Titan mecha. Truly rare. The commander of the Jinling military district commented on this declaration from above. With the authorization ceremony concluded, Bai Fan did not leave the Wuhu military district immediately. He was to remain for several more days to complete the 3rd and 4th data test for the Titan mecha, particularly regarding the final item, should it be necessary. We can conduct authentic field tests to personally experience the capabilities of the Titan mecha in a real combat environment. Comrade Bai Fan, here is the company information you require. All relevant procedural documents have been meticulously prepared. This is the naming section. Please inscribe a name for the company and submit the documents, and everything will be complete. Following the expedited green process for immediate effect. As for the specific operations of the company, please assess any requirements you may have. If the focus lies in research and development, I would actually recommend that we assist in selecting personnel for the daily operations of the company. Once the authorization ceremony concluded, Fang Zheng approached with a stack of documents and handed them to Bai Fan. I have no particular demands regarding the company's daily operations. As long as they execute my ideas unconditionally when I have them, Bai Fan remarked as he sent the documents. That poses no issue. If that is the case, we will arrange it accordingly. After all, confidentiality is crucial. It is better to avoid recruiting in the market and then filtering candidates, as that approach carries greater risks of infiltrators. Fang Zheng responded, feeling quite relieved, as he had anticipated a more arduous negotiation. Regarding the company's name, Bai Fan pondered for a moment while standing before the blank section for the company's primary designation. Slowly, he lifted his pen and inscribed, Future Technology Group. Future Technology. This designation epitomizes Bai Fan's current technological advancements. As the name suggests, it represents technology from the future, surpassing anything currently available in the global market. Future technology. The future. Upon reading this, Fang Zheng murmured a couple of phrases to himself, then praised, To be candid, this name is truly remarkable. He understood the intention behind Bai Fan's choice of name. Thus, the Future Technology Group was officially established. Although it was newly founded, it bore the title of a group right from the outset. More than 200 researchers from the 863 Mecha project were seamlessly integrated into the Future Technology Group as per the plan, and 13 academicians were similarly appointed as consultants, fully dedicated to safeguarding Bai Fan's Titan project. Bai Fan, this is the document that has just been synchronized from the ministry. Please take a look. If there are no issues, your group's first order should commence shortly. As he spoke, Fang Zheng produced another document and handed it over. The header of the document boldly displayed the words, Titan Project in striking red characters, accompanied by a line of smaller text, Chief Responsible Person, Bai Fan. The initial phase of the Titan Project has secured a research funding of 100 billion yuan and an additional personal funding of 10 billion yuan, both of which have been credited. You may review these funds at your convenience. They are readily available for use. There is no requirement for you to submit requests or approvals regarding the research funding. It is entirely at your discretion. Should you require additional research funds, feel free to make a request at any time. There are no restrictions whatsoever. Moreover, over 200 researchers from the Titan Mecha project have been transferred to the Future Technology Group. They are all well acquainted with their fields, and it is expected that they will quickly acclimate to their new environment. I believe it won't be long before they thoroughly grasp the technical aspects, allowing you to redirect your focus towards other endeavors. Fang Zheng then elaborated on personnel arrangements, meticulously detailing the areas of expertise of various key researchers from that era. The relevant documentation has been meticulously prepared, awaiting Bai Fan's review. It truly is advantageous to collaborate with the higher authorities. Bai Fan reflected, feeling grateful that everything had been arranged comprehensively, alleviating his burdens. He merely needed to take action. This is the benefit of working alongside a national apparatus. By merely indicating a broad direction, there are dedicated individuals ready to execute the tasks efficiently. His energies can be predominantly devoted to research. Otherwise, he would be preoccupied with recruitment and the daily operations of the company. Chapter 32. The Grand Military Competition, the Future Mecha Warriors. Future Technology Group. Within 3 days, the Human Resources Department reported. What does this signify? If my memory serves me correctly, weren't they incorporated into the Titan project? What kind of company is the Future Technology Group? In the temporary office of the Titan project at the Ministry of Science and Technology in Kyoto, Zhang Liwei glanced at the registration form in his hand, perplexed, as he inquired of the staff member. Zhang, indeed, you are a member of the Titan Mecha engineering team, and the registration form in your hand is correct. According to the decisions made by the Ministry of Science and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as the higher authorities of the nation, there will be collaboration with Future Technology Group on the Titan Mecha engineering project. Your associated organizational relationship has been transferred to Future Technology Group. In response to Zhang Liwei's inquiry, the staff from the Ministry of Science patiently explained, does this mean we are being transferred from the public sector to a private enterprise? At this moment, Zhang Liwei raised a question. Another individual added, Dear engineers, your confidential files remain highly protected and are stored within the Ministry of Science. This does not conflict with your organizational relationship being transferred to Future Technology Group. You may understand Future Technology Group as a quasi-military industrial entity with participation from national authorities. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. The transfer is intended to better serve the Titan project. The staff continued to elucidate, anxious that the researchers might misunderstand. With this clarification, the engineers present began to comprehend the situation. The staff spoke once more, simultaneously handing over each engineer's identity information. According to Bai Fan's plan, the headquarters of Future Technology Group is currently located in Xianzhou, a suburban area just 20 kilometers from the Wuhu military district, thus necessitating that the relevant research personnel be collectively sent to Xianzhou. Of course, this was merely a discussion of non-confidential matters. What? Dad? Going to Future Technology Group? What kind of company is this? I've never heard of it. You can't possibly have been deceived, can you? On the other end of the line. Upon hearing that his father was heading to some Future Technology Group, Zhang Wei's immediate reaction was one of profound confusion. Hadn't he mentioned that he was going to the Ministry of Science and Technology? Why was he now heading to a private company? Doubtful. He searched online, but found not a shred of information about this so-called Future Technology Group, which only heightened his anxiety. I'm just calling to inform you and to ask you to go to the school to resign from your job. As for the details regarding the Future Technology Group, you'll find out in a couple of days, Zhang Liwei stated over the phone. What? Resign from my job? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his panic escalating. Yes. Just run this errand for me. I've already spoken to the school. You just need to follow through with the procedure, Zhang Liwei replied. Fully aware that his son was struggling to comprehend the situation and likely feeling quite perplexed. However, due to confidentiality protocols, he could not divulge any further information. Enough questions. I have shared what I could. I cannot make any missteps regarding what I cannot disclose. Hurry and take care of it, Zhang Liwei concluded. Simultaneously, at the Wuhu military region, in the office, Old Yu remarked, this time, it seems the dust has settled. The Titan Mecha project is about to commence. I just had a discussion with Comrade Bai Fan. Following the complete specifications of the Titan Mecha, it will take approximately 2 months to complete. During this 2-month period, per the directives from above, Comrade Bai Fan is to expedite the process, while you must also remain proactive in preparing and selecting qualified Titan Mecha pilots. Fang Zheng cradled a stack of documents in his arms as he meandered into the office, engaging in a hushed discussion with Yu Shui. Upon hearing a particular remark, Yu Shui's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, are the mech pilots selected from various military districts, or is it a selection from the entire army? It remains unclear at this point. You should have a better understanding than I do, given that it pertains to your internal system. Perhaps you could inquire further. However, I surmise that candidates will likely be chosen from across the entire military rather than from individual districts, Fang Zheng replied as he settled into a chair. Placing the documents on the table and articulating his rationale, consider this, the inaugural batch is a pilot project, and we must ensure the combat effectiveness of the Titan mechs. We cannot afford to tarnish our reputation. Yu Shui nodded in agreement, acknowledging, that's a valid point. I would estimate that the guidelines will be issued within a few days. With the formal directive arriving shortly, I shall notify the relevant parties to prepare in the meantime. Just as Yu Shui was about to summon his secretary to relay the news, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, by the way, Fang, do you have any idea how many individuals will be included in this initial pilot batch? Fang Zheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I am not privy to that information. It is a matter of internal confidentiality within your system. However, I can assure you that there will certainly be a substantial number. So, be prepared. With that, Fang Zheng rose and patted Yu Shui on the shoulder. As he gazed at Fang Zheng's departing figure, Yu Shui said nothing and promptly summoned his secretary, Chen Xing, with a phone call. He commanded, notify the lower ranks. Increase the training intensity over the next few days. No slacking off. If we fail to secure our positions later, I shall hold you accountable. After a flurry of instructions, Chen Xing stood there, nodding vigorously. Although he was somewhat perplexed and unsure of the commander's true intent, he remained a diligent subordinate. 2 days later, as anticipated, a joint document from the headquarters of the Kyoto Military Region and the General Armament Department was officially issued. Great Military Competition. Ah. The Great Military Competition. How many years has it been since we last witnessed such an event? It seems this time. The aim is to select a few outstanding individuals from the entire army. Yu Shui looked at the freshly printed red-headed document on his desk, feeling a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, a decision had been made regarding the number of personnel for the Titan Mech units. The first pilot batch of Titan Mech Legions would consist of 3 segments, the first Titan Mech Legion of the Kyoto Military Region, the second Titan Mech Legion of the Jinling Military Region, and the third Titan Mech Legion of the Wuhu Military Region. Each legion would comprise 150 members, totaling 500. With an additional 50 individuals earmarked for direct deployment by the Kyoto headquarters. Once the document was released, the entire military district system erupted in fervor. Relay my orders. During this great military competition, we must fight fiercely, demonstrating the might of our 193rd Army. We must secure a ranking, otherwise, I will have to escort you to the restroom. Is that understood? In the ordinary course of your training, slacking off and taking shortcuts may have been permissible. But today presents an opportunity for you to rectify past shortcomings. Have you seen the news regarding the upcoming grand military competition? I have but one demand. Secure a distinguished rank. The latest updates on the grand military competition have arrived, and it has been 5 years since the last event. I have treated you well during our time together, nurturing you for 1,000 days to prepare for this moment. Listen carefully, this time. Securing a rank in the grand military competition is imperative, due to the significance of the Titan Mech. The leaders of various military districts and systems are paying unprecedented attention to this competition. They understand that the ranks achieved in this event will determine the candidates for the Titan Mech. As Chapter 33 unfolds, the J-20 takes to the skies, sealing off the airspace. Just as the grand military competition is poised to commence with great fervor, the third and fourth tests of the Titan mech finally begin. In the Wuhu Military District, the field training ground showcases a towering, 3-meter-high Titan mech, cloaked in black paint, standing resolutely like a wall. Behind it rests a rocket launcher, meticulously stocked with 40 rockets. Flanking the rocket launcher are 2 elongated launch silos, each housing 3 surface-to-air missiles, approximately 50 centimeters in length. Additionally, suspended beneath its left arm is a heavy machine gun, hydraulically poised, with a magazine of 3,000 rounds exposed along the mech's exterior, extending into the rear loading area. It emanates a cold luminescence, exuding an aura of ferocity and intimidation, unmistakably signaling that it is not to be trifled with. It must be said, this is undoubtedly a weapon of war meticulously crafted. Observe the sleek contours, the extravagant design, and the formidable array of firepower that borders on the terrifying. It is nothing short of a mobile artillery platform. Yu Shui, standing outside the observation line, pointed at the Titan mech with a broad smile, genuinely marveling at its features. With such firepower, it could easily rival an ordinary artillery battalion, if not surpass it. An engineer from the military district, brimming with excitement, pointed at the Titan mech slated for testing and exclaimed, "What is most astonishing is that this is merely a single unit. If we form a unit with 3 of these together, their firepower will intersect, creating an overwhelming suppression on the battlefield. This is truly a lethal weapon." The engineer's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke, his admiration growing ever more fervent, wishing fervently to test it himself. It is often said, when resources are scarce, precision strikes are paramount. When resources abound, overwhelming firepower reigns supreme. Last century, our nation was impoverished, and thus, whenever equipment was discussed, firepower was the foremost consideration. There is a fundamental triad of firepower inquiries. Is the firepower sufficient? Does it have an extensive range? What is the duration of firepower? Beside the Titan mech, 3 soldiers from the Wuhu Military District stood ready, eagerly anticipating the command to commence testing. Are we all prepared? Yu Shui cleared his throat and inquired. Always ready. The 3 soldiers responded in unison with resounding voices. Yu Shui nodded in satisfaction, then earnestly advised, the more detailed, the better. This is of utmost importance. I hope you will take it seriously. Did you hear me clearly? Yu Shui asked loudly. Following this, he turned his head and quietly inquired of Bai Fan. Comrade Bai Fan, is everything prepared? Shall we commence the test officially? As his words faded, 2 J-20 aircraft, which had been on standby for some time, gracefully glided down the runway and ascended into the sky within a mere 10 seconds. Reporting to the command center, 01 has successfully taken off and is en route to the test area. The aircraft is functioning normally. Reporting to the command center, 02 has successfully taken off and is en route to the test area. The aircraft is functioning normally. Within the military district command center, the voices of the 2 pilots resonated. This is the command center. Proceed immediately to the test area to implement a lockdown. I repeat, proceed immediately to the test area for lockdown. Should any foreign aircraft be detected, you are authorized to engage with full force. We cannot allow any information regarding the Titan mecha to be leaked. The commander's tone was exceedingly grave as he spoke. 01 received. 02 received. With that, the air was filled with 2 deafening booms as the 2 J-20s instantaneously entered supersonic mode, reaching the skies above the Titan mecha test area in the blink of an eye. Listening to the sound of sonic booms, nearly everyone on the ground looked up simultaneously. Bai Fan gazed at the small black dot spiraling above and smiled faintly. Aware that the Wuhu Military District had dispatched fighter jets specifically to secure the airspace over the test area, preventing any unforeseen incidents, all personnel present, the first pilot, board. Complete self-check within 3 minutes. Initiate testing promptly. On the ground, the engineer shouted synchronously, and the entire venue swiftly transitioned into testing mode. The soldier at the forefront, having undergone 3 days of training, quickly ascended into the cockpit of the Titan mech upon receiving the command, proficiently completing the quality inspection. Report, the Titan mech self-check is complete. Please advise. Commence. Upon uttering these words, the once boundless sky erupted with a series of explosions as several 1-meter-long experimental aircraft shot up from the ground. Buzz. Radar locked. Launch. The Titan mech's sensing system reacted instantaneously, with the pilot simultaneously pressing the launch button. Smoke billowed from the back of the Titan mech as two surface-to-air missiles detached from their launch bays, swiftly streaking towards the target drones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, before the first batch of target drones could be destroyed, 3 more were released. Observing this, the Titan mech did not remain idle, unlike before. It did not directly fire missiles, but instead took a powerful stride forward, closing in on the target drones. As it advanced, the left arm of the mech elevated its heavy machine gun, resting it on its shoulder. Rat-tat-tat. Amidst the roar of gunfire and flashes of light, the 3 recently launched target drones were annihilated in an instant. Such speed, such responsiveness. It is astonishing that the target was locked in less than a second. Moreover, the auxiliary aiming of this heavy machine gun is remarkably precise. This is no mere heavy machine gun, but rather a heavy sniper rifle. The Titan mech's initial test was merely a preliminary warm-up, yet it profoundly astonished all present. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, mouths slightly agape, exchanging bewildered glances. This was especially true for the equipment engineers who frequently dealt with weaponry, who found it nearly unbelievable, their minds in a tumult. They could hardly fathom that the so-called integrated combat sensing system exhibited such sensitivity, seemingly bypassing conventional principles, locking onto targets almost instantaneously, and launching missiles to eliminate them. Could this be yet another novel algorithm? The engineers exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend how Bai Fan achieved this. Chapter 34. Terrifying Precision of Rocket Artillery. A brief warm-up. The performance metrics of the Titan mech reached their zenith, poised for the main event, the rocket artillery test. In truth, both small surface-to-air missiles and heavy machine guns possess inherent limitations in firepower deployment. The former suffers from insufficient quantity, constrained by payload capacity, while the latter is hindered by its line-of-sight capability, as heavy machine gun rounds can only be fired in a straight line, imposing direct fire suppression. In actual combat scenarios, they are often restricted by environmental factors. The Titan mech's arsenal consists of 40 rockets mounted on its back, capable of both direct fire and launch, which serve as a crucial component of its firepower and a vital assurance for target suppression. Thus, the precision of these rockets is paramount in assessing the combat effectiveness of the Titan mech. 5 kilometers away, atop a hill, 30 dummies were suddenly positioned, evenly distributed along the undulating ridgeline, spanning approximately 200 to 300 meters. This arrangement serves as the hypothetical enemy for testing the accuracy of the rockets. How many rockets do you suppose the Titan mech would require to neutralize this group of dummies? Don't just stand there. Share your thoughts. In the observation area, Yushui smiled and posed a question as the test progressed to the next phase, aiming to enliven the atmosphere. With 30 dummies scattered across a considerable distance, arranged within a range of 200 to 300 meters, conventional data suggests that at least 40 rockets, if not more, would be necessary from a distance of 5 kilometers. Given the Titan mech's algorithmic enhancements, one might argue that 30 rockets would suffice, though this figure might need to be adjusted upwards. What are your thoughts? Do you concur? Yushui continued, addressing the group. Both Wang and I share the same perspective. Firstly, the dummies are relatively dispersed. Secondly, the blast radius of the rockets is rather limited, approximately 5 meters. Unless they are perfectly aligned, achieving precise strikes is inherently improbable, and it is evident that such striking efficacy is unattainable. After a while, another engineer from the military district stood up to add his input. Once both of their opinions were expressed, the assembly of engineers nodded in agreement, reflecting my own thoughts. It is likely that the figure would hover around 32. It could not possibly dip below this value. Regarding this matter, Fang Zheng and several academicians refrained from voicing their opinions. Firstly, being researchers, they had not engaged in similar projects, thus lacking a comprehensive understanding of the target launch accuracy of rockets. As the saying goes, without investigation, one has no right to speak. Secondly, after numerous tests, the academicians, including Fang Zheng, remained skeptical that the Titan mecha could achieve the data available in the market. In other words, while the precision of the Titan mecha would undoubtedly surpass the existing standards, the extent of that superiority remains uncertain. Among the crowd, only Elder Zhang involuntarily revealed a smile, as if he possessed prior knowledge of the data. Bai Fan, standing nearby, similarly refrained from joining the discussion, his gaze fixed on the Titan mecha advancing in the ongoing tests. Bai Fan, what are your thoughts? Do you have any estimations? At this moment, Yushui finally directed his inquiry toward Bai Fan, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Bai Fan did not elaborate further, merely extending his hand and spreading his fingers. 10 units? Exclaimed an engineer upon seeing Bai Fan's gesture. This is impossible. Utterly inconceivable. How could it possibly require only 10 units? This is utterly unrealistic and devoid of any rationale. Upon seeing the figures presented by Bai Fan, the engineer's initial reaction was one of disbelief. It seemed like an international jest. This data is reduced to a mere fifth of the usual metrics, completely shattering their preconceptions. If this were the case, in a genuine combat scenario, there would be an inexplicable quintuple increase in ammunition, yet the effectiveness in neutralizing targets would remain unchanged. The comparison of such data is exceedingly exaggerated. Comrade Bai Fan. It appears this information is indeed somewhat extravagant. Many comrades exhibit a degree of skepticism regarding this. Yu Shui, standing nearby, observed with a smile. This value fluctuates around 10. The specifics depend on the calculations at that moment. Of course, whether it can be achieved will be determined through subsequent testing. Bai Fan remained unfazed, patiently elucidating. As he spoke, within the Titan mech, the pilot was intensely focused. The screens on either side of him displayed real-time detection data, creating a godlike perspective, akin to a video game, allowing him to perceive all surrounding conditions with clarity. Subsequently, utilizing local magnification, the pilot promptly identified a target atop the hill. Locking on. Without hesitation, he pressed the launch button as the guidance system engaged. With a swift whoosh, the rocket nest on the back of the Taishan mech opened, releasing a plume of dense smoke as a series of rockets soared into the sky, trailing long, winding tails. They arched gracefully through the air, landing near the simulated enemy. A resounding rumble echoed, shaking the ground and filling the air with billowing smoke. Everyone clutched their binoculars, intently observing the site of the bombardment, eager to ascertain the results of the strike. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, the smoke began to clear, revealing the complete annihilation of the simulated enemy forces. At that moment, the report from the targeting officer rang out. Report to command. All targets have been eliminated. I repeat, all targets have been eliminated. How many rockets were used? Yu Shui inquired promptly. Report to command. 9 rockets. I repeat, 9 rockets. Upon hearing this, Yu Shui was overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed red with exhilaration. The engineers from the military district wore expressions of profound confusion, while they were elated to possess such remarkable data. They were equally eager to understand how such an achievement was possible, creating a palpable tension within their minds. The team of academicians nearby, upon hearing the specific figures, also expressed surprise. Though they had not directly participated in the design of the rockets, they were well acquainted with the fundamental data. Clearly, the results of the recent test launch of the Titan mech had surpassed their expectations. Only the venerable Mr. Zhang stood there, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, I knew it would be like this. Chapter 35. Infiltration by Foreign Intelligence Agencies. If this fellow does not create a significant stir, it would not be in his nature. With merely 9 rockets, capable of annihilating 30 targets within a dispersal range of 200 to 300 meters, the precision achieved is undeniably remarkable, embodying the pinnacle of international standards. Even the Eagle Nation cannot attain such a feat at present. Among those present, the individual most acquainted with Bai Fan is none other than the venerable Zhang, who stands beside him. The elder and the youth frequently engage in discussions regarding the technology of the Titan mech, and over time, this has blossomed into a profound camaraderie that transcends their age difference, revealing a relationship akin to that of close friends. It is likely that this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The so-called Integrated Combat Automatic Sensing System must possess additional functionalities, far beyond what is currently apparent. The elder mused inwardly. As Bai Fan issued his commands, the Titan mech gradually exhibited its inherent capabilities, remarkable maneuverability, and advanced radar detection. Capable of evading over 90 of missile tracking, its frontal armor is formidable enough to withstand multiple rocket strikes. Its extraordinary battlefield destruction capacity was laid bare in that moment, resembling an automated artillery platform with exceptional mobility. Throughout the testing process, specialized cameras meticulously documented every detail for subsequent data collection and validation. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, on a nameless island 30 kilometers southeast, a row of white buildings with blue roofs lines the coastline. Adjacent to the structures, approximately 100 meters away, 2 rows of satellite radar arrays operate continuously. This is the intelligence base of the Special Operations Agency, Hawaii branch. Tom, the satellite has transmitted 2 sets of anomalous signals. In the room, a young man clad in a black hoodie, wearing headphones, shouted towards his colleague while munching on a hamburger, "Send it to me immediately." A sharply dressed African-American man, upon hearing the shout, hurriedly exited the room. This was Tom, as referenced by Mike, and he was his superior. Have we identified the nature of the signals? Are they missiles or aircraft? I require specifics regarding the signal transmission area. On his way back to his workstation, Tom continued to inquire. There are 2 sets of similar pulse signals, likely from fighter jets. I am currently retrieving records from previous signal databases for data comparison. The location is within the Yangtze River Delta region of China, specifically the city of Wuhu. If my conjecture is correct, it should be the Wuhu base, where their most advanced fighter jets, the J-20, are stationed. Quickly check if it's indeed 2 J-20 fighter jets, he concluded. I found it. It is indeed 2 J-20s flying above the target area. Report their flight posture. Based on the flight posture, they appear to be circling within a specific airspace, Mike remarked, gazing at the coordinates displayed on the satellite imagery, somewhat uncertain. Circling flight? What could be the reason? Have there been any reports of routine training missions or exercises from the Chinese side in the Wuhu region recently? Tom continued to probe. None. We have not received any at this moment. As Mike spoke, he meticulously reviewed the records, ultimately shaking his head. Activate the satellite. I demand the real-time footage at once. Swiftly, Tom, with years of experience in the intelligence department, informed him that there was certainly something amiss. Instinctively, he issued orders without fully grasping the reason behind them. Hearing this, Mike adeptly accessed a specific website, then transitioned. Report. The nearest satellite, after accelerating to full capacity, will next traverse over the Wuhu district in approximately 9 minutes. Very well, focus on this area, deploy the telephoto lens, and capture the images. Report any anomalies to me immediately, Tom continued, his demeanor unusually grave. Almost simultaneously, the Aerospace Department of Huaghua also detected the erratic satellite. Report. The Eagle Nation's H-780 satellite is exhibiting abnormal behavior. It is accelerating and traversing our airspace in an irregular trajectory, announced a staff member at the computer. What is the situation? The group leader, Roger, rushed over upon hearing the report. Investigate its trajectory. 5 minutes later, it was projected to skim across our national borders, entering the airspace of Anhui province in 7 minutes, and exiting our territory in 10 minutes, as the staff recounted in detail. Sudden acceleration. Immediately check for any unusual circumstances along its path. Roger spoke almost without hesitation. Very well. The staff immediately commenced a search of the records, scrutinizing the relevant applications. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he exclaimed loudly, a day ago, the Wuhu military district requested a test for a certain new type of equipment, including airspace lockdown. The mere mention of the Wuhu military district caused Roger's expression to change instantaneously. He was aware that they had recently developed a highly classified new piece of equipment. Although he was unaware of the specifics due to his rank, he understood the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed his superior to report his findings in detail. On the other end of the line was Lin Haodong, the leader responsible for the aerospace department. He quickly sensed something was amiss. Given his position, he was entitled to know about the Titan mech, yet the 2 projects belonged to different systems, leaving him only vaguely informed that a new type of equipment was undergoing tests at the Wuhu military district. Without further contemplation, he directly called Yu Shui. Upon receiving the call, Yu Shui felt somewhat perplexed. He had had little contact with the aerospace department over the years, so why was Lin reaching out to him? Could it be that the aerospace system wished to stake a claim in the Titan mech? Old Yu, are you testing something new over there? Before Yu Shui could respond, the voice on the other end inquired. How do you know? Yu Shui asked, taken aback. Sure enough, Lin Haodong then succinctly outlined the situation. As he listened to the details over the phone, Yu Shui's expression gradually turned grave. Fortunately, he possessed foresight and had already anticipated this scenario, prompting him to deploy 2 J-20 aircraft equipped with airspace jamming munitions well in advance, awaiting this very moment. All right. Thank you, Lao Lin. I will handle it immediately, Yu Shui remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Haodong realized that some information was not without foundation. Indeed, the Wuhu military district was currently testing the latest highly classified equipment. Lao Yu, once this matter concludes, I hope you can introduce me to the treasures on your side. I am quite curious about this grand operation, especially with satellite reconnaissance involved, Lin Haodong stated before concluding the call. Certainly, Yu Shui affirmed with a nod. Having exchanged those words, Yu Shui contacted the 2 J-20 pilots through the internal channel. This is the command center. I am Yu Shui, issuing an urgent directive. In 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Launch the airspace jamming munitions precisely over the testing area. I repeat, in 3 minutes and 51 seconds, Launch the airspace jamming munitions precisely over the testing area. 01 received. 02 received. Chapter 36. The Collapse of the Intelligence Base Staff. Whoosh. Whoosh. Accompanied by two piercing sounds. The two J-20s simultaneously emitted a plume of smoke from their bellies. After a slight tremor of the airframes, two missiles, trailing long tails of fire, soared toward the testing zone. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, a resounding explosion erupted, scattering a cloud of powder resembling flour into the air, which drifted down like a thick fog from a distance. At this moment, looking down from above, the ground appeared shrouded in a hazy obscurity. Not only were the Titan mechs indiscernible, but even the structures themselves were rendered invisible. This was the effect of an airspace jamming missile, commonly employed for counter-satellite reconnaissance. Report to command. The jamming missile has been deployed, and the targeted airspace is now secured, echoed the J-20 pilot over the channel. On the ground, observers noted the swirling dust cascading from the sky, prompting them to gaze upward. What is this? And what are these particles? An academic inquired instinctively. As he scooped up a small amount of the powder, rubbing it between his fingers and inhaling it, yet failing to grasp its purpose. The majority of the other scholars wore expressions of confusion as well. It is an airspace jamming missile. At that moment, the voice of Old Master Zhang resonated, providing clarity to the crowd. He gestured towards the sky, explaining it is primarily used to disrupt satellite reconnaissance. It seems our actions have attracted the attention of other forces, prompting them to mobilize satellites for intelligence gathering. Fortunately, Commander, you had foreseen this and made the necessary arrangements, the old gentleman continued. Indeed, there is no need for concern. The military region has implemented essential measures. There will be no leakage of information regarding the Titan mechs. Under the influence of the jamming missile, the satellite's cameras are rendered incapable of discerning the disrupted airspace. Upon hearing this, Yu Shui quickly interjected to reassure the anxious academics. This is the situation. The scholars nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, on the CIA's island base, Tom, the H-780 satellite will pass over Woohoo in 10 seconds. Mike, fixated on the screen, exclaimed, "All right. I'm on it. Keep your eyes glued to it. Set the telephoto lens to the highest capture frequency. I require all real-time images of that specific area. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. As the H-780 approached the Woohoo region in low Earth orbit, the long-prepared telephoto lens captured numerous photographs at a frequency of 50 Hz, equating to 50 images per second, simultaneously projecting real-time footage onto the intelligence base's large screen. Both Tom and Mike stood up, meticulously scanning the images appearing on the screen, hoping to uncover any anticipated anomalies. However, after 3 minutes had elapsed and the satellite had completely departed from the Woohoo area, the two had seen nothing unusual in the live feed. Tom, everything appears normal. Are you certain your assessment is accurate? It could merely be a routine drill? Mike inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. No, it's highly unlikely. Upload the recent satellite images for systematic comparison. There must be an issue in that area. It's far too peculiar. Unlike anything we've encountered before, Tom asserted, his face flushed with certainty. Understood. I will retrieve the data immediately, sir. Observing that his superior remained obstinately attached to his perspective, Mike shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further as he settled down to retrieve data on his computer. Minutes later, thousands of photographs were systematically displayed on the large screen. Sir, I must caution you that our system is currently not comprehensive enough for a thorough comparison, and there may be omissions, Mike advised. Yes, I understand. Which is why we need to compare them one by one. Oh my God, that's tens of thousands of photographs, not just a handful, Mike exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, followed by a tone of resignation. All right, I acknowledge that it doesn't sound like a particularly sound approach. But we can only blame the incompetent developers who have delayed the system's improvement for 3 months. We must complete the comparison of these photographs. There must be anomalies over Woohoo. Tom remained steadfast in his convictions, undeterred by the absence of evidence. Having served at the Hawaii intelligence base for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the Woohoo military district due to the J-20 situation, observing it intermittently for a year or two. However, he had never encountered such a phenomenon of hovering in the skies before. Upon receiving the order from his superior, despite Mike's reluctance, he complied. Thus, the two set aside all other tasks and meticulously compared the tens of thousands of photographs for a full 5 hours, yet ultimately yielded no results. The airspace over Woohoo appeared to be functioning normally. 2J, 20 aircraft merely circled above, exhibiting no unusual behavior. Oh my God, this cannot be. It is impossible. How could there be no anomalous images? After comparing the photographs, Tom abruptly sat down, seemingly unable to accept the outcome, muttering incessantly. Tom, remain composed. It was merely a misjudgment. It is not a significant issue. Mike noticed his superior's unsettling demeanor and quickly offered words of comfort. No, this should not be, logically inferred. This cannot be the result. Tom persisted in his lamentations. Very well, continue your assessment. I must attend to other matters. Mike cast a glance at Tom, deeming him beyond help, and chose to remain silent. Yet Tom was undeterred for the next several hours. He utilized satellite H-780 to conduct continuous photographic observations of the airspace over Wuhu, but the results were consistent. No valuable information was gleaned. At this juncture, Tom began to doubt his judgment. Was it indeed a miscalculation? Ultimately, in resignation, he penned a brief anomaly report to submit to the Pentagon. Meanwhile, at 7 in the evening, as night fell, the validation tests at the Wuhu base concluded after 7 hours, marking the end of the first day's Titan mech trials. Yielding the latest first-hand data. Comrade Bai Fan, I never expected this outcome. The Titan mech's battlefield test data is astonishingly impressive, surpassing all expectations. I believe the Titan engineering project must be accelerated. Equipping the entire army even a week earlier, or even a single day or hour, could prove crucial. Upon returning, Yu Shui could hardly conceal his excitement. Witnessing the Titan mech in comprehensive combat readiness left him momentarily paralyzed with awe. He yearned to don the armor immediately. Chapter 37. Rest assured, the organization will fulfill the mission. Commander Yu, do not worry. Your wait will not be prolonged. Observing Yu Shui's fervent enthusiasm, Bai Fan spoke once more, adding, trust me. Comrade Bai Fan, I trust you. Yu Shui nodded emphatically, his gaze entirely fixated on the Titan mech, utterly captivated and unable to move. Preparations for the mass production of the Titan mech had been underway for quite some time, with most production issues already resolved. Initially, I will take full responsibility. Once the research personnel are in place, they will need a week to assimilate the documentation. Within 2 weeks, we can complete the modeling of the full-scale Titan mech barring any unforeseen circumstances. The first Titan mech can roll off the assembly line within 2 months, followed by pilot trials of large-scale mass production in the 3rd month, ultimately leading to widespread deployment across the entire army. Comrade Bai Fan, should you require any assistance or resource allocation, do not hesitate to reach out to the military district or contact me directly. Above all, we must prioritize the Titan engineering project and devote our utmost efforts to advancing the production of Titan mechs. Thank you, Commander Yu. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after several hours of meticulous organization, the initial test data for the 3rd and 4th phases of the Titan mech had finally emerged. Minister, the data is ready. Please take a look. There are no further issues, and we can report to higher authorities. They are eagerly awaiting this information. Elder Zhang, holding the compiled documents, approached the anxious Fang Zhang. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I will contact them immediately. Fang Zhang swiftly reviewed the documents, finding no discrepancies, and without hesitation, he dialed Zhong Beihai to relay the latest updates. This is Fang Zhang. Please connect me to Zhong Beihai, as I have urgent matters to report to the superior. Approximately 3 minutes later, the call was answered, revealing a voice that was somewhat aged yet resonant. Minister Fang, what is the matter? Sir, the test data for the 3rd and 4th phases of the Titan mech has been released. Fang Zhang replied with palpable excitement. What is the outcome? The superior inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. It is exceedingly positive. The test data for the Titan mech aligns perfectly with our expectations and has even surpassed a significant portion of them. In a state of combat readiness, the Titan mecha exhibits remarkable maneuverability, adeptly evading over 90 of the tracking missiles available in the market. Fang Zheng succinctly recounted the critical data over the phone, taking a full 5 minutes to convey the information, albeit with effort. Well done. Inform Comrade Bai Fan that the Titan mecha project must be expedited. It is high time for his future technology group to commence preparations without further delay, the superior continued. By the way, please convey a few words to that young man. The superior added, tell him to advance the Titan mecha project without any reservations. He should proceed with confidence and boldness. This is a pivotal chapter in the grand rejuvenation of our great nation. Should any issues arise, he is welcome to voice them. I will address them. The superior articulated each word slowly yet resolutely, especially the last statement. which served as a crucial assurance. Rest assured, I will ensure the message is conveyed. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng felt a surge of fervor. The intent behind those words was unmistakably clear. They were a vote of confidence for Bai Fan. After all, advancing an unprecedented project, akin to the confidential initiatives of Miss Chiu in the last century, was bound to encounter numerous challenges, especially as it marked the first time a private enterprise was involved, which would inevitably attract various criticisms and issues. Therefore, the stance from above holds significant importance. Proceed with confidence. If problems arise, the higher-ups will take responsibility. This was a vital guarantee from the leadership for Bai Fan. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zheng hurriedly sought out Bai Fan, meticulously conveying the message word for word. The future technology group would commence preparations within the next few days, and he would be relocating shortly thereafter, with the opportunity to recruit research personnel in advance. Aiming to assemble 10 teams based on the core members from the previous 863 project, they would pursue simultaneous progress. Bai Fan nodded in agreement, confidently patting his chest as he vowed to complete the development and application of the fully realized Titan mecha within 2 months. Meanwhile, at Zhongbaihai, the recently disconnected telephone still reverberated in the air as the leader, having served in politics for 4 to 5 decades, could scarcely conceal the excitement and exhilaration in his heart, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he exhaled a deep breath. Sir, this is the report from the Aerospace Department received at 4 in the afternoon regarding unusual satellite activity over the Wuhu testing area. Please take a look, announced the secretary as she entered, carrying a stack of documents. As she handed them over, she summarized all pertinent events. Listening to the secretary's report while perusing the documents, the leader, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, tossed the papers onto the desk with a grunt, exclaiming, "What an astute nose. They have detected the scent rather swiftly." He then inquired, "Have any discoveries been made?" Thanks to Commander Yu at the Wuhu base, who had made early preparations by deploying aerial jamming devices, there had been no leakage regarding the Titan mecha testing information. That is reassuring, he concluded. If we can confine the information for 2 months. Once the Titan mecha is fully operational, there will be no significant issues. The chief discreetly calculated the timeline, pondering for a moment before his furrowed brow relaxed. And with a beaming smile, he remarked, "By that time, even if it is discovered, what of it? Inform the Aerospace Department to remain vigilant regarding this satellite, to prevent any further actions on their part. Any anomalies must be promptly reported and addressed. If necessary, we may engage directly without my authorization. Additionally, for the next 2 months, we must monitor all foreign satellites over the pilot area." The chief methodically issued a series of commands while the secretary diligently noted them down. The following day, at 6 in the morning, amidst the cacophony of roaring engines, researchers from the nationwide 863 project finally arrived at the Wuhu base. As the aircraft came to a halt, the researchers streamed out, forming a dense crowd, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Is this truly the future technology group? Zhang Liwei disembarked and hastily moved to the forefront, scanning the area and muttering to himself. Chapter 38. Astounded. Is this really the future technology group? Old Zhang, I must say, this place, doesn't he seem quite fitting, does it? Have you ever seen a tech conglomerate established on the outskirts of a city, complete with uniform military runways? Perhaps the flight has left you a bit dazed. At this moment, a slightly younger man with a somewhat dark complexion, who bore a backpack on his shoulders, spoke up with a smile while carefully surveying the surroundings. This place must be the Wuhu military district. As mentioned in the meeting, the future technology group is slated to establish itself nearby. This remark jogged my memory, indeed. The meeting had touched upon this topic. Zhang Liwei slapped his forehead, recalling the contents discussed. As the two conversed, the crowd gradually began to coalesce. With over 100 researchers standing on the empty ground beside the runway, exchanging words and engaging in lively dialogue. After all, they were former colleagues from the 863 project, who, to varying degrees, had established camaraderie and familiarity with one another. Bai Fan, Fang Zheng, along with 13 academicians and the military district secretary, Chen Xing, had been waiting for quite some time. The moment they witnessed the aircraft descend, they promptly approached it. Above them, a long red banner fluttered in the wind, inscribed with the words, "Come on, don't just stand there. Let us take a look." Observing the researchers gradually approaching, Fang Zheng pointed ahead, patted Bai Fan on the shoulder, and jestingly remarked, "These will be your team in the future." In response, Bai Fan chuckled and nodded, stepping forward together. "I am Fang Zheng. the current Minister of Science and Technology, and I extend a warm welcome to all comrades here. Your support for the Titan project is greatly appreciated. Fang Zheng greeted the researchers in the front row with a smile. He had only recently ascended to this position in the past 2 years. Previously working in a local capacity, I was not particularly familiar with the researchers from that year, nor did I know the newly appointed Minister Fang Zheng. After a brief introduction, he led everyone into the base. Upon hearing that the minister had personally come to greet us, Zhang Liwei felt a slight surge of excitement. The two exchanged succinct introductions before Fang Zheng turned his gaze towards Bai Fan, introducing him in front of the researchers. Allow me to introduce Bai Fan, the chief engineer of the Titan Mecha project and also the chairman of Future Technology Group. Many of you have participated in the recent ministerial meetings and should be aware of his identity, so I shall refrain from elaborating further to save everyone's time. As his words concluded, a collective gaze fell upon Bai Fan. Despite the researchers, who appeared to be significantly older, Bai Fan did not falter. He stepped forward confidently and stated, I am Bai Fan, the chief engineer of the Titan Mecha project, responsible for the comprehensive advancement of the Titan Mecha initiative. His words were brief yet carried an unparalleled impact on the researchers, most of whom were over the age of 35. They exchanged looks of astonishment, mirroring the initial reactions of academicians upon first meeting Bai Fan, taken aback by his youth. Goodness, is this our future chairman? The chief engineer of the Titan project? Surely this must be a jest. Have we miscalculated something? At this age, he should have just graduated from university. A scientist, who was not particularly well informed about the situation, stood there, utterly astounded, muttering to himself in disbelief. Indeed, just a few days prior, during the ministerial meeting, it was mentioned that Comrade Bai Fan had invented the Titan mech and conquered several critical technologies associated with it. However, it was not disclosed that Comrade Bai Fan had only recently graduated from university. Another researcher, equally astonished, reflected on how, at that age, they were still uncertain of their path, merely embarking on their technical journeys and engaging in various minor projects under the guidance of their mentors. Yet here was Bai Fan, at the same age, already serving as the chief coordinator of a highly classified national project. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng seemed to perceive the unvoiced thoughts of the researchers, offering a slight smile before delivering another bombshell that left everyone grappling with existential doubts. The Titan mech was, in fact, the graduation project of Comrade Bai Fan. As the words hung in the air, the expressions on the faces of the crowd transformed in astonishment. While Fang Zheng maintained a composed demeanor, internally he relished the moment, for he too had once experienced similar shock upon learning about the news and Bai Fan's identity. After a while, Zhang Liwei and the hundreds of researchers present managed to regain a semblance of composure and accept the startling reality. Minister Fang, Chairman, what shall be our next step? Zhang Liwei inquired, having digested the information. In accordance with his vision, it is best to immediately advance the Titan project upon landing, dedicating all his energy to it. He is undoubtedly a technology enthusiast. Otherwise, he would not have found himself lacking direction after leaving the 863 project to teach at a university. Rest assured, Engineer Zhang, Bai Fan declared before the gathered crowd, we will soon embark on the full-scale launch of the Titan project. After ensuring that all personnel were settled, he proceeded to the military district office of Fang Zheng and began articulating the forthcoming plans. Commander Fang, the current number of personnel is insufficient. As I mentioned a few days ago, I require a nationwide recruitment drive, and I need the department to take the lead in this matter. For the initial phase, I propose to recruit solely from military academies, as this will provide a higher assurance of safety and confidentiality. I will be seeking individuals from the fields of science and engineering, particularly those specializing in military equipment and its applications. I want them all, with impeccable character, sent directly to the company. Bai Fan was unreserved. Having chosen to collaborate with the state, he was committed to seeing it through. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed a comprehensive demand for all candidates. Currently, the Future Technology Group, though referred to as a conglomerate, is essentially little more than a makeshift assembly and an empty shell, lacking in substantial resources and requiring contributions from various sectors, especially core research personnel. In Bai Fan's vision, the Future Technology Group must not only transform theoretical technologies into tangible realities but also cultivate the capacity for independent research and development, enabling self-sustaining innovation based on technological documentation. There are no issues with this, he concluded. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Listening to Bai Fan, Fang Zheng stood up solemnly, nodding resolutely. Furthermore, I shall publicly announce a diminished version of the battery energy technology, whose performance metrics are approximately halved in comparison to those utilized in the Titan mech. Additionally, the intelligent operating system aboard the Titan mech will be simultaneously introduced to the market following its reduction. Concerned that Fang Zheng might not fully grasp his intentions, Bai Fan continued to elaborate. This serves as a supplementary funding source for the group's subsequent research and development. In the Future Technology Group will bifurcate. One facet will engage competitively in the private sector, contending with major corporations in the market, while the other will maintain strict confidentiality, advancing and developing initiatives akin to the Titan project. Chapter 39, The Future Technology Group's Inaugural Appearance. At 11 o'clock in the evening, upon hearing this, the headquarters staff did not dare to be complacent. Nearly half an hour later, they dispatched recruitment letters to various military academies as per Fang Zheng's directives and organized a dedicated recruitment team, pairing 2 individuals to travel overnight to numerous military institutions: National Defense Science and Technology University, Jilin University of Technology, Northwest Polytechnical University, across dozens of institutions nationwide. Simultaneous recruitment commenced, aiming to recruit 3,000 individuals in one go. One staff member remarked on the considerable scale of the initiative. Indeed, who could disagree? After all, it is the Titan project, a once-in-a-century opportunity. The most crucial aspect remains the exclusive recruitment of graduates from military academies. He departed. Tomorrow he must toil diligently once more. The following morning, as the soon-to-be graduates of the military academy awoke for breakfast, they were astonished to discover that overnight, the once barren corners of the school had become inundated with an array of recruitment notices, all boldly proclaiming, Future Technology Group. What is going on? Why are there recruitment advertisements for Future Technology Group scattered throughout the campus? Have you heard of this enterprise? Chen Xingxing, a graduating senior from Northwestern Polytechnical University, faced the economic constraints of his family. Despite his consistently excellent academic performance, he chose not to pursue further studies and instead opted to enter the workforce directly. His plan was to work for several years to alleviate his family's financial struggles before resuming his academic journey toward a master's and eventually a doctoral degree. Although Northwestern Polytechnical University is a military academy, it does not operate like the National Defense University, where the majority of graduates enter military service. Instead, most graduates find themselves in defense-related technological firms or state-owned enterprises affiliated with the aerospace, technology, and military sectors. Future Technology? I've never heard of it. What kind of group is this? Strangely enough, a quick online search yielded no results. Nothing at all. Chen Xingsheng scratched his head in confusion as he gazed at the content displayed on his phone, pondering whether a company recruiting at their school could possibly be a mere shell corporation. A group of individuals was engaged in conversation when, simultaneously, the sound of a mobile notification pierced the air. The message read, Class of 2023 Electronic Graduates Group. At everyone. An announcement regarding job opportunities. Future Technology Group, endorsed by the Ministry of Science and Technology, offers generous remuneration and is currently conducting extensive recruitment, with an estimated number exceeding 3,000 positions available. Those interested may wish to explore this opportunity at CUN Square. Endorsed by the ministry? Chen Xingsheng glanced at the message, somewhat astonished. He mused that while numerous companies were recruiting on campus, it was rare to encounter one recommended by the ministry. Then he recalled the overwhelming influx of recruitment advertisements he had witnessed during his walk, leading to an epiphany. No wonder the scale was so grand. With job postings plastered across the campus overnight, the ministry's involvement explained it all. Chen Xinshin's roommate, too, was struck by a sudden realization, mistakenly assuming that Future Technology Group was a subsidiary of the ministry. Let us go. We should take a look. Since it is endorsed by the ministry, it must be promising. Who knows, it might even surpass the 186th Institute of the Aerospace System. With that, Chen Xingxing and his dormitory companions made their way towards the square. Upon arrival at the recruitment site, they were met with a sea of humanity, as throngs of candidates formed 2 lines stretching over 100 meters. Goodness, there are so many people, Chen Xingxing's roommate exclaimed in astonishment. It's not surprising, considering the salary offers, starting at 350,000 for undergraduates, 450,000 for master's degree holders, and 800,000 for PhDs. With only 2 months left for the signing bonuses, And upon completing 3 years of service, one would receive a fully owned apartment in a city under the Future Technology Group. Chen Xing pointed at the sprawling advertisement that detailed these enticing benefits, his eyes widening in astonishment. Such generous offerings explain the multitude of applicants. Without hesitation, several individuals, upon reviewing the benefits, promptly joined the line for interviews. As time passed, the queue gradually advanced, yet the expressions of those emerging from the tent were far from cheerful. Goodness, the questions were exceedingly difficult. Were they expecting us to have undergraduate-level knowledge? My average GPA, while not in the top 10, surely places me within the top 50. Yet I couldn't answer a single question, one remarked incredulously. It was absurd. Upon entry, they were immediately required to sign a confidentiality agreement. When inquiring about the current operational status of the company, the response was disheartening. We haven't opened yet. Most concerning was the fact that the company itself was not yet established, with their primary operations relying on the facilities of another company. The workplace was located in Shenzhou, a considerable distance from my home. What was going on? How could a company recommended by the department be in such disarray? After much inquiry, it turned out to be a private enterprise, leaving me disillusioned as I had anticipated a state-owned or central enterprise. Several classmates emerged from the tent, expressing their displeasure, their words reaching a group in Chen Xing's dormitory. It's a private enterprise, not a central or state-owned company. Chen Xing's roommate exclaimed in shock. Furthermore, they had yet to open, and there was no company building in sight. This hardly resembles a reputable enterprise. Indeed, how could the department recommend such a company to the school? Chen Xing's roommates immediately began to chatter excitedly, even breaking away from the group to approach the staff for inquiries. Upon receiving definitive information, their earlier enthusiasm swiftly faded. Old Chen, let's leave. This shoddy company knows nothing. It's unlikely to be worthwhile. We might as well head to the Aerospace 186 Institute. At least it's a state-owned enterprise with various assurances. A roommate suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing glanced at the advertisement ahead, shook his head, and did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he remarked, since I'm already here, I might as well give the interview a try. Let's see what the situation is. All right then, you can wait in line here. I'll head to the aerospace system for my interview first. The timing aligns perfectly. Seeing that he could not persuade Chen Shengsheng otherwise, his roommate did not press further, and they parted ways, leaving only Chen Shengsheng behind. It wasn't that Chen Shengsheng was unwilling to leave. Rather, his family's circumstances rendered the salary displayed on the advertisement particularly enticing. An annual income of 350,000. In just 3 years, he could settle the family's debts. The aerospace system was indeed appealing, but with an annual salary of merely over 100,000, it would take ages to clear the family's obligations. Chen Shengsheng pondered within himself. As time gradually passed, it was finally his turn to enter the interview. Like any ordinary interview, there was no distinction. It consisted of a back-and-forth exchange, primarily revolving around questions pertinent to the field of electronics. However, the inquiries demanded a deeper and more foundational technical understanding. Yet this posed no challenge for Chen Shengsheng, who ranked among the top 10 scholars of his class. Had he not pursued employment, his academic achievements would have undoubtedly secured him a place in a graduate program. After a brief discussion on my end, I informed him that he met the company's requirements and inquired if there were any additional matters he wished to clarify. If all was satisfactory, he could sign the documents on-site. Approximately 20 minutes later, after the 2 staff members from the Ministry of Science and Technology verified Chen Shengsheng's credentials, they extended an offer. Excuse me, is the company's compensation package genuine? A salary of 350,000 for an undergraduate? Chen Shengsheng asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Indeed, you are correct. The pre-tax figure stands at 350,000, they affirmed. Future Technology Group is a private enterprise collaborating with the Ministry of Science and Technology. There is no need for concern regarding its legitimacy. The lack of specific information online is merely due to the company being newly established. Additionally, prior to employment, a confidentiality agreement must be signed, and the annual leave may be limited, comprising only a few designated holidays, though one can apply for annual leave or family visits. The job location is in Shenzhou, Anhui. The staff inquired if he could accept these terms. Yes, I can accept. Chen Shengsheng replied without hesitation upon hearing the figure of 350,000, promptly signing all necessary agreements before hastily returning to his dormitory to share the good news with his family. How did it go? It is not for me to say. But that wretched Future Technology Group is nothing more than a dubious enterprise. You should have joined us. The interview was not particularly challenging, and the remuneration was quite satisfactory, especially with the opportunity to work within the Kyoto department. Listening to the conversations of his roommates, Chun Sheng did not offer much in response. He had just signed a 3-year contract. Should he consider joining his roommates in the aerospace system? Although the salary was comparatively lower, it offered stability, a secure position within the system. Chapter 40. Wow, Bai Fan is on the news. As time passed, the recruitment plan unfolded vigorously as anticipated. By 6 o'clock in the evening, after 10 hours, the Future Technology Group had reached an astonishing 4,000 candidates from qualified military academies nationwide, a number that continued to rise rapidly. This figure had directly surpassed the initial target of 3,000. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with Bai Fan's consent, the staff from the Ministry of Science and Technology maintained their photographic documentation. The compensation offered by Future Technology Group had increased by 50 compared to other companies of similar stature. In Bai Fan's view, the upcoming Titan aerospace drone and its various derivative projects would also require a multitude of research personnel. It would be more efficient to recruit a sufficient number in advance rather than in batches. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwei, following Bai Fan's instructions, took the latest Titan mech information and, accompanied by the previous 863 program research team, proceeded to the underground laboratory of Future Technology Group to commence preliminary work on the Titan mech project. This so-called underground laboratory, in essence, this is an underground facility located at the Wuhu base. After several days of adjustments, it is nearly ready for operation. The construction of the brand new Future Technology Group building and the subterranean enclosed laboratory is proceeding at an accelerated pace, working in 3 shifts, and is expected to take approximately 1 year to complete. Do you have a moment, Bai Fan? If you're free, please come to the office now. Fang Zheng invited as he dialed Bai Fan's number at 6:50 p.m. while seated in the military district office. What is it? Bai Fan inquired, momentarily distracted as he organized his graduation thesis in preparation for submission to the university's internal system, for he was still an undergraduate student. Just come over, you'll find out. I assure you it's good news, Fang Zheng replied with a chuckle, glancing at the document he had just received. 3 minutes later, a puzzled Bai Fan entered the office. Before he could take a seat, he noticed Fang Zheng pointing at the large screen displaying the live broadcast of the evening news, a smile gracing his features. Following Fang Zheng's gesture, Bai Fan looked at the screen, which showcased numerous familiar hosts from Huagua. Recently, under the influence of various policies, our nation's technology conglomerates have been thriving. The Future Technology Group is conducting its first large-scale recruitment of fresh graduates across major military academies, with a total of 4,000 positions available. The Future Technology Group, in collaboration with the Ministry of Science and Technology, is a high-tech company that has recently achieved groundbreaking advancements in our nation's critical military equipment sector, filling significant domestic gaps in core technology and reaching a world-leading standard. The first-generation high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery, launched simultaneously, boasts an energy density of 1,500, far surpassing all similar products currently available in the market. Future Technology Group has now secured a spot on the military procurement list. Bai Fan listened intently as the host of the video eloquently shared information about Future Technology Group, momentarily taken aback before a wave of excitement washed over him. After all, this was the national news broadcast, the premier media outlet of the country. The significance of Future Technology Group being announced on such a platform underscored the high regard in which Bai Fan was held. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in, indicating a remarkable surge in the long-awaited main quest, the glory of technology, on the verge of reaching the next level. Well, calling you over was not a mistake, was it? Fang Zheng remarked with a smile, observing Bai Fan's exhilaration. Bai Fan nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate the trust and recognition from the organization. Indeed, it is the first time in my life witnessing a private enterprise occupy such a significant segment of the national news broadcast. Over the years, you are the first. Fang Zheng reflected on Bai Fan's words with a sense of nostalgia. Despite his high expectations regarding the importance placed on Bai Fan, the reality proved that he had underestimated the determination of the higher-ups. Not just any company can casually appear on the national news, and when they do, it is rarely for as long as 10 minutes. The previous instance involved Huawei, which was only 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, at Hefei University of Technology, Dormitory 517, Wei and his companions were tidying up their belongings in preparation for their departure from the university the following day, each pursuing their respective futures, some seeking employment, others preparing for postgraduate studies. It is worth noting that Fanzi had yet to provide any updates, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his situation. It had been over half a month since they last heard from him. As Wei was organizing his shoes, he casually remarked, "It seems that once he soared to success, he forgot all about his brothers. Why are you complaining?" retorted Li Jie, who was following his usual routine of tuning into the evening news broadcast. "Just think about it. We all had to sign confidentiality agreements. His level of secrecy must be exceedingly high." "That does make sense," Wei replied, realizing the implications. "All right, let us not make a racket while packing. We can finish it tomorrow. I don't want to be disturbed while watching my show." Li Jie responded, "I can't believe it. Only you would refer to the news broadcast as a show." Wei gave a thumbs up and a speechless expression in return. Due to family circumstances, Li Jie's father had instilled in him the habit of watching the news since childhood, a routine that carried over into his university life. Initially, during their freshman year when they all lived together, it became a topic of amusement among roommates that Li Jie consistently watched the news every night, but over time, they grew accustomed to it. "Tell us, what significant international news do we have today?" Wei casually inquired while reclining on his bed. "What else could there be? Isn't it the case that the conflict between the neighboring country and Ukraine continues to persist?" One roommate exclaimed, "It has been stalemated for over a year, and it seems likely that this war still has a long way to go. The cessation of hostilities does not rest solely in the hands of those two. It ultimately depends on the influence of the United States." Wei chuckled in response. Thus, amidst a lively exchange, each person contributed to the discourse on political affairs. And as the conversation progressed, it grew increasingly animated, eventually delving into historical contexts and cultural systems. In the boys' dormitory, there exists a curious phenomenon. Whenever the young men engage in conversation, regardless of the initial topic, it invariably culminates in discussions of history and politics. Those who typically struggle with examinations suddenly find their voices when these subjects arise, speaking with fervor and eloquence, traversing from the origins of humanity to the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and then from the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties to the downfall of the Song dynasty and its principal causes, showcasing a remarkable breadth of knowledge and cultural depth. Meanwhile, Li Jie sat quietly on his bed, choosing to ignore his politically engaged roommates, and contentedly immersed himself in reading. Recently, our future technology group has made significant advancements in the realm of military equipment within our nation, addressing several technological gaps domestically. On the previous day, the esteemed chairman Bai Fan attended a significant ceremony at the Wuhu base, where pivotal collaborations were established among the Wuhu military district, the Wuhu base, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In the future Technology Group will join forces with various departments of our nation to explore military equipment for the new century, contributing to the construction of socialism in our country. However, just 2 minutes into the event, amidst the host's fluent introduction, Li Jie abruptly exclaimed a classic expletive, rising to his feet with wide eyes. "What the heck? Fanzi is on the news broadcast." As soon as he spoke, the entire dormitory erupted in excitement. Chapter 41. Making Headlines. "Ajay, what news broadcast? Who's on?" In response to the commotion, Wei, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, stretching his neck like a giraffe to inquire of Li Jie below. "Wait, did I just hear Fanzi's name? Surely it can't be my imagination. Let me see." Another roommate joined in, a hint of confusion in his voice as he set aside his task and approached. "No, you didn't hear wrong. It's indeed Fanzi on the news broadcast. He is now the chairman of Future Technology Group. It's hard to explain in a moment. Just come and see for yourselves." Damn it, since 7:05, the host has been reporting on the Future Technology Group. This has already gone on for 5 minutes. One cannot deny that Fanzi is truly impressive. Li Jie pointed at the computer screen, his eyes wide with astonishment, his heart tumultuous with emotions. From the very beginning, upon witnessing the Titan mech and its accompanying technologies, he had surmised that Bai Fan would soon ascend to the pinnacle of academic excellence, perhaps even beyond. However, in retrospect, he had grossly underestimated the situation. Within a mere fortnight, Bai Fan had made headlines, securing a remarkable 10 minutes of airtime on the national news, an indication of just how highly he was regarded by the authorities. "Goodness, is this truly Fanzi? I must see this." He urged, "Do not switch the video. Listening to Li Jie, Chenwei's eyes widened in disbelief, without uttering another word. He leaped from his bed and hastily positioned himself before the computer screen. In that moment, the other roommates mirrored his actions. If anyone were to glance through the window of room 517, they would witness 5 individuals clad in shorts, seemingly enchanted, huddled together, fixated on the screen, motionless and unblinking. After what felt like an eternity, a collective sigh broke the spell. Goodness, Fanzi, this is utterly remarkable. It's akin to a calf soaring through the skies. An extraordinary feat indeed. Without hesitation, he had appeared on the national news, having become the chairman of a future technology conglomerate, forging numerous collaborations with the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Chenwei wiped his face, striving to suppress the shock coursing through him. It appears that the technology within the Titan mech, which Fanzi has been diligently working on, is of far greater significance than I had initially presumed. Indeed, if it were not of considerable importance, the local security agency would not have directly come to the school. My other roommates also chimed in, acknowledging the reality that in the realm of competition, one can easily feel diminished by comparison. I must admit, Fanzi has truly ascended to new heights this time. After observing the developments, Li Jie leaned back in his chair, reflecting that our future encounters with Fanzi may only occur through the television screen, as he now presumably holds a highly classified identity. At that moment, Chenwei quietly interjected. Simultaneously, during the news broadcast, around 7:20 p.m., various social media platforms, such as Tushio, Weibo, and Douyin experienced a surge of discussions surrounding Bai Fan and the Future Technology Group, with related topics swiftly climbing the trending charts. Over half of the top 10 topics being associated with them. The news broadcast lasted for half an hour, and the Future Technology Group was featured for a full 10 minutes, constituting a third of the segment. I find myself pondering, which conglomerate is the Future Technology Group? This is truly remarkable. A netizen commented beneath the post. On the 3rd floor, someone remarked, I'm not sure, let us leave it for the next floor. Then the 4th floor chimed in. Do you know what is most outrageous? I cannot find any information about this group on Tianyanka or Baidu. It seems as though it has been concealed. By the way, does anyone knowledgeable care to speak up and enlighten us? A company that can make it onto the news broadcast cannot possibly be a small enterprise. Incredible. I just looked up Future Technology Group, and it seems that the chairman, Bai Fan, is still a student, currently located at Shenzhou Hefei University of Technology, and he hasn't fully graduated yet as a 4th-year student. Is this really true? Such exaggeration seems hard to believe. Indeed, it is absolutely authentic. My friend, who studies in Shenzhou, informed me. However, when I inquired further, he refrained from providing any additional details, for reasons unknown. I heard from him that the organization has made quite a significant move, having recruited 6,000 individuals from military academies across the nation in one fell swoop. Netizens began to exchange comments fervently, each contributing to the rising buzz surrounding the post. The authorities are undoubtedly pleased to witness this, as the news broadcast linking the Ministry of Science and Technology with Future Technology Group serves, in a sense, to bolster Bai Fan's reputation, providing a form of endorsement. Moreover, the announcement of the high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery during the news broadcast has captured the attention of numerous manufacturers, particularly those in the rapidly growing electric vehicle sector. Upon reviewing the new data, relevant executives promptly issued commands to establish contact with Future Technology Group. However, all pertinent information regarding the group remains classified. It is nearly impossible to even obtain a phone number for contact. Consequently, the Ministry of Science and Technology's phone lines have been inundated with calls. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Xiao Chun. Yes, it's Xiao Chun from Ideal. I wanted to inquire about something. Is the performance data for the high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery from Future Technology Group, which was just broadcasted tonight, genuine? After conducting a thorough search, I was unable to find any contact information. Could you kindly provide me with a means of reaching you? Hello, Fang Bu. This is Little Yu from Huawei. Are you available? I would like to inquire about some information. In just a brief span of 10 minutes. The phones of the 2 ministers from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Fang Zheng and Zhang Xin, rang incessantly. The callers were none other than the chairpersons or general managers of various domestic new energy enterprises. What a remarkable feat you have achieved. It seems I am the one who is feeling the strain. Just after concluding the last call, Fang Zheng chuckled and teased Bai Fan, who was seated beside him. Thank you for your hard work, Minister, for your concern for the group. Bai Fan promptly poured a cup of tea and cheerfully handed it over, saying, "Here you go. Minister, enjoy your tea." "You rascal," Fang Zheng laughed, gesturing towards Bai Fan. "When will you release the news?" "Let us wait a couple more days. Hold off a bit longer. Let the situation develop a little more. I will first wrap up the Titan project and then allocate some energy to it." "Good." Fang Zheng nodded in response. "If you require any assistance from the Ministry of Science and Technology, feel free to reach out at any time. Rest assured, Minister, should any needs arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Meanwhile, just as the news broadcast concluded and the Future Technology Group made headlines, Principal Song Tianxing also received the news. "Old Song, congratulations. Your Xianzhou branch has truly made quite an impression this time. A remarkable student has emerged." The congratulatory message over the phone left Song Tianxing somewhat bewildered, having spent the day in his office signing documents. He was unaware that Bai Fan had made it to the evening news. "Old Guan, what is happening? What joyous occasion are you referring to?" A vague suspicion began to form in Song Tianxing's mind. If any student had recently gained notoriety within the school, it would undoubtedly be Bai Fan, who had been taken away by the military a fortnight ago. "From your tone, it seems you are still in the dark about the matter. Come, let me elucidate the situation for you." Guan Hongwei succinctly recounted the entire event over the phone, and only then did Mr. Song come to a realization. He immediately opened his computer to search for related information. After meticulously reading the content displayed before him, the calm demeanor he had maintained began to dissolve, and he could hardly suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Bai Fan had appeared on the evening news. Moreover, for a duration of 10 minutes. What an honor this was. At the upcoming National University Conference, he could certainly hold his head high and boast about it. By the way, there is another matter to inform you of. Thanks to your esteemed student, your research funding budget will increase next year. By how much? Song Tianxing inquired without delay. At least a doubling of the original amount. Upon hearing this, Song Tianxing's breath became heavier, his face flushed with excitement, and his heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 42. The Phenomenon of Bai Fan. What does research funding signify for a university? It is, of course, self-evident. In simpler terms, the level of research funding at a university fundamentally determines the quantity of research outcomes it produces each year. While this assertion may seem somewhat absolute, it is not devoid of merit. After all, the initiation of any research project necessitates the mobilization of personnel and the procurement of various materials and resources, all of which require funding. It is fair to say that funding is paramount. Without it, discussions about research outputs become futile, especially when even the most basic experimental materials are lacking. Upon hearing that their funding had nearly doubled, if not increased further, President Song Tianxing could no longer contain his joy. He beamed with delight, unable to suppress his happiness had he not been in the office. He might have leapt 3 feet into the air. On the phone, Guan Hongwei, hearing the unmistakable excitement on the other end, jested in response. They had been old friends for many years. "Old Guan, of course. You can rest assured that I won't miss out on treating you to a drink. In a couple of days, when I head to the provincial meeting, I'll bring along my bottle of 20-year-old Mao Dai, so we can enjoy it together." Song Tianxing readily agreed over the phone. Subsequently, he stood in place for a couple of minutes, pondering for a moment before dialing the head of research on campus. "Teacher Wang, may I inquire if next year's research budget has been finalized?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang assumed that the president was seeking information and quickly replied, "President, it will be ready soon, likely by tomorrow afternoon. I currently possess a draft. Would you care to review it?" No, it's unnecessary." Song Tianxing waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was best to wait until it was confirmed. "Therefore, you are to entirely abolish the original draft proposal." "Ah, abolish it?" Teacher Wang was taken aback. "Indeed. Render it all null and void. The budget for all previous projects shall be doubled from the original allocation, including those commendable projects that were previously discarded due to funding limitations, which may now be reinstated. However, the newly added projects must undergo a re-evaluation process. The necessary procedures cannot be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Song Tianxing waved his hand decisively, issuing the command. On the other end of the line, Teacher Wang thought he had misheard. "Doubled? Principal, may I inquire if our budget for next year will suffice?" The budget was formulated based on 80 of last year's allocation, with an additional 20 as a contingency. Yet, even so, it cannot simply be doubled, can it? Teacher Wang hesitated, expressing his concerns. If the projects commence and the funds are not dispersed in time, the professors will certainly protest. Rest assured, There will be no issues with the budget being doubled. If any complications arise, I will shoulder the responsibility. You need only to keep your worries at bay. Song Tianxing assured confidently over the phone. Upon hearing the principal's assurance, Teacher Wang finally felt a sense of relief. After concluding this conversation, Mr. Song placed another call to the head of the school's logistics department, instructing him to urgently produce a batch of banners. What a farce! A remarkable student has emerged from our institution, and even before graduation. He has established a technology group and secured multiple collaborations with esteemed organizations such as the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Undoubtedly, there is an urgent need to amplify our publicity. On one hand, this will enhance the university's reputation and attract various resources from higher authorities. On the other, it will elevate the admission scores for the upcoming year, ensuring a more promising pool of applicants. Understood, Principal. I will attend to this matter with utmost urgency and expect to have it completed by tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that the task was assigned by the principal, the head of the logistics department wasted no time, swiftly rising from his bed to contact vendors for expedited production. The following morning, the campus of Hefei University of Technology was adorned with red banners proclaiming, "Heartfelt congratulations to our senior student Bai Fan for founding Future Technology Group and establishing collaborations with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the military." Simultaneously, all teaching groups within the university disseminated this pertinent news. In an instant, the names Bai Fan and Future Technology Group reverberated throughout Hefei University of Technology, including its headquarters in Hefei. Students from freshmen to seniors were abuzz, inquiring about Bai Fan's identity and significance. Who is this Bai Fan? How extraordinary! He has founded a group even before graduating, and most importantly, he has secured partnerships with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology. This is no mere facade. It indicates he possesses core technologies. Indeed, it is rumored that he has also collaborated with the military, and this news even made it to the evening broadcast yesterday. It is truly astounding. When did our school produce such a remarkable talent? Upon awakening this morning, I was struck by an overwhelming sensation that something was amiss within the school. Who is this student Bai Fan? A flicker of recognition stirred within me. Do you all recall that incident from 2 weeks ago when the military sealed off the lecture hall for 3 hours? Could it possibly be that student? I surmise there is a high probability that this is indeed related. Yet, this individual is quite remarkable. I just came across news online that the Future Technology Group has recruited 6,000 recent graduates from military academies nationwide. 6,000? This must be an unprecedented recruitment, drawing in such a large number of candidates. Goodness gracious, one must ponder the vast scale of the Future Technology Group. A lively discussion ensued among my classmates, each contributing their thoughts. I believe that within a decade, if this momentum continues, one could easily imagine that next year, Fan might even be nominated for an academician. Chen Wei, pulling along his suitcase, expressed his astonishment at this prospect. You may find it hard to believe, but I certainly do, he remarked. Li Jie concurred, echoing his sentiments. Amidst their musings, Chen Wei added, "Thus begins the age-old tradition of the 517 dormitory, dining and exploiting." Indeed, another roommate joined in, laughing heartily. Simultaneously, not just in the 517 dormitory, but over 6,000 fourth-year students from military academies, having received their offers through the Ministry of Science and Technology, began to pack their belongings, preparing to head to Xianzhou to commence their positions within the Future Technology Group. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at Northwestern Polytechnical University, Chen Xingxing was meticulously organizing his personal belongings, rolling up his neatly arranged bedding and compressing it with considerable force. On the very night of his interview, he received an offer, instructing him to report to Xianzhou within 3 days. He was also added to a new employee group of Future Technology Group, which consisted of 1,000 members, and there were a total of 7 such groups. Old Chen, are you really heading over there already? So soon? Didn't you just finish your interview yesterday? One of his roommates, stirred by the noise, woke up and inquired, gazing at Chen Shengsheng with a hint of confusion. Yes. The company is rather urgent. They require me to report within 3 days. That makes sense. If there is nothing pressing, going early is fine. The roommate nodded in agreement. Then continued, even though we won't be in the same system anymore, we must keep in touch. We can't let work sever our connections after 4 years of university. Absolutely. Given that they were in a military academy, the relationships among classmates appeared more straightforward and genuine compared to other universities. with a harmonious dynamic among roommates resembling a father with 5 sons. Just as Chun Shengsheng completed his packing and prepared to depart, one of his roommates, who had been lying in bed scrolling through Douyin, suddenly came across a segment from the previous night's news broadcast. After absorbing the content, he sat up abruptly, incredulously asking Chun Shengsheng, "Old Chun, is the company you're joining called Future Technology Group?" "Indeed. Which group is collaborating with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Science and Technology?" "Yes, indeed," Chen Shengsheng remarked. "Just last night, after he was inducted into the new employee group, a dedicated HR representative provided a detailed overview of the current status of the Future Technology Group, including its collaborations with senior governmental departments and the news broadcast from the previous evening." "Is that truly the case?" Upon receiving a confirmed response, his roommate immediately erupted with excitement, only to be overtaken by regret, pondering why he hadn't attended the interview at that moment. To be featured on the news and to collaborate with high-level entities such as the Ministry of Science and the Chinese Academy of Sciences surely indicates that it is not a fly-by-night operation, and the compensation must be commendable. At that moment, his roommate felt an overwhelming desire to reprimand his past self for not persisting in attending the interview alongside Chen Shengsheng. "So, Chen, is your company still hiring? I noticed there are quite a few positions available. I wonder if there is still a chance for me?" "To be honest, I am quite eager to join as well," his roommate inquired hopefully, anticipating the next moment's response. Chapter 43, Sounding the First Shot. However, Chen Shengsheng shook his head and recounted what he knew. The latest information indicates that the company is not hiring at the moment. The HR mentioned last night that they have nearly filled this batch of positions. Initially, the big boss had set a limit of 3,000, and now it has exceeded that figure by double. They have more than enough personnel. Chen Shengsheng, pulling his suitcase, opened the door. "If there are future hiring opportunities, I will notify everyone at the earliest." Upon hearing this, the roommate could only nod helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, at that moment, he was filled with regret, realizing that there was no remedy for his choices. Once missed, opportunities are lost, and he could only await the new recruitment next year. Last night at 10 o'clock, Bai Fan received a call from Fangzheng, announcing that the recruitment had reached its target numbers, after which all hiring efforts were halted to concentrate entirely on the Titan project. In the span of 2 days, the 203 research staff from the 863 mecha project had begun working in the underground laboratories of the Future Group, starting to assimilate the relevant materials concerning the Titan mecha. Each night, Bai Fan dedicated a fixed amount of time to elucidate these materials. According to the current plan, these 203 research personnel would serve as the backbone for the Titan project and other future endeavors, with the intention of expanding from this foundation of over 6,000 newly joined members, ultimately establishing a research team exceeding 10,000 individuals. Of course, this remains a mere aspiration at present. It is still uncertain how many among the 6,000 new recruits would be willing to engage in highly confidential development work, necessitating further selection. After all, the Titan project is an endeavor shrouded in secrecy, and those wishing to be involved must be prepared to make significant sacrifices. After discussing the preliminary version of the Titan mecha, I will now present the complete version, beginning with the performance data. Undoubtedly, there will be further enhancements built upon the existing foundation, the most conspicuous being its dimensions, which will extend to 4.5 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width. The weapon ports on the back will be expanded from the original 2 to 4, and a data connection synchronization feature will be introduced. At the Future Technology Group's underground laboratory, Bai Fan stood at the podium, akin to a teacher elucidating the craftsmanship and core technologies involved in the Titan mech. 203 seasoned researchers sat enraptured below, with 13 academicians remaining, none having departed. While comprehending the core technologies of the Titan mech, they commenced the integration of resources from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and other departments for the development of ancillary projects related to the Titan mech. Gazing downwards, Zhang Liwei occupied the first seat in the front row, sitting upright with a notebook in hand. With each statement from Bai Fan, he meticulously transcribed even the most seemingly unrelated remarks. The Titan mech will eventually be divided into 4 components, the first being the main chassis, which encompasses the cockpit and energy module, constituting the most crucial segment, overseen by a dedicated team. The second component consists of the limbs, also managed by a separate team, while 2 additional teams will handle the peripheral ports, specifically the various weapon interface configurations of the Titan mech. Finally, there lies the integrated combat sensing system program, In the future, I hope that everyone will be able to independently upgrade the combat sensing system program based on vast data and complete its iterations. Bai Fan slowly began to speak on stage, articulating his plans and even imparting knowledge about the integrated combat sensing system. Comrade Bai Fan, this is truly a display of selflessness. Indeed, it demonstrates considerable dedication. In the corner of the audience sat an elderly man in military attire, his square face reflecting attentiveness. Upon hearing Bai Fan's words, he nodded slightly and offered a quiet comment. It seems I did not misjudge anyone at this table. It is well known that the essence of the Titan mecha lies not merely in its hardware. While the circuit design of the hardware is exceptionally flawless, the true core resides in the software programming, which flawlessly integrates all hardware components to achieve a seamless operational efficacy. This is Yang Baohua, the Minister of the General Equipment Department, who has just arrived at the Wuhu base. According to directives from above, during the Grand Military Competition, the headquarters of the Kyoto Military District must conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the 3 pilot bases set to undergo trial, ensuring the integrity of the Titan project. Flanking Yang Baohua were Yu Shuai and Fang Zheng. Entrusting the Titan mecha project to him indeed raises no concerns. I feel reassured now. Yang Baohua stroked his beard. Gazing at the spirited Bai Fan, who was passionately elucidating his thoughts, and he mused, indeed. Yang remarked, although Comrade Bai Fan is relatively young, through these days of interaction, I personally believe he is entirely trustworthy, excelling in all aspects, particularly in his ideological awareness, which has surprised me remarkably. His composure and temperament are not at all characteristic of a typical young person of his age. For instance, the core technology of the Titan mecha was scarcely mentioned. When we initially arrived, there was no discussion. It was Comrade Bai Fan who proactively brought it up, and at first, he did not even request any form of compensation. Fang Zheng, who stood nearby, also spoke well of Bai Fan, expressing a sense of nostalgia. It was evident that not only was there a need for personnel from the military district base, but also for the involvement of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Upon hearing this, Yang Baohua nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Bai Fan now infused with greater admiration as he repeatedly exclaimed, "This young comrade is remarkable, truly remarkable." An hour later, the evening's presentation concluded, yet it was far from over. The subsequent half-hour was designated for addressing questions. 203 former researchers were poised to inquire based on the knowledge Bai Fan had elucidated, seeking clarity on any uncertainties. It was imperative to thoroughly delve into the core technology. Only then could the formal development proceed with fewer detours. After another half-hour, Bai Fan's evening responsibilities were finally drawing to a close. At last, it was over. Stretching in his seat, Bai Fan exhaled deeply after 3 consecutive hours of discourse. Even his youth could not withstand such an exertion. Noticing that only Fang Zheng remained in the audience, he approached with a smile. "What about the person who was just here?" Bai Fan inquired, pointing outside. "Left," came the response. "In such a hurry?" Bai Fan expressed surprise. Having anticipated that they would wait until the conclusion of the presentation to enhance his presence, especially since, strictly speaking, he was their direct superior. Moreover, having connections within the government facilitates matters greatly. The various materials for the Titan mecha could not bypass the critical departments, including those pertaining to other projects set to commence shortly. Yang's schedule was rather constrained. During this occasion at the Wuhu base, we spent a considerable 6 hours. Fang Zheng explained to Bai Fan, then chuckled, "Do you think I would accompany you here for over half a month, as if nothing were amiss?" Upon hearing this, Bai Fan chuckled warmly and affectionately patted Fang Zheng on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, I am grateful for your unwavering support, Fang." "You rascal, always so frivolous," Fang Zheng teased. "By the way, when will your related information be disclosed? My phone has been inundated these past few days. Not just me, but everyone in the department has been driven to distraction by that bunch of new energy vehicle enterprises. We need to make a decision quickly." Fang Zheng then recalled the matter concerning the high-voltage silicon carbide solid-state battery and promptly inquired, "How about this? Tomorrow, I will issue a statement, announcing it across the internet. We will gather these new energy manufacturers and ignite the first spark in the private market for Future Technology Group." Chapter 44. At all costs. On June 1st, at 8 in the morning, under Bai Fan's direction, the official website of Future Technology Group and corporate information were uniformly published online. For the first time, an invitation was extended to new energy vehicle enterprises and energy industry application companies to jointly discuss the application and developmental direction of high-voltage silicon carbide solid-state batteries. Meanwhile, The new energy vehicle manufacturers who had been desperately searching for information on Future Technology Group awoke this morning to the astonishing revelation that relevant information about the group was now publicly available across the internet, along with the contact numbers of the representatives. It was impossible not to feel elated. Without hesitation, he dialed the phone and began to make contact. Esteemed Chairman Yudong of Huawei Terminal Products, greetings. This is Zhou Ming, General Manager of Front-End Products at Future Technology Group. I am sincerely inviting you to attend our inaugural product press conference for the high-pressure silicon carbide solid-state battery, to be held in 3 days at 8:30 a.m. in the Shenzhen market. A fleeting glance revealed an email from an external enterprise in his inbox. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was from none other than the Future Technology Group, which he had been searching for diligently just days prior. The email extended an invitation for him to attend the product press conference in 3 days. 3 days hence, a press conference for a new product? The so-called battery product? Yudong murmured to himself, setting aside the bun he had been eating, his expression turning serious as he meticulously read through the entire email. Upon finishing, he promptly dialed the board. Chairman, I have some matters to report. Here's the situation. Yudong recounted every detail over the phone, anxious not to overlook a single word that might lead to complications. Why not attend? Yudong, we must participate in this upcoming product launch from Future Technology Group. We must secure a share of their silicon carbide solid-state battery, ideally as exclusive suppliers. On the other end, the chairman of Huawei Group, Mr. Ren, spoke with unwavering determination, his tone resolute. Upon hearing the unwavering tone of confidence from his chairman, Yudong's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It was evident that his chairman possessed insider knowledge. This indicated that the recently disclosed performance data of Future Technology Group's high-pressure silicon carbide solid-state battery was indeed authentic. Contemplating this, Yudong's breath became noticeably heavier, and a flush crept onto his face. Renowned in the industry as a formidable business mogul, he nevertheless harbored a lesser-known identity as an engineer. To put it more plainly, his technical prowess was on par with, if not superior to, that of his peers with doctoral degrees. Thus, he comprehended the implications of the performance data of Future Technology Group's silicon carbon high-pressure battery. It signified a potential upheaval within the entire industry and the creation of a groundbreaking product that could redefine the market landscape. To state it somewhat dramatically, it could catalyze significant reforms within the global energy framework. After all, the capacity was astonishingly high, beyond imagination. All right, Chairman, I will contact Future Technology Group immediately. I assure you I will attend punctually. Yudong exclaimed with fervor. After hanging up the phone, he settled back into his chair and took a deep breath. After several attempts, he managed to suppress the exhilaration swelling within him and began to draft an email to arrange his travel plans. Meanwhile, not just Huawei, but nearly all the notable new energy vehicle enterprises in the market had received invitations, beckoning them to attend Future Technology Group's new product launch 3 days hence, including companies like Xpeng Motors, Li Auto, and BYD Group. In Chang'an, there are over 20 automotive enterprises, and not a single one has been left behind. According to Bai Fan, the greater the number of competitors attending the press conference, the more advantageous the high-pressure silicon carbide solid-state battery will become. Competition is essential. Bai Fan is not inclined to wait indefinitely for government funding. In an instant, news of the Future Technology Group's new product launch reverberated throughout the industry like a seismic event of magnitude 15, with related information swiftly ascending to the front page and trending in real time. Have you heard? The Future Technology Group is holding a press conference in just 3 days. Are any industry leaders planning to attend? Indeed, I have heard the same. A friend of mine works at BYD, and after the news broke this morning, I learned that their executives convened an emergency meeting to address the impending market shifts. Yes, I am employed at the headquarters of Li Auto, and today a considerable number of individuals have arrived, as there are rumors of forming a dedicated negotiation team to head to Xianzhou for Future Technology Group. It is utterly astonishing. When I first encountered the product data released by Future Technology Group, I found myself questioning reality, wondering if I had somehow traveled 30 years into the future. If it were not for Future Technology Group's appearance on the national news and the endorsement from the Ministry of Science and Technology, I might have suspected a scam. Indeed. Who could blame me? What a ludicrous claim. 1500 WHKG. This figure is beyond my imagination. To be frank, it is simply outrageous. The latest sodium-ion battery from CATL has an energy density that is merely 1/5 of that. Such a comparison is simply unfathomable. If one were to express it this way, it appears that CATL can no longer remain complacent. The online discourse is fervent. For CATL, whose core business revolves around energy batteries, the emergence of high-voltage silicon carbide solid-state batteries undoubtedly represents a significant setback. Zhang Wanjian, the head of the research department at CATL, upon reviewing the product performance data released by Future Technology Group, initially reacted with disbelief, questioning the authenticity of the product. After all, they are pioneers in battery manufacturing and rank among the world's foremost lithium battery enterprises, fully aware of the formidable challenges in achieving such data, akin to reaching for the heavens. However, upon witnessing the official endorsement from Future Technology, including a 10-minute feature on the news, and after inquiring with relevant leaders in the Ministry of Science and Technology through their own channels, he eventually recognized the reality and promptly reported the pertinent information. Meanwhile, time continued to elapse. Just 2 minutes later, CATL stock plummeted as if it were thrown into the depths, hitting the trading limit down with over 10 million sealed orders, amounting to an astonishing 100 billion in capital. Run, brothers. If we don't flee now, it will be too late. Damn it, even escaping seems futile. All anyone can think about is running. Hold on, brothers, perhaps there is still a chance for a rebound. A rebound? Have you not seen the battery performance data released by Future Technology Group next door? It is 5 times that of CATL's. What rebound could we possibly expect? At the current price, it is poised for at least a halving, if not more. Gentlemen, as a university student, I implore you to allow me to depart first. I possess but a meager sum of pocket money. The comments section beneath the stock software for Ningde Times is inundated with lamentations and wails, a cacophony of despair. It seems as though individuals are exerting every ounce of strength to divest themselves of their shares. However, the staggering capital loss amounting to hundreds of billions renders an immediate resolution impossible, as we all have likely witnessed. Nearly 1 minute into the market's opening, the stock has already plummeted to its limit. Presently, there appears to be no glimmer of hope for a rebound. The chairman of Ningde Times sits at the head of the conference room, his expression grave as he articulates each word, shattering the silence of the meeting. The department heads seated below bow their heads, hesitant to utter a sound. Wanjing, how well versed are you in the product of the Future Technology Group? Is it feasible for us to produce it within a short time frame? I am granting you 3 months. Is that sufficient? The chairman inquires. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanjing, seated in the first position to the chairman's left, rises and shakes his head in resignation. Chairman, to speak candidly, with our current technology, we can only achieve 300 WHKG. However, reaching 1500 is utterly unattainable at this moment. Quite humorously, I find it difficult to fathom how they have accomplished such an exceedingly high energy density. This is simply unscientific. Zhang Wanjing's face flushes with confusion. He served as the general leader of the Ningde Technology Center for 7 years, during which this once declining enterprise surged into the ranks of China's top 500 companies, ultimately claiming the position of industry leader. To assert that he lacks research and development capabilities would be unequivocally false. Yet, when confronted with the formidable silicon carbide battery of Future Technology Group, he could only shake his head in resignation, apologetically admitting his limitations. Upon hearing this, the chairman refrained from further commentary, inhaling deeply as if making a pivotal decision, and slowly articulated. In that case, to overcome this challenge, there appears to be but one possibility. We must acquire this battery from Future Technology Group. To take a step back, we must secure an exclusive agreement with them. Immediately establish contact with Future Technology Group and strive for their battery technology and market share. Remember, at any cost. Chapter 45. The first batch of Titan mecha troops is on the horizon. In an instant, hundreds of energy-related corporate groups began to converge on Shenzhou, preparing to attend the upcoming product launch event by Future Technology Group in 3 days. Simultaneously, in the underground laboratory of Future Technology Group, Bai Fan, having just concluded the briefing on the Titan mecha documents, sat in his office, sipping tea to soothe his throat when a call came through to Song Tianqing's phone. Hello, Principal, it's me, Bai Fan. I have a request that requires the school's assistance. Will you be able to host the upcoming product launch of Future Technology Group and the conference on high-pressure silicon carbide solid-state batteries at the school 3 days from now? Bai Fan inquired over the phone. Given the pressing timeline, Future Technology Group currently has, in strict terms, only an underground laboratory, which remains a work in progress. The construction of the office building and new laboratories above ground is still underway, thus he turned his attention to the school. Upon receiving the call, Song Tianqing was momentarily taken aback by the news. He couldn't shake off the feeling of serendipity. This was not merely a request, but an opportunity to elevate the school's profile. He understood the underlying implication. The school stood to gain immensely. He eagerly nodded, certainly. Bai Fan, the school can provide the venue. Please let me know if there are any additional requirements. I will promptly arrange everything for the conference. Song Tianxing asked with enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. Given the number of vendors attending the conference and launch, we will need to plan accommodations in advance. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Zheng entered with a beaming expression, holding a document. He was well acquainted with the routine, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it heartily. Director Fang, where have you just come from? Bai Fan inquired, a look of urgency on his face. I just returned from the military district. The final slots for the grand military competition have been announced. Take a look, it's all in the document. Fang Zheng, gazing at the red-headed document on the table, spoke to himself. After a week of military competitions, the candidates for operating the Titan mechs had begun to take shape. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan promptly opened the document to scrutinize its contents. The data indicated that the selected participants from the military competition were scattered across various military district bases nationwide, with only 4 from the Wuhu military district, all of whom Bai Fan had encountered before. The Jinling and Kyoto military districts had a similar number, while the military districts closer to the borders had the most candidates, with some regiments boasting 2 or 3 potential operators. According to prior discussions, it was anticipated that these selected soldiers would arrive in a day or 2 for preliminary training. The number was set at 1.5 times the initial estimate, with redundancy included for later eliminations. The implication from above was that your presence was needed for guidance, as the initial phase would see the participants lacking experience. Your involvement would ensure a safer and more reliable process, and it would only take about 1 or 2 weeks before you could step back without disrupting your regular research activities. Fang Zheng continued. All right, no problem. It's less than 10 minutes away. This way, I can also enjoy a meal there, Bai Fan chuckled. By the way, was there no invitation extended to foreign brands? At that moment, Fang Zheng interjected. They have directly called me to protest, claiming that we are engaging in local protectionism and unfair commercial competition. They are considering filing a complaint. Fang Zheng mentioned that the foreign brand in question is none other than the renowned Tesla. His failure to extend an invitation to Tesla reflects Bai Fan's original intention not to invite them at all. However, since Fang has brought it up, incorporating them is of no consequence. Bai Fan nodded, nonchalantly expressing his indifference. The reasoning behind his initial exclusion of Tesla from the invitation list was to safeguard domestic manufacturers, allowing them to advance further and capture a larger market share. Once they have achieved a significant scale, he planned to re-establish standards in the new energy sector. Will this affect your future plans? Fang Zheng inquired. If necessary, I can withstand the pressure here, he added. It's nothing serious, Bai Fan waved his hand. Smiling as he replied, at most, it will simply mean earning a bit more of their revenue, which can be invested back into research and development. With everyone so eager to engage, it would be remiss not to accommodate them. Reassured, Fang Zheng then inquired about the progress of the Titan project, as per their usual practice. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Fan began to articulate the updates. Regarding hard capabilities, as of yesterday, the production line for the Titan mecha and all necessary raw materials have been set up. Although they are from an older generation, one cannot overlook their remarkable adaptability. They grasp concepts with remarkable ease. We anticipate commencing trial production tomorrow, allowing everyone to witness the full assembly line status of the Titan mecha. Once the 6,000 newly recruited students arrive and complete the first round of screening along with signing the confidentiality agreements, they will proceed to mass production as per the established plan. Bai Fan articulated this methodically. The new recruits will not be uniformly assigned to the Titan project. Rather, they will be divided into 2 segments. On one hand, some students will transition to the front-end private sector, primarily focusing on the energy industry. This segment resembles a typical corporate entity, akin to other major internet enterprises, albeit with slightly better benefits. On the other hand, some will be reallocated to the back end, collaborating with future technology groups and the Ministry of Science and Technology on projects that are shrouded in secrecy. Well, that reassures me, Fang Zheng remarked, stroking his chin. Lost in thought, his eyes gleaming with aspiration as he envisioned the Titan mech joint forces dominating the battlefield. Suddenly, Bai Fan inquired, indeed. My sole mission now is to monitor you and oversee the Titan project closely. Given the significance of the Titan project, Fang Zheng received official documents this morning mandating him to ensure the execution and advancement of the Special Product Initiative. Chapter 46. Comrades, the time for your trial has arrived. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Now, comrades, the organizational challenge has come. Tell me, do you possess the confidence? At the base of the Southwest Confidential Military District on the parade ground, a tall and robust young man, drenched in sweat and clad in a black athletic suit, held a megaphone in his mouth, his expression grave as he shouted word by word at the dense crowd before him. He was Gao Changwang, the captain of the Southwest Flying Sword Special Forces and the leader of the candidates for the Titan mech. The throng gathered in front of him consisted of 500 soldiers who had emerged victorious from the rigorous selection process and were now assembled at the Southwest Military Base for their final training. Do you have confidence? He bellowed. In unison, the soldiers responded loudly, yes. I can't hear you. Gao Changwang reiterated. Do you have confidence? This time, the soldiers shouted even louder, their faces flushed from the exertion of having just completed a 10-kilometer weighted run, pouring every ounce of their strength into their response. Excellent. Gao Changwang nodded appreciatively, then stepped closer to the impeccably lined-up soldiers, speaking slowly. I understand that each of you has been meticulously selected to be here. A rare gem among countless candidates. In your previous units, you were the exemplars, cherished by your commanders and leaders, enjoying various privileges. However, here, you must cast aside your past. You are not sufficient yet. You must strive even harder. Gao Changwang continued to speak emphatically, approaching the assembly with a firm stance. I believe you are all somewhat aware that this national competition is unlike any before. Have you ever wondered why it is so unique? As the words fell, the neatly standing soldiers cast their unified gazes upon Gao Changwang, their intent unmistakable. They all yearned to comprehend the underlying reasons for this occurrence. The previous military competition, undoubtedly significant, was an event of the entire army. Securing an award would undoubtedly bring honor to their original units and bolster their own reputations, leading to various accolades and advancements. However, during the registration for this particular competition, their respective leaders, the foremost authorities, had earnestly instructed them with unprecedented gravity to secure a ranking at all costs. It was evident that curiosity permeated the air. All present, stand at attention, Gao Changwang commanded. In an instant, a synchronized rhythm of footsteps resonated through the air. Those who were late would face immediate disqualification. Following this declaration, the soldiers before him scattered like startled birds, hastening towards their dormitories. Amidst their hurried strides, they exchanged breathless inquiries. What on earth is happening, comrades? We've been running all night without a moment's rest. What is the old Hai truly up to? A shorter, dark-complexioned soldier at the forefront of the group voiced his confusion, glancing sideways for answers. Who knows? It certainly cannot be anything good, another soldier replied with evident frustration. Are we being rushed to the airport to be dispatched elsewhere for training? He added, his tone reflecting the evident exasperation stemming from the ordeal of the past 3 days. I surmise that we are unlikely to engage in further training in the near future. What say you, old John? Do share your thoughts with us. I just overheard that Doghead Lao Gao mentioned something unusual regarding this grand military competition. In the past, he rarely indulged in idle chatter with us, yet just now, he made a point to mention it, which undoubtedly holds significance. The warrior referred to as Old Zhang is Zhang Jun, the team leader of the Special Forces unit from the Jinling Military District. Indeed, over these past 3 days, how often have Doghead Lao Gao and we exchanged more than a few words? It seemed as though uttering a single word was akin to squandering his breath. Old Zhang is correct. If that is the case, the likelihood is considerable. Upon hearing this, the soldiers smacked their foreheads, quickly realizing the implications. It is highly probable that we are about to uncover the true reason behind this extraordinary grand military competition. Zhang Jun mused to himself. At that moment, the whistle blew again, indicating that half the time remained. Enough chatter. We must hasten and gather our equipment. A large group followed closely behind him. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly thereafter, the whistle sounded once more. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Jun swiftly hoisted the packed bedding along with weapons and ammunition onto his back. Let us go. Let us hurry to the airport. We cannot afford to delay. Only 1 minute left. Being eliminated would mean true elimination. At 1:30 in the morning, the secret base in the southwest, the airport, prepared well in advance. The two Y-20 transport aircraft, affectionately referred to as chubby girls by industry insiders, quietly stood on the airport runway. With a commanding signal, They slowly began to rev their engines. The moment the engines roared to life, a tremendous surge of air was unleashed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What are you all doing? Did you forget to eat dinner? Gao Qingguang, clad in a sharply tailored uniform, stood at the center of the runway, observing the soldiers who were breathlessly sprinting toward him. After a brief moment, he glanced at his watch. It read exactly 5 minutes, and everyone had assembled. To my surprise, not a single person had fallen behind. However, this was splendid, truly commendable. All present. Fall in. He commanded. Team 1, board aircraft 1. Team 2, board aircraft 2. I repeat, do not mix them up. Team 1 corresponds to aircraft 1. Team 2 corresponds to aircraft 2. Gao's voice boomed as the soldiers, displaying remarkable coordination, swiftly divided into 2 lines and entered the Y-20s, promptly taking their seats upon finding their designated spots. With a resounding clunk, the cabin doors sealed shut, and the engines emitted a deep growl, propelling the massive fuselage forward in a gradual glide. As time progressed, the speed increased steadily. At the 15th second of taxiing, the soldiers felt a slight tremor in the fuselage, and the cabin fell into an immediate hush. Under the cloak of night, amidst the roaring sounds, the 2 Y-20s ascended directly into the sky. Chapter 47. You bear a special mission. Time continued to pass, moment by moment. Under the shroud of night, 2 Y-20 transport aircraft maintained a cruising altitude of 10,000 meters. Approximately 1 hour into the journey, having covered 1/3 of the distance, Gao Qingguang, leaning against the cabin wall, suddenly rose to his feet. After stretching momentarily, he walked to the center of the cabin, gazing at the soldiers resting on either side, and slowly began to speak. Attention, everyone. In that instant, all the soldiers awakened simultaneously, their eyes fixed on Gao Qingguang. I have an important announcement regarding a matter you have all been keenly interested in, the objective and content of our current mission. At this point, the soldiers became fully attentive. You are about to embark on a highly confidential scientific research mission, codenamed Titan. The Titan program entails 3 months of entirely enclosed testing and training. Upon completion of this training, we will formally enter the research phase, followed by an additional 3 months of final assessments. Successful completion of these evaluations will grant you membership in the new unit. However, it is important to note that among the 500 individuals present, not everyone will successfully pass the evaluation. Based on the predetermined design, a 50 selection rate is anticipated, meaning that half of you will be unable to advance beyond this research assignment. Gao Qingguang spoke with a grave demeanor, articulating each point carefully. All pertinent information is contained within this document, which you may circulate freely among yourselves. Each of you is allotted 30 seconds. With that, Gao Qingguang withdrew a document from his pocket, handed it to the soldier on his left, and then resumed his seat. His gaze subtly fixed on the distant horizon through the cabin window. His slightly heightened breathing revealed that his mood was far from tranquil at that moment. Although he had been aware of the Titan project and the Titan mech for quite some time, the anticipation of its execution still stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. The violent aesthetic of the mech is a temptation that no man can resist. Even this seasoned warrior, the commander of the special forces at the Southwest Secret Base, was no exception. As the first soldier received the document, the bold red header immediately caught his eye. Titan Project. In response to the evolving military landscape and the increasingly severe global situation regarding regional conflicts, it is mandated that, through the combined efforts of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, research departments, and local research units, a groundbreaking piece of equipment, the Titan mech, has come into being. The Titan mech integrates the latest energy systems, capable of sustaining 8 hours of continuous operation under high-power conditions, positioning itself as the mainstay of next-generation equipment. The soldier gazed at the contents of the document. However, upon reaching the first page, he was rendered speechless, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide open in disbelief. Yearning to articulate something, but utterly at a loss for words, his mind a tumult of emotions. Old Jiang, what's wrong? What does the document say? As time slipped away in mere seconds, the second soldier noticed that the time had elapsed, yet his comrade remained motionless, prompting him to inquire with a hint of confusion while gently tapping his shoulder. Hearing this, the soldier in front finally snapped back to reality, hastily passing the document over, still reeling from the shock. Immediately thereafter, the second warrior glimpsed the contents of the document, his reaction mirroring that of the previous one, exhibiting nearly identical shock. As if grappling with disbelief, coupled with unparalleled excitement that caused his entire being to tremble involuntarily. Thus, the document was passed from front to back, plunging the cabin into an unusual silence, broken only by the sound of heavy, labored breaths. Do not hold back. I can see from your expressions that you have questions. Feel free to inquire, broke the tranquility as Gao Qingguang, seated at the front, addressed the warriors. When he was summoned to the general headquarters and learned the news, his reaction had been indistinguishable from that of the warriors now. He could easily fathom their thoughts. Naturally, there was no intention to conceal information from them. After all, the warriors were the future executors, and their understanding was crucial for subsequent training. Captain, is it true, everything described in the document? I feel as though I have misread it. Zhang Jun could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Can mechas truly be realized? As his words echoed in the cabin, silence enveloped the space. The warriors exchanged glances, with Zhang Jun articulating the collective curiosity that had rendered them breathless, their eyes fixed on Gao Qingguang, awaiting his response. Gao Qingguang nodded affirmatively, confirming, it is true. The mecha described in the document is indeed real, and I can assure you that a prototype has already been developed. Knowing this, where shall we go in the dead of night? Gao Qingguang inquired with a smile. Before anyone could respond, he answered his own question. Wuhu base. Wuhu base? The soldiers were somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Yes, because Wuhu base is home to the only Titan mecha prototype in the entire nation. No, the entire world. In the forthcoming 3 months, you will engage in a rigorous training regimen centered around the Titan mecha, with an intensity surpassing anything you have experienced thus far. However, should you succeed, you will officially become Titan mecha warriors. Gao Qingguang's words detonated like a bomb within the hearts of the soldiers, leaving them in a state of astonishment. The grand military competition, the Titan mecha unit. Each piece of information brimming with significance. Now, all of this is being conveyed to the soldiers in one overwhelming surge. So this is the reason for the uniqueness of this military competition. It ultimately stems from the implementation of the Titan program. Zhang Jun exchanged glances with his comrades, slapping his forehead in realization. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Gao Qingguang smiled gently, taking a seat nearby, his demeanor softening. To be honest, 2 weeks ago, when I was summoned to the general headquarters to receive this news, my reaction was not much different from yours. At that moment, my initial reaction was disbelief. I pondered when our nation's equipment had become so advanced. Although we have made continuous progress in both economic and military strength over the years, I never imagined that even the mechs, typically seen only in science fiction films, had already been developed. However, upon further examination of more documents, it became unmistakably clear that this was indeed true. Gao Qingguang expressed with a hint of nostalgia. You must understand that the mission you are about to undertake is entirely different from any previous assignments. You bear a unique responsibility. You are among the first selected for the Titan project, which is pivotal to its advancement and implementation. In a sense, you are pioneers. Should you succeed, this will lead to rapid deployment across the entire military. Following this, Gao Qingguang adopted a more serious tone. Simultaneously, the expressions of the soldiers shifted from relaxed to grave, nodding instinctively in acknowledgement. Chapter 48. The Inception of the Titan Project. At 3 a.m, Wuhu Military District. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Y-20 came to a steady halt at the end of the runway. As a contingent from the Southwest Military District finally arrived at their destination, the command rang out, "Disembark. Move swiftly." Once the aircraft had stabilized, Gao Qingguang was the first to rise, his voice resonating with authority. As his words echoed, a synchronized rustle ensued, and 500 soldiers swiftly exited the plane. Forming orderly ranks on the runway beside the aircraft, they stood as straight as a ruler, their expressions grave yet imbued with a fervent excitement reflected in their eyes. Zhang Jun stood in the front row of the formation, having just disembarked from the plane. He cast a slight glance around, yearning to glimpse something. Yet the midnight hour enveloped him in darkness, with only the distant runway lights piercing the gloom. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his elation. Here they were, at the Wuhu Military District. They were on the brink of witnessing the objective of their current mission, the Titan mecha, the foremost mech in the world. The enthusiasm displayed by the other soldiers mirrored Zhang Jun's own. The allure of the mech was simply irresistible for these elite special forces. Meanwhile, Yushui had been awakened 10 minutes prior to the plane's arrival, accompanied by relevant personnel from the military district, and had arrived at the airport early to await the soldiers. Just look at this imposing presence, this fierce determination. They are nothing like ordinary troops. Truly, they are the cream of the crop selected from the entire army, he mused. observing the synchronized march of the 500 warriors. He couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia as he recalled that only 4 soldiers from his military district had been chosen in this selection process. We must train rigorously, he thought resolutely. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gao Qingguang, who had gathered the formation, jogged over, coming to a halt before Yu Shui. He rendered a crisp military salute and declared in a clear voice, reporting to the commander, "The Special Forces team from the Southwest Military District has arrived. I am Gao Qingguang, the leader of this detachment." In accordance with the document's stipulations, the number of warriors executing the Titan project this time is set at 500. A total of 500 is expected, and 500 have indeed arrived. Please provide your directives, Commander. Upon hearing this, Yu Shui stepped forward, surveying the circle of warriors before him with a smile as he extended his hand in greeting. "Captain Gao, warriors, I am Yu Shui, and the Wuhu base extends a warm welcome to you all." After this, Secretary Chen Xing interjected, "Captain Gao, it is getting late. We should arrange for the warriors to rest." "Very well. Thank you." Gao Qingguang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that once they arrived at the Wuhu base, the guests would naturally be accommodated. Subsequently, the group settled into the Wuhu base. It would be best to take the next couple of days to digest the situation and identify any potential issues. Yu Shui retrieved 2 documents, approximately 2 centimeters thick, from the safe and handed them to Gao Qingguang, who was seated before him. "Tomorrow morning, we will convene a meeting to discuss the subsequent training arrangements. If everything is in order, we shall officially commence according to the document in 3 days." Yu Shui continued. "Understood, Commander Yu. We shall execute according to the directives provided." Gao Qingguang replied, still nodding in agreement. After concluding their discussion, he rose to take his leave and, under Chen Xing's guidance, proceeded to rest. After a long wait, the Titan project was finally set to commence. "Oh, and I must report this as well. Otherwise, I might face reprimand in the morning." Leaning back in his chair, Yu Shui reveled in the grandeur of the Titan project's impending realization. After a brief interval, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Tapping his head lightly before hastily logging into the internal confidential channel of the military management system, he reported the recent events verbatim, finally feeling a sense of relief. The following day, at 8 in the morning, the usually vacant space in front of the Future Technology Group was teeming with people, with over 30 lines forming a serpentine queue, a truly grand spectacle. 6,000 students recruited from military academies across the nation began to arrive at the company for their onboarding. Upon witnessing the scene, I was struck by the stark reality that aligned perfectly with what was outlined in the documents. Our company truly possessed nothing of note, not even a modern building. The structure resembled the battered aesthetic of war-torn Syria, and to my eyes, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a fortress. Could it be that I was mistaken? One student, just alighting from a vehicle, gazed up at the circular edifice before him and remarked to himself, "I hadn't paid much attention at first, but now that you mention it, it does look rather similar." Hearing this, another student also glanced up, nodding in agreement. "Huh, you are not mistaken. If you remove the word seems, this is indeed a fortress. Strictly speaking, it is a military base, albeit one that is no longer in use." At that moment, a shorter student with a dark complexion, reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, approached from behind the two, carrying a crossbody bag. It was evident that he possessed a deeper understanding of the situation than the others. "What should I call you, my friend? What is the story here?" "Certainly." The knowledgeable individuals immediately caught the attention of their peers, who swiftly gathered around. "You may call me Xiao Chun," Chun Mingyuan said with an air of confidence. Being a local from Xianzhou, he possessed significant influence in the city and had some connections within the military district system, thus offering deeper insights into the Future Technology Group. "Our company is actually in close proximity to the Wuhu military district. The current building is an abandoned military base previously owned by them," Chun Mingyuan elaborated, gesturing towards the towering structure to his left. "Do you see that? That is our company's building. The contractor is the engineering division of the military district, and it is expected to be completed by next year. We should be able to move in by the end of the year." He disclosed some insider information. Upon learning that the contracting party for the company building was the military's engineering unit, his classmates were astonished, gaining a deeper understanding of their company's capabilities. Thus, although our company is still in its infancy, it possesses immense potential for the future. You should take delight in your current entry. With the same standards and criteria, it will be impossible to gain access next year, as the thresholds will undoubtedly be raised, Chun Mingyuan remarked. The students, reflecting on his words, nodded in contemplative agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement, all feeling that their journey here was indeed worthwhile. Hello, could you please present your offer and relevant documents? The Human Resources Department had lined up in the open space, with over 30 HR personnel processing the onboarding procedures for this batch of students. Following the guidance of the staff, Chen Xingxing submitted the admission offer and relevant documents. 3 minutes later, accompanied by a beep, the voice of HR resonated. Student, you are assigned to our D Department 3. Here is your employee ID and badge. Please take good care of them. All right, thank you, Chen Xingxing replied, accepting the badge and expressing gratitude before proceeding into the building as instructed. Thus, 6,000 students completed their onboarding process, marking the official commencement of operations for Future Technology Group. The chairman has received news from the school, an assistant reported. The arrangements for the new energy conference and product launch are nearly complete. They invite you to come and take a look. On the top floor of the company building, Bai Fan was engrossed in the system, reviewing technical details when Zhou Ming entered, interrupting his concentration. Chapter 49, The Complete Titan Mecha. Zhou Ming, the former head of the National Security Unit in Xianzhou, was among the first to assist Bai Fan upon his arrival at the University of Science and Technology. He was privy to the confidentiality surrounding the Titan Mecha. Following the establishment of Future Technology Group, after discussions at National Security Headquarters, he received a covert discharge order, transforming into the visible head of security for Future Technology Group. Alongside him, a team of 11, all skilled operatives from local national security, underwent rigorous selection and were dispatched as security advisors to ensure Bai Fan's safety. According to higher authorities, Bai Fan's worth was now comparable to that of a national treasure. Solely due to the technology of the Titan Mecha, it was imperative to safeguard him diligently, ensuring he remained unharmed. As time progresses, so too does the advancement of the Titan project. One day, the pioneer behind it will undoubtedly be revealed. At that moment, Bai Fan's personal safety will be of utmost concern. To illustrate, one need only consider the habitual tendencies of that superpower across the Pacific. Should any cutting-edge technology emerge that threatens its global supremacy, it would be swiftly eradicated if it cannot be obtained. After all, there are annual reports of talented individuals returning home only to succumb to tragic fates. Caution is imperative. Therefore, I shall refrain from going. Commander, you called this morning, and I have matters to attend to at the military district shortly. The first batch of Titan mechs has already arrived, and I must hurry over to inspect the scene and offer guidance. He had just risen when he received a call from Yu Shui, who informed him that the candidates for the first batch of Titan mech pilots were in place and about to begin training. He was invited to personally explain the operational precautions for the Titan mechs. Please inform Sister Wang to lead her team to the school in advance to assess the preparations there, he instructed. Additionally, ensure that security measures are adequately implemented. We are expecting a significant number of vendors, conservatively estimated to be no less than 100. As for other matters, such as conference preparations, there should be no major issues, especially since Principal Song is personally overseeing the arrangements. The Sister Wang mentioned here refers to Wang Le, who previously worked at a large state-owned enterprise in Kyoto. Having reached the position of deputy director by the age of 35, she is poised for yet another unprecedented promotion. After careful consideration and upon seeking her opinion, the Ministry of Science and Technology reassigned Wang Lu to assist Bai Fan in managing the company's private market endeavors, while he himself fully immersed in a new military confidentiality project at the back end. Very well, Chairman. I shall inform the general manager shortly. Zhou Ming nodded and added, as for the security at the venue, I will have Monkey bring along 2 colleagues to thoroughly inspect and identify any potential issues, leaving no stone unturned. With that, Zhou Ming exited the office and entered the adjacent general manager's office, recounting the situation in meticulous detail. Shortly thereafter, a competent woman clad in a white suit, her hair elegantly styled, greeted Bai Fan before leading a group to Hefei University of Technology for a preliminary side inspection of the venue. Meanwhile, upon receiving a phone call, Bai Fan hastily made his way to the laboratory located 30 meters underground. This was in anticipation of the imminent launch of the first prototype of the Titan mech, the complete model of which was undergoing rigorous preparations for various testing procedures. Old Master, the situation is, given their frequent technical exchanges, the Old Master could be regarded as the most knowledgeable individual regarding the Titan mech's technologies, second only to Bai Fan himself. Thus, whenever Bai Fan was absent from the laboratory, decisions were typically made by the Old Master. Beside him, The other 12 academicians were fixated on the Titan mech, which had been fully assembled in the operation room, towering at 5 meters in height and 5 meters in width. The mech stood imposingly at the center of the operation room, exuding an aura of inherent authority without the need for anger. As the Titan mech has yet to undergo painting, its exterior displays an interplay of silvery white and black hues. Under the illumination of lights, the metallic texture emanates a palpable essence, reflecting the intrinsic color of the metal itself. With over 90 of its surface clad in titanium alloy, the Titan mech boasts unparalleled protection capable of withstanding direct rocket attacks, while the remaining 10 is primarily enveloped in carbon fiber, ensuring structural integrity without compromising maneuverability. 4 recesses are strategically positioned at the back, reserved for weapon ports. In this latest design iteration, a longsword measuring 5 meters in length and 25 centimeters in width has been affixed to the left arm, intended for close-quarter combat. Inside the cockpit, state-of-the-art tempered glass has been incorporated, alongside advanced screens and the latest sensor systems, further enhancing the integrated automatic sensing capabilities. The energy system's capacity has diminished. Please replace it with a new set without delaying the tests. Adjust the missile launch angle slightly, as it has deviated from its predetermined position. Additionally, there is a slight delay detected in the mobility of the mech's left arm. Initiate a self-diagnostic check of the system. The old man muttered to himself, issuing commands through his earpiece. All right. The self-diagnostic test is complete. After approximately 20 minutes of addressing each issue, he glanced at the test results on the computer before finally rising, stretching his limbs, and contentedly exclaiming, "At last, it is resolved." With so many problems, I truly wonder how that young lad Bai Fan managed it all by himself back then. The old gentleman murmured to himself, where is that scoundrel Bai Fan? How long has he been on the phone? Why has he arrived yet? The first complete model of the Titan mecha is about to be offline, and he, the person in charge, hasn't he even come to take a look? So engrossed was he that he failed to notice that Bai Fan had been present for nearly half an hour. Hearing the silence in the office, he inquired absent-mindedly, "Are you here? Are you here, old sir?" Bai Fan stepped forward with a smile, teasingly explaining, "I've been waiting for you to resolve the matter." As he listened to the old gentleman's voice gradually rise in volume, Bai Fan approached and jested, "You, having arrived long ago, chose to hide and watch. Hurry up. You need to personally inspect and see if there are any other issues. Currently, the various weapon modules have not yet been connected, and I'm still somewhat at a loss. It's essential for you to take action." Bai Fan nodded, stepping forward to assume the old gentleman's position, and began to repeat the previous operations, issuing command after command, while the staff simultaneously brought over the prepared weapons. Chapter 50. The first prototype, officially offline. Bai Fan stood in place, focused on the computer screen, methodically utilizing the search function. The entire inspection process lasted half an hour, culminating in the installation of the Titan mecha's weaponry and ammunition. Only after completing the self-test of the ports did the procedure finally come to a halt. The onlookers, their faces alight with anticipation, gazed intently, their eyes wide and brimming with eager expectation. It was not only the elderly gentleman and the 12 esteemed academicians present, but also Zhang Liwei and his team, who had gathered around, fervently awaiting the outcome. This complete version of the Titan mech had seen the involvement of approximately 200 researchers from the 863 mech project, each of whom had, in some capacity, contributed to its development. Through practical implementations built upon the existing foundation, their comprehension of the Titan mech had evolved significantly beyond prior understandings. "Are you feeling nervous, Lao Zhang?" a researcher inquired from the back of the group. "Indeed, I am," Zhang Liwei replied, rubbing his hands together anxiously. "When we consider that we have been working in a classified unit for many years, at least a decade. To be precise, this is the first time we are engaged in such a high-profile, fully confidential project. Moreover, we have personally taken part in its execution. How could I possibly remain calm? You cannot tell me that you are not feeling the tension." Zhang Liwei cast a skeptical glance at Wang Wenjun, who stood a head shorter than him. Wang had been his partner back in the day, their collaboration akin to that of right and left hands. It was surprising to find themselves reunited as partners once again in the Titan project after more than a decade. "What do you think?" Wang Wenjun chuckled, his dark complexion fixed intently on the Titan mech old man. "Everything appears to be in order. We can proceed with the offline transition." Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman nodded, and the others looked on with faces alight with excitement. "Inform the higher-ups," the elderly gentleman instructed, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. As he spoke, Bai Fan took out his phone and dialed Fang Zhang, succinctly outlining the situation before specifying an order. On the other end, Fang Zhang promptly replied, "I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Bai Fan continued, "Let us transport it directly to the military district. The soldiers there are eagerly awaiting their equipment for training. A single semi-finished unit is simply insufficient." Bai Fan chuckled. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Fang Zheng burst through the door, his voice echoing even before he entered. "Has the Titan mecha been completed? Where is it? Let me see. Please, make way." He maneuvered through the crowd to stand beside Bai Fan, gazing at the fully operational Titan mecha in the control room. "How did the testing go?" he inquired of Bai Fan. "Everything is fine," Bai Fan replied. Upon hearing this, the weight that had burdened Fang Zheng's heart lifted, and he could no longer suppress his laughter. He patted Bai Fan on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Excellent. It has finally been completed. We have awaited this day." As the head of the technology department, he had traveled from Kyoto to Xianzhou, a distance of 1,000 miles. Remaining for a month or two. What was his purpose? It was solely to ensure the Titan project progressed smoothly. Now, the first prototype had safely landed, and the next step was to proceed with mass production methodically. In other words, the Titan project was halfway to completion. The subsequent task would be to transform the Titan mecha into actual combat capability. Bai Fan stepped aside to notify Yu Shui, the overall commander of the Wuhu military district. Upon receiving the call, Yu was overjoyed and promptly brought Gao Chengwang and his team to receive the prototype. Meanwhile, Fang, after comprehensively understanding the situation, immediately reported to headquarters. Excellent. With the first prototype having been completed, the Titan project would proceed as planned. He would swiftly inform the Titan training team to commence formal training without delay. "I have but one command. We must swiftly establish combat readiness. We shall possess a force equipped with Titan mechs. Rest assured, the organization." In approximately 20 minutes, a special team, led by Gao Chengwang, entered the underground laboratory in secrecy. After navigating through numerous layers of security, 3 minutes later, a large truck emerged from the Future Technology Group, carrying the fully assembled first Titan mech prototype. Bai Fan also joined the convoy heading to the Wuhu base. As per the requirements, he would remain at the base for at least a week, instructing the Titan mech team on various operations. As for tomorrow's new energy conference and product launch, that responsibility was entirely entrusted to Wang Lu, the company's appointed operations manager. His capabilities were more than sufficient for him to effectively manage the affairs. Bai Fan could immerse himself fully in research. What? The chairman will not attend the meeting tomorrow? Still at the military district? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Lu, who had just finalized the list of all participating vendors for tomorrow's conference, was somewhat taken aback upon learning that Bai Fan would not be attending the meeting. Indeed, the chairman is currently stationed at the military district, engaged in a significant mission. As per the chairman's directive, you are entrusted with the full responsibility of tomorrow's conference, and he requests a report upon its conclusion. For the upcoming week, he is likely to remain at the military district, making him unreachable. Due to confidentiality protocols, communication with the outside world is restricted. Only certain internal channels are accessible. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu appeared somewhat incredulous. "Minister Zhou, are you certain the chairman specified that I am solely responsible?" "Indeed, I can assure you with absolute certainty. Yet, this is such a vital product. The chairman has entirely entrusted its management to her. It is important to note that she has only transitioned from the system less than 2 weeks ago." At that moment, Wang Lu felt a surge of emotion. Initially, she had perceived herself as a promising leader under 35, at a level where her future seemed bright, with the potential to ascend to higher positions before the age of 45, perhaps even to a directorial role. However, she was abruptly reassigned to a so-called private technology group, which was merely an emerging entity with little to offer, a mere skeleton of an organization, her arrival appearing as if she were merely filling a gap. Who wouldn't feel discontented in such a situation? Naturally, some dissatisfaction lingered. Yet, in that instant, all of Wang Li's grievances evaporated, replaced by an invigorating resolve to forge ahead. "Understood. I shall lead the company forward." Chapter 51. Emergency Situation. The following morning, Wang Lu rose early, arriving at the office by 5 o'clock to organize materials for the impending conference. By 6, he and his team had reached the venue to prepare for the forthcoming event, engaging in further discussions with Principal Song Tianxing. As the time drew near, he notified the technical department to release the prepared promotional videos. Standing at the venue, Wang Lu glanced at the clock, noting it was already 7 in the morning. He turned to his secretary and instructed, "Very well. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will inform the technical department immediately," the secretary responded, promptly dialing the head of the technical department, Wang Yang. The so-called promotional videos were specifically crafted by Bai Fan to showcase several experimental data related to the high-voltage silicon-carbon solid-state batteries. To put it simply, these videos aim to test how long the same vehicles could operate under high-voltage silicon-carbon solid-state battery conditions. Based on the comprehensive energy consumption per 100 kilometers reported by various new energy manufacturers. This encompassed not only safety performance, but also BMS management and all other tests pertinent to the energy system. With Wang Lu's command, the videos were swiftly uploaded to the official website. Despite the absence of any promotional activities or prior media engagement, today marked the scheduled press conference for Future Technology Group, attracting the keen attention of media reporters focused on this emerging conglomerate. After all, this group had garnered a 10-minute segment on the national news broadcast, and the Ministry of Science and Technology had publicly endorsed it, underscoring its substantial significance. Everyone is convinced that this press conference signifies more than mere trivialities. Coupled with the eagerly anticipated performance data of the newly announced products, the media has been anxiously awaiting the arrival of this significant event. As soon as news breaks from the Future Technology Group, journalists are quick to respond, rapidly disseminating the information. The official website of the Future Technology Group has just released a promotional video for the new product. Immediately, the director is notified to rush to the company. Furthermore, preparations for a report must be made to ensure timely coverage. Do we have any technical experts within our ranks who can provide insights into these videos and documents? This would undoubtedly enhance the professionalism of our reporting. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly secure resources and make phone calls. Securing the exclusive scoop is imperative. In an instant, chaos reigns within the offices of various media outlets, as each individual fervently vies for the headline. Before long, within a mere 10 minutes, a flurry of news headlines emerges, latest revelations on Future Technology Group's product performance. Charge for a minute, enjoy 50 kilometers of range. Cutting-edge technology from Future Technology Group. The battery of Future Technology Group. Not only astonishing energy density, but also extraordinary charging speed. The energy sector is poised for a rapid leap forward. Stay tuned for the Future Technology Group's product launch event. Undoubtedly, within a mere span of 20 minutes, even before the press conference had commenced, discussions surrounding Future Technology Group had surged to the top of trending topics, firmly securing the #1 position, far outpacing all others. Mr. Wang, the matter has been broached and must continue to gain traction. The secretary handed over the phone, indicating the headlines across various platforms. Wang Lu cast a glance, nodded slightly, and refrained from further comment as the market's reaction was anticipated. After all, this was indeed a groundbreaking product. The momentum must persist. Preparations are underway. The event is set to begin in half an hour. The manufacturers should be arriving shortly. Wang Lu continued, reiterating a crucial point. Ensure the security at the venue is vigilant. Understood. The secretary promptly replied, bustling off to attend to matters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hefei University of Technology, as the time for the conference approached, a continuous stream of vehicles arrived, prompting the security personnel to abandon their usual protocol of raising and lowering the gate, opting instead to leave it wide open. This was the ideal team, reportedly arriving from headquarters. Indeed, internal sources indicated that the chairman of Ideal had issued a stern directive, insisting on acquiring market share at any cost. This certainly raises questions. As the strength of these new energy manufacturers is formidable, it remains to be seen who will ultimately prevail. Personally, I harbor doubts. At the entrance, media reporters captured photographs and videos while engaging in lively conversations, exchanging insights. Just moments ago, the Xiaoping team passed by, led by the vice chairman. It is said, "This is the team from Huawei. Goodness, why are there so few people?" A journalist expressed surprise, noting only 2 vehicles present, while other companies had a procession of over a dozen, seemingly intent on monopolizing the entire road. Do not be deceived by their numbers. Remember, this is Huawei. Quality trumps quantity. Mr. Yu is personally leading the team. Another journalist interjected. Huawei has issued directives internally as well. Just as they were speaking, the team from CATL approached. Unlike all the other teams, CATL's chairman has personally come to Xianzhou, signifying an unwavering determination to collaborate. After all, CATL's foundation lies in batteries, with 80 of its operations focused on this sector. although they have begun to pivot towards electric drive automotive electronics. They are still in the nascent stages and cannot claim large-scale operations, let alone the capacity to support their group's functioning. Thus, this collaboration with Future Technology Group is a matter of life and death for them. A slight misstep could jeopardize the entire corporation. Shanghai Electric, Tesla, Dongfeng Xiaokong, Bid. Goodness, old Wang, how many is this now? I feel as though there are still a multitude more. The intersection is completely blocked. I cannot speak for others, but it certainly is not the hundreds claimed in promotions. Just the two of us have witnessed more than 200 companies. And the least among them are publicly listed, primarily comprising domestic top 500 firms, and many even rank among the global top 500. As the crowd continued to count the teams and vendors entering the venue, a half hour later, a steady stream of participants still flowed in, far surpassing the originally anticipated hundreds of vendors. The sheer volume caused a complete blockage at the school entrance, extending to 2 street corners. Consequently, the transportation department promptly dispatched personnel to manage the situation. Our staff was quickly organized to guide the vendors into the venue, as lingering at the intersection would delay entry. Mr. Wang, there's an urgent message. How should we handle this? At 8:20, as the vendors gradually made their way into the hall, the secretary, breathless and with a look of urgency, hurried to Wang Li's side and whispered, Chapter 52, the big shots have arrived. After a moment of surprise upon hearing the secretary's words, Wang Li's face lit up with excitement. First, we need to reassure them. I will coordinate with the school to add a few more seats based on the current arrangements. It might take a moment, so please wait for my notification. He pondered briefly before speaking slowly. Understood, the secretary nodded, swiftly departing the venue. Wang Lu then stepped aside and dialed Song Tianxing's phone, relaying the situation in its entirety without omitting a single detail. What? The Saudis have arrived? Or is it their prince? When did this happen? Why was Tia informed beforehand? On the other end of the telephone, Song Tianxing, upon comprehending the particulars, rose in astonishment, his expression one of sheer shock. Just moments ago, I too had become aware of this news. Where are they currently situated? They are at the school gate, awaiting entry. Very well. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Mr. Wang, please remain on site, for the conference is about to commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Tianxing decisively conveyed the pertinent information to the municipal leaders. After all, the significance of this new energy conference and product launch is markedly elevated compared to previous events. Both the leadership of Xianzhou District and the city regard the Future Technology Group with immense importance. 10 minutes later, a convoy of Rolls-Royce vehicles gracefully came to a halt at the school entrance. Particularly notable was the central vehicle, adorned with a gleaming golden statuette, exuding an unmistakable air of opulence. It was immediately apparent from a glance whose entourage this was. Prince, this visit to Huagua has been kept from our family and has not been communicated to the official departments. Do you not think this is somewhat concerning? In a stretched Rolls-Royce, 2 men clad in white headscarves occupied the rear seat, one of whom expressed his unease. The individual referred to as the prince is an heir of a royal family from Saudi Arabia. To put it more plainly, this family controls 50% of Saudi Arabia's oil supply. Abdullah shook his head. Our visit this time is solely to participate in the new energy conference organized by the Future Technology Group. It is merely a matter of attracting investment, and all actions represent only myself and my family, with no connection to higher authorities, nor will there be any other issues. Please inform the Future Technology Group of our application to enter the venue. After all, we have not received an invitation. According to their words, we have come uninvited. Abdullah continued, Very well, Your Highness. It was a mere coincidence. Upon seeing the basic data of the Future Technology Group broadcasted on the news, I promptly consulted with experts and conceived a bold idea. When I learned of the product launch conference and the new energy conference, I did not hesitate to bring my team directly to this mysterious great nation of the East. Oil is ultimately finite. Relying solely on it is untenable. We cannot rest on our laurels. The Abdullah family must recognize the impending crisis of the future and seek to replace it with new technologies. I also require an outstanding achievement to prove that I am the most suitable heir to the family. Abdullah murmured, his eyes gradually gleaming with determination. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the accompanying personnel returned with the latest response. Standing beside them were 2 individuals from Huagua. Your Highness, the Future Technology Group has invited us to enter the venue. As he spoke, Song Tianxing assessed the guest from Saudi Arabia before him. In the brief span of just a few minutes, he sought information about the individual before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this person, Hailing from a family controlling 50% of the oil market, possessed a fortune exceeding $100 billion, undeniably making him a wealthy magnate and a titan in the energy sector. Greetings, Mr. Abel. Welcome to Huagua Xianzhou, Song Tianxing said with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. This is a representative from Future Technology Group who will escort you to the venue. Please, hurry inside. The event is about to commence. As they followed the secretary towards the conference hall, an exclamation escaped from a group of students exiting the school gate. Goodness. Is that the dog consortium? Are they here too? One student remarked, astonished by the distinctive white headscarves. It appears so, but this is a new energy conference. Why would they attend? Furthermore, there was no prior mention of their participation in the media, another student pondered aloud. Both are part of the energy sector, albeit one is traditional and the other is innovative. Their presence here is not entirely surprising. Concurrently, after a series of reports up the chain of command to the municipal leaders, Fang Zheng in the underground laboratory became aware of the situation. He promptly rushed to the military district to relay the information to Bai Fan. To arrive without prior notification or official announcement is indeed unprecedented, Fang Zheng mused, stroking his chin. If my conjectures are correct, this must be his own decision. Fang Zheng, after a brief assessment, pondered for a moment and swiftly comprehended the reason behind Abal's visit. With a smile, he addressed Bai Fan. Bai Fan paused his current task, shifting his gaze, revealing an inquisitive expression. The situation is as follows. The Abal family is a prominent clan in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, with interests spanning various sectors, including oil, military, and aviation, though their primary focus remains on oil. They control 50% of Saudi Arabia's oil exports, and the family has 3 heirs. Although he is the eldest son, his 2 younger brothers are not to be underestimated, as they too are backed by other powerful groups and are not significantly younger than him, resulting in an intense competition for dominance. My assessment is that he seeks to leverage this advanced high-pressure silicon-carbon battery to fulfill certain ambitions, thereby securing his position as the heir. Fang Zheng articulated the intricacies of the situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan nodded, gaining clarity. However, one aspect puzzled me. A battery is merely an energy storage product. No matter how superior its performance, it cannot generate power. Compared to oil, its role is rather limited. Why would he choose to stake his future on this? Or is there another underlying strategy? Fang Zheng voiced his inner doubts. Bai Fan, after a moment's pause, thoughtfully remarked, I do not fully grasp the specifics, but if the motivation were solely for energy storage, it seems insufficient. As you mentioned, the significance of oil extends far beyond a singular energy source. His visit this time is not as straightforward as it appears. Oh, are you implying? Fang Zheng pondered the geographical environment. Saudi Arabia experiences over 80% of the year bathed in abundant sunlight, rendering its solar resources exceptionally plentiful. In other words, if one could harness this wealth of resources complemented by suitable energy storage devices, then Bai Fan turned to Fang Zheng with a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng suddenly slapped his forehead. Goodness. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. I must promptly report the situation to the higher-ups. The sooner they are informed, the sooner they can devise responses and solutions. Fang Zheng spoke hastily. Chapter 53, a groundbreaking product. Meanwhile, at Zhongbei, after meeting with an important foreign dignitary, a high-ranking official sat down to enjoy a cup of tea, taking a moment to rest when the secretary cautiously opened the door and entered. You arrived just in time. What is the current situation with Bai? Enlighten me, the official inquired with a smile, referring to Bai Fan. Naturally discussing the recent new energy conference and the product launch that had captured widespread attention. Complete delegation of authority? It seems this young man truly eschews power. The official remarked, somewhat astonished. After all, with such a vast conglomerate about to launch a product for the ages, even those unfamiliar with the industry recognize the immeasurable potential behind Future Group, with a market value starting in the hundreds of billions. Yet, in such a vast conglomerate, Bai Fan astonishingly managed to decentralize authority, dedicating himself entirely to the high-stakes research projects. He felt a profound sense of admiration, increasingly convinced that he had not misjudged the individual. Seen in this light, his initial reluctance to enter the system was entirely justifiable. He is a person of pure intentions, albeit with a different approach. The superior expressed his commendations, stating that, according to reports from the scene, this time the new energy conference hosted by the Future Technology Group had attracted far more participants than originally anticipated, exceeding by hundreds the initial estimates. As of half an hour ago, over 600 major companies related to the energy sector had arrived at the venue. The secretary continued to elaborate on the specifics of the conference. Most notably, a prince from the Al Abdul family of Saudi Arabia had arrived with his team, entering the country without prior notification to our side. This last statement was precisely the reason the secretary had rushed in to report. Upon receiving the news, he hastened to convey it immediately, presenting a document that detailed the Al Abdul family's current situation, encompassing extensive insights into recent investment ventures and meticulously itemized profit details, even delineating the various internal family disputes with remarkable clarity. The leader opened the document, briefly glanced at it, then set it down again, slowly articulating his thoughts to define the matter. Since there was no prior communication with our relevant departments, his entry this time will be in a personal capacity, including his participation in the New Energy Conference of the Future Technology Group, which he is attending solely as an individual. If that is the case, there is no need to escalate the matter further. Let us proceed as if we are unaware, allowing them to carry on. Just ensure that information is gathered discreetly. I am also curious to see what magnitude of commotion will arise this time. As he spoke, the leader rose, his gaze drifting towards the window, a contemplative expression crossing his features as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the windowsill. Understood, sir, the secretary replied, nodding in immediate comprehension of the leader's intent. In Shenzhou, at the site of the New Energy Conference hosted by the Future Technology Group, the Abdul family entered the venue under the guidance of the secretary. Meanwhile, the representatives from various companies, awaiting the commencement of the conference, observed a group of Saudi individuals, adorned with white headscarves, markedly distinct from the local attire, their faces reflecting evident astonishment. Is that a delegation from Saudi Arabia? One managing director of a company remarked to a neighboring colleague. By the way, does anyone know the details behind this? I have no idea. The Future Technology Group's official website made no mention of any foreign groups attending. To be frank, they have enough on their plates with oil extraction daily. What would prompt them to participate in a new energy conference? Upon hearing this, the representatives from other companies expressed their bewilderment. It seems to be the Abdul family. Previously, our company had some collaborations with them abroad and possesses a modicum of relevant information. This family is quite renowned in the UAE, holding stakes in numerous enterprises across various sectors, including military, aviation, and dozens of others. However, their most formidable prowess lies in the oil industry. It is no exaggeration to state that they control 50 of Saudi Arabia's oil exports. After lengthy discussions, one company representative finally divulged some particulars. Goodness, controlling 50 of oil exports, compared to them, we seem utterly insignificant. Upon hearing this, some representatives felt disheartened, as the market for high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries is limited and fiercely competitive. It is not only the new energy vehicle manufacturers that have gathered. Various industry giants related to energy have also sent representatives. This has resulted in over 600 participating corporate groups. It is no exaggeration to say that the combined market capitalization of all the participating companies could rival a substantial portion of Huawei. Indeed, it seems we have encountered a formidable competitor. We shall see what strategies they are employing. Midway through the conversation, Chairman Yu Dong of Huawei Group interjected into the discussion. Mr. Yu, you have also arrived. Everyone stood to greet him upon seeing Yu Dong. No worries, please take a seat. I will step out to attend to some matters. At this pace, the conference will inevitably be delayed. Yu Dong exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile. Once outside, he lowered his voice and instructed his secretary. Please inform our contacts to investigate the primary industries associated with the Abel family and analyze their objectives for this visit. Understood, Mr. Yu. As time gradually passed, the moment finally arrived. After a delay of an hour and a half, it was 9:30, and the press conference for Future Technology Group's new product, along with the New Energy Conference, commenced officially. The instant the lights illuminated the venue, all media personnel raised their cameras, focusing on the center of the hall, simultaneously initiating their live broadcasts. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Lu, the Executive CEO of Future Technology Group. Welcome to the launch event for our first product. Dressed impeccably in a white suit, Wang Lu made her way to the center stage, introducing herself to all the representatives present. With a gesture, she signaled to the staff, who brought forth a chassis. Today, I am thrilled to unveil a groundbreaking product, the high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery, with an energy density of 1500 Wh/kg. This surpasses the data of conventional batteries by fivefold. benefiting from the innovative use of silicon-carbon anode materials combined with a self-developed battery architecture. The silicon-carbon solid-state battery is capable of completing charging and discharging in a mere 20 minutes, with cycle charging exceeding 10,000 times. Wang Lu, standing on the stage, eloquently articulated all the performance data of the high-voltage silicon-carbon battery without reservation. Chapter 54. A major reshuffle in the energy sector. The Grand Press Conference of Future Technology Group was held with great fanfare, during which Executive CEO Wang Lu announced the redefinition of a groundbreaking product. Charge for 1 minute. Enjoy a range of 50 kilometers, an astonishing rate of charging and discharging. 600 large manufacturers gathered in Xianzhou, heralding a significant upheaval in the global energy sector. A mysterious guest attended the Future Technology Group's press conference. Rumored to have secured the largest share of the overseas Future Technology Group and poised to establish a series of related collaborations. Huawei released an official announcement regarding a preliminary partnership with Future Technology Group, acquiring a 10% share of the battery market and planning to implement design changes across its entire automotive range. Xiaomi's official statement unveiled its collaboration with Future Technology Group, asserting that the Xiaomi 15 would be thinner and lighter, with battery capacity tripling while maintaining the current specifications. As noon approached, the press conference continued without pause, inciting waves of fervent discussion online, with sensational revelations emerging from the event. On various media rankings, numerous conglomerates with even a slight connection to the energy sector have emerged, such as Huawei, Xiaomi, Xiaokong Automobile, and Dongfeng, all surging into the limelight. Undoubtedly, they share a commonality: their association with Future Technology Group and their collaborations with it. This burgeoning company has, at this moment, garnered widespread recognition, permeating social media platforms like WeChat Moments, Weibo, and Douyin. An industry expert and angel investor remarked, "A giant in the energy sector, a unicorn enterprise, is steadily rising." Recently, it was reported that Huawei has forged a partnership with Future Technology Group, poised to unveil a new version of its Wenjia model, boasting a remarkable pure electric range of 1,500 kilometers. Furthermore, the technical director disclosed that Huawei Group intends to completely abandon hybrid technology, channeling all funds into pure electric research and development. In the fervently discussed posts, netizens expressed their astonishment. Is this for real? They're just giving up on hybrids? I just purchased the M5 hybrid intelligent drive, and now you're telling me it won't be produced anymore? How unlucky can one be? What is going on here? It is essential to note that Future Technology Group's high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries possess an extraordinarily high energy density, with energy storage capabilities 5 times greater than current market offerings. In other words, this level of battery technology can wholly support pure electric vehicles, eliminating any concerns regarding range anxiety. Imagine a range of 1,500 kilometers, even if we discount it significantly. We still have a remarkable 750 kilometers, far superior to the range of most gasoline vehicles. Goodness, does this imply that the future will belong entirely to electric vehicles? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. I can only assert that the Future Technology Group has swept gasoline cars into the annals of history, and it is likely that in a few short years, we will scarcely see any gasoline vehicles on the roads. Moreover, I have observed that various major smartphone manufacturers have collectively announced that their next generation of flagship devices will be equipped with solid-state batteries developed by the Future Technology Group. Furthermore, there are whispers of significant industry players attending the conference, forging a series of collaborations with the Future Technology Group. Indeed, I witnessed this firsthand. Being present at the event, it appears the media were not exaggerating. A substantial transformation is imminent within the energy sector, and influential corporations can no longer remain passive. My excitement is palpable. I sense a monumental era is upon us. Later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following the conclusion of the product launch conference, the number of initial signings was swiftly compiled and sent to Bai Fan through confidential channels. 2 hours later, while at the Wuhu Military District's playground, Bai Fan received the pertinent data. At that moment, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and, after announcing the mecha team's freedom to engage in activities, sat down at the edge of the playground with the documents, meticulously reviewing each detail. Although he has chosen to take a step back and devote his energies to research, it does not imply a lack of concern for the Future Technology Group. On the contrary, the Future Technology Group is a crucial component of his overarching mission, and its success is paramount. Bai Fan, as anticipated, witnessed an extravagant signing ceremony with an overwhelmingly positive response. According to Wang Lu, the current order funds have already surpassed 100 billion. Furthermore, this amount is the result of rigorous selection processes. Fang Zheng expressed some sentiment, stating that otherwise, there is a significant possibility of breaking through 300 billion in one fell swoop. The assertion that technology is the primary productive force is undeniably true. The Future Technology Group, having been established for less than 2 months, has astonishingly secured orders amounting to 300 billion, with profits projected to reach an astounding 150 billion. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan nodded with a smile. The domestic manufacturers involved in this signing are primarily from the automotive sector, contributing over 30 billion in orders, with the new energy industry accounting for a substantial portion. The mobile phone industry follows closely, reaching 20 billion. As for CATL, which eagerly sought collaboration to acquire exclusive technological capabilities, they achieved nothing. Their pride in lithium battery technology pales in comparison to the offerings of the Future Technology Group. The remaining 50 billion comes from various domestic enterprises related to energy. Thus, the orders secured in just one day have pushed the production capacity of high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries well into the end of next year and beyond. By the way, there are 2 matters I need to bring to your attention. Wang Lu is unable to make decisions on site. What is it, Fang Bu? Due to his intense focus, Bai Fan momentarily paused before inquiring about the meal. The first matter pertains to your previous instructions regarding a document you had left for the Huawei Group, indicating that if a representative from Huawei were to arrive, they should receive that document. The second matter involves a certain Saudi prince, who, upon learning of your existence, expressed a desire to meet you and explore deeper collaboration. However, he refrained from elaborating, stating that he needed to meet the true leader in person. Upon hearing this, I almost overlooked the issue with the Huawei Group. As for the prince's intentions, I suspect they align closely with our own thoughts. Fang Zheng nodded. I find it unsurprising that the prince wishes to stay. After all, he has come specifically to see you. However, regarding the document you left for the Huawei team, what is that about? Fang Zheng hesitated, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Well, let me keep you in suspense. I'll elaborate on that later, Bai Fan replied with a playful smile. After all, we are merely at the stage of a proposal and an idea. Whether it can truly advance and be implemented remains uncertain. All right then. I know your disposition well. You would never divulge anything prematurely unless it is assured, Fang Zheng chuckled, giving Bai Fan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I shall await your good news. Chapter 55, Mr. Bai, is this truly confirmed? Bai Fan arrived at the office, greeted Yu Shui, and promptly headed towards the group headquarters. Meanwhile, a meeting was arranged with the Warwick team and Prince of the Canine Magnates. After several days of operation and utilization of the Titan matches, the warriors have become quite adept. Even if Bai Fan were to scrutinize their performance, he would find little default, with some even surpassing his own capabilities. After all, these exceptional fighters were selected from millions across the army, boasting neural reflexes that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. As for the remaining aspects, the only potential concern lies in the necessity for further mechanized training and practical application. No issues, you may proceed with your tasks. Before departing, he retrieved a document from the safe, which had only recently been placed inside, and spoke with gravity. Chief Engineer Bai, the resolution has just been finalized. This is the mass production authorization for the Titan matches. Please have a look. In other words, barring any unforeseen complications, the Titan matches are now poised for large-scale production. Advancing the Titan project further based on the existing framework. Understood. I will initiate the production of the predetermined quantity immediately. An announcement was made, all personnel. We have received notification from the chairman that mass production of the Titan matches will commence, with the first batch totaling 500 units. The team promptly began to inventory materials, ensuring everything was in order and ready for production to commence. In the underground laboratory, team leader Zhang Liwei, upon receiving a call from Bai Fan, immediately issued orders to commence the production and assembly of the Titan matches according to the established protocols. Thousands of workers were instantaneously mobilized into the endeavor. Akin to a myriad of cogs in an intricate machine, every research worker remained steadfast at their post. Wang Lu, seated in the office, was elated upon seeing Bai Fan and hurriedly approached him, saying, also, that Prince from the Middle East insists on meeting you. He refuses to leave without seeing you. I have no way to manage him. Wang Lu continued, succinctly outlining the current situation of the company. After a brief exchange in the office, Bai Fan smiled, gesturing for calmness with both hands. Sister Wang, do not be anxious. How can I not be anxious? The situation is dire, Wang Lu replied. Orders are projected to extend until the end of next year. We must rapidly release production capacity. Wang Lu continued, even though she had anticipated a flourishing market. And as an outsider, she recognized this as a revolutionary product that would transform the industry. However, she never imagined it would become so wildly successful. On the day of the press conference alone, sales soared into the trillions, and this was before the effects had fully manifested. What does this signify? It equates to selling half a year's GDP of a prefectural city, Shenzhou. Even with her extensive experience in state-owned enterprises and frequent dealings with substantial funds, she could hardly fathom such a day would arrive. I will go meet with them. You maintain stability within the group. Do not let any issues arise. Proceed according to plan, Bai Fan said, striding towards the conference room. At that moment, in the Tianji Pavilion conference room, Yudong and his team awaited quietly. Refilling cups of tea time and again. Yudong, it has been over 4 hours, waiting from morning until afternoon. Why has the chairman of Future Technology Group not yet arrived? It seems rather presumptuous, does it not? A young man beside Yudong asked impatiently, his tone laced with annoyance. Let us continue to wait. This moment is pivotal for us. It is, in a certain sense, as significant as the high-pressure silicon-carbon battery. As he spoke, Yudong recalled the document handed to him by Wang Lu that morning. Although it was merely 2 pages long and lacked intricate technical details, his technical background sensed a prospective opportunity, prompting him to immediately contact his head of technology. After a thorough inquiry, he felt even more resolute in his decision to remain. Upon finishing his thoughts, the young man fell silent once more, and the other team members also refrained from speaking. Quietly awaiting the arrival of the chairman of Future Technology Group, they remained unaware of the document's existence. Only knowing that the executive CEO was supposed to meet Yudong earlier that morning, and now they were all waiting for the esteemed chairman. At that moment, with a soft click, the conference room door swung open, revealing Bai Fan clad in casual attire. Thank you for your patience, Bai Fan greeted. And you are? Yudong inquired, rising and regarding Bai Fan with a hint of skepticism. Although everyone had heard rumors about the remarkably young founder of Future Technology Group, who just months ago was still a university student, seeing him in person was still somewhat hard to believe. Bai Fan, founder of Future Technology Group, he introduced himself, extending his hand with a calm demeanor. Listening to the confirmation of identity in the conference room, the Huawei team exchanged glances, each of us feeling a tempest of emotions within. I was taken aback. How could the chairman be so exceedingly youthful? To command a technology conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions, with prospects of burgeoning into a trillion-dollar giant, is indeed remarkable. An overwhelming sense of surrealism enveloped every individual present. It seems that in the grand scheme of comparison, one cannot help but feel dwarfed. At my age, I find myself still grappling with uncertainties regarding my career path, while this individual has evidently emerged as a resounding victor in life. Several representatives exchanged looks, their expressions a blend of astonishment and envy. Yudong was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward to firmly grasp Bai Fan's hand. Chairman Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you. I must admit, your youth truly astonished me. He continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yudong, the current CEO of Huawei Group's terminal operations, responsible for product terminals. Here is my business card for your perusal. Additionally, this is my team, and we have come specifically to discuss collaboration with your esteemed group. Bai Fan smiled warmly and replied, please, have a seat. I have grown up hearing the stories of your group. After a few exchanges of flattery, the discussions shifted to the core agenda, and a palpable seriousness settled upon the faces of all attendees. Yudong retrieved the document that Wang Lu had given him and placed it on the table, his voice trembling with excitement as he inquired, Director Bai, may I ask if what is described in this document provided by General Manager Wang is truly feasible? Can it genuinely be realized? Chapter 56, Transforming the Desert into an Oasis. Indeed, I can assure you with utmost certainty that what is articulated in the document is fundamentally achievable. It merely hinges on the varying methodologies of implementation. He then recalled the current technologies available in the market, smiling as he continued. In fact, Mr. Yu, you should be well aware of whether this technology can be effectively advanced. For your esteemed company has made the most significant strides in this domain compared to all other manufacturers. According to the information available in the market, your company has, in a strict sense, already attained a portion of what is described in the document. I am merely propelling it forward from the existing foundation. Bai Fan had just seated himself across from Yudong and added, the technology referenced in our discussion pertains to intelligent driving, commonly known as autonomous driving in layman's terms. If one were to inquire which company excels in autonomous driving technology in the current market, there is no doubt that Huawei's Winjia series reigns supreme. Its autonomous driving capabilities are approaching level 2.9, and in several major cities, it can essentially achieve self-driving. Some industry insiders even assert that its technology has long surpassed level 3. However, due to legal regulations, further advancement is impeded. Yet, only those within the organization truly comprehend their own affairs. Recently, Yudong engaged in a conversation with the head of technology, receiving the latest insights. He is acutely aware that achieving the autonomous driving technologies depicted in science fiction films, specifically reaching levels L4 and L5, remains a considerable challenge, with a gap that is indeed of a significant magnitude. According to the technology chief, the current level of program intelligence is far from sufficient, with a substantial portion merely responding to vast amounts of data refreshes. Furthermore, the documentation from Future Technology Group clearly indicates that in terms of autonomous driving solutions, they can provide an intelligent core that enhances the level of intelligence while diminishing the reliance on hardware computational power, thereby genuinely attaining L4 and L5 autonomy, entirely discarding the need for high-precision maps. Mr. Bai, is it possible for us to witness this? Yudong inquired, suppressing his excitement. Many of the attendees were technical personnel, who thoroughly understand the genuine technical challenges and potential market associated with true autonomous driving. Certainly, Bai Fan replied succinctly, nodding decisively. After rummaging in his pocket for a moment, he produced a small USB drive and handed it over directly. If there are no issues, we can discuss collaboration further at a later time. As Yudong gazed at the small black USB drive resting on the table, he found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Pondering that scripts were not obtained in such a manner, he had initially thought that Bai Fan would refuse under the pretext of company confidentiality, followed by a protracted negotiation. So he had mentally prepared a plethora of arguments. However, to his astonishment, as soon as Bai Fan spoke, he readily acquiesced, catching him completely off guard. Very well. Chairman Bai, should the proposal prove feasible, we shall adopt your company's plan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he eagerly led his team away from Future Group. Chairman, should we hand over the USB drive directly to them? Could this pose a risk of leakage? At some point, Wang Lu approached, glancing at the departing Huawei team with concern. Bai Fan shook his head, assuring him, no, there will be no issues. He was well aware of Wang Li's apprehensions and had taken precautions well in advance. Moreover, even if a leak were to occur, he was not overly concerned. After all, the essence of the system lay in the advancement of civilization, which aligned with his overarching mission. As he pushed open the conference room door, Bai Fan was the first to speak. I apologize for the wait. I am Bai Fan, chairman of Future Technology Group. On the other side, Abel was waiting. And upon seeing Bai Fan for the first time, he and his team exhibited the same astonishment as the representatives from Huawei, taken aback by Bai Fan's youth. I truly did not expect you to be so young, Abel exclaimed, rising to his feet. At your age, I had just entered the family business, running a small company. And it took me 3 long years to gradually engage with the core operations of the family enterprise. Wherever you are, Bai Fan said with a smile, waving his hand. Bai, this time I wish to meet you to consult your esteemed company regarding certain matters. Upon seeing the main figure present, Abel did not hold back, but straightforwardly expressed his intentions for this visit. What I mean is there a technology that can transform a desert into an oasis? Or to put it differently, I am in urgent need of a novel technology to replace oil. Having received a lead education since childhood, Abel held a perspective on oil that diverged from that of his family, looking toward the long term and believing that oil is not an inexhaustible resource. He felt it imperative to prepare for the future. The extraction of oil is ultimately finite. As you Easterners would say, one cannot simply sit idly by and consume without consideration. At these words, Bai Fan smiled faintly, realizing that, indeed, this was a quest for technological support. As he spoke, he handed over a document, the title of which boldly proclaimed, Monocrystalline Silicon Photovoltaic Energy Storage Technology. Monocrystalline silicon photovoltaic energy storage boasts an energy conversion efficiency of up to 70, approximately 3 times more efficient than currently available market options. Given the unique geographical environment of the Middle East, it is entirely feasible to harness the abundant sunlight resources, complemented by high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries as energy storage units. Together, these elements can form a highly efficient photovoltaic energy storage generation system, enabling large-scale energy centralization and effectively transforming deserts into oases. While this may not be achievable immediately, it can, in a certain sense, substitute a portion of oil's functionality. Bai Fan had long been prepared. Prior to his arrival, he exchanged 100 research credits in the system for photovoltaic technology, which proved to be quite fortuitous. Upon hearing Bai Fan's words, Abba Al, seated nearby, was overjoyed and quickly seized the documents to scrutinize them meticulously. After a brief moment, he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with fervor. Bai, I require this technology. Name your price. Chapter 57. The crisis approaches 2 hours later. The affluent client departed, appearing utterly unconcerned as he exited the company premises. That afternoon, he and Bai Fan reached an agreement. Upon witnessing the desired product, he signed the contract without a moment's hesitation, with a staggering total value amounting to 50 billion. With a mere wave of his hand, he exuded an air of opulence, and Abba Al indicated that this was merely the initial batch. Should subsequent orders meet expectations, he would continue to place additional orders based on credit. Meanwhile, Wang Lu, who observed the entire process, was rendered speechless. Initially, she had believed that the booming orders for high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries were already extraordinary. However, recognizing the groundbreaking nature of the product, she could understand the rationale. This business seemed almost too effortless. Wang Lu found herself questioning her own assumptions. She had thought that being reassigned to the Future Technology Group would involve propping up a faltering enterprise, gradually nurturing a tech conglomerate from the ground up. Yet, after witnessing the surge in orders over the past 2 days, she realized she had underestimated the situation. It appeared that simply occupying her position and overseeing the company's operations sufficed, with no need for further concern. The influx of order funds was relentless, flowing in abundantly without pause. There is no need to consider the market for the product. The focus should solely be on enhancing production capacity. Bai Fan observed Wang Li's expression and seemed to intuit her thoughts. He smiled and reassured her, Sister Wang, the group is poised for significant expansion, and our current efforts are entirely insufficient. The existing research personnel, including the newly recruited batch, must allocate at least half of their time to the laboratory. Additionally, I would appreciate your continued attention to the super factory for high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries. My focus will likely be more on research projects, with less on daily operations. Should any issues arise that require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. Bai Fan stood by the window as he discussed the company's plans for the upcoming quarter with Wang Lu. While Wang Lu had a general understanding of the confidential projects within the group's underground laboratories, she was not deeply informed. Only aware that it was a high-profile initiative in collaboration with high-ranking military officials. Understood, Chairman. You can rest assured that I will manage the group's daily operations diligently. Very well. Seeing Wang Lu quickly regain her composure and return to normalcy, Bai Fan felt reassured. This was precisely why he had requested personnel from above to assist him in management. On one hand, it demonstrated his commitment to collaboration, on the other hand. And more importantly, it simplified his responsibilities. I will head down to the laboratory. Please notify me if anything arises. After speaking, Bai Fan hurried to the underground laboratory, while Wang Lu remained stationary, gazing at Bai Fan's departing figure, murmuring to herself, perhaps this is precisely why the department decided to transfer me from the system, specifically to collaborate with the chairman. Following these 2 incidents, Wang Lu thoroughly comprehended the implications from above. She also realized the uniqueness of the private technology group she was now overseeing, which was entirely different from her previous experiences. Xiaosu, notify the suppliers that a meeting will convene at 9 o'clock in the morning to discuss the site selection and various progress aspects of the high-pressure silicon-carbon battery superfactory. The factory must expedite its operations. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Additionally, inform Commander Zhang from the military district to inquire about the current construction progress of the building. Understood, replied Secretary Xiaosu with a nod. Go forth. Let us set everything in motion. Once adjustments were complete, Wang Lu methodically issued her commands. The entire Future Technology Group resembled a colossal machine, commencing its rapid operations. Meanwhile, in the Hawaiian Islands, at the CIA's Foreign Bureau, the recent prominence of the Future Technology Group and the emergence of Abba Al had finally attracted the attention of the Intelligence Department from Country M. In a modest office of less than 60 square meters, the sound of the printer echoed as documents were rapidly produced. Tom. This is the latest information regarding the Future Technology Group to date. Mike organized the documents, compiled them into a booklet, and presented it to his superior, Tom. The emergence of Future Technology Group has been remarkably swift. It has been less than 3 months since its inception, and strictly speaking, it has only been a little over 2 months. Thus, the information available about it is rather limited. Prior to their press conference, there was almost no detailed data. The entity behind it is controlled by Bai Fan, a senior student at Huagua Xianzhou University of Technology, while a person named Wang Lu appears to be managing the company's operations on the surface. Currently, the company has only one product, the high-pressure silicon-carbon battery, renowned for its extraordinarily high energy density, which significantly propels the reform of the global energy industry. Mike approached Tom, articulating his thoughts gradually. I am aware of this product. We have received 2 consecutive calls from domestic sources recently, expressing a desire for us to engage with them and obtain tangible samples. This holds tremendous market value. Some so-called energy giants in the country are apprehensive about their positions being undermined. What about us? Mike hesitated to finish his thought. Tom set aside his current tasks. Responding with gravity, he is merely a senior student. From nothing, he has founded a technology group? Don't you find that suspicious? Indeed, Tom asserted emphatically. Do you recall the unusual occurrences above the Wuhu military district last time? Mike nodded in acknowledgement. I remember, but nothing was uncovered at that time. Do you mean? Perhaps it pertains to the future technology group? At this moment, Mike swiftly connected the dots. Indeed. Tom gazed at the documents before him, speaking to himself. Since the last satellite observation of the Wuhu area yielded no anomalies, he had remained undeterred, firmly convinced that his hypothesis held merit. He continued to monitor the situation. And the recent high-profile emergence of the future technology group only intensified his sense of an inexplicable connection. After all, the Future Technology Group was also involved in the Xuanqing and Wuhu regions. Moreover, from its inception, the group had prominently featured in Huagua as a heavyweight media player and had collaborated with the Ministry of Science and Technology. All of these factors struck Tom as highly unusual. Coincidence? No. In the lexicon of intelligence operatives, there exists no such thing as coincidence, only truth. He resolved to promptly request a tactical team from his superiors. After a brief silence, Tom slowly articulated, we must urgently establish contact with Bai Fan, the chairman of the Future Technology Group, along with the technological data at his disposal. If feasible, let us explore the possibility of acquiring it. After all, this represents a wealth of talent. Chapter 58. The Titan Aerospace Fighter? Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, the CIA was poised to embark on a meticulously orchestrated operation. Presently, he found himself in an underground laboratory, engaged in discussions with Old Master Zhang regarding the next project direction for the group. I hear you've been in contact with the Middle East and launched a major satellite? As he spoke, Old Master Zhang chuckled, clearly intrigued and eager to delve into the conversation. As for the esteemed elder, at over 80 years of age, he has largely ceased to engage in new projects, taking on the role of a project consultant instead. His responsibilities involve the preliminary validation and design of certain projects, allowing him a leisurely pace with minimal obligations. However, fueled by his interest in the Titan mech, he decided to request permission to remain in Xianzhou. You are already aware of this, I presume? News travels remarkably fast. Listening intently, Bai Fan expressed his thoughts candidly and proceeded to recount the relevant details in full. In truth, I had not anticipated such swift expansion of the group's operations overseas and engagement with the Middle East. On one hand, there is a need to penetrate other markets. Relying solely on the domestic sphere is insufficient, especially with other forthcoming projects that will demand substantial funding for advancement. The group cannot depend solely on upper management for financial allocations. On the other hand, it is essential to validate the feasibility of the proposed solutions. Bai Fan articulated his thoughts thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang paused momentarily. I have heard of a new technology. In that case, please provide me with a copy of the documentation. I must say, you have quietly unveiled a significant breakthrough. When did you develop such technologies? The elder praised him, his eyes brimming with admiration. By the way, could this solution be implemented domestically? If feasible, it could considerably alleviate the consumption of energy resources within the country. Upon reaching this point, the elder sighed, reminiscing with Bai Fan about the past. 70 years have elapsed since the last century. And from the era of reform and opening up to the present day, the nation has indeed grown prosperous and resilient. It has even ascended to become the world's foremost economic powerhouse and, without a doubt, a military stronghold. However, it is undeniable that due to the constraints of time, we still face shortcomings in many areas, particularly in energy resources, where we continue to confront significant gaps. This necessity has driven our vigorous pursuit of renewable energy. It is worth noting that approximately 50% of our energy still derives from thermal power generation, which is inefficient and poses considerable environmental hazards. Bai Fan was well aware of this, and the proposal he put forth was conceived with this understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Elder, I grasp your intent. In principle, it is feasible, but in terms of practical implementation, I suggest that we conduct experiments in the eastern region of the wind sector first. Once the proposal reaches maturity, we can proceed with targeted implementation. This way, you can advance with a ready-made plan." Agreed. Your endorsement suffices. It shouldn't take long. Now, please draft a memo outlining the project and submit it. Regardless of the discussions, this is your original research, and we cannot allow the higher-ups to benefit from your technological contributions without due compensation. Ultimately, the collaboration should be a one-time buyout, and you will handle the negotiations. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Continuing the conversation, Bai Fan transitioned to the focal point of this exchange. He approached the safe and retrieved a document he had previously placed inside. "Elder Zhang, please take a look at this information. This pertains to the subsequent advancement of our second project." As he spoke, Bai Fan produced a file and handed it to the elder. The title prominently displayed as Small Titan Aerospace Drone. A drone? The elder was taken aback upon reading the title. He had anticipated a deeper exploration into energy technologies. Are we preparing to venture into the realm of drones? Indeed, Bai Fan affirmed. However, you must understand that drones are entirely distinct from mechs. They represent two separate domains. Are you certain about this direction? The elder inquired again, concerned that Bai Fan might divert his focus and squander precious time on less critical pursuits. "Yes, elder. You may review the specific details within the document," Bai Fan replied, gesturing towards the file with a smile. "Is there any significance in the shared nomenclature of Titan?" The elder pondered aloud as he perused the document. After a brief moment, he mused, "The Titan aerospace drone and the Titan mech share an integrated intelligent combat system. In our plans, each Titan mech will correspond with a designated Titan aerospace drone, due to its integration within a singular system. The synergy between the mecha and drones will be remarkably cohesive. In other words, the aerial drones will serve as the Titan mecha's additional pair of eyes, significantly enhancing its field of vision and combat capabilities, thereby advancing its ability to operate independently without reliance on the command center's directives." Bai Fan spoke slowly. "What about the specific data?" The old man inquired, rifling through the documents. "In the design, to meet the requirements for stealth, the aerial drone has a compact size of 13.5 meters in length, with a wingspan that can reach up to 7 meters. It can cruise at an altitude of 20,000 meters, utilizing high-pressure liquid nitrogen as fuel and employing a ramjet engine, achieving a maximum speed of 9 Mach and a combat radius of 10,000 kilometers, with a payload capacity of 100 tons. As Bai Fan recited these figures, the initially composed expression of the old man began to stiffen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on Bai Fan. A speed of 9 Mach? A cruising altitude of 20,000 meters? Is this truly a drone? What a jest. This sounds more like an aerospace fighter, albeit a scaled-down version. Bai Fan, are you certain the drone can achieve these specifications? You aren't merely toying with my old mind, are you? This is no laughing matter." The old man, still skeptical, continued. "Do you realize what these combined figures signify? This is a capability that no drone, domestically or globally, can rival." "Indeed, I understand," Bai Fan replied. Bai Fan nodded earnestly, his expression quite serious. "Thus, I refer to it as a spaceborne unmanned aerial vehicle, distinct from conventional drones. In fact, under certain extreme conditions, the Titan spaceborne drone is capable of entering outer space. Can it truly venture into outer space?" Upon hearing this, the old gentleman was even more astonished, taking a considerable amount of time to absorb the information. He seized the documents from Bai Fan's hands and sat down to scrutinize them meticulously. Bai Fan, unhurried, patiently awaited his response. After approximately half an hour, the elder raised his head and inquired, "Does this documentation align with what was previously stated?" "It has yet to be presented," Bai Fan replied. "I merely completed the design and brought it to you for your insights, hoping you could suggest improvements for further refinement." He shook his head, indicating that he had not yet reported to the higher-ups. "I require time to digest this information. If my assumptions are correct, the core technologies contained herein are precisely what our department currently needs. Very well, I shall promptly notify the department and report to the higher authorities." The elder contemplated for a moment, then added, You can advance your work concurrently. However, I must report this to the General Headquarters immediately. Chapter 59. The Conception of the Sixth-Generation Fighter Aircraft. At the same time, in Kyoto, at the Theater Command Headquarters. In the command office, a symposium on equipment is currently underway, with the title displayed prominently on the large screen, Verification Plan for the Sixth-Generation Aircraft of Huagua. As one surveys the conference room, it is evident that virtually all equipment heads from the military have gathered here. The commander of the theater headquarters, Qin Zheng, the head of the equipment department, Yang Tianyu, and the minister of equipment for the Western Theater, Yu Defei, are present among others. The commander begins by sharing a recent development. Just a few days prior, the sixth-generation aircraft from M country has officially rolled off the production line and is set to commence covert operations. We have managed to capture some indistinct photographs. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Yang Tianyu, seated across from the commander, breaks the silence as he observes the quiet assembly. He gestures towards the screen displaying several somewhat blurry yet clearly military green-painted aircraft in rapid flight. Due to the high level of confidentiality, our intelligence agents have been unable to procure further information, leaving the specific capabilities of this sixth-generation aircraft shrouded in mystery. However, one certainty remains. According to disclosures from M country's military, the disparity in capabilities between the sixth and fifth-generation aircraft is substantial. In other words, the combat effectiveness of a single sixth-generation aircraft is equivalent to that of 20 or 30 fifth-generation aircraft. The term sixth-generation aircraft refers to the internationally recognized class of sixth-generation fighters, which are enhancements of their fifth-generation predecessors, designed to further augment their performance. In comparison to the fifth generation, the sixth-generation fighter jet encompasses more stringent requirements for avionics and superior performance in perception systems. It possesses the ability to connect with satellites and ground forces, enabling collaborative operations with terrestrial entities, and features an advanced intelligent control system capable of managing multiple loyal wingmen. It has been 3 years since the inaugural flight of the sixth-generation fighter jet from the M nation. The timeline for progressing to mass production and service appears to be within the realm of normal advancement, which is not surprising. Upon hearing this, Yu Defei promptly interjected, "The pressing concern at present is whether our own sixth-generation jet validation program can continue to advance. When can we expect our prototype to materialize?" That is the crux of the matter. Indeed, Yu's assertion rings true. We must expedite our efforts regarding our sixth-generation fighter. Time is of the essence. Since the commencement of the meeting, the overall commander, Qin Zheng, who had remained silent in the forefront, finally spoke. With a grave expression, he stated, "According to the chief designer's directives, our sixth-generation fighter is entirely distinct from that of M nation. In addition to traditional advancements in avionics and intelligence systems, it must also be capable of autonomous transformation based on flight altitude and spatial conditions to achieve optimal aerodynamic performance, enabling it to transcend the conventional atmosphere and engage in operations within subspace orbits." So, what specific challenges are we currently facing? The commander inquired, casting his gaze over the assembly. Any issues can be raised here. We need to concentrate our efforts and tackle these challenges head-on. Let us strive to bring our sixth-generation prototype to fruition at the earliest opportunity. This is an urgent matter. The chief commander addressed the issue concerning the materials used in the engine. The requirements set forth by the chief designer to transcend the traditional atmosphere and enter the suborbital realm impose exceedingly high standards on the engine, standards that we are currently unable to meet. It is well known that the operational altitude of conventional combat aircraft hovers around 20,000 meters. However, suborbital trajectories lie between 30,000 and 160,000 meters. At such elevations, the air becomes exceedingly sparse, rendering it impossible for the engine to sustain normal combustion, even with the addition of substantial oxidizers. Our current materials cannot endure, thus preventing effective flight in the suborbital domain, let alone engaging in combat. Yang Tianyu articulated this with clarity. If we were to liken a fighter jet to a human being, the engine would undoubtedly be its heart, with over 80 of the aircraft's overall performance stemming from its engine. Following this statement, the other equipment leaders nodded in agreement. Yu Defei then added, "Furthermore, once entering the suborbital domain, our materials fail to support the aircraft's ability to autonomously adjust under varying spatial and altitudinal conditions. Experimental data has confirmed that after 3 iterations, the materials lose their flexibility, becoming rigid and prone to disintegration under sudden stresses. The pursuit of the chief designer's vision for the sixth-generation fighter still encounters significant challenges, primarily rooted in material limitations. In conclusion, Udifei summarized the situation. The chief commander nodded, a pained expression crossing his face. As the chief commander, he was acutely aware of these issues. The most critical foundational materials remain an insurmountable obstacle. The discussion of upgrades to our equipment has become futile. All designs seem to exist only as castles in the air. Comrades, while challenges abound, I firmly believe that they are merely temporary. We shall ultimately overcome these obstacles and behold the light of success. We must hasten the rollout of the prototype for the sixth-generation aircraft. I will engage with the Ministry of Science and Technology to address the pressing issues collectively, establishing a dedicated task force to resolve these matters at the earliest opportunity. I assure you that projects related to these materials will receive the utmost resource allocation. If personnel are needed, they shall be provided. If funds are required, they will be allocated. However, I have but one request: to conquer the materials swiftly, so we can replace the heart of our sixth-generation aircraft. After a moment of contemplation, the commander presented a solution, his demeanor grave and his words deliberate. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted him. Instinctively, the commander silenced his phone and stole a glance at the caller ID. He promptly paused the meeting and stepped outside to answer the call. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Is there an issue with the Titan project?" The commander inquired with concern, knowing that Mr. Zhang was currently in Xianzhou, overseeing the Titan project in real time. His immediate fear was that something had gone awry. No, Commander. Everything with the Titan project is proceeding smoothly and is on track for completion in 2 months. Came Mr. Zhang's reassuring voice from the other end of the line, laced with a hint of excitement and urgency. "I called to discuss another matter. Just now, Bai Fan and I confirmed the next designated project for the Future Technology Group, a high-specification confidential technology originating from the Titan mecha integrated Titan aerospace drone." The old gentleman recounted the situation piece by piece. As he delved deeper, upon mentioning that the Titan Air Force drone employs a novel material for its scramjet engine and related data, the previously furrowed brow of the commanding officer suddenly widened. His face suffused with excitement. "Is what you say true, Zhang? A scramjet engine made from new materials?" The commanding officer inquired repeatedly. "Indeed. I have obtained the latest technical documents," Zhang replied. "Please send me a copy of the technical documentation. I need to conduct further verification on my end. If the data proves satisfactory, it is highly likely that we will align perfectly with the verification plan for the sixth-generation fighter." The commanding officer, suppressing his exhilaration, spoke. Chapter 60, Designation, Prospects for the sixth-generation fighter. What is going on? Judging by that expression, has the commanding officer encountered some momentous news? I don't know. I suspect it must be a significant technological breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so jubilant, one equipment officer speculated, glancing at the smiling face of the commanding officer. Exchanging puzzled looks with his peers, the commander glanced at everyone, settled himself down with an air of composure. Upon receiving the specific news, he felt a sense of urgency dissipate and instead began to pace thoughtfully, breaking the silence with a smile. "I have good news to share with you all." "What news? Where did we leave off just now?" We were discussing the sixth-generation fighter, particularly its most crucial aspect, correct?" The commander reiterated. "Indeed, it is the engine materials." Simultaneously, the others, not being oblivious, quickly caught on to the significance of his expression, their gazes converging in anticipation. In the next moment, the commander spoke slowly, revealing the answer. "Just now, old Zhang called to inform me that the Future Technology Group has completed the design for the new scramjet engine materials. I briefly reviewed the data over the phone, and it aligns closely with our previously discussed specifications. This implies that the essential core component of the sixth-generation fighter, the engine materials, has indeed been resolved. The remaining elements of the proposal are largely feasible." "Really? It has already been developed?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyu stood up in sheer excitement. Disbelief etched across his features. "Commander, is what you say truly accurate? We already possess the materials for the sixth-generation engine?" His initial reaction was one of skepticism. With a background in technology, he had dedicated decades to the intricacies of engine development, with nearly every model of domestic fighter engines being tied to his expertise. For instance, regarding the sixth master J6, J10A, J10B, even so, he remains uncertain about the materials required for the engines demanded by the performance specifications of the sixth-generation aircraft proposed by the chief designer. He understands the immense difficulty involved, which is on an entirely different scale compared to previous endeavors. If I recall correctly, the Future Technology Group is the private enterprise researching the Titan mechs, isn't it? Yu Defei inquired. Indeed. However, to my knowledge, the core technologies of the Titan mech seem to have little correlation with the materials for the sixth-generation aircraft engines. How did Comrade Bai Fan manage to bridge such vastly different industries and achieve results? Yu Defei pondered, stroking his chin, a hint of astonishment evident in his gaze. The situation is as follows. The commander began to elucidate. This new type of ramjet engine material is intended for the Titan aerospace drone. The Titan aerial drone and the Titan mech share an integrated internal system, enabling highly synchronized operations, thus enhancing the mech's situational awareness and independent combat capabilities. Therefore, Comrade Bai Fan had already initiated the development and preparations relevant to this area from the outset. It is only recently that he has successfully reported progress. It is not a sudden leap between two industries, the commander explained, taking the initiative to clarify Bai Fan's position. Commander, do we have any documentation? I am in urgent need of reviewing the data at this very moment. I am eager to uncover how Comrade Bai Fan has accomplished this feat. It is simply astonishing. Yang Tianyu exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he longed to see the documents and swiftly finalize the verification scheme for the sixth-generation aircraft. At that moment, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the printer on the desk established a connection to the internal confidential network. Under the transmission facilitated by Old Master Zhang, the documents pertaining to the new ramjet engine materials were gradually printed, freshly unveiled. However, before the printing could be fully completed, Yang Tianyu, unable to contain his eagerness, dashed forward and seized the documents, beginning to read them meticulously. HT Ultra-High Titanium Alloy. This must be the name of the so-called new material. Yang Tianyu murmured as he gazed at the title on the first page of the document, then continued to scan downwards. HT Ultra-High Titanium Alloy employs an ultra-low temperature fusion technique, allowing the titanium and steel molecules to further amalgamate in a low-temperature state, thereby enhancing strength while maintaining flexibility. I can comprehend the ultra-low temperature aspect, but how does one ensure that the molecular structure becomes more stable once it returns to room temperature? Similar approaches, to my recollection, have been attempted by other project teams, yet, without exception, they have all met with failure, failing to progress further. Approximately 10 minutes later, having thoroughly read the entire document, Yang Tianyu could not help but voice his doubts, casting a glance towards his colleagues nearby. Indeed, Old Yang has made a compelling point. This matter has left a profound impression on me. I recall that both Qin Fei and Xin Yang initiated similar projects at that time. However, the endeavor was ultimately abandoned in less than 6 months. The crux of this technology lies in how to maintain the structural integrity of molecular arrangements under standard conditions after the loss of ultra-low temperatures. After all, many materials achieve critical performance at absolute zero, yet revert to their original state at ambient temperatures, much like a spring. Old Defei nodded in agreement, recalling the subject and interjecting to elaborate. Currently, Future Technology Group is spearheading the production of prototypes. If all proceeds smoothly, the first Titan aerospace drone is expected to roll off the assembly line in approximately 2 months. The chief commander stated, then inquired, Old Yang, hypothetically speaking, if the data regarding the new ramjet engine materials developed by Future Technology Group proves satisfactory, could we then prioritize the sixth-generation aircraft? He emphasized the urgency for the prototype to be completed sooner. Yang Tianyu nodded emphatically, affirming, indeed, Chief Commander. It can be stated that with this material, there will be no issues with the engine. Besides functioning optimally, the aircraft will possess a superior thrust-to-weight ratio in thinner air, enabling it to operate effectively in suborbital space. Excellent. Then it is settled, declared the Chief Commander with a sweeping gesture. The validation plan for the sixth-generation aircraft is officially approved. Chapter 61. Preparing to ambush Bai Fan's Navy SEAL team. In the upper echelons of the military, news is notoriously difficult to keep under wraps. Just recently, the verification of our sixth-generation fighter jet has successfully passed, and the information has spread like wildfire throughout the entire army. Is it true that our sixth-generation fighter jet verification plan has been approved? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Once our sixth-generation fighter jets are fully operational, we will no longer need to act under the watchful eye of the old M. After all, the design and performance of our sixth-generation aircraft far exceed theirs, placing us in an entirely different league. Wait a moment, didn't we just hear a few days ago that there were critical technological barriers that could not be overcome? necessitating a reduction in the design specifications and a reworking of the prototype? Your information seems outdated. According to recent updates, there has been a significant breakthrough, seemingly linked to a private enterprise. A private enterprise? Surely you jest. Do our private companies possess such formidable capabilities? Do not underestimate private enterprises. Take, for instance, the recently flourishing Future Technology Group. Their high-voltage silicon-carbon battery products are of world-class caliber, far surpassing the performance of those supplied to the military. It is said that what is available on the market is merely a stripped-down version. So, does this imply that Future Technology Group played a substantial role in the sixth-generation fighter jet verification plan? It seems so from what I've gathered. It is indeed related to the chairman of Future Technology Group. Amidst the flurry of tumultuous news, a special operations team from the CIA of M Nation discreetly entered the country in waves, subsequently boarding a direct flight to Xianzhou. Upon landing, they reported to headquarters, stating, "This is Team SEAL 1. I am SEAL, and we have arrived in Xianzhou, ready to execute our mission. I repeat, we have arrived in Xianzhou, prepared to commence our task." Among the group of 6, the tallest and most imposing young man, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, held a bag in one hand while communicating through his earpiece. Their ostensible identity was that of a negotiation team from an energy enterprise in M Nation, poised to engage with Future Technology Group regarding the supply of high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries. Headquarters, received, came the acknowledgement. Concurrently, within the command center situated in the Hawaiian Islands, Tom shouted into his earpiece, urgently reiterating, "Remember, preserve human life as much as possible. First, attempt to see if we can recruit Bai Fan to our cause. Remember, he is a valuable asset. He could potentially accelerate our domestic technological advancements." "Understood. Team SEAL confirms receipt," came the response. "If that does not prove feasible, we shall execute Plan B. If he cannot be utilized, he must not be left to Huagua. Should his research continue, it could jeopardize our energy sector." Finally, Tom added, "You have approximately 20 minutes. A service staff member approached and quietly reminded, "Sir, you have about 20 minutes. As the SEAL entered, it unexpectedly discovered that it was not Bai Fan, but rather General Manager Wang Lu who awaited him. "Ms. Wang, we are a high-tech server development company from Country M. We had previously arranged a meeting with your group, scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon with the chairman of Future Technology, Bai Fan." However, the SEAL, feeling somewhat perplexed, pointed towards the figure before him. This visit had been conducted under the auspices of Qualcomm, a name synonymous with unparalleled prominence in the global semiconductor industry. Initially, the team had not contemplated the possibility of not meeting Bai Fan. In their view, Future Technology Group was merely an emerging tech company, with machines powered by advanced silicon-carbon batteries, still in the nascent stages of development compared to other colossal entities. "Hello, Mr. John. Our group as chairman is currently unavailable. I am overseeing all matters at present. I can make decisions on any issue, and if I am unable to do so, I can relay your concerns subsequently," Wang Lu remarked, glancing at John, her tone self-assured. In response, John maintained his composure, casually offering a few words before excusing himself from the office, leaving Wang Lu somewhat puzzled. "How did it go? Did you meet Bai Fan?" someone whispered as he stepped out. The SEAL shook his head. "Not here. Not here. Did we not have a scheduled time? Let us discuss this outside," the SEAL replied, casting a wary glance around before signaling discreetly. After ensuring safety, I found a secluded corner to swiftly report the situation to the command center, not in the office. Upon receiving the news, Tom was somewhat taken aback. It seemed we could only resort to a fixed stakeout. After a moment of contemplation, Tom issued directives through his earpiece. The SEAL team acknowledged. Thus, the 6 members of the SEAL team established their presence at the Future Technology Group, remaining there for over a week without catching even a glimpse of Bai Fan. It turned out that the place was bustling with various suppliers and a continuous stream of delivery trucks. "Where on earth is Bai Fan?" one of us exclaimed. "We've been here for a week and haven't seen a single soul. He is the chairman of the group, after all. How can he not show up for over a week?" Some squad members, surviving solely on bottled water and bread for an entire week, could no longer contain their frustrations and began venting on the internal channel. "Don't mention it. This is the first time I've encountered such a group chairman. Damn it," exclaimed a particularly irritable team member, unable to suppress his outburst any longer. "Boss, should we continue waiting? Or perhaps try a different approach?" Upon hearing this, the SEAL leader pondered for a moment. "Let us wait a little longer. We've already waited a week. Perhaps we might just catch a glimpse of Bai Fan. Our intelligence department has scanned information regarding him. We don't even know his daily whereabouts." The command center speculates that he might be in his Group S underground laboratory. For now, we shall wait for him to emerge. To speak candidly, this was the longest mission he undertook since retiring from the military and joining the intelligence unit's special operations team. An entire week spent waiting for someone. Astonishingly, no one ever showed up, not even a glimpse of the target. As a few individuals whispered among themselves, a black convoy suddenly appeared before their eyes, instantly heightening their alertness. Look, a black convoy. Could it be Bai Fan's vehicle? A keen-eyed member exclaimed. It must be. The SEAL squinted, uncertain, yet swiftly issued the command. Everyone, stay sharp. Chapter 62. Digging the Foundation. Fong Bu, this is Bai Fan. I hear you were looking for me? Upon descending from one of the vehicles in the convoy, Bai Fan proceeded towards the group while dialing a number. Indeed, I needed to discuss something with you. But I couldn't reach you for an entire week. I figured you were preoccupied, so I left a message with your security personnel, asking them to have you contact me once you were available. Yes, I've been engaged in research on a new project in the underground laboratory, with all signals blocked. I suspected as much. The fact that I couldn't get in touch with you for an entire week suggests you were either at the military district or in the laboratory. I inquired with Lao Yu, who mentioned you weren't around, so it must be the laboratory. Fong Bu, what could be so urgent? Bai Fan inquired with a hint of curiosity. If anyone was in a rush to find him, it could only be related to the Titan project. Haha, it's not me who is in a hurry. The old comrades from the military district are quite anxious. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Is your new project related to a drone? Indeed, came the reply. The drone utilizes a novel material designed for the ramjet engine, correct? Fang Zheng inquired further. Yes, Bai Fan nodded. A week ago, the old man reported the situation. What is the current status? Bai Fan felt somewhat perplexed. After old Zhang submitted the report, he had delved into the underground laboratory to initiate the prototype project for the Titan aerospace drone, intending to personally create a drone. He was unaware of subsequent developments. It seems you are not informed about the later events, Fang Zheng remarked, amused that the principal party was still in the dark. He proceeded to elucidate. Although our design for the 6th-generation aircraft surpasses that of M countries, it is precisely due to the elevated design standards that many performance criteria remain unmet, resulting in a delay in the validation process and the inability to produce the first prototype. The critical issue lies with the materials for the engine. Now that you are here, you have presented the military with a significant gift. Over the phone, Fang Zheng recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. At this point, Bai Fan finally grasped the situation. Thus, the military is eagerly awaiting your materials, anxious to see when your Titan aerospace drone will officially take flight. Concerning the raw materials for the stamping engine, a portion has already been produced through the method of ultra-vacuum extraction. Should the military require it, arrangements can be made for collection. As the conversation unfolded, Bai Fan had already ascended to the highest office of the group via the elevator. The Navy SEALs stationed outside were visibly elated upon the appearance of the principal figure. Boss, it's Bai Fan. The target has emerged, exclaimed a team member over the internal channel, having witnessed Bai's descent from the vehicle. One could only imagine the tedium of their week. Indeed, I have seen it. The target is confirmed. Boss, shall we take action? Someone proposed. Take action? What action? Do you not see where we are? The Wuhu military district is right next door. Are you seeking an early demise? The SEAL retorted, exasperated, through the internal channel. He then pressed his earpiece to contact the command center. Report to command. Target spotted. Target confirmed. Excellent, came the reply. It was evident that Bai Fan had been operating within the underground laboratory of the Future Technology Group. His recent interactions with the military had become rather frequent. I suspect he is advancing a clandestine project with the military, Tom speculated with a hint of excitement. Subsequently issuing the command, proceed according to the original plan. I require information on the confidential project he is currently promoting as well as the technology behind the high-pressure silicon carbon battery. After a period of fermentation, the market for high-pressure silicon carbon battery technology has significantly expanded, transitioning from a domestic phenomenon to an international one, creating ripples within the energy industry. Consequently, Tom has become more vigilant, facing pressure from the CIA headquarters. The SEAL has received this message and is currently executing the directive. Greetings. We are the business negotiation team under Gao Ti. We had scheduled an appointment in advance and need to meet your chairman, the SEAL confidently stated at the front desk, exuding the demeanor of a successful individual. Certainly, let me check, replied the front desk staff, nodding. After a brief moment, she said, please follow me. She gestured to a direction, leading the group upstairs. For the past week, they had been making appointments under the guise of Gauti to meet the chairman of Future Technology Group, and today their efforts had finally borne fruit. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the upper echelons of Future Technology Group. The SEAL finally stood before his target. This is remarkably youthful. At first glance, the seasoned Special Forces soldier was taken aback by Bai Fan's youth. He had never anticipated that the individual who had caused him a week of toil was, in fact, a mere student. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and greeted, "Hello, Chairman Bai. I am with the negotiation team from Qualcomm. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is John, and I am the regional head of Qualcomm in China. I am here primarily to discuss the supply issues related to high-voltage silicon-carbon batteries with your esteemed company. For matters concerning the supply and market share of high-voltage silicon-carbon batteries, you may turn right and consult General Manager Wang Lu, who is fully responsible for that area." "No, Mr. Bai, I am here to speak with you," John insisted. "Please take a moment to review this document. I wonder if it piques your interest." Seizing the moment, he swiftly produced a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan felt something amiss. He slowly raised his head to gaze at John, then glanced at the document on the table. After perusing it for a while, he suddenly comprehended the situation and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Chapter 63, A Hefty Proposal. "Mr. Bai, since you have grasped my intentions, allow me to borrow a phrase from your culture. I shall no longer waste time beating around the bush. I would like to sincerely invite you to join my company," John declared, a smile gracing his features as he laid bare his purpose, having been fully transparent now that his intentions were revealed. After all, their overt identities were that of a legitimate negotiation team for a global chip leader. As long as no physical confrontation ensued, they were safe within the borders of Hua Kingdom. "Hi T," Bai Fan inquired, holding a report and examining the company name on the cover with keen interest. "Are you extending this invitation on behalf of Qualcomm?" Upon hearing this, the SEAL chuckled softly, shaking his head with a hint of an enigmatic smile. "Mr. Bai, you are an astute individual. You must understand that the so-called representatives of the chip company's negotiation team are merely my ostensible identity." At this juncture, the SEAL paused momentarily before continuing, "However, I can assure you here and now that should you agree to work with us, the conditions offered by China will be doubled from the original terms. Moreover, based on your research, I believe the Nobel Prize will be within your grasp next year. In recent years, there has been no technology more remarkable than the high-pressure silicon-carbon battery. Would you not agree? To be direct, how much are we talking about?" Bai Fan interjected, cutting through the SEAL's verbose rhetoric. Since it was not affiliated with Qualcomm, and having just mentioned that it was merely a surface-level identity, the true backers were becoming quite apparent. Bai Fan felt a surge of curiosity. He was eager to ascertain just how audacious the so-called military of M country could be in attempting to entice him, a technical expert. Furthermore, the notion of the Nobel Prize held little allure for him. The technical data within his system was vast and far surpassed the current era. When the time was ripe, he would personally forge a Nobel Prize for the East. $100 million, the SEAL articulated, unveiling a figure before adding, "In addition to this, we will provide a standard laboratory of 500 square meters, equipped with a world-class team and instruments, on top of the existing research funding. And next year's Nobel Prize will be rightfully yours. If you agree, the funds can be deposited into your account within 3 days." With great confidence, Seabear articulated his thoughts. He believed that under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to refuse. After all, this was a staggering sum of $100 million, an amount that many would not earn in a lifetime. In the realm of industry researchers, only a select few could hope to attain such a figure. Upon hearing this number, Bai Fan chuckled softly and shook his head, contemplating that if one were to reap a reward, it should indeed be substantial. Was he truly worth just $100 million? The market for high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries alone was worth no less than $1 billion. Observing Bai Fan's persistent shaking of his head, Seabear's smile broadened. Although Bai Fan was shaking his head, he had not outright rejected the offer. In Seabear's eyes, they were already halfway to success, with merely the amount in dollars still needing adjustment. Thus, he cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Bai, since you are dissatisfied with our terms, we can certainly negotiate. Why not propose a figure, and we will endeavor to meet it?" As he spoke, Bai Fan raised 2 fingers and leaned forward. $200 million? Sierre tentatively suggested. Yet Bai Fan remained unmoved. $2 billion, Bai Fan replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. "And that is in dollars." At the sound of his words, Seabear's expression subtly shifted. $2 billion translated to over 14 billion yuan, a sum that was no trifling matter for them. Prior to the official commencement of their operations, the maximum limit he had received was $1 billion. The SEAL reclined on the chair, pausing in silence for a brief moment, approximately 10 seconds, before speaking. Mr. Bai, regarding this figure, I currently lack the authority to make a decision. However, rest assured, I shall promptly report to my superiors. I believe that, given your research achievements, it is entirely feasible. Bai Fan waved his hand, abruptly interrupting the SEAL's performance. In that case, please expedite the application. Furthermore, I must emphasize that this is merely a preliminary condition. If even the initial research funding cannot be met, there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Upon hearing this, the SEAL perceived Bai Fan as somewhat akin to a nouveau riche, seizing the opportunity to demand exorbitant sums. The SEAL exited the office and made a call to the command center from a secluded corner. SEAL, agree to his terms. We must secure the high-pressure silicon-carbon battery technology. This technology holds a market potential beyond my expectations. By the way, inquire about any new projects he has been researching lately. Since this individual is fond of money, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. Ask, commanded Tom. 3 minutes later, the SEAL returned, resuming his seat with a radiant smile. Mr. Bai, I have just reported your requirements to headquarters. Congratulations, your request for $2 billion in research funding has been approved. As soon as you give your consent, this sum will be transferred to any account of your choosing within 3 days. Excellent, Bai Fan replied. There is indeed a semblance of sincerity and audacity. Bai Fan gazed at the SEAL before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Beyond that, I require dozens, if not hundreds, of aerospace system experts, specialists in aerodynamics, radar, particularly in engine technology. Bai Fan subsequently articulated his new demands. Alternatively, please provide me with a list, and I shall approach each one personally. Is this your new research project? Upon hearing this, the SEAL's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking that after a lengthy discourse, it had finally uncovered a piece of invaluable intelligence. Mr. Bai, may I inquire if this is the new project you have been researching in the underground laboratory of the Future Technology Group for over a week? Are you preparing to venture into the aviation industry? I comprehend that well. Name your price, and all will be amenable. Observing Bai Fan's silence, the SEAL hastily continued. $10 million. $1 million for just a single piece of information. Were this to be disclosed externally, anyone would deem it insane. Yet, in this moment before the SEAL, it seemed worth it. Very well, Mr. Bai, $10 million will accompany your $2 billion into your account. The SEAL nodded, waving his hand in immediate agreement. Not quite. The experts I require are for a different purpose, Bai Fan stated, his expression unwavering. Fabricating a lie without a hint of trepidation. Then may I ask what your research project has been in recent days? Could you kindly enlighten me? The SEAL, undeterred, pressed on. Their exchange persisted, a question and answer, throughout the entirety of the afternoon. That evening, as the SEAL departed from the Future Technology Group, his countenance was shrouded in darkness, while Bai Fan wore a beaming smile, personally escorting him to the door, utterly delighted. Do come again next time. I believe our two parties can engage in more fruitful exchanges, Bai Fan remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, the SEAL momentarily halted, his expression growing even more somber. Indeed. A casual conversation has led to the prospect of billions in revenue. I must admit, I am quite tempted. Chapter 64. Direct Capture. As soon as the call connected, Fang Zheng, who had been brimming with enthusiasm regarding the Titan project's progress, was abruptly taken aback upon hearing that Western intelligence operatives were willing to offer a handsome sum to lure Bai Fan away. In an instant, Fang Zheng's demeanor shifted as dramatically as a summer storm. He sprang to his feet, and with a loud crash, his chair toppled over, startling the secretary beside him, who remained frozen in confusion. What? Bai Fan, are you serious? Are there indeed intelligence agents attempting to recruit you? Fang Zheng exclaimed in shock, hastily seeking confirmation. The secretary, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of alarm. It was common knowledge that Bai Fan was the prize gem of the entire glass industry, even drawing the attention of the highest echelons. It was no wonder their superior was so incensed. If it were him, he too would find such a situation unbearable. With this realization, the secretary promptly sought an excuse to leave the office. Yes, Fang Zheng. It is thus that their identities on the surface are members of Qualcomm's negotiation team, while in reality, they are intelligence operatives from Country M. It is truly bewildering what the security personnel are doing, allowing such individuals to pass through the vetting process. Please wait a moment. I will report to the higher-ups immediately, Fang Zheng stated anxiously, fearing that any delay might jeopardize Bai Fan's safety. As for whether Bai Fan might be a potential threat, he had given it little thought. Having spent several months in each other's company, he was all too familiar with Bai Fan's character. Sometimes, money cannot buy everything. Wait a moment, Fang. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan promptly interrupted Fang Zheng, saying with a smile, my plan is to wait until the funds arrive. After all, why not take advantage of such a large sum? It could significantly support our research funding and alleviate some burden from above. Fang Zheng was initially taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter over the phone, exclaiming, you rascal, are you trying to swallow this money whole? Haha, indeed, this is the you I know so well. Fang Zheng found himself at a loss for words. But after a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand in agreement, saying, no problem, let us proceed with it. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Let them come to me. You can proceed with confidence. I won't raise any alarms for now, but your personal safety must be prioritized. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Zheng hurriedly ended the call. The events of today have undeniably sounded an alarm for him. He hurriedly brought the relevant materials to Zhang Baihai, preparing to report the situation to the highest authorities. After half an hour, Fang Zheng finally met with an elderly gentleman. Upon explaining the circumstances, as he had anticipated, the elder's expression darkened upon receiving the news. He immediately placed a call to Yu Shui, demanding to know how the security measures were being handled. On the other end of the line, Yu Shui was completely unaware of the situation. After receiving the call, he inquired further and gradually pieced together the entire story. How could this happen? Western intelligence operatives have infiltrated Bai Fan's inner circle, and you are still oblivious. Yu Shui paced furiously in his office, unleashing his wrath upon the local national security head and the relevant military security personnel. The recollection of the elder's inquiries during the phone call only fueled his anger further. Effective immediately, a special operations team must be dispatched to the Future Technology Group, tasked exclusively with Bai Fan security and must remain in close proximity at all times. Furthermore, all intelligence networks related to Bai Fan must be enhanced, and his personal information must be shielded. Anyone who approaches Bai Fan must undergo stringent scrutiny. We cannot allow a repeat of this incident, where intelligence personnel have already infiltrated his vicinity without our knowledge, only for us to receive a call from above. What a disgrace. Without hesitation, Yu Shui issued a series of commands, ultimately mentioning the Titan mecha. In his view, everything could be reset as long as Bai Fan remained. Talent is of utmost importance. When necessary, I shall submit a request to deploy the Titan mecha. I believe it is time for our Titan mecha to make its grand debut after such extensive training. Otherwise, one might think we are merely a bedraggled lot. Shortly thereafter, within 20 minutes of the command being issued, a special operations unit known as the Wolf Fang, disguised as personnel from the Future Technology Group, approached Bai Fan. They established a company-sized detachment near the Future Technology Group's headquarters, equipped with emergency communication protocols. Should any situation arise, they would be ready to spring into action, converging upon the Future Technology Group. Report, Commander. We have received orders from above to lead the Wolf Fang Special Operations Team to ensure your personal safety, declared Ark, the team leader, with a commanding presence. Goodness, what a grand display, Bai Fan remarked, somewhat astonished by the muscular warriors before him, feeling that the situation was a bit overblown. However, upon receiving a phone call, Yu Shui directly stated, Bai Fan, this is certainly no exaggeration. Your personal safety must not be compromised, and there can be no room for error concerning the advancement of the Taishan mecha. If it were permissible, I would even consider deploying airborne troops to your aid. Yu Shui, being straightforward, did not mince words. Thus, an additional layer of security personnel was added to Bai Fan's entourage. 3 days later, accompanied by the arrival of over $2 billion in research funding, the SEAL team joyfully arrived at the Future Technology Group's office, eager to personally invite Bai Fan to depart. Mr. Bai, the funds have been credited. You may review your account. The poster eagerly inquired, tell me, can you fulfill your promise and provide an exact date for your departure from Huagua? I will arrange your flight in advance. What? Departing from Huagua? Upon realizing his objective had been achieved, Bai Fan smiled, shedding any pretense. He then asked, when did I ever mention leaving Huagua? At these words, the SEAL's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Mr. Bai. Before he could finish, the office door swung open abruptly. In walked Fang Zhou, the captain of the Wolf Fang Special Operations Team, clad in casual attire, accompanied by his soldiers. John, 27 years old, an intelligence officer from the United States. Former captain of the 1st SEAL team, currently employed by the CIA's Hawaii branch. You will come with us. Fang Zhou spoke impassively, revealing John's background. While everyone's gaze remained fixed on him, any movement on his part would result in immediate apprehension. Mr. Bai, it seems you. At this point, if the SEAL still failed to comprehend that this was a trap specifically laid for him, he would truly be foolish. Enough of your nonsense. Fang Zhou expressionlessly fastened the handcuffs on the SEAL and escorted him away. Chapter 65. The Unbelievable Allies. What? Could you repeat that? The intelligence team member exclaimed. All contact has been severed. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, Tom, at the command center, received the latest news, leaving him utterly astonished. Indeed, a minute ago, I attempted to establish contact with the SEAL. Mike's expression turned grave as he slowly remarked, "It appears they have been apprehended. What about the promised research funding?" Tom inquired further. "It has already been transferred to their account." Upon hearing this, Tom realized he had been deceived. His complexion darkened. Not only had he failed to secure the individual, but he had also lost over $2 billion, an utter disaster, akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Such a significant loss could easily cost him his position, or worse, lead to a military tribunal. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gasped for breath. Contemplating his next move, he resolved firmly, notify the other team to be ready for action at all costs. However, Mike hesitated, voicing his concern. But the Wuhu military district is right next door. Could this pose a problem? At that moment, Tom was beyond listening. To him, it felt as if there were no viable options left. He might as well fight for a chance. Execute the order, Tom reiterated emphatically. Understood. Reluctantly acquiescing, Mike complied. This is the command center. Execute Plan B. Repeat, execute Plan B. Mike contacted the remaining intelligence combat team through internal channels, issuing the command. Simultaneously, at Huawei headquarters in the Deep Market, the entire team of engineers at the Autonomous Driving Research Center gathered. Their attention fixed on the fluctuating data displayed on the large screen before them. Yudong stood solemnly at the side, observing alongside the engineers. Ever since the Future Technology Group delivered the latest segment of intelligence software a week ago, the entire Autonomous Driving Research Center had entered around-the-clock overtime mode, tirelessly engaging in adaptations. After a week of relentless effort, the adaptation of the driving system was finally completed, and it was on the verge of loading the intelligent program. Would there be any reaction at all? Yudong initiated a conversation with the technical lead, Zhang Tianlei. It shouldn't be the case, Zhang replied confidently. According to the data provided by the Future Technology Group, we should witness a significant enhancement. Are there any direct metrics to support this? Yudong inquired further. Zhang nodded and articulated his assessment. The most apparent improvement is the acceleration of storage speed per unit data, which could potentially increase by approximately 4-fold. Moreover, the learning capability has been further enhanced. Results that previously took a week to derive through big data analysis could now be achieved in mere minutes. The enhancement is remarkably evident. How much longer until the entire driving system is fully loaded? Yudong pressed on. 2 to 3 minutes. It will be ready shortly. Zhang responded. As soon as he finished speaking, a countdown illuminated the screen. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a decisive command. The adapted intelligent program integrated into the autonomous driving system. The adaptation program had entered and was currently loading. Insert it into the Pango model and conduct a 10-minute trial. Zhang commanded, his expression grave as he focused intently on the task at hand. Pango Big Data is a data model repository developed by Huawei, containing over 100 million entries of road surface data, capable of realistically simulating various unexpected scenarios and responses during vehicle operation. Report. Loading successful. We have entered the Pango large model, an engineer exclaimed. As the words fell, the data on the screen began to refresh in waves. Everyone waited in silence. It was merely a minute, perhaps not even 2. An engineer suddenly pointed to a line of numbers at the top of the screen and exclaimed, "The power has decreased. The efficiency of multi-thread usage is declining, yet the road coordination rate continues to rise, while the processor load is diminishing. However, there are currently no errors reported in the model. This is a good sign, indicating that the reaction speed under a unit of data has accelerated. In other words, the intelligent programs integrated are indeed effective." Upon hearing this, the other engineers quickly responded, each offering their insights as they pointed at the data on the screen. Although their perspectives varied, one undeniable conclusion emerged, without any updates to the overall driving system. The The integration of the intelligent programs from Future Technology Group has resulted in a qualitative enhancement of performance based on the original foundation. Mr. Yu, you are correct. The descriptions in the Future Technology Group's documents are accurate. It aligns perfectly with what they stated, Zhang Tianlei exclaimed, increasingly animated, his face flushed with excitement. It is essential to note that their entire project had been stagnating at the L3 level, unable to make any breakthroughs for an extended period. At long last, the dawn of hope has arrived. How can one not feel exhilarated? We strive to forge deeper collaborations with Future Technology Group, aiming to seize the autonomous driving market and unveil our latest L3 autonomous driving solutions to the world. We must engage profoundly in the establishment of autonomous driving standards. That night, Yudong led his team directly to Xianzhou, and after a night of negotiations, both parties jointly announced a news release on their official websites the following morning. Future Technology Group has reached a deep cooperation with Huawei Group in the field of autonomous driving to provide L3 and L4 intelligent driving solutions globally. With a resounding impact, this announcement dropped like a bombshell within the industry, leaving competitors bewildered. Upon waking, it felt as though the industry had undergone a seismic shift. What is happening? Future Technology Group has established a profound collaboration with Huawei in autonomous driving? Let me gather my thoughts. Didn't Future Technology Group originally emerge from the energy sector? How have they ventured into autonomous driving? As the elder upstairs rightly pointed out, what on earth is going on? Is there anyone who can elucidate this for me? While I may not know much, I am aware that Huawei's terminal chairman, Mr. Yu, led his team to Xianzhou for an overnight discussion with Future Technology Group. Goodness, it is becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend Future Technology Group. They seem to be involved in everything. Launching L3 and L4 solutions globally? Have my fellow brothers noticed this phrase? The true era of autonomous driving is finally on the horizon. I never anticipated that our technology has advanced to this stage. Chapter 66, The Chairman. The unmanned aerial vehicle has officially rolled off the assembly line. At this moment, the internet is abuzz with discussions, and major media outlets are competing to report on the event. Subsequently, under directives from above, official media has directly engaged in the coverage, hinting that the era of L3-level autonomous driving is on the horizon. It is truly astonishing that you have achieved such remarkable progress in the realm of autonomous driving, providing me with yet another delightful surprise. I wonder what other feats you are capable of, if I am not mistaken. This is indeed a modified version derived from the Titan Mecha's fully integrated combat intelligence program, albeit with some performance parameters diminished. Upon hearing the announcement, Fang Zheng immediately recalled the mysterious conversation he had with Bai Fan a week prior. In a mix of astonishment and admiration, he promptly made a phone call for clarification. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen insight, Director Fang. You were correct. This intelligent driving program does indeed originate from the Titan Mecha's framework. Initially, it was merely an experimental endeavor. Bai Fan elaborated on his original thoughts. However, the results have proven quite promising, and a deep collaboration with Huawei has been established. You, my friend, seem to be capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. Fang Zheng nodded thoughtfully, then recollected the matter at hand and spoke slowly. By the way, I must inform you that the Ministry of Transportation is preparing to officially refine the regulations for designated autonomous driving based on the two of you. After all, the future of autonomous driving is an undeniable trend. It is far better to embrace this momentum and establish international standards for autonomous driving first. On the existing foundation, we plan to further define various L3 autonomous driving standards. If all goes as planned, these should be unveiled around mid-next year. At that time, you will need to represent the future group. Of course, if you happen to be unavailable, sending a representative would suffice. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan nodded in agreement, replying, "Just let me know when the time comes. Perhaps Wang Jie will attend." After their conversation concluded, Bai Fan leaned back in his office chair, his mind drifting into the system. After several days of developments, he had also received a batch of task rewards amounting to 1,000 research points. Consequently, Bai Fan's point balance increased to 1/100. His personal level ascended from 1 to 2, granting him higher privileges to exchange for more advanced technical materials. Opening his personal attributes panel, Bai Fan silently contemplated. Host, Bai Fan. Level, LV2, 1410,000. Age, 23. Points, 1,400. Main Quest 1. The Glory of Technology. Task Progress. Renown nationwide, 3-7. With the launch of new products, your name has garnered considerable renown within the industry. In the energy sector, You are undeniably a prominent figure, paving the way toward establishing industry standards and gradually ascending to the global stage. Technical blueprints: 1. Titan mecha. 2. Small Titan aerospace drone. 3. Monocrystalline silicon photovoltaic technology. Currently, there are only 3 items in the technical blueprints, which is far from sufficient. A multifaceted development approach is necessary to implement additional systematic technologies, thereby further enhancing influence and advancing core missions. Bai Fan gazed at his personal attributes panel, murmuring to himself as he contemplated the project development plan for the future. He decided to allocate a portion of his efforts to continue the development of existing projects, while redirecting the remainder toward new initiatives. As Bai Fan pondered, he made notes in preparation for the forthcoming laboratory reorganization. At 11 o'clock in the morning, while Bai Fan was deep in thought, Wang Le knocked on the office door, carrying a bundle of documents. Approaching Bai Fan, she was poised to report on her work, but, noticing Bai Fan engrossed in writing, chose to wait until he had finished before speaking. Sister Wang, when did you arrive? After a full half hour, Bai Fan completed his project plan and looked up, noticing Wang Lu seated beside him. I just got here. I saw you writing and thought I would wait a moment, Wang Lu replied with a smile, stepping forward to place her documents on the table. Bai Fan rose to pour a cup of tea and sat beside Wang Lu, now able to devote all his energy to project research and development. A credit rightfully due to Wang Li's contributions. The management of the group is meticulously organized, requiring little to no concern from him. Chairman, here are the recent company bills. I will provide you with a brief report to keep you informed. As of now, the company's operations can be categorized into 3 primary sectors. The first, and most significant, pertains to the high-pressure silicon-carbon batteries, which have generated an astonishing revenue of 170 billion. This figure represents the total income projected over the next 3 years, indicating that orders for the super factory have already been scheduled for 3 years hence. In the short term, apart from the development of new clients, there are no additional income streams anticipated in this area. The second involves our collaborative project with Huawei on advanced intelligent driving, which has currently yielded a revenue of 5 billion. While this amount may not be particularly high, it is characterized by its sustainability. We will extract a portion of profit from each proposal, establishing a continuous income source. The third sector concerns our integrated energy solutions in the Middle East, which has amassed a total of 20 billion, although there has been no further progress to report. Upon inquiring 2 days ago, we were informed that the project is still in the preliminary stages of ground exploration. Wang Lu articulated these financial figures almost entirely from memory, reciting them verbatim. For a group company that has been established for less than 6 months, such revenue is nothing short of astonishing. Not only is the total business income impressive, but the crucial aspect lies in the profit margin, which, upon simple calculation, is approaching 80. When Wang Lu first encountered this figure, he was taken aback. After over a decade of working in state-owned enterprises since graduating from university, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary profit margin. However, Bai Fan was not taken aback. As a product endowed with technological attributes, high profit margins and substantial net worth have always been its hallmark. This is precisely why he felt compelled to step outside the confines of the system and establish an independent corporate group, with the purpose of providing financial support for various research projects, thus bringing the system's technological documentation into practical application. Wang Lu sipped his tea, took a moment to rest, and continued. Having discussed income, let us now turn our attention to expenditures. Currently, the 3 super factories for high-voltage silicon-carbon batteries are projected to require an investment of 50 billion. The first phase, the Xianzhou super factory, is confirmed with a planned investment of 20 billion, while the remaining 2 factories are still under survey. Moreover, the company's internal high-scale confidential projects have thus far consumed approximately 15 billion in research funding, a figure that almost continually escalates each month. Most crucially, these research endeavors have yet to yield any tangible output. Additionally, the current workforce has surpassed 10,000 employees, with researchers constituting half of this number. The monthly wage expenditure for all staff hovers around 500 million. Wang Lu meticulously outlined the current operational status of the company. Regarding the high-profile confidential projects, they are naturally collaborations with the military, which have proven to be substantial financial drains. The Titan project's 500 Titan mechs have all been completed, with a total construction cost reaching an astonishing 13 billion. This figure is derived from materials procured through internal channels. Should materials be sourced from the market, the cost would likely double. Moreover, the small Titan aerospace drone is consuming vast amounts of funds daily, having already amassed an expenditure of $2 billion within a month. A dedicated research team of 400 individuals, along with the corresponding military-industrial factory, has been working tirelessly around the clock to validate the proposed solutions, with material costs alone reaching an astonishing sum of tens of billions. I understand that the existing projects will continue to expand upon the current foundation, but the clandestine military research initiatives must also persist. This aspect is immutable. You should be aware that this distinguishes our group from other private enterprises. Bai Fan stated slowly, then retrieved the subsequent project plan from the table and handed it to Wang Lu. Sister Wang, here is the latest laboratory renovation proposal. You may peruse it. It is scheduled for official implementation next month. As he spoke, Wang Lu accepted the plan and began to examine it closely. At that moment, a phone rang, shattering the tranquility. As Bai Fan answered the call, an excited voice resonated from the other end. Chairman, the Titan aerospace drone has officially rolled off the production line. Chapter 67, The Maiden Flight Approaches. Since the inception of the Titan aerospace drone project, in order to expedite progress, Bai Fan personally led a new team of 400 individuals, working day and night in 3 shifts. Finally, after nearly 2 months of relentless effort, the new scramjet engine was successfully developed, and the first aerospace drone has smoothly completed production. Certainly, the drone in question, in a strict sense, possesses only a single engine, representing the Syrian War God variant, devoid of any auxiliary technologies. Its primary purpose is to validate whether the engine's performance aligns with expectations. Upon successful verification, comprehensive technological enhancements will be integrated, followed by military acceptance before it enters service. The individual who recently reported over the phone is Wang Dawei, the project leader for the Aerospace Drone Initiative, a seasoned expert with over 2 decades of dedicated experience in the field of aviation engines, previously serving as a research group leader at the Aerospace Institute. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan promptly stood up and addressed Wang Lu, stating, Sister Wang, please leave these documents on the table. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the laboratory. Wang Lu, intrigued by the faint sounds she had overheard during the phone call, inquired, has the latest research project succeeded? Indeed, Bai Fan affirmed. It was just taken offline moments ago. Would you like to accompany me to see it? Sure, Wang Lu nodded, agreeing almost instinctively. Although she has been overseeing the entire group's operations for over 3 months, this would be her first visit to the underground laboratory. The group's nascent stage necessitated her attention to myriad responsibilities, leaving her with little time to spare. Furthermore, her role primarily involves daily operations, which does not typically extend to military projects. Thus, for various reasons, she had yet to seize the opportunity to explore the laboratory. This occasion, it seems, is fortuitously timed. 5 minutes later, the 2 individuals arrived at the 50 underground floor, situated 120 meters beneath the surface, marking the lowest level of the entire subterranean laboratory. At this depth, the ground-penetrating missiles currently in operation worldwide are utterly incapable of breaching, rendering it extraordinarily secure. With a soft click, the elevator doors gradually opened. As they stepped out, the first sight to greet them was a metallic sign affixed to the upper right corner of the doorframe, boldly stating, Titan Aerospace Drone Research Center. Chairman, you have arrived. Upon entering the research center, the project leader, Wang Dawei, swiftly approached with his team, his eyes brimming with joy, his lips unable to suppress a triumphant smile. A glance at each engineer in the team revealed expressions of exuberance, their faces flushed, clearly having just celebrated a moment of triumph. We have conducted a preliminary test of the engine's performance on the surface, and it aligns closely with the projections in the documentation. However, we have not yet undertaken actual flight tests, so we remain uncertain regarding its behavior during flight maneuvers, Wang Dawei explained rapidly as he guided the way. Wang Lu followed closely behind, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the research center. The subterranean laboratory had been repurposed from a previous air defense facility. Apart from the essential equipment, it was largely devoid of embellishments. To put it charitably, it could be described as minimalist, more bluntly. It resembled a somewhat rudimentary version akin to that of Syria, with minimal configurations. In Wang Li's eyes, the entire research and development center starkly contrasted with her previous impressions of such facilities. The state-owned enterprise where she had previously worked boasted a technology center that was resplendent, with an array of high-tech instruments operating automatically, and staff clad in white lab coats traversing the space, reminiscent of the laboratories depicted in cinematic portrayals. However, The research center of her current group appeared dilapidated, with tables haphazardly stacked together, each bearing computers arranged in a row, festooned with a myriad of cables. The floor was merely a bare concrete slab, untouched by any renovations, and the walls were rough with unrefined lime, leaving behind a considerable white residue when brushed against. Yet, it was within this unassuming environment that they had developed the revolutionary high-pressure silicon-carbon battery, yielding revenues exceeding 100 billion, with orders extending 3 years into the future. Reflecting on this, Wang Lu felt an increasing admiration for her chairman. After a brief walk, they arrived at the finished product display area within the research center. There, her gaze was drawn to an imposing aircraft, over 10 meters in length, resplendent in black and emanating a cold luminescence, standing firmly in place. Owing to its unique aerodynamic design, the Titan aerospace drone possessed an elegant and distinctive appearance, its streamlined shell smooth yet robust. The pointed, conical design of the nose resembled a sword piercing the sky, while its broad, straight wings, complemented by an innovative canard structure, ensured stability during flight. On the opposite side of the aircraft lay a new type of scramjet engine. Chairman, here are the previous test reports for your review. Wang Dawei produced a document and handed it over, simultaneously inquiring, "Shall we conduct another test right away?" Bai Fan accepted the document and nodded, "Please arrange for a retest." "I would like to observe." Immediately, Wang Dawei signaled for the testing personnel to get into position. Approximately 1 minute later, with a directive given, the stamping engine nozzle, resting on the steel storage rack, erupted with a fierce flame, emitting a resounding whoosh. The fuel flow was set to 20, then 30, and so forth, reaching 50. The testing engineer, while conducting the test, vocally announced the fuel quantities. As the fuel flow increased, the flame from the engine nozzle intensified and elongated. The blue fire flickering captivatingly in the eyes of the onlookers, with several distinct Mach rings appearing within the flame. A brief count revealed over a dozen Mach rings dancing at the nozzle's tip. The manifestation of these Mach rings is attributed to the continued expansion of gas at the exit, subsequently compressed by the backpressure environment, resulting in luminous shock waves. In a sense, the number of Mach rings produced by the engine serves as a metric for its ultimate velocity. Simply put, the greater the number of Mach rings, the superior the engine's performance. The thunderous roar of the engine persisted, while a series of testing data was meticulously recorded by the central processor and uploaded to the system. Half an hour later, the testing engineer proclaimed, "Report, the engine has been operational for half an hour. Its overall condition is satisfactory, with a normal combustion rate and no structural stress alterations detected. The engine blades are functioning normally, and their lifespan falls within the anticipated range. The temperature in the combustion chamber is also stable." With just a brief glance at the data, Bai Fan discerned the success of the new scramjet engine. He gestured for the staff to halt their activities, nodding in mild satisfaction. The engine's performance has met the standards. However, whether it can maintain optimal functioning during actual flight remains an enigma. Bai Fan spoke slowly, preparing for a real flight test to observe the engine's performance in a genuine aerial environment. "Hello, this is Bai Fan. I am looking for Commander Yu." Shortly thereafter, Bai Fan dialed the Wuhu base, informing them of the impending test flight of the Titan aerospace drone. Chapter 68. Tower, requesting takeoff. What? It has officially been launched? Upon receiving the call, Yu Shui was taken aback, so much so that he could scarcely comprehend the information. In his recollection, the Titan aerospace drone had only recently been approved. It seemed implausible for it to progress so swiftly. After all, no matter how advanced the materials, transitioning from research and development to a finished product requires considerable time for validation. Truly, a precious gem has been unearthed. Yu Shui mused to himself in the office. "All right, I will be there shortly." He promptly set aside his current tasks and indicated that he would hasten to the laboratory. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, after Bai Fan ended the call, he waved his hand, instructing the staff to transport the prototype to the ground. During the transportation process, the frontline market staff of Future Technology Group, who had recently joined the company and had not participated in any classified military projects, observed with curiosity a large gathering of people surrounding an object covered by a tarpaulin as they rushed towards the training ground. "Hey, Lao Wang, do you know what is going on?" "Everyone seems to be heading over there, including the chairman," Chun Shengsheng inquired, pointing through the glass window at the throng of individuals. Lao Wang glanced up at the glass and replied, "If I am not mistaken, it is likely a classified military project. As you know, our group is rather unique. Not your typical private enterprise. It is divided into 2 parts. one focusing on developing civilian products, and the other on military projects. Chen Shengxing nodded, recalling that he had been informed of this on his very first day at the company. Do you see those people around? They are security personnel from the Wuhu base, currently active duty. Without proper authorization, anyone who approaches will be apprehended immediately, likely without even a chance to defend themselves. Chen Shengsheng stood at the doorway, gazing blankly out the window. Now, this is true scientific research. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Bai Fan was in communication with the Air Traffic Control Authority, having applied for airspace and quietly awaited the arrival of Yu Shui. Approximately 10 minutes later, as 3 military green off-road vehicles came to a sudden halt, Yu Shui, donned in military attire and sporting a smile, strode forward with purpose. Upon arriving, he was instantly captivated by the Titan aerospace drone before him, unable to divert his gaze. Is this a prototype? Yu Shui inquired, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the machine. Not entirely, Bai Fan replied. It is merely an aerodynamic model equipped with an engine. Other auxiliary technologies have yet to be integrated. The primary focus of this experiment is the engine's performance. Nodding in understanding, Yu Shui presented a piece of paper. This is the temporary aircraft identification code. We will use this for the takeoff request. After exchanging pleasantries and discussing the specifications of the Titan aerospace drone, Bai Fan opened his accompanying laptop and initiated communication with the control tower, calling the control tower. Control tower, received. Please proceed. Requesting takeoff. Upon hearing this, the tower personnel followed protocol and accessed the internal system to search for the corresponding aircraft code. However, they encountered classified information: aircraft model unknown, speed unknown, mission unknown, a series of enigmatic details. Yet, the temporary code was validated, leaving the tower staff in a state of confusion. In all their years of service, this was a first. I am Yu Shui, currently at the testing grounds of the Future Technology Group. The aircraft about to be test-flown is an undisclosed classified model. Commander Yu, it's not that I lack trust, but according to procedure, this must be reported to the Air Force Command for centralized oversight. The staff member stated, certainly. Please notify the Air Force Command immediately. Yu Shui replied directly. Soon, this unidentified classified aircraft was reported to the Air Force Command, which oversees all flight data for aircraft across the nation, whether classified or in development. Any aircraft that takes to the skies must be reported to the Air Force Command. The local control tower has no authority over such aircraft. A classified aircraft in the Wuhu area? I wasn't aware of any new test flights there. A leader, upon seeing the report from the control tower, expressed some doubt and promptly inquired of a nearby colleague. Are you aware of this? I believe there is a J-20, but that is no longer classified. I haven't heard of any new aircraft undergoing test flights nearby. What is the situation here? Another leader scratched his head, equally perplexed. What is old Yu up to? When did he develop a secret model that hasn't been reported? As fate would have it, at that moment, Yu Shui's phone call came through. Oh, old Yu, this is a rare occurrence. What brings you here? One leader answered the call, jesting amiably. Recently, due to the Titan mecha, both the Wuhu base and Yu Shui have been in the spotlight, making quite an impression at the military headquarters. Oh dear leader. Your words are too flattering. Yu Shui chuckled over the phone, before thoroughly explaining his intentions. After listening, the two supervising leaders finally grasped the situation. Goodness. It turns out that it was that young fellow Bai Fan who concocted this new gadget. Just a couple of days ago, during a meeting at the military headquarters, I heard whispers about a newly developed engine, which, along with the validation plan for our next-generation 6th-generation fighter, has also been approved. So this is where it all stems from. The leader chuckled and, without hesitation, signed the relevant orders. Before hanging up, the leader continued, absolutely. I assure you that the task will be accomplished. Yu Shui responded, permission for takeoff. Reiterating with emphasis, permission for takeoff. As the words fell, Bai Fan pressed the takeoff control on the console. The Titan aerospace drone, previously stationary on the ground, surged forward amidst the roar of its engine. At the 7th second, the nose of the aircraft tilted upward slightly, and it began to ascend from the ground, piercing the clouds like a sharp sword. Incredible! It's an aircraft. It seems to have lifted off the ground in just 7 seconds. This speed is astonishingly swift. The commotion on the training ground swiftly captured the attention of the employees at the Future Technology Group, who were diligently working. They turned their gazes towards the scene, and among them were some with considerable knowledge about flying vehicles. Witnessing the Titan drone take off with apparent ease, they could not help but express their amazement. Chapter 69, Breaking 8 Mach. At this moment, On the large screen of the underground laboratory's control center, the model of the Titan aerospace drone ascends rapidly, capturing the undivided attention of all present, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Even the venerable Mr. Zhang, who has dedicated himself to advancing the Titan program, sets aside his tasks to witness this momentous event. 1,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 5,000 meters. In less than 3 minutes, the drone's altitude swiftly surpasses 20,000 meters, reaching its designated cruising height. All personnel, prepare. Commence testing. Accelerate. Bai Fan observes the data on the large screen, noting that all performance metrics remain stable without any significant fluctuations. He promptly issues the command. As his words resonate, the personnel responsible for controlling the aircraft initiate remote operations, gradually increasing the fuel supply. The speed of the Titan aerospace drone incrementally intensifies, the engine's exhaust nozzle glowing ever more brilliantly as blue flames dance, propelling the aircraft forward. 1 Mach, 2 Mach, 3 Mach, 4 Mach. Each announcement from the command center stirs the hearts of everyone present. A flight speed of 4 Mach is undeniably impressive, surpassing 90 of the aircraft currently in service among the world's military forces, thus achieving a status of first-rate excellence. However, this remains insufficient, far from meeting Bai Fan's ambitious expectations. Continue to accelerate. Bai Fan spoke solemnly, lifting his gaze to the distorted images on the screen. The drone's body temperature surged dramatically, its skin taking on a faint reddish hue, resembling a crimson, curved droplet from a distance. This phenomenon is known as thermal barrier. The thermal barrier effect refers to the substantial heat generated from the intense friction with air during supersonic flight, resulting in a rapid increase in the aircraft's surface temperature, which can lead to structural damage, elevated cabin temperatures, and even catastrophic oscillations. Generally speaking, however, thanks to the innovative composite material structure, the Titan aerospace drone has extended this speed threshold, only beginning to exhibit such effects at a velocity of Mach 4. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and the Titan aerospace drone continued to accelerate. Upon reaching Mach 6, the external body exhibited noticeable vibrations, glowing even more intensely, akin to a heated iron. Should we continue to increase speed? The elder inquired, his concern evident as he observed the footage on the large screen. Bai Fan remained silent, merely nodding in response. Can our materials withstand this? If we push further, the engine may experience surge, potentially leading to an in-flight shutdown. Such a setback would jeopardize even the most rudimentary prototype, resulting in the loss of crucial flight data. The elder continued, his voice laden with worry. He feared that Bai Fan might be overly hasty, risking a misstep. It is feasible, Bai Fan assured with quiet confidence. Rest assured, my dear sir, do you still doubt my capabilities? Bai Fan's tone was remarkably assured as he comforted the elder, simultaneously continuing to issue commands. Accelerate to the predetermined cruising speed of 8 Mach. Following this, the roar of the engines erupted, and a wave of orange flames intermingled with blue surged forth. The real-time speed displayed on the screen soared instantaneously, akin to an arrow released from its bow. 7 Mach, 8 Mach. At that moment, had one been able to observe the Titan Air Force drone from a close distance, they would have witnessed a red-hued, arc-shaped area racing across their field of vision. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Theater Command of the Air Force, alarm bells blared. Report. Unidentified flying object detected. Real-time speed at 8 Mach. Suspected missile. Approaching our unit. The staff, scrutinizing the radar's reflection status, reported with grave seriousness. All units. Initiate Level 1 alert. Upon hearing the radar operator's report, the on-duty leader was visibly distressed. Beads of sweat forming as he promptly issued a response order to activate the emergency plan. Simultaneously, he reported to the Air Force Command Headquarters, activated the base's air defense systems, and elevated the alert status across the entire theater. However, at this moment, Bai Fan remained oblivious to the fact that his drone had plunged the entire Eastern Theater into a heightened state of tension. His gaze remained fixed on the speed indicator, and after approximately a minute, noticing that the drone's data remained stable, he issued a new command: increase altitude. This time, he aimed to test the drone's altitude limits. As soon as the words were spoken, within a mere 10 seconds, the radar screen of the Eastern Theater Inspection Office displayed the signal of an unidentified missile traveling at a staggering speed of Mach 8, which promptly vanished without a trace. The report read, "The signal of the unidentified missile has disappeared." Once more, it reiterated, The signal of the unidentified missile has vanished. The staff member, providing a detailed account, confessed that in over a decade of service, he had never encountered such an occurrence, and he had indeed felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Upon hearing this, the duty officer let out a sigh of relief, wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and gradually took a seat. Continue clandestine monitoring. I will report to higher authorities to ascertain the root cause. With that, the officer retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. What? A Mach 8 unidentified flying object signal? It just disappeared? A leader at the Air Force Command Center inquired upon receiving the call. The emergence of a Mach 8 radar signal in the heart of the mainland is nothing short of alarming. Indeed, it had been a minute since the radar signal was recorded, yet it had just now vanished. A thorough search had yielded nothing. As the leader pondered the situation, scratching his head in confusion, he suddenly recalled something and quickly asked, "By the way, what were the last coordinates of the radar signal? And in which direction?" "Longitude XXX degrees, latitude XXX degrees, towards Wuhu. This must be the prototype of the Future Technology Group's experimental aircraft. I never anticipated it could reach a velocity of 8 Mach. I truly underestimated them." "Ah, leader, did you just say that what we observed was not a missile, but an aircraft?" The head of the monitoring room inquired with a hint of confusion. "When did we acquire such a swift aircraft?" "It's nothing for you to concern yourself with. I will verify shortly. It is highly likely that it is not a missile," the leader assured, adhering to confidentiality protocols without elaborating further, simply reassuring him that an investigation would be conducted promptly to alleviate his worries. All right. After disconnecting the call, the head of the monitoring room remained somewhat bewildered, unclear about the implications of the leader's words. However, the most alarming signal had been dismissed, turning out to be a false alarm. Wuhu Base. What recent developments are occurring there? The leader pondered aloud as he sat down. Suddenly, he had a revelation. Contemplating a possibility, could it be? Chapter 70. Breaking through the hyperspace orbit. Shortly thereafter, a call came from the Air Force Command Center. Seeking confirmation from Shui. "I say, old you, was that your operation just now? To be frank, your actions have stirred quite a commotion." The entire Eastern Theater has joined in the excitement. The leader on the other end jestingly inquired about the situation. Upon hearing the discussion, Shui felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of what the leader was conveying. However, after a brief moment of contemplation and further clarification, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Leader, this indeed pertains to our oversight. We failed to consider this aspect." Upon learning that the entire radar command center of the Eastern Theater Command was on high alert, Shui repeatedly expressed his apologies. Not to worry. The leader waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a hint of curiosity as he inquired. "I have heard that the drones developed by Future Technology Group can reach speeds of Mach 8. What is the current data on the newly engineered ramjet engine? I have also heard whispers of the engine design for the next generation 6th generation aircraft. Indeed, it can achieve such speeds. The engine's performance remains stable, and under conditions of reaching Mach 8, there have been no occurrences of surge or vibrations, and the pressure on the turbine blades is satisfactory, essentially meeting the predetermined design values." "And the altitude?" The leader's expression brightened, and he followed up with another question. "This is still undergoing testing. It has currently ascended to an altitude of 30,000 meters, nearing suborbital space, and is expected to enter within a minute." Shui glanced at the screen displaying the real-time altitude of the Titan Aerospace drone and reported, 30,000 meters? The leader appeared visibly astonished. Seated in his position, he had dealt with countless drones, if not in the thousands, certainly in the hundreds. Yet, never had any drone ascended to an altitude of 30,000 meters. The military's latest reconnaissance drone, the Falcon, or WJ-700, has a maximum ceiling of approximately 15,000 meters. Beyond that altitude, communication signals and engine performance are adversely affected, impeding normal flight. Indeed, we are currently reaching 30,000 meters, climbing at an angle of 25 degrees. How high can it ascend? According to Chief Engineer Bai, he intends to reach an extreme altitude to gather optimal data for testing. Shui recounted meticulously. "Quick, let me see the real-time footage." A drone soaring at 30,000 meters is truly unparalleled globally. Even the neighboring powers possess very few drones capable of reaching such heights, the leader hastily remarked. As his words faded, the command center's large screen from the Future Technology Group's underground laboratory appeared on the Air Force Command's display. In an instant, the personnel at the Air Force Command turned their attention towards it. "What is this?" It appeared to be footage from a drone test flight. "A drone? Nonsense. What drone can reach 35,000 meters? Such altitude is likely only achievable by the Americans. Look, the altitude continues to rise. This speed seems excessively rapid. Maintaining 7 Mach at 35,000 meters is astonishing. A group of researchers gazed at the flight parameter data displayed on the screen, their mouths agape in astonishment, their eyes reflecting profound disbelief. Comrades, what you are witnessing is a small, unmanned aerial vehicle developed by the experimental team of Future Technology Group. This marks its inaugural test flight. To be candid, it rivals the world's foremost drones. I urge everyone to observe closely and endeavor to glean new insights from this experience. Remarked the leader of the Air Force Command with a cheerful demeanor, seizing this opportunity to enlighten the researchers. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Shenzhen, an outdoor content creator was frantically setting up a platform, continuing his live broadcast as usual. "Dear viewers, I am Yin Liang. I sincerely apologize for the wait," he exclaimed, addressing the camera. Yin Liang was adjusting his professional camera equipment, explaining, "The delay was due to procuring the necessary gear. I have invested significantly in a high-definition telephoto lens for this occasion. Tonight, the skies over Shenzhen will witness a once-in-a-century meteor shower, and I intend to capture it in its entirety for you, allowing you to revel in the beauty and mysteries of the cosmos." With palpable excitement, he continued his preparations. Although the live stream had only just begun, the viewer count surged rapidly, clearly indicating that his followers had been eagerly anticipating this moment. "It feels like an eternity since I last saw you, Yin Liang. One day apart feels like 3 seasons. I feel as though I have waited 30 autumns." Regarding the discussion about whether it is the master upstairs, I must express my admiration. Here it comes, eagerly anticipating Yin Liang's performance. Allow me to witness the professional equipment. My goodness, is that a Hasselblad? Yin Liang must have struck gold. Without a doubt, he has secured a lucrative deal. How else could this fellow amass such wealth? Let him earn. Let him earn. I yearn to gaze upon the starry skies and the great outdoors. In the live broadcast room, the comments flow incessantly. To speak frankly, I find great pleasure in watching Yin Liang's streams. They are devoid of unnecessary embellishments, simply conversing under the stars, which has been a dream of mine since childhood. Indeed, I have just brewed a pot of tea, reclining in my chair, casting the image onto a screen, quietly awaiting the meteor shower. Not to mention, there is an inexplicable sense of ease in Yin Liang's broadcasts. After a long day's work, this is what I look forward to. A few minutes later, after the equipment had been calibrated, Yin Liang gazed at the increasing number of viewers with palpable joy. "Dear friends, the equipment is ready. Please turn your attention to the lens. We anticipate the first wave of meteor showers at 7:30 p.m. Please keep an eye on the time. We have 10 minutes left." With that, Yin Liang settled beside the tent, awaiting the celestial event in silence. Meanwhile, the Titan unmanned aerial vehicle, having soared for an extended duration, reached an altitude of 100,000 meters, officially entering the suborbital trajectory. Report: minor engine anomalies detected. The rear rotor blades have deformed. The amplitude of vibrations deviates by 5. There is a high probability of impending surge, potentially leading to an aerial stall. In the subterranean laboratory, a staff member shouted loudly. "Quantity?" Bai Fan inquired without lifting his gaze. 2 units, came the reply. "Continue to ascend," Bai Fan commanded, his expression unwavering as he meticulously recorded the engine's various data on the computer screen. For this test flight, he was even prepared to sacrifice the prototype, yet determined to extract all the data possible. He believed the anticipated altitude in the design could be further enhanced. This point may require a shift, perhaps substituting it with a different aerodynamic model, though it might yield slightly lesser results. However, it must be a stable model, Bai Fan murmured, fixated on the analyzed data. Report: real-time altitude at 150,000 meters. The fuselage material has sustained extensive damage, and the high-temperature insulating material is beginning to deteriorate. Engine output has diminished to 80. Energy supply remains normal. The staff meticulously relayed each command. Continue to elevate. Engage full power and ascend to the maximum extent. With Bai Fan's final command, a resounding roar erupted. The Titan aerospace drone, currently in subspace orbit, unleashed a furious plume of flame from its engine's rear, trailing several dozen meters behind it. Its flight posture resembling that of a sprouting seedling, almost at a 90-degree angle upward. Brothers, the moment of excitement has arrived. Everyone, please look. Yin Liang, broadcasting live, noted the time had reached 7:30, and with a loud exclamation, he transitioned the live stream to a camera view. Yet, At this moment, the night sky remains resplendent, as it always does, devoid of the anticipated meteor shower trailing its luminous tail. What is happening? The time has arrived, yet I see nothing. It is now 7:31, and still there is no sight of it. In anxious anticipation, the image quality is remarkably clear. It is indeed a professional lens. Might it be possible that the meteor shower is simply delayed? That seems rather unlikely, as I have heard it widely disseminated within the industry. In the live broadcast, as the meteor shower continues to elude us, the viewers engage in lively discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Oh, could it be that the forecast was erroneous? After waiting for about 10 minutes, and still not witnessing the once-in-a-century meteor shower, Yin Liang begins to feel perplexed. Just as he is about to announce the likelihood of a missed meteor shower, with the forecast being mistaken, a new message suddenly emerges in the live chat. Goodness, everyone. Look at the screen, in the upper right corner. It's coming. Ha ha ha, my excited heart and trembling hands. Here it is. However, there is only one meteor, and its tail is astonishingly bright and beautiful. Yin Liang glances at it and immediately zooms in the telephoto lens to its maximum, preparing to observe it more closely. Suddenly, the live chat erupts. My goodness, what is this? Everyone, what are we witnessing? Is that an airplane? Chapter 71. The KRMN line, entering outer space. In the frame, an elliptical, orange-yellow flying object ascends rapidly into the sky from the lower left corner, trailing a lengthy, fiery tail that stretches for dozens of meters. Its exterior coating clashes violently with the atmosphere, generating a vibrant orange envelope while emitting intermittent thunderous sounds, even from several dozen kilometers away. The faint noises can be discerned in the live broadcast. As the camera zooms in, it becomes evident that within the orange-yellow cocoon lies an aircraft measuring several dozen meters in length. The front half of the aircraft's wings appears charred, with faint black marks scattered across various sections, indicative of material erosion due to extreme heat. Could this be an unidentified flying object? The speed seems astonishing. What are you thinking? Take a closer look. This is undoubtedly an aircraft. The gentleman upstairs is correct. To be frank, it is certainly a plane. Just observe. If it were not an aircraft, would you still believe it? Fortunately, Yin Liang has just upgraded his equipment. The clarity is remarkable. I wonder if everyone is aware of a particular piece of news. What news? Please, do share. Satisfy my curiosity. Recently, at the Zhuhai Air Show, a future aerospace program was unveiled, and it is highly probable that this is a test spaceplane. Given the aircraft's straight ascent, it seems poised to breach the KRMN line and enter outer space. A netizen, who is employed in the aerospace sector and is watching the live stream, scrutinized the footage and offered a judicious assessment. My goodness, a spaceplane. The audience in the live stream marveled, asking, when will we have our own spaceplanes? Is it that everyone has been secretly evolving without my knowledge? How is it that upon awakening, I find that everyone's version has been updated while I remain stagnant? Observe the rapid acceleration continuously soaring, undoubtedly exceeding 5 Mach. Let us be confident, at the very least, it has reached 6 Mach. It becomes increasingly radiant. Alas, the brightness intensifies. It could be that the high-temperature resistance of the exterior materials is failing. Is disintegration imminent? In the live broadcast room, viewers engage in a flurry of discussions, each chiming in with their thoughts. Simultaneously, a headline regarding the latest trial flight of the aerospace vehicle in Huaguo begins to be fervently promoted across social media. The online audience, drawn by the news, floods into the live stream with remarkable speed. Within mere minutes, the number of real-time viewers skyrockets from 2,000 or 3,000 to over 10,000. And the count continues to escalate at an astonishing rate. During the broadcast, Yin Liang stands beside the screen, gazing at the rising viewer count, his mouth agape in astonishment. A singular thought crosses his mind, such immense wealth. Meanwhile, the captivated audience, lured by the headline, burst into the chat with their first inquiries. I heard there is a spacecraft in the live stream. Where's the spacecraft? What does our spacecraft look like? Is it for real? Has our spacecraft begun its trial flight? Make way, make way. Let me see. I'm a university student. Let me see first. Oh my goodness. When did our country quietly develop a space shuttle? This is truly a remarkable event. As time progresses, the news continues to ferment. What? A test flight for the space shuttle? How was I unaware of this? Currently, there is no test flight for any space shuttle. The leader who received the news turned to the secretary reporting it, utterly perplexed. As one of the highest-ranking officials in the Air Force Command, he was taken aback to learn about the space shuttle test flight from subordinates. Upon hearing this, the secretary picked up his phone opened a news article, and pointed at it. Sir, it seems this news has spread widely online, claiming our space shuttle has made its maiden flight and is on the verge of breaking the KRMN line, reaching outer space. The leader took the phone to have a look and couldn't help but chuckle. This is the Titan unmanned aerial vehicle from Future Technology Group. It's the very aircraft we are currently viewing on the screen. The leader gestured towards the display and remarked with mild irritation. Where did this rumor of a space shuttle test flight originate? Truly unbelievable. Very well, I shall head down immediately. The secretary, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the situation, nodded, and hurried off. Incredible, simply incredible. The performance of this unmanned aerial vehicle from Future Technology Group far exceeds my expectations. What's the matter, old Lin? Inquired another leader. Zhang Jian, who was the deputy, addressing the secretary. Just look at how wildly the news has spread outside. It is said that we are testing the space shuttle, preparing to venture into outer space. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian furrowed his brow. How did this information leak? Is this not reckless? Should we not immediately contain the news and issue a clarification? Lin Pian shook his head. No, there is no need for clarification. This is an opportune moment to showcase to our neighbors across the Pacific. Did they not just flaunt the official service of their 6th-generation aircraft, parading their might to the world? Look, we have news to share as well. Of course, whether they choose to believe it is not our concern. Sometimes, when it is time to draw the sword, one must do so. Let us observe their next moves. Speaking of the international situation, Lin Pian's previously jovial demeanor swiftly transformed into seriousness. Understood. Zhang Jian immediately grasped the implication. Report, current altitude 80 kilometers. Approaching the KRMN line. The engine's 4 morphing segments have reduced power output by 3. Structural vibrations have exceeded 2. The surface coating is nearly entirely carbonized, about to breach the next layer. Record all operational data of the engine. Engine load has increased by 20. Proceed onward. Bai Fan glanced over, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he continued issuing commands. Maintain this speed. There is a significant possibility that the prototype may explode in a spectacular display, transforming into a grand firework, even before surpassing the KRMN line. Bai Fan, this altitude is more than sufficient. It has exceeded the originally anticipated altitude by 10-fold. Should we proceed? Nevertheless, Bai Fan remained resolute in his initial perspective. Shaking his head, he declared, let us continue. As his words echoed, the Titan Air Force drone ascended further, its body temperature rapidly soaring in tandem. Eventually, a fireball traversed the atmosphere at an altitude of 90 kilometers, 91 kilometers, 97 kilometers, 98 kilometers. As time gradually elapsed, the drone's real-time altitude edged closer to the KRMN line, which is defined as the boundary of 100 kilometers above sea level, marking the division between the atmosphere and outer space. In other words, only upon surpassing the KRMN line can a craft truly claim to have entered outer space. Almost there. Inside the laboratory, everyone anxiously awaited, their eyes fixated on the large screen, murmuring to themselves, scarcely daring to breathe. 99 kilometers. Report, engine malfunction. Temperature exceeding 200 of the predetermined limit. Dozens of blades have deformed. Is there an imminent risk of in-flight shutdown? At that moment, the staff announced unfortunate news, causing a palpable tension to grip everyone's hearts. It's all right, as long as there is no immediate risk of in-flight disintegration. Even an in-flight shutdown of the engine would suffice. According to inertia, at this speed, it could still breach the KRMN line. 3 seconds later, as anticipated. 100 kilometers. In an instant, the entire laboratory erupted in jubilation, including the Air Force Command Headquarters, which was watching in real time. Chapter 72. The attention of the entire world. We have triumphed. We have succeeded. Ha ha, we truly succeeded. Never did I imagine we could surpass the Kármán line and venture into outer space. With this accomplishment, our Titan Air Force drone can indeed be regarded as a spacecraft. Indeed, it is beyond my expectations. Credit goes to the boss for his unwavering support. This time, we have achieved a resounding victory. At this very moment, within the subterranean laboratory of Future Technology Group, the research staff erupted into cheers upon witnessing the final screen data. Each individual's face flushed with exhilaration, gasping for breath, filled with joy to the point they could hardly contain themselves. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Yu Shuai, observing from the side, couldn't help but express his admiration, giving Bai Fan a thumbs up, convinced that he had made the right decision to be here. Simultaneously, his mind began to calculate the potential. Such an exceptionally high-performing drone far surpasses the current mainstream, and its applications are boundless. Although it is designed to complement the Titan mech, it is evident that the future utility of this drone extends beyond mere collaboration with the Titan drone. After all, a drone capable of reaching orbital space is indeed one of a kind. By the way, will it be able to return safely? Yushui inquired further. As I mentioned, if the prototype can successfully return, the experimental data obtained would be far more substantial than what we have now. Well, Yushui hesitated. Maintaining the current speed and relying on inertia, it will enter low Earth orbit. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future. For now, we shall leave it as is. Bai Fan tapped his fingers against the table, murmuring to himself as a peculiar glimmer shone in his eyes. He contemplated enhancing the combustion efficiency under high pressure to adapt to the rarefied conditions of high altitudes. Additionally, he deemed it necessary to incorporate a plasma thruster to prevent the drone from merely drifting through outer space relying solely on inertia, thereby hindering true propulsion. Furthermore, he recognized the need for further research on high-temperature resistant coatings to augment their thermal endurance and protective qualities. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he diligently noted them down in the adjacent notebook. Meanwhile, at the Air Force headquarters, Lin Pian pointed at the screen and remarked to Zhang Jian, "I never anticipated they could achieve this milestone. A 13-meter-long drone capable of surpassing the Kármán line at a velocity of 6 Mach, reaching the realm of outer space, remarkable indeed. Not to mention, the scramjet engine is among the finest in the world." "Indeed," replied Zhang Jian, offering a candid assessment with a smile of delight on his face. "The performance of this small unmanned aerial vehicle stands unparalleled in its class. Not even the venerable old M across the Pacific could replicate it." "Truly impressive," Zhang Jian concurred, his face lighting up with joy. It's no wonder it passed the expert delegation certification and emerged as the primary design scheme for the next-generation 6th-generation aircraft. There is a reason behind this success. The two exchanged a few more words of enthusiasm. Within a few minutes, upon their suggestion, the Ministry of Aerospace, in conjunction with the Publicity Department, released a news announcement. Before long, it surged to the top of the headlines, sharing the spotlight with the exposure video of the Titan drone, capturing the attention of renowned media both domestically and internationally, thus attracting a significant influx of press coverage. However, the content of this news release is indeed thought-provoking. Recently, our nation successfully conducted a test flight of a new type of aircraft, which has now entered its designated orbit. This marks a significant advancement in our endeavors within the realm of space exploration, and we shall persist in our commitment to invest in new fields and enhance our research efforts. Upon the publication of this news, its unique nature immediately prompted in-depth interpretations from various sectors. As for the individual concerned, his phone was overwhelmed with calls, and he was contacted by national authorities, who promptly confiscated the storage video card. The Washington Post reported that a major Eastern nation has recently achieved further advancements in its aerospace industry, with suspicions arising regarding the exposure of a space shuttle video. The Sun Daily questioned whether our nation's 6th-generation aircraft and the Eastern nation's space shuttle belong to the same echelon. At this critical juncture, the revelation of frequent test flights by the Eastern nation raises the possibility of undisclosed information being communicated to the outside world. The L Weekly pondered whether the successful test flight of the Eastern nation's space shuttle signifies an acceleration on a global scale, potentially disrupting a previously established hierarchy of power. In response to the Aerospace Department's announcement, foreign media has produced a plethora of coverage, creating a veritable deluge of discourse online. This fervor has even prompted intelligence agencies from various countries to investigate the so-called latest developments in the Eastern nation's space shuttle. Simultaneously, in Hawaii, at the CIA's island branch, a sound of footsteps echoed as Mike entered, burdened with a stack of documents. "Have we clarified the situation?" he inquired. "Yes," came the response. "We have essentially determined that this test flight aircraft was not manufactured by an official entity of the Eastern nation, but rather developed by a future technology group." Chairman Bai Fan, Future Technology Group? Why them again? Upon hearing this news, Tom was somewhat astonished. Is this Future Technology Group merely a civilian enterprise? They have achieved considerable success in the energy sector, so their acquisition by the military is understandable. But what is this? Manufacturing aircraft? Moreover, aircraft capable of surpassing the Kármán line and entering outer space. Is this a new research unit of Huagua? Tom scratched his head, pondering in confusion. Mike continued, "The aircraft's launch point is situated at a training ground near the Future Technology Group, not far from the Wuhu base, a straight-line distance of 7.5 kilometers. Wuhu base? Tom mumbled, contemplating for a moment, his eyes revealing a strange expression. This future technology group is quite extraordinary. What about the intelligence special forces? Very well. Have them remain undercover, ready to follow orders at any moment. Tom nodded in satisfaction at this juncture. He no longer perceived the future technology group as merely a surface-level technology company. Further investigation was necessary, and the quickest way to obtain information was through Bai Fan himself. By the way, what is your perspective on Huawei's test flight aircraft? The intelligence agencies of nations worldwide are now fixated on this. Tom pointed to the screen, inquiring of Mike beside him. Chapter 73. Truth lies within the range of cannons. Listening to his superior's inquiry, Mike pondered for a moment before taking a seat and articulating his assessment. A few days ago, the Pentagon announced the official deployment of the sixth-generation fighter jet, a revelation that undoubtedly instilled a formidable military pressure across the globe. Within a mere few days, military equipment departments from various nations convened multiple meetings to deliberate on countermeasures. I surmise that the pressure exerted by this development compelled China to disseminate this information publicly across the entire internet. They must have acquired critical technology and developed a spacecraft predicated on extraterrestrial navigation. As he concluded, Mike's expression turned grave. Tom nodded and retrieved a document from the safe on his right, handing it to Mike. This is the latest directive just issued by the Pentagon. The document explicitly states that we must exert every effort to acquire the latest performance parameters and related technologies of China's spacecraft, employing any necessary special measures if warranted. I will promptly instruct the intelligence team to seek opportunities and take action to fulfill the mission. The crisis is silently approaching, yet Bai Fan is currently overwhelmed with tasks. Following the successful test flight of the Titan aerospace drone, calls have been flooding in from the Air Force Command, the military, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and even the highest echelons, all inquiring about the specifics of the process. Even Dai Yuxue has benefited from this situation, receiving warm invitations from various major military base commanders. Indeed, Director Lin, the performance data file regarding the scramjet engine has been transmitted to the military's internal confidential channel. You may download it at your convenience. I am always available for discussions concerning the validation and manufacturing of the sixth-generation aircraft. I warmly welcome military leaders to guide our work at Future Technology Group. Bai Fan spoke cheerfully over the phone. Just 2 minutes after hanging up, the phone rang again. Bai Fan. It's only been 2 months since I last saw you, and it seems you've launched another significant satellite. The entire internet is abuzz with discussions. Fang Zheng chuckled on the other end, his tone tinged with surprise. Had he not received news from the military, he would hardly have believed that the scramjet engine and its prototype could be developed and commence test flights so swiftly. With the research and development cycle shortened by an astonishing factor of 45 compared to similar teams. Director Fang, you flatter me. Our technology still requires further refinement. We must ensure that the unmanned aerial vehicle can reliably traverse the expanse of outer space and return through the atmosphere. Only then can we deem it a success. To successfully deploy an unmanned aerial vehicle into outer space is a feat that stands unparalleled in the nation, Fang Zheng unabashedly praised. Of course, your perspective is valid as well. However, research is a gradual process. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to communicate them to the higher-ups. We will prioritize coordination and ensure that initial arrangements are executed effectively. Providing robust logistical support is the greatest assurance the department can offer. Fang Zheng asserted with seriousness over the phone. Director Fang, even if you do not mention it, I find it imperative to propose certain conditions. During this test flight, the aircraft's heat-resistant coating materials fell short of expectations, necessitating further enhancements to its high-temperature tolerance based on established credibility. This may require substantial materials dedicated to specialized research and development, warranting the department's unwavering support to ensure timely delivery. Furthermore, the engine of the Titan aerospace drone requires improvements in combustion efficiency within the rarefied atmosphere of high altitudes. When will the validation plan for the sixth-generation aircraft be conducted? If time permits, the refined engine could be utilized. Bai Fan remarked. I need to communicate with the head of the Air Force Department to ascertain their plans. Very well. Bai Fan nodded and entered the internal group of the laboratory, commencing the editing of a message at 1 p.m. A full meeting of the Titan Aerospace drone project team will be convened. In his vision, the subsequent Titan Air Force drone aims to incorporate 2 additional projects. one focusing on heat-resistant coatings and the other on engines suitable for space. Of course, no final decision has yet been made regarding which to adopt. While Bai Fan accelerates the secondary development of the drone, the Titan program pilot tasks at the Wuhu, Jinling, and Kyoto bases are gradually nearing completion, poised to officially declare their successful conclusion. After 2 months of systematic study, coupled with 3 months of rigorous driving training, the initial cohort of 500 mech warriors has gradually been reduced, leaving only 350 individuals successfully selected, divided into 3 battalions, each affiliated with one of the 3 major bases, under the direct jurisdiction of the Central Command, with local military districts having no authority to mobilize them. At the Wuhu base, within the Titan mech training ground, the environment is markedly distinct from other training facilities. Enclosed by imposing 30-meter-high walls, a layer of camouflage netting drapes over the top, designed to thwart aerial surveillance from satellites. As we draw closer, the training field reveals a formidable sight. 350 Titan mechs stand in perfect formation, resembling sentinels emanating a dark sheen. Despite the mere hundreds present, their towering stature, nearly 5 meters high, projects an overwhelming presence that seems to stretch infinitely, instilling an immense sense of pressure merely by their standing, let alone when fully armed with their array of weaponry. The potential of a single mech could easily dismantle the military capabilities of a small African nation, and then some. After extensive efforts over the past 6 months, tangible results are finally emerging. Yu Shui gazes upon the burgeoning Titan mech legion, a smile gracing his face as he expresses a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it has not been an easy journey. The challenges have been formidable. Secretary Chen Xing has essentially witnessed the metamorphosis of the Titan mechs from conception to reality, fully aware of the considerable investments made throughout this process. Not to mention, the maintenance costs for these 350 mechs alone amount to an astronomical figure, in addition to the training expenses for the 500 warriors, all adhered to the highest standards. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, the investment made is both worthwhile and imperative. The neighboring Pacific region's M6 fighter jets have already been officially commissioned. We cannot afford to lag behind. Yu Shui's expression grew solemn as he let out a deep sigh, then resolutely stated, after all, dignity resides only at the edge of the sword, and truth exists solely within the range of cannon fire. To fall behind is to invite attacks. We must remain vigilant at all times, constantly reminded of this. Chapter 74, The Titan Mech Parade Ceremony. As the two conversed, they advanced towards the Titan mech formation. Despite having seen it numerous times and having spent over 2 months with these mechs, Yu Shui still felt an inexplicable sense of awe when standing before these towering 4-5-meter machines. This is the essence, the fundamental foundation of a nation. He could assert without hesitation that if the entire Titan Legion were to mobilize, only a few major powers among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council could possibly withstand the onslaught. Other nations would be swiftly overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. For they exist on entirely different levels. This is a manifestation of a technological superiority that delivers a crushing blow. Report to the commander. The Titan 1st Legion is fully prepared. The expected strength is 350 personnel, and we have 350 present. Please give your orders. Gao Qingwang, the former commander of the Southwest Special Forces and currently the leader of the Titan Legion, shouted from beside his mech. He wore a specialized uniform that enveloped his body, leaving only a portion of his head exposed. At a glance, it resembled an astronaut's protective suit. However, in terms of cost, it is significantly higher than protective suits. This set of uniforms is connected to the internal network of the Titan mechs, enabling optimal synergy with the mechs. Among the 350 participants in the assessment, Gao Qingwang distinguished himself with exceptional performance, securing first place and consequently earning the position of Legion Commander, with a promotion to the rank of 2 bars and 4 stars. A Major General. In fact, within the hierarchy of the Titan Legion, the role of Legion Commander is undoubtedly that of a general. However, due to Gao Qingwang's relatively young age and lack of experience, he has been temporarily held back, with the expectation that he will naturally rise to his rightful position when the time is appropriate. Furthermore, having just completed their training, the Titan Legion has yet to be divided. It will soon split into 3 distinct factions, Titan 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions, each consisting of 150 mechs at full capacity. Excellent. All personnel, at ease. Yu Shui shouted into a megaphone, addressing the assembly before him, as his words echoed, accompanied by a resounding and powerful sound. The 350 soldiers stepped right in unison, their faces alight with excitement and joy. Heaven knows how they endured the grueling 3 months of training. Truly the most rigorous regimen on this planet, without exception. Fortunately, after 3 months, they finally beheld the fruits of their labor. Well done, Yushui remarked, observing the spirited soldiers with a beaming smile. Gradually, he continued, after 3 months of training, each of you has successfully completed the Titan Mech training and evaluation. I hereby declare, henceforth, the Titan Mech Legion is officially established. You are all qualified Titan Mech warriors, members of the Titan Mech Legion. Upon uttering these words, Yushui's expression turned grave, his right hand raised in a salute directed at all the soldiers. In unison, the soldiers in the parade ground mirrored his solemnity, returning the salute with a crisp sound. The Titan Mechs beside you are akin to the sidearms you carried before joining the Titan Mech Legion. They shall become your second life, your inseparable companions. Treat them well and maintain them diligently, Yushui continued. Rest assured, Commander, we shall deliver. The soldiers responded in a resounding chorus. Yushui nodded, glanced at his watch, and after confirming the time, he stepped aside to stand alongside Gao Chengwang, as if waiting for someone of great importance. Thus, time gradually passed. As the soldiers stood in uncertainty regarding their next course of action, a thunderous roar filled the air. 2 J-20s ascended from the Wuhu base, and in the distance, 3 small black dots emerged, rapidly approaching. Commander, they are nearly here. Expected landing in 3 minutes, Secretary Qin Xing quietly remarked while glancing at a notification on his phone. Very well. We shall await the Commander's arrival here for a personal inspection. Yushui nodded gravely. Fully aware of the significance of the impending inspection of the Titan Mech Corps, given his position as the leader of the Wuhu base, the attention was warranted. Especially considering that the paramount leader had arrived via a special aircraft, accompanied by the commanding generals from various war zones. Truly a gathering of luminaries. To be candid, even with 2 stars on his shoulders, Yushui felt somewhat overshadowed in the presence of these esteemed figures. Here it comes, Secretary Qin Xing announced, pointing ahead. With a thunderous roar, a wide-body passenger aircraft aligned with the runway, lowered its landing gear, and gradually descended onto the tarmac. Comrades, the central leader is about to conduct an inspection. Please prepare yourselves, Yushui instructed, as the soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the purpose behind such a grand display. His words instantly elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Who could that esteemed leader be? A soldier stammered, his face flushed with excitement. It can't be the one we think it is, can it? Who else but the one from Zhongbaihai? Came the reply, disbelief mingling with exhilaration. The prospect of witnessing such a figure in person was surreal. Previously, they had only seen him on television. Upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. The Titan Mech Corps was not only the first Mech Corps in the nation but also the world, boasting an exceptionally high status, reportedly the finest in the military. On par with the rocket force, and in some respects, comparable to the H-bomb, underscoring its extraordinary significance. 3 minutes later, a grand procession approached. Most were clad in military uniforms, their epaulets adorned with gleaming stars. My goodness, so many generals, all holding 3 stars. It seems the nation's military elite have gathered here. To speak with certainty, this is indeed the case, a veritable assembly of over a dozen high-ranking officials, with hardly anyone absent except for the commanders of the major battle zones. One must admit, this could be considered our celestial ensemble. The commanders of the eastern and central battle zones are present, without exception. The soldiers gazed from a distance, attempting to discern the identities of the newcomers. Upon learning their true identities, their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape in shock, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. They hurriedly elevated the status of the entire corps in their minds, yet the soldiers still underestimated their own standing within the military hierarchy. This assembly could be deemed the greatest in history. Therefore, no level of respect is excessive. As their gazes fell upon the group, they could see an elderly man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, his hair slightly graying, walking with vitality. His eyes were directed toward the neatly arranged ranks of the Titan Mecha Corps. Chapter 75, The Ultimate Weapon on the Battlefield. This elderly gentleman is none other than the figure at the pinnacle of the power structure in Huagua, hailing from Zhongbaihai. Upon learning of the formal establishment of the Titan Mecha Corps, he made a special trip to attend the military review ceremony at the Wuhu base. To witness this historic moment, greetings, Commander. Welcome to the inspection of the Titan Mecha Corps. Upon first laying eyes on the commanding officer, Yushui exuberantly exclaimed. His face suffused with a vibrant flush, brimming with excitement. During his tenure, he spearheaded the completion of the Titan project and the establishment of the Titan Mech Corps. indelibly marking his achievements with a grand and illustrious stroke. Initially, he anticipated that in a couple of years, at his age, he would be nearing retirement, possibly receiving a modest promotion. However, following the success of the Titan project, the circumstances had dramatically transformed. There remained substantial potential for further advancement. With the prospect of an additional star on his shoulder and a prominent ranking within the highest committee no longer beyond reach. Welcome, Commander, to review the Titan Mech Corps. Indeed, splendid. Truly remarkable. The elder surveyed the 300 warriors before him, filled with profound satisfaction. These were the elite, meticulously selected from the entire military. Having persevered through rigorous eliminations to earn their final piloting qualifications, to say they were 1 in 1,000 would not be an exaggeration. Their eyes sparkled with determination, and their faces radiated vitality. The Titan Mech stood silently, majestically erect beside them, reporting to the commander, "We have lived up to our mission. After 6 months, the Titan project has been officially completed. We humbly request your review." Yu Shui continued to proclaim with great enthusiasm. "Excellent," the elder responded, nodding in satisfaction and offering his commendation. Simultaneously, upon hearing this declaration, the commanding officers of the major military districts exchanged glances, stepping forward to meticulously assess the complete assembly of the Titan Mechs before them, their eyes brimming with excitement. Particularly evident are the 2 commanders from the Jinling and Kyoto military districts, as the Titan Mech Corps before them undeniably bears their contributions. The other district commanders can merely watch in anticipation, awaiting the release of the second batch of slots. How prepared are you? Do you possess the confidence to showcase your capabilities? The elder inquired with a smile directed at Yu Shui, the mech forces. To be frank, they represent one of the world's pioneering batches. We are among the first to venture into this domain. Rest assured, Commander, the soldiers have long been ready. In response, Yu Shui saluted, suppressing his excitement. We are prepared to conduct the Titan Mech parade at any moment. As he spoke, the soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resounding, always ready. At that moment, the elder did not immediately issue a command but instead scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. After a while, he curiously asked, "Where's Bai Fan? Why has he not appeared today?" The Titan Mech was crafted under his meticulous guidance. His contributions to the success of the Titan project are invaluable and cannot be overlooked. Why, on such an important day, is he absent? Was there a lack of notification? Currently, Bai Fan is in the underground laboratory of the group, further advancing the ramjet engine. He is enhancing and fortifying the original design, having expressly requested no interruptions before entering, stating that any matters should be addressed upon his emergence. Yesterday, I made a special phone call, indicating that there was no need to wait for him to participate, thus refraining from further disturbance and inviting him over. It turns out it was like this. Upon hearing this, the elder expressed even greater satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with approval as he nodded repeatedly. Addressing the commanders of various military regions and accompanying personnel, "Do you see? This is a true scientific talent, wholly devoted to research. I believe only with such spirit can we forge the Titan Mech. After the Mech review, I will arrange to personally visit his group to witness the nature of his leadership." The elder suddenly shifted his tone and articulated a request. "Very well, Commander. I will promptly inform the Future Technology Group and the Xianzhou Municipal Government to prepare for the reception." Upon hearing this, Yu Shui hastily took out his phone to relay the message, but was halted by the elder. "Commander Yu, there is no need to disturb the local authorities. It is merely a casual visit to observe the authentic state of affairs to see Bai Fan's research team. Commander, if we do not notify the locals for reception, your security might be..." Yu Shui hesitated, his eyes betraying concern. "What nonsense. Your Wuhu military district is nearby, less than 10 kilometers away, with nearly 5,000 armed forces and the latest fighter jet base in the country. Can't they ensure the safety of an old man like me?" The elder shot him a stern glance, shaking his hand dismissively, feeling that Yu Shui was overreacting. Upon witnessing this, Yu Shui could only nod slightly and put away his phone. "Let us commence. I wish to behold the Titan Mech for myself, a sight I have longed to witness." The elder then spoke. As his words faded, Yu Shui turned around and summoned his voice to address the soldiers. "All personnel, prepare for action. Board the machines." In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding click, the previously stationary Titan Mech roared to life, its forehead illuminated by 2 beams of blue indicator lights. As the engine bellowed, the mech's lower limbs gradually crouched, while the cockpit descended closer to the ground. 3 seconds later, the cockpit sprang open, and the soldiers swiftly entered. The Titan mech then slowly stood upright. All soldiers began to control the mech according to the predetermined protocols. The left hand transformed into a palm, while the right formed a fist, the two colliding with a resounding bang. In that instant, the training ground resonated solely with the raw sound of metal clashing, deafeningly loud. The spectacle was even more breathtaking than what had been observed in previous videos. A commanding officer from the war zone gazed in awe at the hundreds of Titan mechs performing the same maneuvers before him. Indeed, only through first-hand experience can one truly grasp the immense destructive capability of these machines on the battlefield. They are undoubtedly formidable weapons. I must petition the higher-ups to be included in the first batch of reinforcements. The Titan mech, my base must be equipped with it. Another esteemed commander, known for his hawkish stance within the military, added with a glint of admiration in his eyes, wishing fervently to be included in the second batch of reinforcements, so he could bolster his base with Titan mechs. Old Wu, he remarked, you can forget about that. I've already inquired. What are you waiting for? If there were to be a second batch, I would have secured it long ago. This current batch comprises 350 units, and it is highly unlikely that the numbers will increase over the next year. I shan't even mention the production costs, 250 million per unit, which is inconsequential compared to the subsequent maintenance. The upkeep for 350 Titan mechs amounts to an astronomical figure daily. Production lines will only be activated en masse under extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, the existing Titan mech corps are more than sufficient to meet our needs. The commander of the Kyoto military region spoke with a smile, extinguishing the hopes of the other military regions. Upon hearing this, the smiles of several commanders, who had been daydreaming about the second batch of Titan mech equipment, abruptly faded. They exchanged silent glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the commander of the Tianjin military region was correct. The exorbitant cost of the Titan mechs precludes any possibility of large-scale mass production, typically in accordance with the research and development protocols of our nation. The process unfolds in 3 stages: equipping a batch, conducting experiments, and exploring further possibilities. As for the Titan mechs, it is highly probable that advancements will only be made in production techniques, enhancing speed without significantly increasing the quantity. Should extraordinary situations arise, a large-scale mobilization of forces may be initiated. However, in ordinary times, research funding tends to gravitate towards other cutting-edge projects, thereby maximizing the utilization of resources. Come now, Old Wu, do not wear such a forlorn expression. Even without the Titan mech, there are other marvels. I have heard that the latest Titan aerospace drone from Future Technology Group has been unveiled, making headlines yesterday as it ascended to outer space on the very day of its trial. To put it plainly, this positions it among the world's forefront innovations. At this moment, the commander of the Tianjin military region interjected. The commanders, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Indeed, old Zhang has been most considerate. How could I have overlooked such a key point with my dense mind?" Furthermore, I must emphasize that the engine design for the Titan aerospace drone is precisely what we envision for our next-generation 6th-generation fighter, the J-30, which I anticipate will be unveiled shortly. This represents a significant opportunity for the future. As the conversation progressed, 2 to 3 minutes passed. Meanwhile, the Titan mech corps had assembled in formation for the parade, 5 units in each group, majestically stretching across a distance of over 1,000 meters. Each Titan mech was fully armed, equipped with a small missile launch pod on its back, carrying nearly a ton of missiles, resembling a mobile armory. The broad blade of the sword in its right hand gleamed ominously in the dim light, radiating a chilling brilliance. The aesthetic of machinery was vividly manifest in that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The Titan mechs approached in perfect alignment, their footsteps echoing resoundingly. Yu Shui, the elderly man, and a host of military commanders stood atop the high wall, gazing down at the impressive sight of hundreds of Titan mechas advancing simultaneously, their presence akin to a mountain being pushed forth, grand and awe-inspiring, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even Yu Shui, who dealt with mechas daily, found himself momentarily entranced. Along the sides of the runway, cameras were set up to capture the entire spectacle. This truly is a national treasure. One of the regional commanders, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "With this marvel, it feels as though our million-strong army could retire." The assault of 300 Titan mechas is beyond what a single army could withstand. Not to mention, even my 2 legions of 50,000 combined would likely fall short against a single charge from these Titan mechas. Another regional commander, donning a serious expression, shared his thoughts after careful consideration. Ordinary weaponry is utterly ineffective against these iron behemoths. Only unconventional missiles or rockets stand a chance. Moreover, when it comes to rockets, a saturation strike is imperative, as the maneuverability of the Titan mechas is exceedingly high. If I were the enemy facing these Titan mechas, I would hardly find solace in sleep. It would be nothing short of a nightmare. Perhaps this is the new paradigm of warfare. Our strategies must evolve beyond the past. It is often said that outsiders watch the spectacle while insiders discern the subtleties. As the commanders surveyed the individual Titan mechs, they initially failed to grasp the significance. However, when hundreds of these specialized mechs advanced in unison, their formidable presence became unmistakably apparent, instantly revealing the crux of the matter. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the Gulf War 2 decades ago. The United States information-centric warfare delivered a profound lesson to the world. Within a mere 40 days, they had fully occupied Iraq. That conflict served as an awakening, for at that time, Iraq boasted thousands of tanks of various models. Their military prowess not vastly inferior to ours. Nevertheless, once air superiority was established, those tanks became nothing more than sitting ducks. At that juncture, we were still engrossed in the paradigm of armored assaults, and it was only then that we began to recognize that modern warfare is fundamentally information warfare, leading to the true establishment of various high-tech initiatives. The commander in Kyoto, deep in thought, observed the Titan mech legion before him and seemingly foresaw the advent of a new mode of warfare. This time, they would not merely be spectators or learners. They would assume the mantle of leadership. At this moment, the breathing of all theater commanders grew heavier. 1, 2, 1, 2. From below, the resounding cadence of commands echoed as the Titan mechs marched in rhythm, formally entering the fray, akin to the military's ceremonial parade formation. All present, salute. As the foremost Titan mech, as the formation approached the viewing platform, the commanding general, Gao Changwang, resounded with a powerful shout. In the next instant, the mechs uniformly saluted, their right arms raised in unison. Comrades, greetings. The superior officer on the viewing platform smiled as he spoke. Greetings, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices amplified and resonating through the Titan mechs with remarkable clarity. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. He continued. To serve the people, came the collective reply once more. Thus, one by one, the Titan mechs passed by the viewing stands in perfect formation, taking 5 minutes to do so. Simultaneously, at the Wuhu military district, a parade of Titan mechs was taking place. Meanwhile, another special operations team from the CIA lay in wait near the Future Technology Group. Unlike the previous team, all members of this unit were of Chinese descent. At first glance, they appeared to be native Chinese citizens, yet unbeknownst to many, these individuals were of yellow skin and white hearts. This was the Falcon Squad, reporting to headquarters. The team leader, Falcon, spoke into his earpiece. This is Falcon Squad. Report to headquarters. Headquarters here, please proceed, came the reply. The target has not appeared for 3 days. I repeat, the target has not appeared for 3 days. Continue surveillance. The target has been engaged in long-term research projects and should be in the underground laboratories of the Future Technology Group. Repeat, maintain surveillance and report any anomalies immediately. In the headquarters, Tom spoke in a low voice. Falcon, acknowledged. On the other side, in the Pentagon, the Department of Military Equipment, also known as the Research Center, was abuzz with activity. At this moment, a clandestine meeting concerning aerospace fighter aircraft is underway, focusing on the recent sensational event involving the Titan Air Force drone entering outer space orbit, which has ignited widespread discussion across the internet. A general, distinguished by 3 stars on his shoulder and a beard flecked with gray, was the first to shatter the silence. Directing his inquiry towards the head of the intelligence department, James, what progress has been made in acquiring the performance data parameters of Huawei's latest aerospace fighter? Additionally, how much information do we possess regarding its manufacturer, Future Technology Group? Furthermore, what are your thoughts on the videos and information that Huawei has disclosed about its aerospace fighter? Chapter 77. This is impossible. Seated in a corner, clad in the black attire of the CIA, James had initially intended to refrain from engaging in this topic, especially since his operatives were still on a mission and had yet to gather any substantial intelligence. However, the subject had been thrust upon him by a high-ranking military official from the intelligence agency, leaving him no choice but to respond. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the documents on his computer and slowly began to speak. As for the information regarding Huawei's aerospace drone, our understanding is rather limited due to time constraints. It has been less than 24 hours since the event occurred, but our branch located in the Hawaiian Islands has acted swiftly, deploying personnel into Hawaii to investigate the data performance of this aerospace drone. Currently, it has been preliminarily understood that this entity does not belong to the China Aerospace Corporation, but rather to the newly established Future Technology Group, which emerged 6 months ago. This group may not be widely recognized, yet its silicon-carbon energy battery is well known, as it holds the position of the foremost in the global energy storage industry, essentially dominating the entire market. The drone developed by Future Technology Group measures 13 meters in length and can reach a maximum speed of 8 Mach. It is speculated that it employs a novel engine capable of sustained operation in extremely thin atmospheres, thus enabling access to outer space orbits. James elaborated gradually, divulging the intelligence he currently possessed over the course of 5 to 6 minutes. However, the military representatives across from him did not glean any substantial information and, in dissatisfaction, interrupted with the inquiry. So, can their aerospace drone descend? James shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Professor Michael, may I ask if, given our current capabilities, we could develop a drone of comparable caliber? He continued, certainly. Advancing further would be even better, enabling a successful return. Subsequently, this dignitary shifted his focus and inquired about Professor Michael, a representative from Lockheed Martin, who serves as an advisor to the military aerospace systems of Country M and is a distinguished MIT professor, a veritable titan in the field of aerospace. Notably, he was the leader of the team that originally designed the famous Apollo manned rocket. Professor Michael stroked his graying beard and hesitated momentarily at the video display before him. The drone enters outer space orbit. Currently, our technology is inadequate. The engine cannot withstand the sparse atmosphere at high altitudes, making prolonged acceleration unattainable. Observing the furrowed brows of the esteemed military officials before him, Professor Michael elucidated. The spaceplane drone differs from a rocket. While it can achieve accelerations of several dozen Mach, upon reaching the first cosmic velocity, it can continue ascending due to inertia. However, to ensure the safety of the airframe, the spaceplane drone is inherently unable to utilize high-power, full-output engines. For instance, our Falcon 3, activating such power instantaneously would lead to tail collapse due to the electrical and aerodynamic forces, ultimately destroying the entire structure. After ascending to an altitude of 10 kilometers, it would explode like a firework. Professor Michael refrained from delving too deeply into technical jargon, merely mentioning that the current engine model lacks support. How long would it take to redevelop? Inquired another military official. We need a drone of equivalent caliber in a short time frame. At least 3 years. No, 3 years is far too long. 1 year. That is absolutely impossible. A 1-year development cycle is unattainable for any team. The design and creation of a new engine typically begins with a 5-year timeline, and should any issues arise during testing, the timeline must be extended. I trust that everyone here comprehends the challenges involved. Would anyone truly wish for an aircraft that could explode at any moment to be airborne? At this, Professor Michael nearly sprang from his seat. What nonsense! A new engine in 1 year? If I possessed such capabilities, would I still be standing here? Upon witnessing this, the assembled individuals comprehended that developing a new engine of equivalent caliber in a short span was no simple task. The meeting descended into a brief silence. I gazed at you, and you at me, as the military magnates, in tacit understanding, refrained from further discourse. At this juncture, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, the foremost figure of Nation M, gradually interjected into the conversation, shattering the tranquility of the conference room. Since we cannot produce results in the current research direction within a short time frame, let us pivot to an alternative approach. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned grave. The subsequent remarks were crucial. James, have your intelligence operatives infiltrated the vicinity of Future Technology Group? Excellent. Biden's demeanor was serious, his hands braced against the table, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, which continued to display the drone footage. Given the challenges and the requisite development timeline, let us take a more straightforward route. We need not engage in research. Instead, we shall seize what is necessary without negotiation. We will then refine it based on our original framework, transforming it into what appears to be our own innovation. We shall ensure the mission's success. I will notify the necessary parties immediately. Excellent. I await your favorable news. Meeting adjourned. Simultaneously, upon receiving the directive from superiors, Tom did not act immediately. Half an hour earlier, he had established contact with Falcon. Currently, Bai Fan had yet to reveal himself, leaving him to await in silence. However, The aforementioned command required him to complete the task within the shortest possible time frame, specifically within 3 days, while underscoring the fact that high-ranking military officials were closely monitoring the situation. In an instant, Tom felt immense pressure. In his estimation, advancing the task at this juncture was exceedingly imprudent. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to comply. Tom called into the channel. "This is Falcon. Message received. I repeat, message received. Please proceed. Complete the task within 3 days." Tom succinctly stated. "Understood." Falcon acknowledges. Chapter 78. So many generals? He ended the communication, his expression somewhat grim. Completing the task within 3 days sounded deceptively simple. Under ordinary circumstances, it would take no more than a day to resolve such an assignment. As a seasoned intelligence combat group leader with over 20 years of experience, he held this confidence. Yet, what was the situation now? He had not even caught a glimpse of the target, let alone how to fulfill the mission. Although they had reasonably determined that the target resided in the underground laboratory of the Future Technology Group, it was hardly feasible to simply storm in. What an international farce that would be. The Wuhu military district was stationed less than 10 kilometers from the Future Technology Group. Any hint of movement would result in immediate encirclement, leaving no room for escape. Perhaps he should never have taken on this task in the first place. At that moment, Falcon recalled the failure of the previous intelligence team, which was not without reason. Observing his superior, who remained silent for an extended period after the phone call and wore an exceedingly grim expression, a young team member with a buzz cut approached with concern. "Chief, what is the situation?" he inquired. "The higher-ups have commanded us to complete our mission within 3 days. Regardless of whether it pertains to the silicon-carbon solid-state battery technology from Future Technology Group or the performance parameters of the newly developed aerospace drones. We must secure all of it," replied Falcon. Upon hearing this, the young man was momentarily taken aback, then reacted with an expletive, "Damn. We have to complete this in 3 days? Weren't we instructed to act according to the situation? The targets are all hidden in underground research facilities. Where are we supposed to find them?" Tom did not convey the mission like this initially. The young member was thoroughly perplexed. Falcon shook his head. "It's different this time. The order comes from the military. Even our direct superior, the director, is under immense pressure, let alone us." The young member hesitated. "So what should we?" "We have no choice but to proceed," Falcon replied with a serious demeanor, articulating each word distinctly. "Notify the brothers to be ready for action at any moment. Do not wait until the last day. If anything unusual occurs, execute Plan B. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid any conflict with the authorities of Huagua." "Understood." The young team member nodded solemnly, fully aware of the underlying complexities. He knew that if this mission were mishandled, they could end up like the previous team, destined to spend their lives in a specially designed prison in Huagua, subsisting on cabbage and steamed buns. With the command issued, the atmosphere shifted. The entire team of 7 plunged into a state of urgency, fully armed and poised for action. Time gradually slipped by, and as the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, an unexpected situation arose while everyone remained vigilant in their positions. "Boss, we have a situation." A sudden exclamation from a team member shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere in the earpiece, rousing the resting Falcon in an instant. He lifted his gaze through the window and observed a procession of black sedans appearing in the parking lot of Future Technology Group. A large contingent of personnel swiftly surrounded the vehicles, each individual bearing a serious demeanor, occasionally scanning their surroundings, their eyes sharp as those of a hawk. Recognizing them as peers, Falcon's mind raced with thoughts. The synchronized movements, the shared expressions, the fluidity of their gait, and their strategic positioning all unmistakably indicated that these individuals belonged to a specialized department of the Chinese government, and with over 30 to 40 personnel present, it was evident that a high-ranking official had arrived for an inspection at Future Technology Group. "All units, maintain heightened vigilance. The opportunity has presented itself. Prepare for action," Falcon commanded in a low tone. The arrival of such a significant leader at Future Technology Group was a matter of great importance. In his estimation, Bai Fan, as the chairman of the group, would undoubtedly be in attendance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the office, Wang Lu, who was preparing to discuss the acquisition case with CATL, was suddenly informed by her secretary of a leader's impending visit. She pondered, perplexed as to why there had been no prior notice. However, as he led the team downstairs to receive the guests, upon seeing the distinguished leader descend from the vehicle and clearly recognizing his features, Wang Lu was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes filled with profound disbelief, his mouth slightly agape in utter shock. This, the leader, After standing frozen for approximately a minute, Wang Lu finally regained his composure and hurried forward, exclaiming, "How fortunate to see you. You should have informed us in advance so we could prepare for your reception." Wang Lu quickly scanned the gathering, feeling an overwhelming tumult within. Having just arrived from the Wuhu base, the military dignitaries had not even had time to change out of their uniforms, their shining epaulets casting an imposing presence. To speak candidly, around 60 of the nation's military elite were gathered here, congregated at the foot of a private enterprises building. Goodness, these are all generals. Moreover, the majority bore 2 stars, with 3 stars appearing as common as cabbages. These are figures one typically sees only on the evening news. Is our group truly this formidable? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. And that leader earlier, if I am not mistaken, must be the one in question. In this moment, the employees of Future Technology Group felt as though a seismic event of magnitude 12 had struck their hearts, teetering on the brink of disbelief as they witnessed this surreal scene before them. Listening to Wang Li's words, the elder nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, really. I merely came to take a casual glance." "Are you Wang Lu?" the elderly man inquired with a cheerful tone, observing Wang Lu, who was elegantly clad in a stylish suit. "You were transferred to Future Technology Group 3 months ago from the department, having previously worked in a state-owned enterprise. How do you find your experience here after these 3 months? Now that you've been moved from the system, do you have any thoughts on it?" As he spoke, the elderly man walked inside, casting a discerning glance around. "It's quite good," Wang Lu responded. "Future Technology Group is the most unique corporation I have encountered, truly one of a kind. Working here is vastly different from my past experiences, and I have learned a great deal. Moreover, the department's decision to transfer me surely reflects some higher-level considerations." "Indeed," the elder affirmed. "You are correct. Future Technology Group is distinct from other companies. Your transfer was undoubtedly based on special considerations. Not everyone could achieve the position you currently hold." As they conversed, they made their way into the interior of the group. Meanwhile, a hawk, fixated on the entrance, began to waver upon witnessing such an impressive assembly. Several generals had arrived at Future Technology Group, led by the foremost figure. If an altercation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly escalate into a significant international incident. However, one comforting thought lingered: the target, Bai Fan, would undoubtedly make an appearance soon. This, it seemed, was the only piece of good news. The hawk wore a bitter smile, muttering to himself, Chapter 79, Meeting with the Leader, to act or not to act. At this very moment, the falcon found himself repeatedly questioning his predicament. Ensnared in a dilemma. Undoubtedly, this was an opportune moment. The arrival of such a high-ranking official would certainly disrupt Bai Fan's research, affording them a chance to engage with him, potentially granting access to the underground laboratory and the pertinent information contained therein. However, precisely because of this, should their actions be exposed, the repercussions would be unprecedented, a price he could ill afford. At this level, not only their small team, but even the Hawaiian branch would likely be unable to withstand such pressure. If things went awry, even if they managed to escape in the end, their entire squad could be sacrificed, sold out as pawns. After all, standing there was the paramount leader of Huagua. A mere tremor could send shockwaves through the international arena. "What? That individual is coming? Please, repeat that. Are you certain this is not a jest?" Upon hearing the news, Tom sprang from his seat, astonished, and sought to verify the authenticity of the situation. He could hardly believe that, at this juncture, such a figure would visit the Future Technology Group. What a coincidence! Could it be that something had been sensed? If action were to be taken, this was an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, as he began to voice his thoughts, the falcon hesitated, redirecting the question back to Tom. "I understand your point. Allow me to ponder it, to reflect thoroughly. Let us suspend all activities for now. Without my authorization, no action should be taken." Tom has dedicated several decades to the intelligence sector, possessing an acute political acumen that is beyond reproach. He is undoubtedly aware of the unspoken half-truths that linger in the air. After a lapse of 5 or 6 minutes, he resumed speaking. "Chief, in my estimation, this individual is unlikely to remain with the Future Technology Group for an extended period. When the time is right, we should exploit the opportunity to accomplish our mission. It is imperative that we avoid any direct confrontation with him. We must wait until he has departed before we take action. Do you understand? If the opportunity does not present itself, we must remain vigilant for subsequent chances. Taking unnecessary risks is out of the question. Should this endeavor unravel, both of us would face dire consequences." After considerable reflection, Tom emphasized through his earpiece, his face flushed with concern. Anxious that the Falcon might act impulsively and confront the individual directly. If that were to occur, following the typical protocols of several high-ranking officials at the Pentagon, he and the Falcon team would undoubtedly be expelled. Understood, Falcon. He responded. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly abandon this mission. Everyone, maintain your vigilance and await the target's appearance. Do not engage with the recently arrived convoy. I repeat, do not engage in any conflict. The Falcon solemnly communicated through the earpiece. Water Sloth, verify the retreat route. Report, the retreat route is secure and can be activated at any moment. Good. With that remark, the internal communication channel fell silent once more. Meanwhile, in the subterranean laboratory, Bai Fan was diligently adjusting the recently offline stamping engine, simultaneously testing and assessing the data status. The stress area of the third blade had increased slightly by 3, which could destabilize the engine during high-speed operation, preventing it from reaching optimal performance. A readjustment was necessary. This adjustment was acceptable, but the aerodynamic model required modification. The intake volume was excessively rapid, resulting in a compressive airspeed that was too high. While this posed little issue at high altitudes, during the ascent below 20,000 meters, encountering even a minor obstruction, such as haze, could potentially lead to engine surging and, in severe cases, an immediate fire. A complete overhaul was imperative. In a bid to maximize speed, Bai Fan adopted a high-cost, multi-threaded operational strategy. Within a mere week, he had invested nearly 700 to 800 million, a figure that was rapidly escalating with the passage of time. In essence, he temporarily reorganized the entire Titan Aerospace drone development team into 10 smaller groups, each dedicated to a specific engine improvement plan, with production lines operating continuously 24 hours a day. As soon as a new plan was established, the aerospace production group was promptly notified to commence manufacturing. Upon completion, military aircraft were dispatched to facilitate delivery, compressing the entire process to within 3 hours. Remarkably, the engine, freshly produced at the manufacturing base in the Western region, arrived at the Future Technology Group just 3 hours later. Indeed, among the remaining 3 plans, an optimal solution should be achievable within approximately another week. In the office adjacent to the laboratory, Bai Fan glanced at the results of all the proposals up to that moment, chuckling to himself. At that instant, Wang Li's secretary hurriedly entered, approaching Bai Fan and lowering her voice. Chairman, the general manager requests your presence upstairs. What is it about? The leaders from the military are here for an inspection. Which leaders? Really? Upon hearing this, Bai Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a significant event had transpired without prior notification. Yes, the commander is currently upstairs, listening to the general manager report on the daily operations of the group, and Commander Yu from the neighboring base is also present. Everyone is waiting for you. The secretary, eager not to lose a moment, hurriedly conveyed the information, her back damp with sweat from the anxiety of delaying. All right, I will head there immediately. Nodding in response, Bai Fan summoned the deputy project manager to delegate some tasks before changing his attire and taking the elevator away from the laboratory. Thus, 2 minutes later, Bai Fan arrived at the top floor of the Future Technology Group, formally meeting the commander, taking a moment to adjust his clothing before entering. Is there anything wrong with my outfit? Bai Fan inquired of the secretary, feeling a twinge of nervousness within. No problem at all. After hearing this, Bai Fan felt a slight sense of relief as he prepared to push open the door to the office. Meanwhile, the Falcon team, observing through binoculars, had also captured this information. Discover the target. Once more, I reiterate, discover the target. Await the opportune moment. The Falcon continued to speak, every nerve in its body highly taut. Chapter 80, A Grand Prospect. At the highest echelons of the organization, Bai Fan did not enter immediately. Instead, he took a full 5 minutes at the entrance to compose himself before he finally pushed open the office door. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to an elderly gentleman wearing a Zhongshan suit, comfortably seated on the sofa opposite him, engaged in amiable conversation with Wang Lu. On the coffee table lay a stack of documents, evidently the financial reports and operational status of the organization up to that moment. Surrounding the elder were several high-ranking military officials clad in uniforms. Among those Bai Fan recognized were the commander of the Jinling military region, the commander of the Eastern Theater, and the commander of the Tianjin military region, not to mention several others he did not know, totaling at least 10. It seemed as though half of the military hierarchy had gathered here. Witnessing the scene before him, Bai Fan felt a surge of astonishment and disbelief. He could not fathom why this senior official had suddenly graced the organization with his presence. As Bai Fan stepped through the door, the conversations abruptly ceased, and all attention swiftly shifted to him. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Bai Fan, the commander was just mentioning you. Pondering whether to visit our underground laboratory to personally observe our research team, Yu Shuei was the first to rise, speaking with a smile. Certainly. I assure you there will be no issues. The research and development team of the Future Technology Group stands ready to await the directives of their esteemed leader. It is believed that they will be immensely pleased with the leader's instructions. Bai Fan's expression turned serious as he spoke with resolute clarity. He holds profound respect for this individual, who has accomplished numerous tangible achievements since assuming office. In every regard, there is nothing to critique. Come, sit down. Do not be overly anxious. The primary purpose of this visit is to observe the acceptance of the Titan project, while also taking the opportunity to meet the creators of the Titan mecha and the Future Technology Group. The leader greeted with a smile, encouraging Bai Fan to relax and take a seat beside him. This marked their first encounter. Indeed, quite impressive, the elder mused, observing Bai Fan's calm demeanor. Neither servile nor arrogant, and silently commending him. Achieving such success at a young age is a rarity, and to maintain such composure on that foundation is truly exceptional. Deserving of the title of national treasure. Simultaneously, Bai Fan scrutinized the elder with keen interest. Following the leader's instructions, he settled down and listened attentively. The data presented could undoubtedly be described as the hallmark of a large-scale technology company, rivaling few in the nation. The elder gradually opened the discussion, saying, then, why not enlighten us regarding the Future Technology Group as plans and the current status of collaborative projects with the military? It would be beneficial for us to hear. Certainly. Leader, Bai Fan replied. As he spoke, Bai Fan rose and walked towards the right side of the reception hall, holding a black watercolor pen, prepared to elaborate on the details on the drawing board. Simultaneously, the commander straightened his posture, his expression turning serious. And the other 10 or so theater commanders seated nearby mirrored this demeanor, intently gazing at Bai Fan. Esteemed commanders and leaders, I extend a warm welcome to you all for visiting the Future Technology Group. I shall now elucidate the classified military projects currently under development and outline some future directions. Firstly, and most importantly, I wish to present the Titan project, specifically the Titan mech. To date, all 300 units ordered have been successfully delivered and accepted. I believe you have all witnessed the formation of the Titan Mech Legion. Bai Fan inscribed the words Titan Mech on the drawing board. The prominent figures nodded in acknowledgement, reminiscing about the mech parade earlier that morning. Despite the hours that had passed, they still felt a profound sense of awe. However, the completion of the Titan mech deliveries does not signify the conclusion of the entire project. Rather, I perceive it as merely the beginning. The current production line has been entirely sealed off and transitioned to relevant military bases, requiring no operations apart from regular maintenance. Concurrently, we have also initiated the design scheme for the second generation of Titan mechs, primarily focusing on energy and weaponry. In terms of energy, we shall advance further towards solid-state batteries, striving to enhance energy density per unit while reducing size and increasing capacity, thereby achieving prolonged operational capabilities. Simultaneously, with the transformation of warfare dynamics and advancements in technology, traditional firearms have become ill-suited for contemporary combat scenarios. There arises a pressing need for a new weapon, which is the focal point of the Future Titan Mech Group's research endeavors. Upon hearing this, the eyes of certain military commanders instantly sparkled with excitement, particularly those involved in related projects, whose enthusiasm was palpably evident. The second item pertains to the Titan Air Force drone, also part of the Titan series. According to the plan, the Titan Air Force drone will be compatible with the Titan mechs, enabling a shared aerial and terrestrial perspective, thereby enhancing the combat capabilities of the Titan mechs. This innovation allows for operations deep behind enemy lines without reliance on command centers, facilitating complete autonomous action and leveraging drones for beyond visual range strike effectiveness. Bai Fan's remarks ignited a fervor among military elites, particularly among those from regions that had not secured allocations for Titan mechs. At this moment, the overall commander of the Tianjin military district exchanged knowing glances with several other commanders who had discussed this matter earlier in the day, their eyes seemingly conveying, "See, I told you so." Seizing the opportunity with the Titan airborne drone is indeed significant. Leaning back on the sofa, the senior officer listened intently to this description. his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of exhilaration. Subsequently, Bai Fan continued, stating, "Just a week ago, the first Titan Air Force drone successfully completed its test flight, exceeding expectations and successfully entering low Earth orbit. However, due to technical limitations of the engine, the prototype currently drifts in space. The Titan Air Force drone team is diligently developing a second-generation scramjet engine and exploring new solutions to enhance pressure and improve engine efficiency. Their goal is to ensure that the aerospace drone not only ascends but also returns safely, enabling multiple reuses." Chapter 81. Affirmation from the Highest Echelons. In the office, a cadre of military officials resembled eager students, clutching notebooks, occasionally glancing up, pen in hand, diligently noting down information. Their eyes shimmered with palpable enthusiasm, each face adorned with radiant smiles. This inspection visit was undoubtedly fortuitous. Unbeknownst to them, the Future Technology Group harbored such a plethora of innovative ideas for the project. And most crucially, many of these ideas were actionable and had already been partially implemented. The military leaders exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their mutual thoughts. As time gradually passed, even into the evening, Bai Fan continued to eloquently expound on the Future Technology Group's project plans, showing no signs of pausing. According to his perspective, since they were already present, it was essential to seize the moment and amplify their influence. What a jest it would be! If the individual before him were to take notice, the top-down implementation would be extraordinarily swift, far more rapid than any effort he or his group could muster alone. Such opportunities are seldom found in daily life, and Bai Fan certainly could not let this one slip away. "Chief, I believe the time is getting late. Should we take a break and head down for a meal before continuing?" Wang Lu approached the chief, lowering his voice to suggest that the banquet was ready and inviting several leaders to move. At that moment, the secretary, overhearing the conversation, interjected with the upcoming schedule. "Chief, you have a meeting to attend in 3 hours. This may create a scheduling conflict." The secretary's expression revealed his concern. "What meeting?" "A conference on the economy involving third-party nations." Upon hearing this, the chief pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to proceed with the project discussion. "Su, please inform Lao Zhang that I would like him to attend this meeting on my behalf. After all, he is quite adept in economic matters." Lao Zhang, mentioned by the chief, is Zhang Wan, the head of the economic department of Huagua, frequently seen participating in various financial forums and news outlets. Let us continue. After Bai Fan concludes his presentation, we shall proceed. To put it plainly, I must say, you from the Future Technology Group have made a remarkable impression today. Well done, the elder remarked, stroking his beard with evident delight. In the foreseeable future, the Future Technology Group will continue to invest in energy and intelligent programming as its core projects. Building upon its existing foundation, it aims to further assist the military in developing equipment while also promoting applications in the civilian sector. The Titan Air Force drone, anticipated to incorporate a new generation of intelligent systems and undergo expansion, could potentially evolve into a conventional aerospace combat aircraft. Furthermore, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to transform into an aerospace carrier reminiscent of those depicted in science fiction films. The future mode of warfare will undoubtedly be a multifaceted and highly information-centered construct, unbound by traditional air or naval forces, and will instead focus its gaze towards outer space. Bai Fan concluded his report methodically, emphasizing the core direction for future development. As his words echoed, the elder was the first to applaud, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Thunderous applause soon followed, affirming that my initial choice was indeed correct. The Future Technology Group is truly remarkable. The elder stood up, approached Bai Fan, and personally offered his commendations. "Thank you for your support, Chief," Bai Fan replied with a nod. "May I inquire, Chairman Bai, when do you anticipate the Titan Air Force drone will be ready for service?" At this moment, the commander of the Tianjin military district, unable to contain his eagerness, posed the question, having missed the first opportunity to acquire the Titan mech and now contemplating the second wave of Titan drones. Bai Fan pondered for a moment. Currently, the second-generation Titan aerospace drone is undergoing testing with its latest ramjet engine, which has met the rigorous requirements for extreme conditions. In approximately a week, the most recent engine proposal will be unveiled. A test flight is anticipated in a month. Should it achieve the designated performance metrics, extensive trials will ensue, validating the airframe's stability and reliability across various environments. Only after comprehensive experimentation and confirmation of flawless data will the military be engaged for procurement and deployment. This entire process will take, at the very least, over 6 months. Bai Fan mentioned a figure 6 months? Indeed, I can wait that long. Upon hearing this, the commander of the Tianjin military region patted his chest and promptly exclaimed, "You must reserve a spot for our Tianjin military region." Haha, I am also counting on it. Chairman Bai, we cannot be overlooked in the Western Theater Command. As the future technological group's engine production department, it would be unreasonable for us to receive nothing. While we do not hold our breath for the Titan mecha, we certainly hope a slot is reserved for us regarding this drone. At this moment, the commander of the Western Theater Command also stood up, cheerfully voicing his sentiments. The other high-ranking officials, observing the premature demands for slots from their respective commanders, found the situation rather amusing. Nonetheless, this also indirectly attested to the formidable nature of the Titan aerospace drone. Meanwhile, news of the commander's visit to the Future Technology Group with a military entourage began to circulate, prompting local government leaders to rush to the group. At that moment, they were waiting downstairs. "Commander, the relevant leaders from the Xianzhou municipal government request to see you," a secretary approached and announced. "Didn't we agree to keep this under wraps and avoid making a fuss?" The commander frowned. "You know, it's impossible to conceal your arrival," the secretary replied, resigned. "Let them wait for a while. Since they are here, we might as well pay them a visit," the commander decided. With the local government already aware of the news, he chose not to hide any longer. Before departing, he earnestly grasped Bai Fan's hand and said with utmost seriousness, "Comrade Bai Fan, should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance during the research and development process, do not hesitate to reach out to the organization. Whether through the Ministry of Science and Technology or the military, there will be no issues. In case of emergencies, you can contact me directly. I assure you, the organization will commit to maximizing support for the research projects at Future Technology Group. We will address any challenges that arise. In this new century, facing new challenges, enterprises like Future Technology Group must take on responsibility." The elder spoke with remarkable conviction, and the military leaders present nodded in satisfaction. In essence, his words constituted a promise, a guarantee from the highest echelons of power in Huaguo to Future Technology Group and Bai Fan. As the words fell, the group departed. Yu Shui approached with a smile, patting Bai Fan on the shoulder. "Well said, your words have stirred my emotions. You must act swiftly, so we might soon witness the vision you have articulated." Meanwhile, while all attention within the building was focused on the leader and his entourage, the long-hidden Falcon squad finally seized an opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the research and development building, making their way to the underground laboratory to prepare for action. Chapter 82. Implementing the Plan. All personnel, upon entering the underground laboratory of the Future Technology Group, maintain radio silence, remain on high alert, and be prepared to adapt. No further commands shall be issued, with technical data as the primary objective. Avoid unnecessary movements concerning Bai Fan. The individual in question has not yet departed. I repeat, technical data is the foremost priority. The Falcon, clad in a fitting white lab coat, swiped through the access control before delivering a final command on the internal channel. Subsequently, he decisively yanked off his earpiece and discarded it into a nearby trash bin, striding into the laboratory with a serious demeanor. To an unknowing observer, he would indeed appear as a quintessential underground research staff member of the Future Technology Group. On the other side, at the front of the building, accompanied by the hum of engines, Bai Fan watched as the military personnel drove away from the group. Meanwhile, General Manager Wang Lu exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly relieved. "How is it? Too tense?" Bai Fan turned to Wang Lu and inquired. "Chairman, can one not be tense?" Wang Lu cast a glance at Bai Fan, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Do you even realize who this is? This is the individual who appears daily on the news broadcasts. Chairman, not everyone remains unfazed like you do in the face of adversity. One must admit." Wang Lu genuinely admired his chairman's composure. There was not a hint of anxiety. He methodically expounded upon the project plan for a full 3 hours. Meanwhile, Wang Lu had been anxiously awaiting for 10 minutes, feeling an immense weight of pressure that made it impossible for him to sit still. Beads of sweat forming on his back. "It's all right. Just gain more experience," Bai Fan said nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Gain more experience? Wang Lu was taken aback. Could it be that this individual might return again? Observing Wang Lu's musings, Bai Fan chuckled softly and chose not to delve further into that topic. As they walked deeper into the company, he shifted the conversation to other matters, I just received news that the site selection for the photovoltaic project in Saudi Arabia has been finalized. I will head to the laboratory to take a look. If everything checks out, we can begin planning for personnel selection ahead of time, as we will likely need to send individuals abroad for inspections after the new year. Wang Le nodded in understanding. Understood. Is there anything else you need to address? With the new year approaching, how are the arrangements for the company's annual meeting and year-end bonuses coming along? Bai Fan inquired, his gaze reflecting a hint of contemplation. Moreover, the year-end bonuses are structured based on the tenure of employees. Those who have just joined will receive theirs after 3 months, while those recruited from other companies will receive bonuses after 6 months. As for confidential projects, bonuses will be allocated according to the project, with a minimum tenure of 1 year. Wang Le pondered for a moment before speaking candidly. Upon hearing this arrangement, Bai Fan reflected for a while. The company's profits this year have been commendable. I believe we can distribute a more substantial year-end bonus. On one hand, it serves as a reward for our employees, and on the other hand, it prepares us for next year's recruitment. Unlike this year's broad approach, next year's strategy will likely focus on specialized and niche fields. It is wise to prepare in advance. By how much shall we increase the bonuses? Wang Le hesitated before inquiring, as this matter pertains to financial considerations. Although she oversees the group's operations, it is imperative to seek Bai Fan's input. Let us make it a round figure and double the existing amount, Bai Fan suggested after a moment's contemplation, aiming to ensure that everyone enjoys a comfortable new year. Doubling the bonuses? It may not seem excessive, yet it translates to an additional expenditure of 2 billion. Such a gesture is not commonplace for an ordinary company. Bai Fan, however, was entirely unfazed by this level of cash flow, particularly with new orders on the horizon. The subsequent funds would accumulate like a snowball, growing ever larger. Very well. I shall promptly issue the directive and send an internal email to notify everyone, Wang Le affirmed with unwavering certainty, immediately instructing her secretary to disseminate the news. Once the announcement was made, an explosive reaction ensued. Future Technology Group ignited like a blazing torch in an instant. Wait, are we really receiving 3 additional months of year-end bonuses? Is this for real? Indeed, it is more genuine than gold itself. Just check the internal company email. It has already been issued, signed by the General Manager's office. Oh my goodness! A year-end bonus equivalent to 6 months' salary. If calculated directly, that amounts to 80,000. An employee exclaimed with excitement. This is merely for our newly recruited staff, and they are from the private sector. I've heard that those working in the underground laboratory handle confidential projects, and each of them likely receives at least a year's bonus. Really? Is it that high? Indeed, you are considered the elite of our group. However, I wonder when the pathway will be opened for us to join and witness the prowess of our group's elite. It should be soon. Previously, I heard through the grapevine that after the new year, a batch will be opened up, and there will be internal examinations and related assessments. Assessments? What kind of examinations do we need for transitioning into confidential projects? I've heard it may involve political scrutiny. Seriously? Isn't that something reserved for those entering the military or governmental roles? Absolutely. Do you really think our group is an ordinary private enterprise? That would be underestimating our company. Just look at the strength of other businesses in the market. Moreover, we are entrusted with military confidential projects. It's not a simple matter. The employees engaged in animated conversation, each interjecting with their thoughts. As the discussion deepened, their curiosity about the so-called underground laboratory's confidential projects intensified, with an eagerness to join immediately. Meanwhile, Bai Fan remained oblivious to the growing buzz of espionage among the group's employees as he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the lower floors, gradually making his way to the underground laboratory. At this very moment, the Falcon team has dispersed, diligently searching for pertinent documents. The question arises, where is the document room? As Falcon navigates through the various departments of the laboratory, he mutters softly to himself, seeking the location of the storage room for the documents. Unfortunately, he does not possess any specific files regarding the document room and cannot casually inquire with anyone, as it would risk exposing his identity. After 5 or 6 minutes of scouring the entire underground facility spanning 50 floors, Falcon finally identifies the target storage area. However, when he attempts to unlock it with his universal electronic key, he is informed that access is denied. The internal codes of the key failed to execute properly. Damn, this is infuriating. These so-called tech experts boast about their abilities to unlock any electronic device. Yet here we are. Falcon curses under his breath. His initial plan was to utilize the electronic key to open the storage lock and transfer all the data onto a hard drive. But it is evident that this plan cannot be realized. It seems there is only one path left. Falcon slowly raises his head, gazing at the high-strength titanium alloy safe before him, resolutely making a decision in his mind. Chapter 83. Kidnapping Bai Fan. Kidnapping Bai Fan. A colonel in the military of Huagua, the chairman of a future technology group worth hundreds of billions, and the head of several secret experiments with the military. Any one of these identities, if revealed, could have a profound impact. Moreover, this influence could very well lead to dire consequences for the entire Falcon team. However, at this moment, the Falcon found himself at an impasse. He had just taken the perilous risk of exposing himself, attempting to utilize an electronic key to unlock the safe and retrieve its vital documents. As the most opportune moment slipped away gradually, the Falcon knew he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Otherwise, the repercussions from within the intelligence agency would be severe. Not to mention, shedding this uniform would undoubtedly lead to the cancellation of his retirement benefits and various entitlements, an unyielding fate. There was even the possibility of being falsely accused and brought before a military tribunal. Given his deep understanding of the inner workings of the intelligence agency, he pondered extensively before resolving to act without further hesitation. Clad in a white lab coat, he positioned himself before the filing cabinet, resembling a researcher awaiting experimental data, silently anticipating the arrival of the principal party. Meanwhile, Bai Fan was engaged in a conversation with representatives from Saudi Arabia. "Ah, my friend, the first set of equipment you requested has been fully assembled according to your specifications. Guess what?" On the other end of the line, Abdullah was eagerly examining the data at hand, his excitement palpable as he shared the news with Bai Fan, treating him as his closest confidant. "We succeeded. Yes, my friend. The initial conversion efficiency has astonishingly reached 65. Abdullah's tone was exceedingly animated, and even through the phone, Bai Fan could sense his exuberance, far from the demeanor one would expect from a prince. "I have inquired, and it appears that the current conversion rates in the market generally hover around 30, with the highest reaching merely 35. This is still a highly confidential technology. However, your innovative approach starts at an astonishing 60, which is truly remarkable. I have just calculated that a photovoltaic panel covering 1,000 square meters can supply the daily electricity needs of a small town." On the other end of the line, Abba, while reviewing the freshly reported data, struggled to contain his excitement as he spoke to Bai Fan. "Bai Fan, no, my brother. I demand we increase the area. Let us expand. Double it, no? Let us triple it." With a grand gesture, Abba sought to amend the order. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Bai Fan's face. The alteration of the order was entirely within his expectations. "Of course, my friend," he replied, "I have just stated that I am your closest ally, and I would never deny your request. However, the related equipment has already been prepared according to the original order. The subsequent expansion may require some time." Bai Fan spoke with candor. "That is acceptable, as long as it can be arranged," Abba responded. Bai Fan then extended an invitation for him to savor the most authentic dish of Xianzhou, Ningguo Bapa. After hanging up, Bai Fan messaged Wang Lo, instructing him to prepare the contract, order, and logistical arrangements. Upon reviewing the figures in the message, Wang Lu, who was working in the office, felt a sense of numbness. The chairman's prowess in generating profit is unrivaled, second to none, indeed. How little time has passed since they last parted. Another 20 billion in orders has come in. And from these, they weepingly secured a profit of 15 billion. "Fengbu, previously you mentioned photovoltaic power generation, and now it is indeed feasible." Bai Fan made a call to the Ministry of Science and Technology, meticulously reporting the results of the Saudi transformation and its practical applications. Truly, upon hearing this news, Feng Zheng, who was reclining in his chair, nearly toppled over in excitement, hastily standing up and repeatedly inquiring. In recent days, he has been overwhelmed by energy issues, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Just a couple of days ago, the energy conference concluded with a stark warning about next year's energy supply shortfall. Without prompt rectification, there is a significant risk of power outages during peak periods. And it was at this critical juncture that Bai Fan's call arrived, heralding exhilarating news. "Indeed," Bai Fan affirmed without hesitation, "we just received word from there. It has been successful. The conversion rate has exceeded 60 on the first attempt, with virtually no losses. A 1,000 square meter photovoltaic panel is sufficient to meet the daily needs of over 5,000 people. This is splendid," Absolutely splendid. Fang Zheng was overjoyed, unable to suppress his smile. After the initial excitement, he began to strategize with Bai Fan. Let us now commence with regional site planning, striving to establish a demonstration zone to test the waters. If all goes well, we can then expand significantly. Fang Zheng continued to articulate his thoughts, approaching the map with his gaze fixed on the northwestern region of the country. In that vast expanse lies an endless desert and desolate Gobi, basking in abundant sunlight. There is no place more suitable for the installation of photovoltaic systems. However, a challenge arises, the issue of energy transmission, centered in the northwest. The energy can only radiate to the nearby cities, making it utterly impossible to transport it eastward to the developed cities across thousands of kilometers. The costs of establishing infrastructure along the way, coupled with inherent thermal losses, would amount to astronomical figures. Nevertheless, even so, it remains a commendable endeavor that must be pursued with urgency, as it could alleviate the urban pressures in surrounding areas, channeling relief to the eastern regions. Fang Zheng gazed at the map, silently contemplating. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Fan proceeded to the document archive, intending to retrieve technical files related to photovoltaic energy and send them to the department under internal confidentiality protocols. However, just as he swiped his access card and entered the archive, a shadow darted past him. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and he felt a hard object pressed firmly against his waist. Open the safe. I need the high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery and the technical parameters of the latest test-flown aircraft. Hurry, the Falcon demanded menacingly. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan, who had been anxiously wondering what was happening, finally felt a sense of relief. It turned out that after all this time, he was dealing with a military spy. The long-awaited moment had arrived. He silently contemplated that from the very beginning. When the silicon-carbon high-pressure solid-state battery was introduced to the market for civilian use, Bai Fan was aware that the old M across the Pacific, true to his habitual nature, could not possibly remain silent regarding such a groundbreaking product. Indeed, as he anticipated, the expected had arrived. Chapter 84. Tremors among the Military High Command. If you desire any documents, procure them yourself. As for the consequences of such actions, you should be more aware than anyone else, understanding the underlying reasons. Bai Fan felt no anxiety. Instead, he spoke directly and with conviction. Technical documents may be static, but individuals are dynamic. At worst, as long as he remained, he could always make a comeback with the passage of time. It was merely a matter of sooner or later. Furthermore, he was not unprepared. He had long since backed up the so-called technical data, modifying several critical parameters from the original, resulting in a completely opposing direction. The high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state battery. The Falcon lowered his voice, almost growling softly. Go. Open it. The Falcon urged Bai Fan forward, indicating he should unlock the safe. Following the instructions, Bai Fan complied. As the ocular and fingerprint recognition processes were completed, the safe slowly opened, revealing a thick stack of documents and a hard drive within. The Falcon's face brightened with delight as he casually instructed Bai Fan to retrieve the documents and place them on the table. With one hand gripping his gun against Bai Fan's waist, he swiftly perused the files, filled with a dense array of technical parameters and material synthesis methods, which left him momentarily overwhelmed. However, having undergone relevant training prior to this encounter, he managed to decipher them sufficiently and simply stashed them in his bag. And the data from your latest test flight of the aerospace drone. The Falcon continued. All the data is not stored here. It resides in the archive room next door. This is merely a fraction, Bai Fan replied, maintaining an air of calmness, even thoughtfully considering the Falcon's needs. Stop with the tricks. If I can't escape, neither will you. The Falcon growled, tightening his grip. Hand it over. Okay. Bai Fan made no resistance, complying with the instructions to retrieve the hard drive. He then turned to face the Falcon directly, his gaze unwavering. It's all here. So, is there anything else you desire? In a surprising twist, Bai Fan posed the question, embodying an attitude that suggested he was willing to provide whatever the Falcon sought. Taken aback, the Falcon found himself momentarily bewildered, even feeling a twinge of fear at Bai Fan's demeanor. In that instant, the lines blurred between predator and prey. How could he feel uncertain when he was the one wielding power? If he wished to survive, he needed to dispense with idle chatter. Have you all figured out how to leave with these items? Bai Fan inquired, nonchalantly seating himself to one side, even crossing his legs. Entirely unperturbed by the presence of the Falcon, the Falcon momentarily stood frozen in surprise. Nevertheless, Bai Fan had indeed seized control of his lifeline. At this juncture, having secured the items and provided an explanation to his superiors, there was no need for him to expose himself in the underground laboratory. He wished to emerge alive. Subsequently, he meticulously searched Bai Fan, confiscating all means of transportation from him and binding him tightly. He also locked the document storage room before swiftly departing, creating himself a brief window of escape. He needed to upload the data urgently. The situation could not remain contained for long. 2 minutes later, the Falcon exited the laboratory, arriving outside the Future Technology Group building. Once he had reinstalled the equipment, he began uploading the hard drive data to the command center and initiated a call on the internal channel, proceeding according to the predetermined evacuation plan. This is the command center. We have received your transmission. I repeat, we have received it. The relevant document data has been uploaded to the server. Please confirm immediately. I repeat, please confirm. As the words concluded, Tom, upon hearing the news at the command center, stood up in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly contacted the relevant experts to verify the data as swiftly as possible. Approximately 3 minutes later, Tom's excited voice resonated. Verification complete. The data is intact. I repeat, the data is intact. Your unit is to evacuate safely at once. Time is of the essence. They were aware that the Falcon had expended significant resources to acquire these two pieces of technology. To survive, it was imperative to depart in the shortest possible time. After accomplishing this, the Falcon changed into a new attire, transforming from a mere researcher into a sharply dressed business elite. As he left, he turned to gaze at the Future Technology Group building, a faint victorious smile gracing his face. The so-called impenetrable security was merely a fade. He could not fathom how the previous team had faltered. It was utterly foolish. With the successful acquisition, the Falcon felt somewhat elated, almost as if he could soar into the heavens. Next, he needed only 10 minutes to exit Xianzhou, followed by a swift departure from the country. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. 3 minutes later, as he was preparing to meet with his fellow members, alarms blared in the liaison office established by the Wuhu base in the Future Technology Group. The liaison personnel rushed to answer the call. Upon hearing the description from the other end of the line, the liaison officer froze, instinctively taking a step back and murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. The sky is about to collapse. The commander hasn't even fully departed. How dare they?" It took a moment for the liaison officer to regain his senses. This was a significant crisis. Realizing this, he wasted no time. Without hesitation, he picked up the red secure phone on the desk and dialed Yu Shui. At that moment, Yu Shui was accompanying an elder on an inspection of the Xianzhou city leadership team. What? Bai Fan has been kidnapped. Moreover, 2 crucial research documents have been stolen? Say that again. Yu Shui, upon hearing the phone call, nearly shouted in disbelief, repeatedly inquiring for clarification. The so-called emergency contact mechanism was an agreement established with the Wuhu base prior to the completion of the underground laboratory. At that time, the Falcon had entered the lab. Precisely 5 hours and 50 minutes had elapsed since the last confidential information was sent, leaving only 10 minutes remaining. Therefore, after 10 minutes, if the confidential information was not sent as agreed, an alarm system would be automatically triggered. How's Bai Fan? Is he injured? Yu Shui asked again, his eyes revealing concern while suppressing his anger. There should be no major issues. An ambulance has already been dispatched. The liaison disclosed all the information he possessed. All right. I will be there immediately. Notify the relevant units to rush to the scene. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Future Technology Group, alarms blared as dozens of police cars lined up in formation, and relevant confidential personnel moved in directly. While Bai Fan was sent to the hospital for a medical examination after being untied. In an instant, the entire group was engulfed in panic. No one knew what had transpired. Chapter 85. Wrath. The emergence of the Titan mech. What on earth just happened? Why are there police everywhere downstairs? At that moment, an employee of Future Technology Group pulled back the curtains and, upon witnessing the multitude of police cars and personnel below, asked in shock, "I find myself in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. I merely stepped away to the restroom, and now, here we are. What has transpired?" The colleague seated beside him gazes blankly downstairs, his face etched with concern as he inquires with urgency. Something grave must have occurred. A mere 3 minutes prior, an alarm blared throughout the subterranean laboratory of the corporation, leading to an immediate lockdown, accessible only to those with the highest level of clearance. Within mere moments, a significant contingent of law enforcement and security personnel descended upon the scene, undoubtedly linked to these alarming developments. Another employee whispers conspiratorially, "Could it be that something has gone awry within our corporation? Just as we were informed of the double year-end bonuses, which I have yet to receive." Concerned murmurs ripple through the crowd. What is everyone discussing? The company is operating normally without any issues. Please remain assured and focus on your work. At that moment, the supervisor of the department approaches the cluster of employees, striving to restore order. Yet, even he bears a shadow of unease upon his countenance. Meanwhile, in the upstairs office, Wang Lu is taken aback upon learning of Bai Fan's abduction and the breach of 2 vital research documents. The shock is profound, almost beyond her capacity to accept. Nevertheless, she quickly regains her composure, fully aware of her immediate responsibilities. She must promptly notify the relevant local authorities, secure the entire corporation, liaise with the military district, report the situation, and mitigate the adverse repercussions. Moreover, the middle management across various departments pacified the employees, ensuring the smooth operation of the entire conglomerate without any complications. The underground laboratory was temporarily sealed off. Without my explicit orders, no one was permitted entry or exit, and all databases were to be locked down. In the office, Wang Lu methodically issued directives one by one. Once everything was arranged, she hurriedly inquired about Bai Fan's safety. "I am fine. There is no need for concern. For now, we must stabilize the company. My situation may have some repercussions on it. Visiting the hospital is a requirement from above, merely a formality. Subsequent media reports may arise. But do not worry, just maintain our fundamental stability," Bai Fan calmly stated while lying on the stretcher, addressing the phone. "Understood, Chairman. By the way, I heard there are 2 research documents." Wang Lu expressed her concern once more. "There is no need for worry," Bai Fan reassured her. Hearing her chairman speak in such a manner, Wang Lu inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, dispelling her earlier anxiety. "All right, I understand, Chairman. I will ensure the company's smooth operation. Please rest assured," Wang Lu replied with a serious demeanor. It was evident that this incident was aimed at the future technology group. Thus, her mission was to maintain the stability of the conglomerate, preventing any issues. Meanwhile, at the municipal government, after receiving a phone call, Yu Shui, with a face full of anxiety, deliberated extensively before reporting the situation truthfully to the elder. As expected, upon hearing the news, the elder erupted in fury. He slammed the table, momentarily losing his composure for the first time. "How outrageous! Within my territory, they dare to be so audacious. Their haste to act reveals their impatience." The elder's mind was as clear as crystal. Without a moment's thought, he surmised that this must be the work of a rival department at the same level. "What is the current status of Bai Fan? Is he safe?" "Bai Fan is currently safe and has been sent to the hospital for a thorough examination. However, 2 crucial pieces of research data have been leaked. One pertains to high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries, and the other involves the experimental parameters of a recently test-flown aerospace drone." Yu Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately presented an honest report. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened further. He inhaled deeply and slowly issued an order. "Yu Shui, what is the security department doing? If I recall correctly, Bai Fan should have a company-sized security force at his side." Normally, the elder exudes warmth and approachability. But when angered, he looms like a mountain, overwhelming others with an immense pressure. "Deploy all your personnel. I need to understand the ins and outs of this incident and identify the culprit in the shortest time possible. This matter must be accounted for." "Understood, Chief. I will attend to it immediately." Yu Shui nodded vigorously. However, just as he was about to leave, the elder suddenly called him back, saying with significant weight, "Perhaps it is time to bring out the Titan mech for a demonstration. When necessary, we must still flex our muscles." "Understood. Let us proceed to the hospital." At this moment, the elder had no inclination to listen to the various speeches from the municipal government regarding inspections. He hastily made his way to the hospital to visit Bai Fan. Left behind, the city leaders exchanged bewildered glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Their backs damp as if they had just emerged from water. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. It was the end indeed. It appeared that I would likely retire in this very spot for the rest of my life. How could such a calamity occur at this juncture? Who could have foreseen it? Why did it have to happen now, of all times? One by one, the leaders sighed in unison. Enough with the sighing. Let us hurry along. We have done all that we can for now. It is a form of atonement, the head of the municipal government said. stepping forward to reassure the group. Soon after, several individuals followed suit, heading towards Xianzhou First Hospital to visit Bai Fan. Meanwhile, an urgent assembly was called, the sharp whistle signaling the gathering of the mech battalion. Yu Shui solemnly arrived at the training ground, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 86. Wrath, the emergence of the Titan mech. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days, to use them in a single moment. Comrades, the time has come when D and the people need you. As the Titan Legion assembled, Yu Shui wasted no time in idle chatter, directly addressing the pressing situation at hand. Laying it all bare, he had just received alarming news that Bai Fan, the chairman of the Future Technology Group, had been abducted by unidentified forces within his underground laboratory. With his personal safety gravely jeopardized, and 2 critical research documents had been compromised. Upon concluding this grave announcement, Yu Shui's expression turned serious as he emphatically inquired, "Do we have confidence? Do we have confidence? Do we have confidence?" In the next moment, a resounding chorus echoed across the training grounds, assuring D and the populace that the Titan Mecha Legion would resolutely fulfill its mission. The Mecha warriors below, upon receiving the urgent assembly order, found themselves somewhat perplexed and even bewildered. According to previous information, their unit was expected to operate as a hidden ace, remaining concealed for an extended period, perhaps a year, 2 years, or even a decade. However, they never anticipated that the establishment of the Mecha Legion would be so swiftly thrust into the limelight. Hearing that the creator of the Titan Mechs had been taken hostage, along with Commander Gao Chengwang, ignited a spark of fervor within them. As they yearned to unearth the true culprits without delay, Yu Shui observed the spirited Titan Mecha Legion before him with satisfaction, nodding in approval. In accordance with his strategy, he intended to deploy the entire First Army, boldly and without reservation, exposing them to the media spotlight. The rationale behind this action serves dual purposes. Firstly, to investigate the results, and secondly, and more importantly, to convey a signal to the outside world, reminiscent of a leader's call to flex one's muscles appropriately. At times, such displays can yield unexpectedly beneficial outcomes. First Legion, take your positions. Relevant location information and data have been transmitted to your mech panels. Prepare for immediate departure. Within a mere half hour, the information regarding the Falcon Squad had been thoroughly gathered, promptly delivered to Yu Shui and the high-ranking military officials. Simultaneously, the Skynet system unearthed several leads concerning the Falcon Squad, which indicated their swift movements. At this juncture, they were nearing the coastline and were likely preparing to escape by boat. Thus, it was imperative to apprehend them without delay. All personnel, advance. At Yu Shui's command, heavy helicopters gradually ascended, lowering chains that tethered to the shoulders of the Titan mech. In this manner, a heavy helicopter, carrying a Titan mech, steadily took to the skies, reminiscent of depictions in science fiction media, heading towards the target area. Meanwhile, the unusual circumstances surrounding the Future Technology Group could not remain concealed. Relevant media began to report on the situation, thrusting the Future Technology Group into the spotlight and making it the trending topic of the day. Shock. A large number of personnel from related units gather outside the Future Technology Group's premises, suggesting a significant incident. Future Technology Group's anomaly? A safety incident? Or a leak of research data? The energy giant Future Technology Group has announced the temporary closure of its underground laboratory. What exactly has transpired? Wang Lu, the general manager of Future Technology Group, stated in an interview with the media that the group is currently operating smoothly, without any issues. The closure of the laboratory is merely due to the requirements of experimental research, and he urged the public not to be overly concerned. Meanwhile, after confirming the safety of Bai Fan following a visit to the hospital, the commanding officer, expressionless, perused various news articles on his mobile phone. "Sir, should we inform the relevant departments to suppress these reports?" The secretary hesitated, glancing at him. "No, for now, let us refrain from any further actions. Allow the situation to develop a bit longer. Since the event has occurred, let it ferment. It's time to reveal our cards and display our strength. Let us do it thoroughly this time. We must ensure that a similar incident does not recur." Fortunately, Bai Fan is unharmed. They have been cautious due to the potential repercussions, but had he been injured, our losses would have been catastrophic, losses we cannot currently afford. Especially as Bai Fan is integral to numerous military confidentiality projects. Should anything go awry, delays, or even halts in project progress could become a reality, jeopardizing our future plans, which I intend for him to execute. The secretary's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Sir, Do you mean the project we just finalized a couple of days ago? The elder nodded, affirming, indeed, I believe Bai Fan may be the most suitable candidate. As for the final implementation, it necessitates a high-level meeting to reach a decision. At this juncture, the elder inquired about the status of the Falcon Squad. How is the current progress? How is the investigation at the Woohoo base faring? Excellent. This time, there is no need for concealment. It will be unveiled on the international stage. By the way, please notify that the Woohoo base can release the promotional video for the Titan mech. It is likely that various parties are eagerly awaiting this moment. Consider it a delightful surprise for them. Simultaneously, as certain documents are uploaded to the CIA, Tom summoned research experts. After confirming that everything was in order, he promptly contacted the Falcon Squad, preparing to retrieve the original documents. The uploaded data constitutes merely a portion, serving as a general framework that can be utilized to verify the authenticity of the information. However, to obtain the complete set of data, the originals are imperative, as the volume of data on the hard drive is excessively vast, making it impossible to rely solely on incremental uploads within the limited time frame. Meanwhile, Tom, situated at the command center, called the Falcon Squad, inquiring about their location and the estimated time for extraction. This is the Falcon Squad, reporting to command. We anticipate arriving at the extraction point in 20 minutes. I repeat, we expect to reach the extraction point in 20 minutes. Please prepare for our reception. The Falcon Squad communicated over the internal channel, their words betraying an unmistakable tension. Splendid, Tom exclaimed, slapping the table with delight as a smile illuminated his face. The reception team has already arrived at the designated location. Please ensure timely arrival at the extraction point. Once more, I implore you to arrive at the designated evacuation point punctually. After speaking, Tom inquired about the latest developments among the upper echelons of Huagua, so that appropriate arrangements could be synchronized. Currently, the Future Technology Group is in a state of lockdown, with a significant influx of personnel from confidential units entering the group. This situation has also been reported in Huagua's media, prominently featured on the front page. In Chapter 87, titled Fury, The Emergence of the Titan Mech, upon hearing this, Tom pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Mike's perspective. Indeed, given the magnitude of the disturbance, it is certain that Huagua will implement retaliatory measures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain their position among the 5 major powers. This is beyond dispute. We must prepare in advance to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, I shall promptly report to the Pentagon and convene a meeting to elucidate the potential risks ahead. Tom mused, addressing Mike as well. After all, should such matters come to light, it would not only jeopardize the Falcon team, but could very well lead to the entire Bureau being sacrificed, resulting in excessively detrimental repercussions. His words served to reassure both Mike and himself. Observing Mike, whose nerves remained somewhat taut, Tom approached him with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. So, my friend, do not be overly anxious. We have accomplished our task admirably. Once we obtain the hard drive data, it will be time to uncork the champagne. I shall treat you to a fine drink then. After a few words, Mike finally relaxed, easing his taut nerves, and a smile returned to his face. All right, Director. I will keep a close watch on the developments in Huagua. With that, Mike approached his workstation. As he logged in with his employee ID to access the FBI's internal website and search for the latest updates on Huagua. The first piece of official news that caught his eye was striking. Recently, our nation has made breakthroughs in several critical technologies, achieving significant advancements in energy and intelligence systems, thereby filling numerous technological gaps domestically. The report continued, stating that the military, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and Future Tech Group have joined forces to conquer the technology of wearable mechas based on existing capabilities, resulting in the first generation of combat mechas, which have now been delivered to the military and are officially in service. This also heralds the arrival of a new era in combat. At the end of the article, there was even a 3-minute video attached. Combat mechas? Mike pondered aloud. Could it be a combat-type exoskeleton? The technology surrounding exoskeleton mechas has been a focus of research among major nations globally. If one were to trace the development of this technology, it would lead back to the technological explosion of the last century. However, at that time, it remained merely a conjecture and theoretical exploration, and it has yet to be fully realized even today. Nevertheless, M-Country has been at the forefront of this field. Thus, when Mike first clicked on the video, he did so without much concern, merely intending to gather intelligence. However, upon entering the very first second of the video and witnessing the so-called Titan mech, towering at an astonishing height of 5 meters like an impenetrable wall, he was utterly astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered, exclaiming, This cannot be. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mike scrutinized the footage, hoping to believe that the Titan mech was merely a FAAD. Yet, as the video progressed, the resonant sound of synchronized footsteps, the weighty thuds of machinery, and the resounding cries of service to the people shattered his previous notions. The mech depicted in the video was undeniably real. Observing the missile launchers mounted on the back of the Titan mech, along with the formidable weaponry on its left and right arms, one could only imagine the devastating power it would unleash upon entering the battlefield. Merely through the lens of the video, Mike found it difficult to contain his astonishment at the grandeur of the Titan family. Director, we have a situation. Mike's voice trembled slightly. What is it? Tom hurried over. Look, this is the latest announcement and video released by the official Chinese CCTV news. Mike pointed at the computer screen. Following his gesture, Tom leaned in to look, and in a matter of moments, his expression mirrored Mike's earlier shock, disbelief, and palpable fear enveloped him, nearly propelling him from his seat. How can this be? Tom was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the screen, uncertain of what to say next. Quickly, immediately contact the Falcon squad. Then, Tom seemingly recalled something, exclaiming loudly. Mike seized the communicator from the table. This is the command center. Calling Falcon squad. Please report your location. Have you reached the evacuation point? I repeat. Have you reached the evacuation point? However, time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There was still no response from the other end of the communication channel. Tom and Mike exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. 5 minutes passed. In Donghai, at a port area, a group of young men dressed in sharp suits, carrying briefcases, gathered at the docks. They moved stealthily, glancing around, until they found an unmonitored corner. Swiftly shedding their clothing, they emerged clad in green camouflage. This was the Falcon squad, which had just reached the evacuation site. Let us confirm if everyone is here, the Falcon leader turned around and asked calmly, accompanied by a series of whispered counts. The group quickly checked in. Boss, we're still missing one. Fat cow, a member shouted. The Falcon leader glanced at the time, his expression darkening. Damn it. We're nearly at the scheduled pickup time. This guy always messes up. How many times have I told him to lose weight? And now he might miss it again. The Falcon cursed under his breath, but quickly regained his composure. We'll wait 3 more minutes. If he hasn't arrived by then, we will retreat according to plan. The Falcon, with great difficulty, issued the command, embodying a decision that signified the abandonment of his comrades. Yet, for the greater good, he found himself with no alternative. One must understand that time is of the essence. We must hasten, as the relevant authorities of Huagua have already commenced their operations. We must depart before they do. The Falcon's final words extinguished any lingering thoughts among the other members present. They exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation, their thoughts inscrutable. The Falcon found a secluded corner to rest, closing his eyes briefly to rejuvenate his spirit. Thus, time passed incrementally in the tranquil nook, where even the faintest sounds of breathing were distinctly audible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, a buzzing emanated from his watch, signaling that the time had arrived. Without further ado, the Falcon stood up and beckoned everyone to leave. Boss, I'm here. Wait for me. Just as a few were retreating towards the shore, a limping figure elongated in the light, hobbling towards them and calling out loudly. It was Fat Beef. Fat Beef has arrived. Quick, go help him. The group turned in surprise, their spirits lifted, rushing to assist him. This lad, he made it just in time. A smile spread across the Falcon's face. Let us go, let us hurry. As Fat Beef caught up, the Falcon urged them to depart swiftly. As the crowd ascended into the small boat and established communication with the awaiting FBI personnel, a sudden brilliance erupted, an exquisite spotlight cascaded from the heavens, directly illuminating the vessel. Almost instantaneously, the thunderous sound of helicopter rotor blades filled the air, reverberating with deafening intensity. The Falcon squad gazed upward, and what they beheld would be etched in their memories forever. Chapter 88. The astonishing impact of the Titan mecha. In the dusky sky, dozens of searchlights flickered to life, all beams converging upon the small boat where the group had gathered. It was as if day had abruptly dawned. Shielding their eyes with their hands, they squinted, and through their fingers, they discerned a meticulously arranged formation of heavy helicopters, aligned in a triangular array. Their gaze shifted backward, where more lights ignited in rapid succession, soon merging into a brilliant expanse. The entire dock transformed, as though it were bathed in daylight. Yet, this spectacle was merely the beginning. The most breathtaking sight for the Falcon squad was the heavily armed Titan mechas suspended beneath the helicopters, cloaked in a matte black finish. With small missile launchers protruding from their backs and colossal tactical swords poised upright, their rugged exterior struck like a thunderous drumbeat upon the hearts of each squad member. They were rendered speechless, the sheer terror overwhelming them. What is this? A member of the Falcon squad stammered, pointing skyward in disbelief. Utterly stunned and devoid of thought. Mecha! Battle mecha! What on earth is happening? Another member, witnessing this scene, murmured incessantly, his hands moving unconsciously before him, clearly in a state of shock. So many mechas. Surely, the Huagua has an exaggerated estimation of our capabilities. The Falcon suppressed his astonishment while observing, muttering to himself. At this moment, he truly comprehended the situation and realized that his defeat at the hands of this contraption was hardly unjust. However, he was deeply perplexed. For the mere Falcon squad, consisting of only 12 individuals at full capacity, merely a tactical unit under the FBI branch, and at most a mere calamity. Why would such a confidential force be dispatched, risking exposure to the public eye? Wasn't this akin to using a cannon to sweat a mosquito, an utter waste? Unless, suddenly, the Falcon had an epiphany, the answer spilling forth, unless it is related to this operation. The more he pondered, the clearer his thoughts became, showing no signs of pause. Even as he found himself completely surrounded, the Falcon muttered to himself, showcasing his prowess as a seasoned intelligence officer, swiftly discerning the crux of the matter, and indeed, the facts aligned with his deductions. Had Bai Fan been present, he would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up in admiration, for this individual had not seen the reports circulating online. During the escape, contact with the outside world was limited to communication with the command center, nothing more. Below, the voices echoed, "You have been surrounded. Surrender your weapons and submit. Seek leniency in your treatment. I repeat, you have been surrounded. Surrender your weapons and submit. Seek leniency in your treatment." The helicopter's roar echoed, accompanied by the resounding blare of horns, a relentless cycle of sound. Simultaneously, the mechanical whir of gears resonated, punctuated by the sharp sounds of impact. Bang, bang, bang. The titanic mechs descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, gradually encroaching upon the Falcon squad. Not only at the docks but also in the coastal regions, more and more Titans landed, as if science fiction had stepped into reality, leaving onlookers profoundly astonished. The Falcon turned to survey the surroundings, and everywhere he looked, he beheld the imposing silhouettes of the Titans. With a heavy sigh, he remained motionless, after all. In the face of such colossal beings, any notion of resistance or escape seemed utterly ludicrous. Only by facing the Titans head-on could one truly grasp their overwhelming presence. A sense of dread that extinguished any thoughts of defiance. It was over. This was the last fleeting thought of the Falcon before his capture. Commander Gao Qingwang swiftly relayed the news to Yu Shui. "Excellent," he responded. Yu Shui promptly dialed the Elder S number, meticulously detailing the situation. After a considerable pause, a voice finally emerged from the other end. "This is merely the first step. Continue executing the plan as intended. I wish to see who else lurks with predatory intent. Whoever dares to extend their claws will be dealt with decisively." The Elder's words dripped with menace, devoid of any semblance of politeness. Yet, they resonated deeply with Yu Shui's sentiments. "Understood, Commander. I assure you the mission will be accomplished." Following this, Yu Shui swiftly connected with the leadership of the Network Public Opinion Command Department, delivering the order, "You may proceed." In an instant, all news headlines related to the Titan mecha surged dramatically in popularity, flooding the scene with discussions centered around this topic. The number of comments exceeded 1 million and continued to escalate at an astonishing rate. What on earth is happening? Can anyone enlighten me on this situation? My friend. I too am curious. Could it be that my napping posture was amiss during my midday slumber, and I awoke to find mechs had appeared? Am I still dreaming? I never anticipated such a direct announcement from the authorities. I suspected that our nation was harboring a significant surprise. Upon reflection, it is not merely a surprise. It is a blatant revelation. The first generation of combat mech legions has taken shape, marking the inaugural application of mech technology and its official deployment. I can only imagine the astonishment on the faces of other nations upon learning this news. I am particularly eager to witness their reactions. It must be said that our technological advancements have progressed at an astonishing pace, leaping forward in great bounds, leaving me struggling to keep up. Not only have we surpassed expectations, But we have even brought to life the mecha seen in science fiction films, truly surreal. I noticed that the announcement mentioned the Future Technology Group. Goodness, they have been remarkably discreet, emerging as the supplier, or rather, the research and development team for these mechs. A private enterprise has surprisingly ventured into the arms industry. If my memory serves me right, this appears to be a first within the nation. One might wonder, does this comply with regulations? Future Technology Group, comply with regulations? I embody the regulations. It is rather amusing. Are you not aware that just a few days ago, they conducted a special inspection? Chapter 89. We cannot afford to suffer losses. The news continues to simmer, and as time passes, the focal point of discussion has gradually shifted from the authorities to Future Technology Group. Those with keen insight have begun to uncover the connections between the recent headlines. Brothers, I have discovered something significant. To be frank, I can assure you that this is indeed a groundbreaking revelation. Hurry and share. Do not keep us in suspense. For I am currently scouring for various news articles and cannot afford to waste time. The elder brother upstairs is correct. Please do share swiftly so that I may move on to the next piece of news. Do not rush, my brothers. Allow me to explain. Wasn't yesterday's headline about Future Technology Group being reported for temporarily closing its underground laboratory? Subsequently, a substantial number of law enforcement personnel have entered Future Technology Group. Clearly, something unknown has transpired at Future Technology Group, and it is evidently serious. Otherwise, the relevant authorities would not have taken such direct action. Shortly thereafter, the authorities announced the official induction of our nation's first-generation combat aircraft, the Titan mech. The most pivotal detail emerged. The development team for the Titan mech prominently features the Future Technology Group. Is this mere coincidence? It is noteworthy that the Future Technology Group was established less than a year ago, barely 6 months in existence. How could this be? Therefore, one might boldly speculate that there is a profound connection between these entities, likely linked to the recent closure of an underground laboratory reported in yesterday's headlines. Based on prior experiences with significant incidents in research institutions, I surmise that apart from the potential leakage of research data, there are no other plausible explanations. A user known as Brother has evidently made a name for himself as an insider, well-versed in the intricacies of the research sector. After sharing his insights, which spanned over 1,000 words on a forum, one cannot help but marvel at his acumen. His analyses align remarkably with the official statements. Where was I when all this transpired? Someone, please share the link. My friends, hurry to check. The authorities have released updated news. I am currently perusing it. It seems that the major incident involving the Future Technology Group has reached a resolution, and the insights shared by the aforementioned user appear to be accurate indeed. Closely tied to the announcement regarding the Titan mech. Is this true? Let us move quickly. It's time to shift the battleground. Recently, the cause of a significant incident involving Future Technology Group has been elucidated. 2 critical research documents were stolen, and its chairman, Bai Fan, was maliciously kidnapped. Fortunately, all individuals involved in this incident have been apprehended, and preliminary investigations suggest they are foreign spies. The matter is currently being processed according to protocol. Chairman Bai Fan is out of danger and is receiving treatment in the hospital, from which he is expected to be discharged shortly to resume his duties at the helm of the group. In this context, the Chinese diplomatic department has issued a stern warning to certain forces and nations, advising against any provocative actions that could jeopardize international relations, lest they bear the consequences of their actions. Following this news, there is no doubt that it has once again ignited the emotions of the nation, propelling the entire incident to another crescendo. The fervent online community has begun to express their sentiments in various ways. Consequently, Future Technology Group has garnered unprecedented attention and trust, with countless industry professionals now turning their gaze towards this enterprise. Previously, interest was largely confined to the energy sector, but now, titans from other industries have begun to take notice of this burgeoning technology group, actively gathering information regarding its controlling figures and the overall operational framework of the company. The more they investigate, the more astonishing the revelations become. This technology group, established merely 6 months ago, has made quite an impression. A comprehensive and up-to-date dossier on Future Technology Group is required. Yes, the most detailed one possible. Gather as much information as you can and have it ready for me by tomorrow morning. Promptly disseminate the information and compile a dossier on Future Technology Group, particularly focusing on its chairman, Bai Fan, and his connections with various domestic ministries. The attention of the industry's leading figures has swiftly turned towards this matter. Simultaneously, discussions online have intensified, and official statements have elucidated the questions and concerns of many. After extensive investigation, it has come to light that research materials have been stolen. This revelation clarifies the situation and explains the considerable commotion. What an international farce! The research data of Future Technology Group in the energy sector is among the most advanced in the world. Whether it pertains to high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries or intelligent programming, they stand at the forefront globally. If this information were indeed compromised, the repercussions would be monumental. Goodness, this escalates to outright abduction. These individuals truly have the audacity to act in such a manner, especially within our borders. What are they incapable of? One need only consider the significant impact of Future Technology Group's products on the entire industry. It is evident that espionage is at play, likely orchestrated by certain factions accustomed to such underhanded tactics. Thus, the announcement of the combat mech's deployment is likely an intentional directive from the authorities, aimed at instilling fear and demonstrating our strength, delivering a pertinent lesson. Moreover, I sense that the introduction of the Titan mech will herald a transformation in global military dynamics, particularly in combat strategies, reminiscent of the Gulf War in the last century. Amidst this fervent online discourse, what are your thoughts, Chairman? The news spoke of a kidnapping. Wang was spotted by Fan and hurried over to inquire. Upon witnessing the official account of the events that transpired just hours earlier, she was struck with a mix of shock and relief. Seated in her office, her nerves had been taut, tirelessly managing documents and doing her utmost to maintain stability within the company. It was only after encountering Bai Fan again, this chairman nearly a decade her junior, that the tension within her began to ease. Observing Wang Li's troubled expression, Bai Fan stepped forward and gently remarked, "Sister Wang, I appreciate your hard work. It's nothing serious, merely an unexpected incident." Wang Li nodded, fully aware of the immense risks concealed within those seemingly casual words. In truth, after the incident, Bai Fan himself felt a twinge of fear, particularly when the superior visited him in the hospital and offered a few words of caution. "I know you handle everything with confidence, including this situation, which I trust you anticipated. However, your personal safety cannot be compared to theirs. Any slight issue concerning you would be a tremendous loss for the entire nation. And for the ongoing military projects, it would spell disaster. They merely dispatched a few spies. Such individuals are abundant. Yet we have only one. We cannot afford to lose you." Chapter 90. The concept of the super soldier. The response to photovoltaic energy in Saudi Arabia has been remarkably positive. Following the new year, it is imperative to advance synchronously. We should reach out to the Ministry of Science and Technology to finalize the preliminary location for an investigation, with the aim of establishing a photovoltaic energy center. Initially, we shall test the waters domestically. If all proceeds smoothly, we can expand significantly on this foundation and consider a broader rollout. Bai Fan spoke methodically, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he discussed the relevant industrial layout, exuding vitality. Simultaneously, we could establish a super factory for high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries in proximity to the photovoltaic center. By harnessing photovoltaic energy to charge the batteries, we can achieve a 100 energy output upon manufacturing, thereby reducing our costs and facilitating large-scale charging services. After all, with the aid of photovoltaic energy, we can minimize expenses to an extraordinarily low level. The pain points related to energy resources must be addressed expeditiously. As Bai Fan articulated his vision, Wang Lu's eyes brightened with realization. "Indeed," he remarked, "this concept creates a perfect commercial loop between high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries and photovoltaic energy projects. One generates energy while the other stores it, a flawless match." With this thought, Wang Lu enthusiastically nodded, saying, "Understood, Chairman. I will take care of it right after the new year. Is there anything else? In addition, please allocate a sum of funds for me. How much will be necessary? I wish to reserve it in advance to ensure the group's liquidity, since according to the plan, the group's financial flow will be substantial next year." Wang Lu readily agreed without inquiring about the purpose of Bai Fan's funding. However, based on her understanding, it was likely related to scientific research. 500 billion, Bai Fan declared, revealing the amount intended for the development of his next project, primarily focused on personal protection. Following several recent incidents, he had come to a profound realization. His personal safety could not be entirely entrusted to others. It necessitated multiple layers of protection. Moreover, as future technological advancements from the Future Technology Group gradually emerged, the likelihood of encountering similar situations would only increase. After all, the notorious practices of the old M across the Pacific were a well-established international truth. Preparation was essential. The chief's words resonated. one could not always rely on fortune. It was imperative to guard against desperate measures and avoid complacency. Very well, I will allocate the funds and remain ready to mobilize. Wang Lun nodded in agreement. The current group was, without a doubt, financially robust and well-equipped. 500 billion was merely a starting point, and even multiplying that figure several times over posed no challenge. As thoughts meandered, her mind delved into the system, beginning to review various technical documents to bolster her personal safety. Simultaneously, she accessed her personal attributes panel to examine the current information. Host, Bai Fan, level, LV2, 2000-10,000, age, 23, points, 2,500, main quest 1, the glory of technology, task progress, globally renowned, for 7. Your name has become a hallmark across the globe. A well-deserved number 1 in specific domains, and even transcending industries, it is widely recognized by many. The influence of Future Technology Group is undeniably on the rise, particularly following several recent events that have garnered considerable attention. Not only domestically, but also worldwide, it has gained substantial notoriety, especially among the upper echelons of various nations, who have repeatedly perused Bai Fan's information. However, which direction should one pursue? Bai Fan murmured to himself as he stood amidst the vast expanse of the system library, searching for technical materials akin to finding a needle in a haystack, hoping to discover the most suitable resource for himself. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. What am I doing searching on my own? With so much information, it would take an eternity to find anything. I must consult the system instead. Thus, Bai Fan inquired, articulating his requirements clearly. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the system's cold, emotionless voice resonated. Host, based on your current circumstances, the system has reviewed the database and, considering various factors, recommends you to focus on internal development. This pertains to a basic biological cell enhancement agent technology, the principle of which revolves around the process of cell regeneration and differentiation. Newly differentiated cells, due to the reorganization of tissues, possess approximately a 0.3 increase in strength compared to older cells. Through this cyclical process, the aim is to enhance the intrinsic strength of the cells and improve overall physical quality. As the dialogue unfolded, a glowing orb drifted over. Bai Fan took it, and upon inspection, it was inscribed with the following. Upon the instant of contact with the luminous orb, an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooded his mind. Initially, through the process of cellular redifferentiation, muscle fibers would be stimulated, leading to further growth and enhancement of muscle cell strength, thereby augmenting physical power. Furthermore, the density of skeletal muscle would increase, achieving a 20 enhancement in skeletal density under identical conditions, while optimizing neuronal transmission, thus accelerating reflex speed. A standard unit of cellular enhancement solution can be cycled approximately 100 times, with each cycle yielding a 0.3 increase. Under normal consumption, this would likely result in a nearly twofold enhancement of physical attributes, with the most advantageous scenarios approaching threefold. After assimilating the data, Bai Fan comprehended the intricate details and the underlying principles of this technology. What does a twofold enhancement in physical capability signify? Many may subconsciously struggle to grasp its implications. When compared through data, the most apparent metric is strength. According to relevant statistics, the punching force of an adult male averages around 70 kilograms. After a twofold enhancement, this would rise to approximately 210 kilograms. Such formidable strength, delivered in a single strike, could potentially be lethal to a bull. However, the most significant enhancement lies not merely in brute strength, but in the acceleration of neural response, allowing Bai Fan to react swifter and evade greater dangers. Naturally, the value of this technology, if confined solely to Bai Fan, would be overly restrictive, failing to realize its full potential. The paramount importance lies in its capability for large-scale adaptation within military units, and even the mass production of standard Titan mech warriors. After all, a twofold enhancement in physical prowess can be described as a qualitative leap. To put it somewhat dramatically, it can be likened to the Chinese version of a super soldier. Thus, Bai Fan resolved to make the exchange. However, upon glancing at the required points for the exchange, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness! 2,000 points. This amount exceeded that of the previous Titan mech by more than double. System, isn't the exchange point for this technology a tad excessive? Bai Fan found himself somewhat perplexed. After painstakingly completing 2 main quests, he had only managed to accumulate 3,000 points, and now, to acquire a basic technology, he would have to spend a considerable portion of that. It was only then that Bai Fan came to a realization. After deducting the 2,000 points, a vast array of information pertaining to this technology flooded into his mind. Upon exiting the system, Bai Fan felt slightly dizzy, staggering as if he might fall. This time, the information was rather overwhelming. He needed to rest and thoroughly digest the material. As he spoke, Bai Fan pushed open the door to the adjacent lounge. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, in the United States, at the Pentagon, preparations for an urgent meeting concerning the Titan mech were being made in earnest. The meeting was presided over by General Patton, a high-ranking official in the U.S. military, the chief of staff of the Army, and one of the 5 military magnates, who is comprehensively responsible for the Army's intelligence systems, including the CIA and the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you here to discuss a matter of utmost urgency. General Patton, clad in military attire with snow-white hair, stood at the conference table, furrowing his brow as he cast a grave gaze upon all present. Clutching a stack of freshly printed documents, he spoke with deliberate clarity. I trust you are all aware that, just a few days ago, we encountered a catastrophic failure concerning the actions of Bai Fan from Future Technology Group. Patton reiterated the gravity of the situation. His words immediately incited a flurry of unrest among the attendees, given the broad implications and the clandestine nature of the operation. The previous meeting had only involved the intelligence department, with only a few high-ranking officials from the Pentagon privy to the details, leaving the rest in the dark. Therefore, when they later encountered news reports, they were baffled, unaware that the issue had arisen from within their own ranks. Please direct your attention to the documents on the table. According to intelligence submitted by the Hawaii Bureau, Falcon Squad had obtained pertinent data, including experimental information on high-pressure silicon-carbon solid-state batteries and the recently test-flown Titan aerospace drone. This data was also uploaded to the command center for verification. Here, Patton paused, shifting his tone to one of somber gravity. However, during the process of extraction, due to delays in withdrawal, the relevant departments of Huagua apprehended them completely, with not a single member managing to escape. All data hard drives were confiscated, and it is highly likely that they will face international public trial. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their expressions visibly darkening at the thought of the consequences of secretly obtaining foreign technological secrets. This matter is not novel. In fact, if one were to delve deeper, it could be articulated that each nation has engaged in similar undertakings, as there exist dedicated departments to manage such incidents, a tacit understanding among the great powers. You do it, and I shall do it too. There is nothing inherently problematic about this. However, one crucial point remains. Such affairs must not be exposed in the open. They may be conducted discreetly, but must never be caught. Once apprehended and subjected to international scrutiny, it is akin to being laid bare under the unforgiving light of day, inevitably leading to severe repercussions. Director John, pray tell, why did complications arise during the withdrawal process? Did you not assure me with unwavering confidence that there would be no issues whatsoever? General Patton slammed his hand on the table, his eyes narrowing as he directly confronted John, the director of intelligence seated to his right. Although John was a subordinate of Patton's and considered one of his trusted confidants, in light of such a situation, if the blame were not deflected, even he, the head of the Pentagon's intelligence division, would not escape unscathed, regardless of circumstances. Someone must bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, John's complexion turned pale, and he stammered, struggling to articulate a response. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to obliterate Tom from the Hawaii branch. General, it is my dereliction of duty. I am willing to accept the repercussions. After a prolonged silence, John lowered his head, his entire being trembling slightly. Patton cast a glance at John, refraining from further inquiries. Yet, this was not the end. The most significant point is that during this operation, the Hua nation unveiled their latest military weapon, the Titan mech. Upon the mention of the Titan mech, the attendees present turned their undivided attention towards it, their gazes filled with an air of inquiry. Upon receiving this news, they could scarcely believe that Huagua had taken the lead in the practical application of mechs within its military, and not merely as ornamental constructs, but as formidable instruments of combat. It is noteworthy that the concept of mechs serving the military was proposed as far back as the 1980s. However, for decades have elapsed, and the United States has yet to make any groundbreaking advancements. Their most significant achievement has been the development of a heavy-duty exoskeleton, powered by electric motors to enhance individual soldiers' load-bearing capabilities. Yet, to reach the level of Huagua's Titan mech is utterly unattainable. A chasm separates the two endeavors. Baron glanced around the room before continuing. The Titan mech, designated by Huagua as the first-generation combat mech, stands at 4.5 meters tall, spans 2 meters in width, and weighs an impressive 10 tons. It is equipped on its back with a small missile launch system, with preliminary estimates suggesting that the Titan mech can rival the firepower of an enhanced platoon, if not exceed it in certain aspects. It has officially entered service with relevant military bases, notably the Wuhu base, which is known to be outfitted with Titan mechs. As for other bases, we remain uncertain. Intelligence reports indicate that the number of Titan mechs is at least 150. Baron meticulously detailed the fundamental information regarding the Titan mech. What lies before you is a comprehensive dossier concerning the Future Technology Group, encompassing all significant personnel records and product information since the inception of the organization. I have only 2 inquiries. How can we defend against the Titan mechs of Huagua, or even an entire mechanized army? The second question pertains to whether we can develop similar mechs ourselves. Finally, Patton posed his own question and then took a seat, urging everyone to consider the serious implications brought forth by the acceleration of Titan mechs. In 2 hours, we are scheduled for a joint meeting with representatives from other nations. The emergence of the Titan mech, this formidable weapon of warfare, has undeniably transformed the landscape of global conflict. It is reminiscent of the tanks during World War II and the technological advancements seen in the Gulf War, both epoch-making milestones. Presently, the Titan mech stands on the brink of ushering in a new era. Those present are high-ranking military officials, many of whom possess extensive experience in commanding large forces, and thus are well aware of the gravity of the situation. General, at the very moment the news was released, I consulted with the equipment headquarters. The chief engineer there informed me that our mech program has been dormant for 4 to 5 years, and reviving it to catch up in a short span is simply unfeasible. Moreover, he is unaware of how Huagua's Titan mechs have been constructed, rendering us incapable of even initiating the design process. George's expression was one of concern. As the Minister of Logistics, he naturally bears the heaviest burden. So how shall we respond? Based on the current combat performance data of the Titan mechs, I believe it will be exceedingly difficult for our army to surpass them. The conference room fell into a profound silence, as the Titan mech showcased in Huagua's promotional video exuded such a formidable presence and intimidation that no immediate countermeasures came to mind. Similarly, it was not only the M nation that reacted this way. The other 4 major powers among the Great Five shared the same sentiment. Upon receiving the news, they felt as though a grave threat loomed before them, prompting the military to convene an emergency meeting to discuss strategies for countering the Titan mech. In an unprecedented show of unity, they gathered for an urgent discussion. Chapter 92. Initiating Level 1 Military Readiness. An entire hour elapsed, yet after extensive deliberation, the M nation's military had not formulated a specific and viable plan to address the Titan mech. At present, there remained only one conventional approach, employing fighter jets to conduct long-range missile strikes, thereby executing mass fire coverage. After all, no matter how robust the external armor, it could not withstand missile assaults. Well, I believe the time is right. Let's connect online and see what the leadership of other nations has to say as we continue our discussions, said Patton, glancing at the clock. Standing up, he spoke deliberately, his gaze fixed on the east, and then mused, "We must prepare ourselves mentally. Perhaps this time we truly need to unite. General, in truth, considering our 6th-generation aircraft, in the event that we secure air superiority, the Titan mech will merely be a live target on the ground. There is no need for excessive concern. I believe we may be overthinking this." At this moment, an Air Force general, after a lengthy period of contemplation, finally expressed his opinion, suggesting that there was no need to exaggerate the situation and that the previous plan should be adhered to as before. However, a remark from Patton rendered him speechless. "Do you think this plan has not been considered?" Patton gazed intently at the Air Force general, cautioning him not to underestimate the capabilities of the Chinese Air Force. Since the advent of their 5th-generation fighter, the J-20, they have, in certain respects, closed the gap with us significantly. It is estimated that they are only lagging slightly in reconnaissance aircraft, yet that is not a decisive factor. Furthermore, reports indicate that their 6th-generation fighter is concurrently under development. The reason for their current delay in unveiling it is due to their elevated standards for generational advancement, which differ from ours and are set considerably higher. If we were to align with their 6th-generation criteria, we would indeed find ourselves a step behind. However, despite such stringent standards, they have already developed a mature design, and it is only a matter of time before a prototype emerges. The pressure exerted by the Titan mecha is simply overwhelming, far surpassing that of a sixth-generation fighter. After all, under a comprehensive air defense system, breaching an adversary's territorial airspace to conduct operations on their homeland is a highly improbable, if not negligible, endeavor. It is more prudent to select a new battleground in a different region. Moreover, they remain unaware of the Titan mecha's air defense capabilities and can only engage in speculation. Meanwhile, as high-ranking military officials from various nations connected one after another, the inaugural joint meeting of the four great powers officially commenced. Good evening, everyone. I trust that prior to this formal assembly, discussions have already taken place internally. Therefore, let us not waste any time and proceed directly to the agenda. The meeting is once again presided over by General Patton, for M-Nation remains the sole superpower at this juncture, wielding unequivocal authority. With these words, I propose that we embark on the development of an armed mech project akin to that of Hua Nation. As early as the last century, the former S-Union had initiated a similar endeavor. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it was regrettably halted. Prior to this meeting, I managed to locate the archived documents from that time. Upon a cursory review, it became evident that the technology then was already quite advanced, albeit hindered by material constraints that prevented further progress. Yet, the infeasibility of the technology back then does not signify its impossibility now. Especially since Hua Nation has successfully achieved it, we should be capable as well. Upon hearing this, General de Gaulle, the chief of army from Gallia, furrowed his brow. We too have contemplated this proposal. However, to replicate what Hua Nation has accomplished, we face a challenge with the timeline. I doubt Hua Nation will afford us ample time. At this juncture, the representative from England, Mr. Wang Lan, joined the discourse. Indeed, the issue of timing is one that I believe we have all considered. I trust that each of us present possesses documentation regarding mech development. What if we unite? Would time be shortened, rendering it possible? Upon hearing this, several representatives exchanged glances, each refraining from immediate comment, hastily reaching out to scientific experts to assess the feasibility of the proposal. After approximately 10 minutes, Barton broke the silence, a hint of joy gracing his features. His thoughts aligned with his previous assumptions. It was, in principle, viable. Simultaneously, the senior military officials of the Huagua were not idle. Following the brief appearance of the Titan Mech Corps, based on the resolution, the 1st Legion stationed at the Wuhu base was swiftly repositioned to the border. The subsequent 2nd and 3rd Legions were set to rotate. Practice is the only standard for verifying truth. Since the actual combat capabilities were unknown, a direct expedition to the battlefield was deemed necessary for experimentation. Is it true or false? A mere outing would suffice to ascertain. This was the elder's precise words during the highest military assembly, where he promptly made the decision and issued the order. Thus, 150 sorties of the Titan Mech 1st Legion were collectively transported to the border, poised to face their inaugural battle in earnest. The transport was executed without any pretense, boldly conducted through special means. The Titans were being transported to the border? What were their intentions? Were they on the brink of initiating a third world war? Immediate vigilance was mandated regarding the movements of these Titans, with constant updates required. Soon, the unusual maneuvers of the Titan mechs were presented to the upper echelons of various nations. Upon realization that they were at the border, in an instant, several neighboring countries along the border found themselves in a state of unease. What an international farce! Had they not noticed that their M-Nation was convening an emergency meeting to discuss strategies against the Titan mechas? What could they do? They were outmatched in both combat and rhetoric, left only to glare impotently. They initiated a Level 1 military alert, activating all missile bases. Once more, I reiterate, a Level 1 military alert, activating all missile bases. Upon receiving the news, the highest military commander of the Third Nation nearly shouted orders, arranging for planes to fly overnight to M-Nation in search of a countermeasure. They instinctively presumed that the Titan Mecha 1st Legion, amassed at the border, was advancing against them. Chapter 93. Condemnation, Fervent Condemnation. What? The Hua Nation has stationed over 100 Titan mechas at the border? What could they possibly intend? Simultaneously, the four great powers engaged in a joint conference were taken aback by the news. Their immediate reaction was one of disbelief and astonishment. Thus, the ongoing joint meeting was temporarily suspended, shifting focus to the central topic of the Titan mechas, deliberating the nature of this development and potential responses. It was unavoidable. The situation was utterly alarming, sparking a torrent of speculation. Ladies and gentlemen, The actions of the Huan nation undoubtedly represent a further provocation. On the surface, it appears to be a test of the bordering nations, yet in truth, it is an inquiry into the limits of those present, stated Patton gravely, setting the tone with his words. Are they truly prepared to embark on a path of military expansion? Relying solely on a Titan mech, I doubt it is sufficient. As long as there is firepower coverage, even the most suitable armor cannot withstand it. When did they begin to operate so ostentatiously? Other representatives chimed in, their faces etched with profound confusion. They could not comprehend the intentions behind China's actions, regardless of their motives or aspirations. It is imperative that we do not allow China to act with impunity. Today, they may transport hundreds of Titan mechs to the border. Tomorrow, they could very well bring them to the borders of each nation, or even within our own territories. Martin further proclaimed, we must resist such actions. Moreover, our own mechs must accelerate their development. Under external pressure, the four major nations displayed remarkable unity, propelling the joint conference, which had previously stagnated, toward preliminary results. They agreed to open their internal mech databases for collaborative research and development, striving to create a combat mech that not only matches but even surpasses the Titan mech in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, as the news gained traction, the situation escalated further. It was not just international media that became involved. The official entities of the four major nations directly intervened, collectively condemning this behavior and calling for a united resistance and pressure, even advocating for the public release of Titan mech technology for the betterment of the world. A spokesperson from the Pentagon remarked, China's deployment of hundreds of Titan mechs at the border suggests a desire to instigate localized conflict, or perhaps even provoke a third world war. Such provocative actions that strain relations with neighboring countries must be condemned and resisted. The technology of the Titan mech belongs to all of humanity and should be made publicly accessible to society. Our nation has reached collaborations with multiple countries to establish joint research centers, soon to embark on the joint development and production of armed mechs, with completion anticipated within a year. A spokesperson for the military of the Bear Nation stated that the Titan mech is a revolutionary instrument of warfare, akin to another class of weaponry, and should not be monopolized by any single nation or entity, as it could severely disrupt regional equilibrium and international relations. Moreover, such provocative actions at the border must be curtailed. Humanity yearns for peace, not conflict. The spokesperson for the Gallic nation remarked on the deployment of hundreds of Titan mechs along the borders of our country, causing heightened tension amongst several neighboring states and prompting them to enter a state of military alert. Is this an attempt to reignite war and initiate territorial expansion? In a whirlwind of media coverage, a chorus of condemnation and resistance emerged. The four major nations united in imposing sanctions from multiple fronts and exerted pressure on the United Nations, demanding that our nation cease its actions and accept the consequences of these sanctions. The deployment of Titan mechs at the border was a decision made by the high-ranking officials of our military council, aimed at eliminating instability along the border, and is not the so-called provocation claimed by certain factions. It is a measure taken to uphold peace and stability at the borders, devoid of any intent to disrupt regional balance or incite war. Since ancient times, our nation has been a land of etiquette, governed by benevolence and a commitment to peace. Throughout history, we have cherished harmony and advocated for tranquility. Our belief remains steadfast. Peace is the prevailing theme of our era, and any actions that threaten this peace will inevitably be met with disdain. Recent fabrications propagated by certain media outlets and factions regarding our country are nothing but baseless nonsense. We will unwaveringly adhere to a path of pacifist development, contributing to the global pursuit of peace. The eloquent words of our diplomatic spokesperson may seem to lack substance at first glance. Firstly, the deployment along the border was a decision made long ago, with no room for last-minute alterations. Secondly, the arrival of the Titan mech is intended to uphold regional peace and stability, contrary to claims that it disrupts the balance. Following the spokesperson's address, domestic netizens erupted with enthusiasm, each eager to voice their opinions. Yes, after decades of hardship, we can finally stand tall. Indeed, the days ahead will be characterized by our rising stature. Do not inquire further. We too are committed to maintaining regional peace. It is curious that provocations leading to instability and localized conflicts seem to be the domain of only certain nations, truly a case of the thief calling out the thief. Rest assured, as we grow stronger, such rhetoric will proliferate. We need not concern ourselves with it. We shall continue to advance with vigor. In the Ministry of Science and Technology, Fang Zheng was nearly amused to hear the spokesperson from Country M assert that Titan mech technology should be made public to society. One cannot help but reflect. The audacity of Country M knows no bounds. Is it to be made public for all humanity? Then why was their previous technology not disclosed? How shameless! Fang Zheng said with irritation. After all these years, nothing has changed. The secretary quietly interjected, Minister, the four nations have established a joint laboratory to collaboratively advance the development of armed mechas. Fang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself. They will not have enough time for armed mechas. By the time they develop theirs, I estimate that Bai Fan's team will have already progressed to the second or even third generation. He added sternly, meanwhile, focus on the Solar Energy Center and expedite its implementation. Understood. We currently have 3 investigation sites, and the research team has already set out. We should have results within 3 days. Fang Zheng instructed, once we receive news, relay it immediately to the Future Technology Group. If the Solar Energy Center succeeds, it will alleviate a significant portion of our energy challenges and reduce our pressure considerably. Of course, the secretary nodded enthusiastically, fully aware of the implications of the Solar Energy Center spearheaded by the Future Technology Group. At the same time, in the military's conference room, a meeting was convened regarding the Titan mecha operations. Report. As of now, all locations in the Golden Triangle have been largely identified. There are a total of 56 sites, with an estimated 100,000 individuals involved, of which over 4,000 are armed personnel. Are we prepared to execute the plan? A colonel adorned with 4 stars inquired with a resonant voice after receiving the latest intelligence. Chapter 94, Crushing Opponents. Commence the operation, he declared, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he added gravely, let this mark the first genuine combat engagement since the inception of the Titan Mech Legion. As his words echoed in the room, the high-ranking officials present braced themselves, their expressions grave and their postures erect, intently fixated on the large screen before them, monitoring the movements of various strongholds in real time. The colonel, who had posed the initial inquiry, rendered a sharp salute before transmitting the orders to the frontline command center. Order, Thunder Operation, commence immediately. The moment the message reached the frontline command center, the Titan Mech Battalion, which had been eagerly awaiting this moment, sprang into action. In unison, they shouted, board the mechs. Execute the mission as per the plan. Comrades, the time to prove ourselves has arrived. Captain Gao Chengwang personally led the charge, his face alight with excitement as he bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the camp. He then surged ahead, mounting the Titan mech. Once seated in the cockpit, he could hardly contain his exhilaration, his gaze fixed upon the shadowy forest cloaked in twilight, his body trembling slightly with anticipation. He understood that the moment to achieve greatness had come. This time, he was truly stepping onto the battlefield. This was the authentic debut of the Titan mech. Once the words were spoken, the warriors of the 1st Titan Mech Legion swiftly boarded their machines. Accompanied by the resounding roar of the engines, a fleet of heavy helicopters emerged above the rainforest, each suspended by 2 long steel cables, carrying the Titan mech towards their designated target. Reporting to command. This is Group A. Group A is about to arrive at the predetermined area, expected to land in 5 minutes to commence the mission. Reporting to command. This is Group B. Group B is nearing the designated zone, anticipated to land in 1 minute to initiate the operation. Reporting to command. This is Group C. This is command. All groups, please advance with the mission as planned. I repeat, all groups, please proceed with the mission as scheduled. To maximize the success of this operation and ensure no complications arose, it was decided to transfer Su Shui, the commanding officer of the Wuhu base, to oversee the Titan mechs at the border for this undertaking. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, in a narrow and tranquil canyon, one could gaze down to find a scattering of several hundred buildings. The area was bustling with activity, rivaling the liveliness of some bustling streets. Observing closely, armed militants clad in green jackets, bearing AK-47s, moved in and out of the structures, each burdened with heavy wooden crates. Some appeared more leisurely, congregating in pairs, occasionally leaning together to exchange glances at a brightly lit building in the depths of the area, from which anguished cries emanated, sharing a knowing smile. Old 7. How much do you think we will earn this time? An aging militant, approximately in his 40s, approached a sentry post, casually leaning his AK-47 against the side. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and savored the smoke, nonchalantly tossing another toward his companion while inquiring, Brother San, Chinese goods. The man known as Lao Chi accepted the cigarette, his eyes lighting up at the sight. I knew you would appreciate this. I specially bought it for you last time. The others are tucked beneath your bed, Brother San replied with a smile. It's clear that Brother San treats me the best, Lao Chi chuckled. Taking a couple of satisfying puffs, his expression becoming blissful and dazed. Lao Chi, I've heard this time it's quite a lucrative deal. The quantity is substantial. Is that true? Brother San asked, raising 3 fingers in inquiry. Lao Chi, still floating in euphoria, nodded involuntarily. Indeed, this batch is quite large. Then we stand to gain significantly this time. We could at least pocket several 100,000. Brother San's face lit up with delight. Unlike Lao Chi, he was merely an ordinary peripheral member and lacked some of the insider knowledge that Lao Chi possessed. Of course, 3 tons is merely child's play, just a preliminary test. There will be larger shipments to follow. However, I've heard that troops have recently arrived on the other side? Brother San asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi smugly waved his hand and whispered, Third brother, we have successfully reopened a clandestine route. Moreover, aren't they perpetually conducting drills? I dare say this occasion will be no exception. There is no need for excessive worry. They cannot cross the border into our territory, nor can they truly launch an attack. Let us remain at ease and focus on our endeavors to earn a steady income. Just then, a voice resonated from within the structure, calling out, Lao Chi. It's your turn. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi promptly replied, coming. He added, Third brother, I shall proceed first. You remain here and observe for any unusual occurrences. I will return shortly. With that, Lao Chi, armed and ready, hurried into the building. Watching Lao Chi's retreating figure, Third brother's expression shifted, and with a grave demeanor, he retrieved a long, cylindrical object from his pocket. After pressing a button on it, he casually tossed it behind a large tree before unfastening his trousers and relieving himself right there. Received laser guidance from Site 1. En route to the location. The message echoed. Once more, received laser guidance from Site 1. Proceeding. Simultaneously, the radar of a heavy-duty helicopter in flight detected the signal, reporting as it advanced towards the destination. Indeed, at each site, there were already infiltrators lying in wait, ready to provide laser guidance in advance. In a bid to obliterate the stronghold factories and neutralize the armed militants, a substantial cache of goods was to be eradicated at the source, preventing its infiltration into the market. Soon, as helicopters drew near, the occupants of the primary stronghold looked up, their eyes catching sight of a swarm of dark figures in the sky. Realization dawned upon them as one shouted, Enemies! Enemies! My heavens, what is that? Is it a mech? Is this the armed mech recently developed by Huagua? They have truly come with the emergence of the Titan mech. Its exaggerated form sent the first stronghold into disarray. After all, a local armed faction had never encountered a legitimate mech. Moreover, even the regular forces of the 4 great nations found themselves at a loss when faced with the Titan mech, let alone these militants. It was not until 2 or 3 minutes later that they emerged from their stupor, pulling the triggers of their AK-47s. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated. Quick! Grab the missiles, fetch the anti-aircraft missiles. This thing has too thick armor, we cannot penetrate it. They scrambled, but one by one, the militants were sent sprawling, hastily retreating in search of heavy weaponry to combat the Titan mech. However, compared to the Titan mech, their speed was woefully inadequate, and they had no time to spare. Even if they managed to seize heavy weapons, the likelihood of hitting their target remained uncertain. Warning, incoming missile. Immediate evasion required. Warning, incoming missile. Immediate evasion required. Seated within the cockpit, Gao Changwang was abruptly jarred by a strident alarm. A luminous blip materialized on the forward display screen, succeeded by the sinuous path of an incoming projectile. In a trice, he executed a swift lateral dismount, even as infrared countermeasures erupted from his mech's aft. A cataclysmic detonation ensued behind him. Yet, Gao Chengwang's Titan mech pressed onward through the conflagration, unscathed. Not even a scintilla of paint was marred. Target locked. Commence firing? The fire control system intoned with frigid precision as the verdant reticle morphed to crimson, signifying target acquisition. With equanimity, Gao Chengwang depressed the launch button. A tremor coursed through the mech as a missile streaked forth with a resounding roar. An incandescent bloom erupted upon the crest ahead, accompanied by a deafening report, consigning both the anti-tank missile battery and its operators to oblivion. All units, expedite the operation. No dawdling, Gao Chengwang commanded over the internal comms. Chapter 95. Let them dream on. In short order, a cacophony of detonations reverberated across scores of border outposts. Following Gao Chengwang's initial salvo, the other Titan mech squads surged forward in lockstep, unleashing a relentless barrage. Their advance was characterized by utter devastation, akin to an unopposed force sweeping through the landscape, encountering negligible resistance. Even when confronted with exorbitantly priced anti-aircraft missiles emplaced within the strongholds, the mech pilots, forewarned by the system's alerts, preemptively evaded them with infrared countermeasures or neutralized the enemy emplacements outright. Despite weathering dozens of missile attacks, the advancing legion sustained no mech losses. In a mere 30 minutes, tens of thousands of militants were annihilated, dozens of tons of illicit goods and clandestine factories were obliterated, and thousands of captured militants were escorted into the country to face legal reckoning. Command, this is Team A, mission accomplished. We are currently executing the predetermined plan for mopping up operations and data logging. I repeat, mission accomplished, executing mopping up operations. Command, this is Team C, mission accomplished. 750 enemies neutralized, 2 clandestine factories dismantled. Currently conducting further sweep and clear operations. I repeat, further sweep and clear operations in progress. As time progressed, the mech commanders reported the specifics of the operation via internal channels. Excellent. Yushue, stationed at the border, exclaimed as he slammed his hand on the table, watching the real-time footage on the large screen. Quick, relay this news to Central Command in Kyoto immediately, Yushue urged. Understood, excellent. Well done. This battle was executed flawlessly, eliminating elements of instability along the border. I'm eager to see what they have to say this time. This battle, unlike previous ones, carries significant weight. Continue the offensive. Proceed with Phase 2 of the plan. The senior officer continued to issue commands. Yes, sir. We guarantee mission success. The message was then relayed to the front lines. This is Command. Calling Titan Mech 1st Legion. Per the aforementioned orders, all units will proceed to designated target locations and execute Plan B. With a low voice, Yushue declared, This is the Titan Mecha 1st Legion. We have received the order. We are en route to the designated location. As his words echoed, all Titan mechas swiftly assembled and then divided into 3 groups, heading towards their respective targets. This operation consists of 2 parts. The first part, which has just commenced, involves the overt eradication of unstable forces along the border, aiming to eliminate this malignant tumor that has persisted for decades. The second part entails dismantling several intelligence points belonging to Country M located near the border. After all, the continuous aggression towards ordinary citizens is intolerable to the higher authorities. In the words of the elder, Country M must pay the price. This so-called price extends beyond mere verbal condemnation. Consequently, the strike was launched rapidly, intended to impart a lesson to Country M. My heavens, what has Huawei done? They are directly engaging in combat across the border. How dare they? This is a blatant violation of international conventions. One might question, yet despite the transgression, they have a justifiable cause. Have they not seen the eradication of a significant threat? However, I must inquire, how is it possible to obliterate dozens of strongholds and disarm tens of thousands of armed personnel in a mere half hour? Is the Titan Mecha truly that formidable? Is this the manifestation of a dimensional strike that transcends an era? Upon receiving the news, the high-ranking officials of various nations were left astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief at the astonishing speed of the operation, an acceleration they found utterly incomprehensible. In a mere 30 minutes, had it been them, it is likely that the strategic conference would still be ongoing, let alone the conclusion of the operations and the subsequent clearing of the battlefield. The Titan Mech truly possesses the potential to alter the global power dynamics. Accomplishing in less than half an hour what had eluded completion for several weeks exemplifies an entirely different mode of warfare. It is imperative to convene a meeting immediately to deliberate further. What if one day we encounter the Titan Mech from Huagua? Would we not find ourselves utterly powerless? The thought is indeed chilling. Amid the astonishment, some high-ranking officials from various nations felt a wave of trepidation, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Today marks a significant operation to systematically eliminate strongholds. What if, on some future day? Of course, there are nations that, under the auspices of Country, have boldly emerged to publicly denounce Huagua for allegedly crossing national borders to conduct operations on foreign soil, a severe violation of international conventions that warrants global sanctions. The Titan Mech is deemed an illicit warfare instrument, severely disrupting regional equilibrium and hindering the pursuit of global peace. Such technology should be discarded and entirely sealed away. The extradition of armed factions into foreign territories for legal prosecution contradicts the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law, showcasing Huagua's blatant provocation of the world. The hegemonic forces led by M-Country, upon witnessing the exaggerated military prowess of the Titan mech, have become even more convinced of the necessity for further development, simultaneously rushing forth to vocally condemn its existence. Their intention is to leverage public opinion as pressure to acquire the technology of the Titan mech. Public disclosure of such technology inform them to dream on, without concern. Once the judgment concludes, the results will be publicly disclosed. Should any issues arise, inquiries may be directed through official channels. It has been stated that subsequent outcomes will be made available via the appropriate authorities. Let us patiently await the revelations. In a high-level conference room within the Pentagon, officials were reporting on the recent request outcomes. General, since the emergence of the Titan mechs, this Huagua has become exceedingly arrogant, one senior officer exclaimed. Unable to contain his frustration, this series of actions is not merely a purge of hideouts and borders, it is undoubtedly a warning directed at us. Another general concurred, his expression laden with gravity. Indeed, what you say is true. This is unequivocally aimed at us. In their own words, it is a show of strength. General Patton also sighed in acknowledgement of the situation.